So there must be some other explanation going on here then.
Well, there, at least to me, I could tell there was a curve. To other
Yeah, but that
people,
curve
maybe
wouldn't
not.
match the heliocentric model, the globe model. It'd be a very small world.
Yeah, if that's the curve of
Depends
the
on your
Earth,
height.
you're describing seeing a tiny Earth, not the
A very
3959.
Yeah, a very small Earth. Because if you look out the field of view from your window, and how about this? When we go back to the scientific method, what if everybody looked out their window and they all wrote down what they saw and they drew it out? What would that look like?
How fuck if I know?
Here, I think I got an image here. Let's see if you agree with this or not. I gotta find it. I haven't used this one in a long time. I'm not sure why it's
Things
here,
are
but
always as they appear to be, right?
okay, here we go.
You,
Here at 30,000 feet. Yeah, sorry to interrupt you there, boss. Turk, do you see this?
Yeah.
Let's say we all drew out our view of the airplane. Is this what you'd get?
More so the bottom right, yeah.
But in the very bottom is what it would look like, right?
Yeah.
Does that match a globe?
I'd say the bottom right has a curvature.
No, the very bottom. The very bottom.
The very bottom. Hold up. Oh, no.
That's not what you're seeing there?
No, not really. It looks flat. Or not flat, but smooth.
Yeah, so if you were look at how much curve you're looking at there. Then draw that curve out and go out each window and draw the curve that you see. It doesn't look like at the bottom?
No.
What would it look like?
It would look more like the bottom, but like this is if you're drawing a 2D circle. This isn't a 3D model. If it was a 3D model, it would make more sense because you're looking at both depth and length and width. Like you have a depth to that image.
Okay, let me try something else here. Hey, check out this video. This is a guy on your side. Okay, he believes the Earth is a globe, and he's going to explain to you with math using circles of equal altitude exactly what the horizon would look like. Give this. It's uploading right now. Give it a second.
I mean, just think about this though. Not to beat the tiny Earth dead horse, but say you're out looking out the window and you see like two little towns that are next to each other. In reality, you know they're pretty far away. But if one is on the left side of as far as you can see left, and the other is on the right side, and you see the curve of the Earth there, well, complete this circle. You know the Earth is supposedly a 3959 mile radius ball. Well, if the curve of the Earth is in between these two towns 5 miles away, complete that circle and you have a tiny Earth. Just as you can see a curvature of something through a camera lens, you can also see that out of a plane window. Do you get that whole completing the circle thing? Well, I guess he's probably watching the video.
It's not. It's taking. I don't know why it's hung up. It's sitting at 75%. It's not going the rest of the way. I think my
Yeah, but
internet connection is a little shitty.
if you're claiming to see the curvature of the Earth at that elevation, you're describing a tiny Earth. Let that process.
Yep, these Globers believe anything that just helps your little tiny brain. If you believe that that's the Earth, then your brain is just as tiny as the new Earth, buddy.
Well, I mean,
You gotta
yeah,
know.
it's quite the
Well, what
story
is your
they laid out
claim?
for everyone.
What is your claim? Like, just
There we go, Tark. Hey, watch this video. It just dropped. I
all
tagged you
right.
too.
Hi, flat Earth people. I don't know if you remember me, but I used to go by the name Satoshi Nakamoto.
Is that knowledge or not knowledge?
I remember you, bro.
I love this guy's responses.
Earth is flat. Earth is flat.
You know, I had a dream once.
What do you think of the video, Tark?
1 second. Let me look at this last part.
Oh, okay. I thought you were done with it. I had watched it. Maybe I usually.
I had a dream that God stretched out the earth flat, and he made it a globe.
Middle
And
Earth.
you woke up.
like that's like what you did describe, like between the second and third age of J.R. Tolkien's Middle Earth. It started. Come
He
on,
was
man.
a devout Catholic. He
Come
was
on,
a devout Catholic, right? Maybe
Yeah,
the
he
Holy
was.
Spirit moved on him and revealed something to him.
In a hole in the ground, there lived a hobbit. Tark is a Wes Anderson fan. I can tell that from his PFP is
I don't.
Fantastic Mr. Fox. So he's
Oh.
probably pretty astute in his visual abilities.
Says he's a pagan, right in his profile.
Yeah.
Earth is
Pagan gods do you
flat.
follow? Just now I go a little bit off topic. Just I want to lighten the mood a little bit. Would you mind kind of explaining this pagan idea that you have? Like, is there a
Oh.
certain pagan god that you follow that?
I ascribe to Norse paganism with Germanic paganism, since they're essentially the same. But I believe, obviously, Wotan or Odin is the higher god and has more authority than the other gods, as he's the strongest. I believe in also an ancestral spirit kind of thing. Like, I believe your DNA passes down memories.
Yeah, you're a big ass yapper.
Okay.
No,
But
that
I
is
believe-
something. I read a study about this, about a guy called Stevens. I'm drawing a blank on his name, but there's like he wrote like 15 peer-reviewed papers. There's a whole book about it, about showing how people's birthmarks. He thought those were injuries that were life-threatening injuries
Yeah.
from relatives. I've always used to bring this guy. It's been a long time when someone has said they only believe things that are peer-reviewed, and I used to just drop. Here's 15 peer-reviewed papers talk about psychic injuries passed down through DNA. Do you believe it? And they're like, "Fuck no." And I'm like, "Okay."
Well,
I don't know. It's hard.
The Akashic record supposedly holds all information that's ever been. Supposedly, and so people claim to be able to get access to it, like whether that's fucking reality or not.
Yeah, the Akashic records are real. That I've been there in astral projection.
Well, I've astral projected, bro, but it was like 17 years ago, and it wasn't on any psychedelics, anything like that, above my body. And then I saw a blinding fucking tunnel of light, which was literally, it was like a magnet attracting me towards it. And I knew eventually, when I sort of realised, I knew in my mind that I wasn't wanting anything to do with it, and started shouting at the top of my voice, "I'm not wanting to die, I'm too young to die." I started fucking screaming at the top of my voice. The next minute I was back above my body, and my vision literally slowly came down to my head and popped back into my eyes, and I sat straight up and told my mate about it. And he's like, "Shut the fuck up." He's like, as far as he was concerned, I just clasped my fingers behind my head, laid down and sat straight back up and told him this big story. But to me, it was several minutes at least I was in this fucking situation. And that's the fucking gospel truth. Forgive the religious pun, but that fucking happened to me, man. 17 years ago.
I can scientifically back that up, buddy.
But I'm in the middle of trying to get a haircut, man, and it's been half done. So I need to go back in. Right.
I concur with you, dude. Scientifically, I had the same scientific experience, individually, independently.
Do you know that? Is that knowledge then?
I don't think there's any knowledge other than God knows that God exists. Everything else is just belief.
Just belief, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I accept your worldview. I disagree with it.
That's okay.
But I understand where you're coming from.
So what I think God is pure consciousness that is just observing itself, saying, "I
okay,
am."
well, do you know that though? See, this is how your worldview kind of falls apart. Because do you know that,
God knows,
or do you
God
believe
knows
it?
that. No.
Okay,
God
so you
must.
don't know it though. You only believe it.
I know nothing, right? Only God knows.
But do you know that, or do you only believe that?
I believe it.
Okay, you don't know it.
No, I don't know it. God.
Okay, I get that works.
Do you think God can know things?
How about, are you talking on Discord right now? Do you know that, or do you believe it?
I believe that.
Have you ever eaten food in your life? At one point in your life, have you ever eaten anything? Do you know that, or
I believe.
You believe that you don't know for sure if you've ever eaten anything. You just believe it.
No, not for sure. No.
You must not have had your coffee yet today.
I'm a real man, and I put 3 tablespoons. That's how you do it.
Black, hot and black.
How do you know you're not in a simulation?
He doesn't know that either. He only believes things.
I like the possum profile picture.
That's my point. It's like, how do I know this isn't all just illusion, man? So I can just believe.
Yeah, do you believe that, or you know that?
Out and rejoin the conversation.
I can't know, but I do presume, which isn't a knowledge. It's just a belief.
You just believe it.
That's some ultimate thing must know something.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. I just vehemently reject it. That I think you can know stuff, and there's things you know, and there's things you don't know, and there's things you know you don't know, and there's things you don't know you don't know.
You don't know what you don't know, and you don't.
Yeah, you really don't.
Don't know it.
There's information out there that you're not aware of, and you also don't know it. It's a lot more. That's probably the vast majority of information out there.
Yeah, the known knowns, the known unknowns, and the unknown unknowns.
What do you think about machine elves?
Machine elves?
Yeah, we used to call them like little goblins or gremlins. Like, why some reason a machine would just break down out of nowhere. You're like, why did it do that? Like I can't find any fault. All the parts are working, and then you put it back together, and suddenly it's happy again because you appease the machine elf. The machine elf, like Warhammer 40K has this. They call it the
will of the machine or some shit.
Yeah, like the oh crap, what's
the
it called?
Adeptus Mechanicus.
Yeah,
all that.
Yeah, and you the machine spirit. There it was.
Yeah,
and you it's funny because like if you read some of the novels, it talks about one of their soldiers, the Imperius Malilish or whatever, and he's talking about how he disassembles his laser gun and cleans it, put some oil over it, a little bit of incense, and then he says he's appeased the machine spirit, and now his laser rifle will kill the heretic, the mutant, and the alien. And I'm like, dude, you did some light maintenance on your weapon to make sure it's functioning properly. Like, get the fuck out of here. That's like, and they believe that shit. And people talk about like, oh, I wonder what a space race, like a space galactic empire would look like. It's gonna be so great. It's gonna be the most amazing thing ever. This massive galactic human civilization. Maybe start reading some of your fan fiction because a lot of these are a grim, dark world with a lot of
fun.
Yeah, that's what makes it fun because you're like when people talk about some sort of utopia, Star Trek level utopia.
Yeah,
rethink that idea, okay? Because there's a lot of other ideas out there.
That It's like the same thing with the it's not the Hubble Space Telescope, but it's the satellite they sent to the unknown. It just passed, I think, Pluto. I can't remember what the fucking satellite is for the life of me, but it contains the golden disc where it wrote the location of Earth and all this other shit. That is if you believe in space and all that. But and they send it straight out into space thinking, "Hey, this is a good idea. Everyone in space is friendly."
You know, I have this really burning question.
Hmm.
So NASA is
Here,
is
real quick.
releasing.
Sorry, real quick, atheist.
Hey, go
Torture.
ahead.
Give me a second. Admin question here. Hey, King, can you stop streaming your video game? Thank you. We just don't want this to become like a video game channel and shit. If people are streaming evidence or observations and stuff, it's kind of a fine line. Thank you for complying.
Hey, someone mentioned
go
that
ahead.
everyone in space is friendly. Maybe because space is gay, right?
Possibly.
So, you know, so under the understanding, I think they are. I mean, I think we should go into the Bible, but I think there's reason to believe that. But my question is, if the projection is that Mr. Godman Elon Musk is going to take us to Mars and we're going to be this space faring civilization, there's a few options. One is they just admit, hey guys, okay, we got far enough. We can't actually go to space. Don't expect to go to Mars on vacation. The other one would be is they just keep amping up the deceit somehow. They just keep convincing people more and more. They hire people to lie and say that they en masse went to outer space. What do you guys think about that? How do they resolve that issue?
Like how space isn't what it's cracked out to be.
What is
Right,
it?
like
Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
Sure. So if NASA and Elon are deceiving people about the nature of the cosmos, about the nature of space, eventually people are going to expect to eat. I don't if it's 100 years, 200 years, 300 years. People are going to expect that we go to space like Star Wars. We go to space like Elite Dangerous. And when that doesn't happen, right? What do they do, right? 300 years from now, they're trying to deceive you.
Possibly the same thing they're doing right now. Possibly the same thing they're doing right now. Because remember, since the 50s and the 60s, they've been promising this. We're gonna have Walmart in space, McDonald's, 7-Elevens. There's gonna be all this space travel. They've been doing this before the 50s, and we still today not there. And they're still promising and promising. And in 20 years, they're gonna be promising the same thing and repeating and rinsing. Rinsing and repeating the same shit.
I don't think the government ever promised to have a moon colony anytime soon.
Do you think in like 300 years?
Possibly. But I don't think it's going to be like Star Citizen. I think we're going to be relying on nuclear propulsion or just simple space travel that's available to us right now until we find some groundbreaking technology, slip space or some shit like that. It's not going to be very fast. We're going to see cryo space, like cryo sleeping advancements to combat that, but it's not going to be a good space.
Are you a glober? Are you a glober?
Space, wow, I can't even accept that comment. How do you expect space travel through a vacuum in a rocket?
Because it propulses.
It's a nice word.
Yeah.
But how does a rocket work in a vacuum, bro?
Because it
Gas spread omnidirectionally, does it not? Like, so if
it's
they started
directionally,
spraying
yes.
stuff, so it's going to spray everywhere, and what's it going to press against?
A vacuum. It will still
That's what I'm
push.
saying. There's nothing
It will
there.
still push.
There's nothing in the vacuum to press against. There's no air particles. Like rockets work and planes work on Earth because they've got particles to spread, like to press against. Like they fire flames at the other side of them and they fucking press against the air molecules. And if it's fast enough, they gain thrust. In a vacuum, there is no thrust possible, man.
I'm not a nuclear physicist. I don't know how it works.
I mean, the Earth wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be
I'd have to
breathing
look
gas pressure right now if there was a vacuum called space enveloping the Earth. We'd be fucking dead because we wouldn't have ever even lived because there'd be no oxygen here. Like gas pressure needs containment, so you definitely cannot be enveloped by a vacuum if you just need containment on at normal air pressure down here. We need containment for pressure. Why would you think that a near perfect vacuum called space could envelop us and somehow maintain our barometric pressure that we've got?
I got onto that, but I'm just eating right now. Give me a minute. All right.
We're supposed to have 14.7 psi on average at sea level barometric pressure, and it is a gradient, so it gets less dense as you gain elevation. But beyond the Kármán line, space is as good as a near perfect infinite vacuum.
I don't know the physics on propulsion. I'd have to research it.
No, you don't need to realize that.
I kind
I'm
of
talking
do.
about the Earth. Like,
Can I
forget that. I'm talking about the Earth. Gas
Kevin,
pressure
just
needs containment. So
I
we
don't know if
definitely
it
cannot be
acts
a
on
gas bro.
pressure.
We
Like,
cannot be a pressurized system if we're enveloped by a vacuum. It's impossible.
I think this
Entropy
guy needs
must
an
increase.
analogy, bro. Like, just tell him like if you have a tire, well, can you inflate the tire without the rubber, like without the rubber surrounding the tire, the housing?
Like, or if you got a puncture, like when you got a puncture,
Like, will you have air pressure in your tire without the actual housing for the tire itself? Like, can you just have like an air tire? You obviously can't.
that's
so if you got a puncture,
it's not a good.
you
It's
cannot
not different.
The Earth
It's not
is
It's the
flat.
same as a
moving
can
around.
of beer. Bro, if you've got a can of beer or a can of soda in your hand and you open the can, you equalize the pressure, the entropy increases, and then the beer goes flat eventually because you need to have containment before you can hold pressure.
Notice which way those
that's
bubbles
right,
go
right?
up. Make an observation. Like you got a pressurized can of soda, beer, whatever. You pop that top. Which direction do the bubbles go?
Up.
Up,
They go
and
up.
and
Explain
there's
that
force on
with
the
gravity.
That is because the bubbles are lighter than the atmosphere, so they're gonna float up. You know how a feather will float in water and a rock will sink in water? It's the same shit with air. If something's lighter than the atmosphere around it, it's gonna float up, and if something's heavier, it's gonna float down.
Where's the gravity then?
Are you
Where does
talking
mass
about
attack
weight or
not?
density?
Both.
Hey,
Yeah, but
let Mayhem get in here.
where's gravity and the idea that gases go in all directions?
Just think about it this way. Whales.
Yeah, and I'm just saying gravity has to hold things down to Earth, right? Like not let the gas expand out into the void. So in order for gas not to expand, something's got to be holding it back down. So if your answer is gravity or gravitational fields, or you're gonna have to provide evidence that that is the case in reality.
Look at it this way. Like the only reason whales are as big as they are right now is because of buoyancy. They don't feel the pressure of gravity crushing their bones. That's why when they beach themselves, they can die with their own weight.
We're talking about gas pressure on. Well, the topic is gas.
Yeah, but this is another proof of gravity.
No, it's not.
Like
whales are not gas. Whales are not gas.
Apparently, propulsion is not dependent on
real quick, Epsilon,
air
you're
or
hot
anything.
micing. And remember, one mic at a time, okay? Billy, everyone wants to hear what you have to say, but don't interrupt, okay? Go back and forth, okay? The big boy rules.
It's a scientific
Okay,
orthodoxy
I'm sorry.
doesn't say that outer space is an absolute vacuum, right?
That's a straw man claim. Nobody said that outer space is an absolute vacuum. However, it's described to us as a vacuum. That is, you can look it up. Don't even
It's
take
less
our word.
pressure than an absolute vacuum.
It's not.
Or it's more. It's more pressure than an absolute vacuum.
It's not.
It's not an absolute vacuum.
Yeah, it's not.
That is false.
So,
But pressure and propulsion does not need a vacuum to work, or a pressurized system to work. It doesn't. It's based on Newton's
But
third law.
explain the whales though. Why do whales get crushed under their weight?
Talk about
Because
whales.
there's
That's
gravity.
a non-sequitur. It's not. Let's not talk about whales. We're talking about the gas pressure. If you guys want to stay on point, make
When
sure
you go lower in water.
the
have you guys
topic
ever-
is gas. No, the topic is gas pressure. It's not water. It's not
Sorry,
whales.
I'm eating at the same time.
It's gas
Have you ever
pressure,
jumped in
guys.
a pool?
Are
and
these
then-
guys listening? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, remember one mic at a time, okay? It's gonna get tedious, so I gotta keep reminding you of a very simple rule. If somebody's talking, you're not talking.
Wait, my mic turns on randomly, even though I'm not talking. So,
All right.
Yeah.
So let me just state it again for the room. The question at hand right now is gas pressure. It is not whales, water, rocks, the moon, the sun. It's gas pressure. Stay on point. Do not use another analogy that has no relation to gas pressure. Is that cool?
okay, so when you're free diving, right, and you hold your breath, this is a gas in your lungs, right, and you go too deep into the water, you can crush. Like your lungs will expand and expand and expand because of the pressure from the water. Expanding your lungs because your lungs want to go up. And if you go up too quickly, go up like to the surface too quickly, you can I forgot what it's called, but like your lungs can literally burst out of you because of gravity. Period.
It's not.
It's not because of gravity.
That's
Okay,
that
then
was,
what is it because?
It's because of pressures, external pressures.
yeah.
Whenever
caused by
you go
gravity.
up whenever you go up in depth, there's less pressure, your lungs expand, your body is less compressed. When you go down, your lungs compress, and it's a lot easier to adjust to that. Your lungs can't handle a rapid ascension. What is it? Fuck.
Ascension.
But hold on,
Ascension.
let me
Thank
add
you.
to that. Let me add to that.
Yeah, but whales. think
There's
about
also
whales.
hold on. There's also an issue of like temperature. There's issue of like
Yeah.
capability. There's many other things that a container is only. For example, you know those guys that went down in the submarine and
And
imploded.
died. Yeah.
Yeah. So what happened was they went lower deep into the ocean. Temperature changed, but the containers remained the same. So what happened was there was too much gas pressure, and they imploded, and that's where they found the debris. This is
Did you know?
this is
That's
a fact.
It's implode.
Did you know?
The person was
Imploded,
actually,
yes.
the person was actually using the wrong analogy when they said the lungs explode. They don't explode. If you're going down into the water, they're gonna implode.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, anything with pressure-
Explode, implode.
Yeah, anything that has
But you
pressure.
get what they're saying.
If you
Yeah,
have
you
gas
get what I'm
pressure-
saying, right?
yeah, but no, like the reason why I'm saying the
Yeah,
difference.
but no.
Go into the depth of the water, right? And you have gas pressure. Well, the lower you go into the water, the more pressure is going to push onto the pressure of gas. So it's going to anything that has gas pressure in water. At the lower in depth you go, it's going to implode, not explode. Explode means that the idea. Now, I'm not saying this is true, but the idea that if you go into
But
space,
you get the gist that I was saying, right?
So I'm going to show you the difference, though, right? If you have gas pressure in a container, and let's say the idea of space, you send that container to space. What's going to happen is it'll explode in space.
Yeah. Okay, hold on. So we were using the
it's the opposite.
atmosphere. We were
It's the
talking about the atmosphere and space. What happens is when you go higher and higher. Sorry, I have food in my mouth. But what happens is this is why we have like global warming, which is a real thing. Yes, gases are still being released, but that we're contained through this thing that we call the atmosphere. Once you go higher and higher above that, you have this thing we call space, and I know that's what you guys are talking about with the vacuum. The only reason we have gases that are contained, to answer the original question, is because of our atmosphere, which does exist.
Yeah, but
It's not flat.
Actually, the electromagnetic field.
The atmosphere is a gas.
Atmosphere helps, yes, and the electromagnetic
Hang on.
field is produced through that.
One second. Atmosphere is a gas itself. Gases don't contain gas. It either has to be contained. So
let me give you an example.
you're talking about delta X, which is the gas pressure that we already have. But what we're needing to find out is the X, the pressure of the gas. How do you get that in the first instance? You need to have a containment. That's a necessary antecedent for gas pressure. It is containment. You have to contain the gas in order for it to have pressure in the first place. So you can't have gas pressure unless you have the container that surrounds the gas.
Here, 1 second.
So if you don't have that, gases don't just like press on each other. That doesn't work that way. You have to have containment. Physical containment.
Which is created through
I
these
mean,
gases.
kind of. They're more like a liquid.
That's like how it happens.
They're like a liquid though. They can level out because you'll have propane. Propane is heavier than regular air, and so you have propane buildup in basements from water heaters, and that shit can light up, and it's a big problem. But gases can actually separate into layers.
Yeah, I know, but you still have to be contained in order to have gas pressure in the first place. The pressure is attained when the gas is inside of a container. So in order for you to have that pressure, the gas inside has to have something to press against. So it presses on the walls of a container. So in order for that gas pressure to be achieved anywhere, you'd have to have containment, like a physical containment, not just say that in any instance, like anytime you achieve pressure in any instance, you do have to have containment. It has to be contained. You can't have gas pressure without containment. And that's the most important part of this whole equation.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. It can also be because of gravity though, because our atmosphere.
No. Magnetism has nothing to do with gravity. So I just put on the side chat the atmosphere, how it's made of gases, which is a chemical processy, and then the magnetic field, which is also a chemical processy.
And it's also gravity.
It's not, well, in some sense, sure.
Yeah,
but magnetism itself has nothing to do with gravity.
Right, that's a claim.
If there's magnetism, how is there magnetism?
Right.
Sorry.
So you have to figure out if that's the claim on the table that gravity is a container. Then what everybody needs right now, not just words, but a demonstration of gravity being a container. So you have to, in other words, when you say gravity is a container, okay, everybody can hear you say that. Now demonstrate in some way, right? In some way you could test.
This is a problem of scale.
Gravity being a container.
This is a problem of scale.
No, it's a problem with demonstration because
that's the point.
If you cannot demonstrate it, if you cannot
create a fucking sun and then show you, and then create a sun and then have something rotate around it.
Right, but gravity is the container, and that's the issue.
How can gravity? Container.
It's
a force. No, it's a force.
It's a force.
So how is it containing the gas?
It's not containing anything. It's attracting it.
It's what?
Gravity. You have a center of mass, a center of gravity, and those atoms are going to be pulled by that center of gravity towards the Earth. It's a minuscule amount compared to your electromagnetic field, which does a majority of holding the Earth's atmosphere together because it protects the Earth's atmosphere from solar flares and solar radiation, which is very in solar winds.
That sounds like a cool story. That sounds like a cool children's story. But what I'm asking for,
it's not a cool children's story. It's the way that we are able to.
No,
it's not a cool. No, magnetism is different from gravitational pull.
There are claims on the table. There are claims on the table that gravity is doing something. What I'm asking for is now demonstrate that claim in a physical form.
That's why I made the joke.
Not a container,
That's why I made the joke. Like, what do you want me to do? Create a sun? Because you don't believe that you can jump up and down and you're pulled.
This is the thing. This isn't built on a belief.
It's not a container.
Listen, this is what I'm saying though. Every time you have gas pressure, you need a container. Yes, you do. Name one instance that you can demonstrate that doesn't need a container when you have gas pressure. Name one instance you can demonstrate. Demonstration with what I can show you in every demonstration that gas pressure needs a container. Like every time I have a propane tank.
What you're doing, okay, I see what you're saying, but what you're doing is that your gases still not in the same sense that you.
Huh? I didn't hear
that. A gas giant.
In his worldview, it's still contained. A gas giant.
Underwater.
No, he said something about a gas giant. We'll say it again.
Yeah, a gas giant. I'm curious.
Not you, the other guy.
No, he was the one that said gas giant. I never said that.
Bubble underwater.
Like, listen. So, okay. So there's two things right now. You either have gas pressure being contained or gas pressure not being contained. My argument is that gas pressure needs to be contained by a container, by something physical. So in every instance that I can demonstrate to you guys, I can show. Every time I have gas pressure, I have a container. Every single time. So with gas pressure, I need to show you a container, right? Like a tire that I put air in and it's pressurized. Like an air tank that I put air in for the scuba tank. Everything that I show you has gas pressure, and that needs to be contained. Now you're saying the other side, no, you don't need a container.
Mayhem, let me give you perspective. Let me give you perspective. This is why I use the concept of scale. Like, I cannot create in the way that you would want to see it with your eyes. I cannot create this. Let's just say there's particles that exist in space outside of our atmosphere, right? What ends up happening is they don't become gases if they're not interacting with things that the magnetism that we have on Earth, the other gases that exist on Earth, like carbon dioxide and all these things, right? You can't have the same instances without the instance to create this circumstance in the first place.
You need to be planetary scale. I hear you loud and clear. But what I'm telling you is this. If you're not able to demonstrate it to somebody, it becomes a belief system. It doesn't become something that you can demonstrate. It's basically you saying, trust me, bro. And I'm like, I don't want to trust you. I want to be able to prove that gas pressure.
In that case, okay, I hear what you're saying now. Let me respond to that real quick. I hear what you're saying right now, but if you were to use that same logic, you shouldn't be talking this language that we call English, which is a Germanic language. We can't communicate then. Because the communication wouldn't, I would be just believing that someone told me that this language exists. And why am I using these words? How can you understand that I'm using these?
Yeah, the equation.
Have you ever hiked up a mountain?
The equivalent.
Come on.
I don't want to get off point what the gentleman just said.
No, this has to do with it. Have you ever hiked up a mountain?
I can't rebut him. Like, I mean, it's cool.
It's the same thing that you're using English. You're using English. It's the same exact thing. Yes, because you're using this language to communicate this.
No. One second. What I'm asking for is a physical demonstration of something being like the case. So if I say that gas pressure can be without a container, I need to demonstrate that to you to prove it exists. Right?
Okay.
I understand.
So a language, however, is something that was something that people agreed upon. So like you say, okay, I think this language is what we're gonna
Science
talk.
is agreed upon. Science is agreed upon.
No, it needs, but science is not. There's a bit of misunderstanding. Like, you guys think science is something that it's not. Like, currently, right now,
you think language is something that it's not. Then in this case,
it's not a belief system. Look, science is not just a belief system.
But then I could say the same thing as you. You think English is something that it's not. Why don't we use French? Do you say parle français, huh?
Like,
there's difference now. Now there's a difference.
Hey, can we keep the conversation to English only as per the rules of the server? Thank you very much.
Use these arguments and then not understand like the scale of what you're using.
You got it, Epsilon. Listen, you got to respond to what Miggy's saying. Okay, not what you want to respond to. Respond to what he's saying. Okay.
I am engaging with him, but go ahead.
You're not Epsilon.
Are you really?
Okay. Bubbles.
So
have you ever hiked up a mountain? Have you ever hiked up a mountain?
Are we back? Sorry, I was just gonna say, are we back on point? Because the gentleman went off to languages. I really wanted to stick to demonstration of the thing that's in question right now.
Okay, why did I use languages as an example? Why did I use languages as an example?
Because it's a non sequitur. Languages have nothing to do with a demonstration.
No, because you're saying that you cannot. If scientists
finish telling you, because you don't understand if you keep interrupting me, sir. Well, all I'm saying is that if we're talking about a physical demonstration, and I'm saying it cannot be, and you're like, yes, it can, just because, bro. I'm like, no, I can show you that demonstration that gas pressure needs a container.
Okay,
by actually showing.
That's not what I'm saying. I didn't say just because, bro.
My God,
have you ever been up a mountain?
Hold your peace, bro. Like, what I'm saying is gas pressure needs a container. If I'm telling you that I can demonstrate that to you, but on the other side, you're like, you don't have a demonstration. You just say, believe me, bro. That doesn't.
I understand, but the reason I'm trying to what I'm doing, it's not about languages, and I'm not trying to mock you or anything. But it's just it's interesting that you have such a belief or you stand by language so much so, but it's wrong for scientists to or people, the average lay people, to not stand by what professional scientists use or what they believe in, what they study and do for a living for years and years. It's been a long time. Aristotle was the fucking first scientist.
It's not about
so long.
about demonstration. If somebody made a claim about something happening in reality, and you're like, no, I don't think that.
What's his definition of reality? Reality, in your perspective, means that you have to experience it always.
Listen, if somebody has a demonstration of gas pressure, right, how it operates, it needs to be. And you say, no, I don't think gases operate like that. I think they operate differently. Then somebody tells you, okay, show me how you think.
No, it's not that we think they operate in one way or another.
Let me just finish.
Okay.
So if somebody was to tell you, no, just believe me, brother, I'm just telling you how gases work, and you're like, well, you haven't demonstrated anything to me. How
do gases work? Because I tried to explain this through our atmosphere and why, when you go up to space, particles are moving in different ways.
This is how you can actually demonstrate it to everyone has experienced this. You walk up a mountain, you start to lose breath. You go even higher up the mountain, you start to lose breath even more. The higher you go up the mountain, the less air you are able to breathe. So as time, and people have done hot air balloons where they've gone even higher up and they are unable to breathe. Eventually you get to a certain height where you can't breathe because there's not enough air. We've even had people that done skydiving with.
I know what you're talking about, sir.
We've had people done skydiving. The bubble.
Okay, Raptor. Now listen to Miggy's response. Okay? You got a chance to talk.
I'm going to repeat it back to you.
The container that you're talking about.
Go ahead, Miggy.
All right. So all I'm saying is, I understand what you're saying. That what you're talking about is a gas pressure gradient. It means that it varies. Like on the surface, we have the highest gas pressure, 14 psi. We're breathing in and out of our lungs. So I understand. With elevation, there's starting to be less and less air that you can breathe. There's a gas pressure gradient. I understand what the gentleman's saying. I know that. Okay. Where we're going with this is at some point, according to the rhetoric, right? The globe Earth is saying that there is a place that you get to where it's super low pressure. They're talking about right above the exosphere, right? That's at the very top of the globe Earth. You have you pass through the Kármán line, which is the limit to where space begins, and then further past that you have outer space. But at where space begins and where the satellites are orbiting the Earth and all that, low Earth orbit, they're telling us that it's about 10 to the -6. So it's really close to getting up there as super low pressure, right? And I'm not saying it's absolute zero. I'm not saying that. What I am saying, though, however, is that there's a pressure. Okay? We all understand. Every flat Earth person that's in here understands that. So as you climb, it's going to be harder and harder to breathe. We know. But the thing is, you still have the gas pressure. Even if it's lower, what we're saying is, in order to have that pressure, it needs to be contained. So gas pressure gradient is delta X.
No, you don't need a container. If the container is gravity.
No, hold on. I don't know what he's talking about.
The container is gravity. Gravity is the container.
Right.
Because gravity is the container. As you approach the limit to the gravity, you approach the outside of the container, which is the atmosphere.
Yes, that's the claim that gravity
is. And so you can walk up a mountain and experience this. In a balloon, or in a tire, it is evenly distributed throughout the entire container.
I understand.
On Earth, it is not evenly distributed throughout the entire atmosphere. As you go higher in the atmosphere, you are reaching the limits of the container.
Right,
where in any container, show me a container where there is a concentration gradient of pressure.
Well, listen to me when I says you're claiming that gravity is a container. What I'm asking for is the demonstration of gravity.
Go walk up a mountain. You can feel the pressure.
Raptor, Jesus Christ, please.
It's a gradient.
So
it's
mayhem.
Yeah, exactly. You show me a container.
Okay, hey, Raptor. Okay, you're not listening. Right, who's the other guy who wanted to talk?
Yeah. So mayhem. You're still what you're saying. Okay, correct me if I'm wrong. And what he's not engaging with is you're saying that there still needs to be a container. Right? You're saying regardless of anything that he's saying.
Yeah, let me
just a container.
Put it to you this way, right? Like in a propane tank, it's separated into different layers. I mean, and you can do this in an aerosol can. It can separate in different gradient pressures. The very top of the can, you'll have a different pressure system than you do at the bottom. Of course, that's natural. If it separates in gradients out, that's still fine. The thing that I'm saying is that overall, there is a container. And so the claim is gravity is the container. That's the overall container. So what I'm asking for is the demonstration gas. Of gravity being the container. Like I was saying, I only can show you guys that I have like a physical container.
I understand. But
You're asking for a
Step
false
on your
dichotomy.
chair and then
You're
jump
asking
to the
for
floor.
one
Demonstration of gravity.
No, he's talking
situation that's
specifically about
completely
gases,
different
though.
than another situation, because the situation is, show me a container where there's actually a pressure difference when it comes to gases, straight gases, not solids to gases like in an aerosol container, or a liquid to a gas like in a lighter, but a gas to a gas where there's a pressure difference in the container itself. I know of no container where you do that, but on Earth you do see that, which is a completely different scenario.
Okay, you're asking for the demonstration of a gas pressure gradient inside. We have some that actually can post some side chat.
Jump from the floor.
You understand what
then you land again.
He's speaking specifically about gases.
You asked for a demonstration.
In his way, it's literal gases.
You asked for a demonstration of that, right? You're like, I have never seen this ever in my life. However,
you have a container.
I understand.
One is a lower pressure than the other.
I got you. What I'm asking for right now, is there any flat earther in here who can put a demonstration in the side chat for the gentleman? Because he doesn't believe that exists. We know that it does. We've seen the demonstration of that actually being the case. You can have a gas pressure gradient inside of a container. It's possible.
Where?
You can.
Where? Show me this.
It's very minuscule, but you can. It's not like a liquid. Actually, even
Okay.
liquid
So
kinda
why
has
is
it,
there a
but it's
pressure
more
difference?
into viscosity, which is a whole nother part. There's a lot to fucking physics.
Okay, show me this example. You're not giving me an
Earth.
example. You're just saying, believe me, there's an example. You're
Well,
doing the same thing that everyone else is doing to you.
The reason why Earth is a mixture and it isn't just flat in terms of separation of gases is because it's unstable. It's always constant and moving, so there's always going to be jostling around. If you have a fixed container, you can imagine if Earth was more of a fixed container, it would eventually equalize if everything was inactive. But it doesn't.
Well, that's not true, because we do go towards that. We do go towards equilibrium.
In the great fucking cosmos scheme.
Yeah,
yes,
but that's why what he's asking, and I try to engage in that, but Raptor took over. But it's
yeah,
fine.
I know.
It's just, dude. You can't. The scale is the issue, and
it is.
It's hard to explain these concepts without being able to use
the system, isn't it? Because you have to
That's
believe.
what I'm saying. You can't compare two completely unrelated situations and say that they're the same thing.
There's a lot of factors going into
they are
play
all
with
related.
Earth.
Everything was related.
Then show me a container that has a concentration gradient. That would be a comparable system.
To Earth? You're looking to compare something to Earth?
Yeah, because on Earth you can walk up a mountain and have a lower pressure. You can hold up a can,
so
go to a higher
which
lower
direction?
pressure. Show me that in a container in a real life demonstration where that happens. Where then that's a comparable
I'm confused. Do you believe in
right?
flat Earth, or are you a ball earther?
Yeah, he's all over the place. It's hard to tell. Raptor,
No,
which
I'm
direction do
saying
gases...
if you're trying to say that we can only believe in things that we see.
Raptor, pay attention, okay? What direction does gravity pull things?
I hold up an object, goes down.
Okay, which directions do gases move?
Well, it depends on the gas.
Okay, they move all directions, right?
No.
Okay, it doesn't?
Yeah,
the gases
depends
don't
on the
move
density.
freely in all directions?
If you get a CO2 filled balloon, it will go down.
Okay, the states of matter, right? So you've got liquids, solids, and gases. Okay, which direction do gases go?
What's it called? Sulfur
They go
hexafluoride.
down.
If you look at sulfur hexafluoride, that can easily float on top of CO2.
Yeah, but it'll eventually go up too.
No, it won't.
Yeah, it will. It won't
No.
stay all the way down forever.
No.
It'll float
Because
around.
there are also other factors that go
sinks
into that, like wind and a
Yeah,
lot.
for your claim to be true, it would always be at the bottom level.
No, but there's other
There'd be a
things
permanent
messing with the
bottom
wind.
level
Yes.
of
Have you not heard
hexafluoride
of
all across
people?
the Earth.
Have you not heard of people getting carbon dioxide poisoning because there's little gaps.
Yeah.
In World War I, that you would have gas accumulating in the trenches because
Is that gas still there to this day?
It dissipated.
Wind.
Yeah. Which way did it go?
It
Wind
spread out.
blows
It tried
away.
to
It
equalize.
moved freely in all directions.
No, it
No,
equalized.
wind.
Yeah, freely in all directions.
No, equalizing isn't freely in all directions. It
It went.
equalizes.
Some of it went up, some of it went down, some of it went right, some of it went
Yeah,
left.
I'll agree in this aspect that Earth
Okay.
has a. It's not an actual barrier. That's the thing. It's kind of like this zone where it becomes so fucking blended. Not to mention that there's other aspects involved in space, like solar winds, which is a very big thing when it comes to atmospheres. This is why Mars doesn't have an atmosphere. It's because
Okay,
the
let's stay to
magnetic
Earth.
field.
Okay, we're just on Earth right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so first premise is that gravity is a force that
Yes.
pulls things downwards. The second premise is gravity will affect gases, but gases move freely in all directions. So you
Not
can say,
carbon
but
dioxide.
you're able to counter that premise because you have a gas pressure gradient.
Fill up a,
They're
you can, you
able
can
to,
buy
if
a
they
fill up
don't,
a carbon dioxide balloon, and you can demonstrate this. Like you can do this on your own.
Okay, here let's
In
look
a
at
carbon
gas
dioxide
pressure.
balloon, you can have
Okay,
it
so
float
that's
on
a
top of-
container. Yeah, a balloon would be a container. Okay, so
Well,
now
what
we
about
got
helium?
gas.
Helium goes up.
Helium
you
would
fill up-
also be
you
a
fill up
helium
air
balloon would
in
be
a balloon.
container.
Does it rise to the surface? No, it falls.
That would be a container.
A bubble.
A
How do
balloon is a
bubbles
container.
fall?
Is a balloon a container or not a container?
Balloon is a container.
Okay, so
You're
you've got a
falling into
container,
it.
right? So now you've got gas pressure is a force exerted on gaseous molecules as they collide with the walls of the container, okay? So your claim is that gravity can be a container. Can you show me a balloon of gravity without the balloon?
Yeah, the Earth.
The whole Earth. You're just going to present the whole Earth as a balloon.
Can I say
that-
something real quick? I wouldn't necessarily say gravity is your container. I'd say more so your magnetic field is your container because your magnetic field is a.
No, magnetic field just maintains
It
from
blocks
the solar
out
winds.
solar solar waves.
Solar
which
winds.
affects. Yeah. Winds.
But it's not
That's what I mean.
keeping in the planet. It's just keeping it from being blown away. That's
Yes.
different.
Okay, but look at the
It's your
logical
barrier,
fallacy. Okay,
so to
hold on.
say.
Pump the brakes here on all these other speculation. So, Raptor, you're in a logical fallacy. It's called where you're presuming the same cause. Okay, you said that Earth is a ball because Earth is a ball.
No, I'm going with the whole like mindset of. Wait, what?
Okay, so you're saying, are you? Did you miss it? You said if Earth is a ball, then Earth is a ball. If Earth is a ball.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, well, how about rephrase it then? Let's see.
I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything about a ball.
Okay, so Earth. You said Earth is a balloon. Sorry, you're right. You
I
did say
said Earth is a container.
a container, a balloon. And Earth is gravity. Then I'm trying to follow your logic. If I got it wrong, okay, no
all
problem.
all matter has gravity. So since all matter has gravity, the Earth would also contain gravity, and so then the
matter
gravity
is
would
gravity.
be. Two
But
things
is
can
matter
have two different
force?
properties.
Is matter also force?
Two things can have two different properties. You can have color
Can they have
and
completing-
texture.
Can they
are
have
independent of
competing
each
properties?
other. Color and texture are independent of each other. They are one thing, but they can have different properties that are associated with them.
Okay, so I can have competing properties.
How they're not competing properties. Like color and texture are not competing properties. You can have something that looks smooth but not be actually smooth. They look and feel this two different
Like
properties.
sandpaper.
Yeah.
Like sandpaper. Okay, so sandpaper would
So
be what? then?
matter is not gravity. Gravity is a property of matter. And matter has other properties that are associated with itself.
So we can look at the states of matter. Do you agree that there's different states of matter?
What is your definition of states of matter? I want to make sure.
Solids, liquids, and gas. Or there's some other ones. but they
Plasma.
Yeah, they don't
Plasma,
matter for this conversation.
Einstein, plasma's quite prevalent.
Yeah, it condensate, and there's a couple,
Bose-Einstein
in between.
condensate, and then
Yeah.
then you have the tri-point where it's all three at once.
Okay, but let's just work off solids, liquids, and gases and branch out from there. Sound good or not?
Okay, what's the point?
Okay, so here from NASA.gov, right? Solids, hard, shape, fixed volume. Liquid, shape of the container, free surface, fixed volume. Gas, shape of the container, volume of the container. So can you use these states of matter to make an observation of Earth?
Yeah.
Okay. What about liquid? Is water, do you understand water to be liquid?
Yeah.
What will you describe the surface of water at rest as?
Actually fairly curved.
Can you show me that?
Yeah, I give you a drop of water. Look at it.
Okay, a drop of water. I'm talking about large bodies of water. Like
Put some oil on a piece of paper, on a wax paper. You see what happens.
How about your whole sink? Like
viscosity.
You do drops, right? I drop 1 drop of water in my sink.
You're talking about okay.
Let's keep dropping water.
If it was flat, it would stay flat, right?
Is it flat?
No, it's round.
What is it?
You're asking me if it's. You're trying to get me to say it's flat, but
so water's not flat.
Water, and that's the shape of water.
Water's not flat.
You're trying to get me to say the water is flat.
I'm not trying to get
round.
you to say anything. I'm asking
It's
you
round.
like just a very quick, very easy question.
Yeah, and I told you what it is, and then you're trying to come up with a different scenario in which it would
so when
be
I posted
a
this
different shape.
NASA.gov, the phases of matter, you see the liquid example as curved. You see that as curved, do you?
Yeah, liquid's curve.
Okay, where do you see the curve there?
I get a drop, bam, it's a curve.
Again. Here it is. Look at the states of matter right there.
I get oil. I put a drop of oil on some wax
The middle
paper.
one. The middle one right there. Where do you see the curve?
All right, let me look at the picture. I'm not looking.
He's demonstrating how the mere acknowledgement of reality is so devastating.
Okay, that's a drawing.
Okay, so do you have another conceptual idea?
Look at a test tube. They'll form a convex disc.
You're trying to
exactly. Surface tension, gentlemen.
That's surface tension, yeah. So
Yeah,
here,
but it's
let's go with
round.
that.
This is with
Let's
gravity
follow
acting
that.
upon it. I hope
So
you know.
here is gas, here is a liquid, and here's a solid. So you see the curve, a convex curve.
You're looking at
Don't worry
cartoon
about what I'm doing.
representations.
Just talk.
You're looking
Just
at
talk it out.
cartoon representations and trying to treat those as actual observations of real life. Cartoon representations are
Sure.
cartoons. They're not real life.
Let's make an
So
observation.
the globe Earth isn't real
Look at
then?
real life. It's
The
not
globe Earth
flat.
isn't real? By your logic, the globe Earth isn't real because they're showing us cartoons every day.
Oh, the good point, Mickey. Yeah, let's address that.
Yep.
So
Well,
you got
you were
cartoon
talking about
globe.
how a container. That's
your
real
logic.
life
That's your
example.
logic. You just sabotage
No,
yourself.
I'm
Yeah,
talking about
it is.
real
Let's follow this all the way
representations
through.
of
Okay.
comparison. You're saying that a container.
Raptor,
is
holy shit, dude! Do you just not stop? Like verbal diarrhea. Okay. We're exploring your worldview. You said cartoons aren't real.
The representations of
Is
reality.
this real? Is this real? Is this curvy water for you? So you'd use this as your proof of curvy water.
Wait, what do you mean by cartoon?
Oh yeah,
Wow.
we could probably explain. Can you define your terms? What do you
Wow,
mean by
this
cartoon?
is really dumb. Like,
No, I'm asking the flat earther. What do you mean by cartoon?
I'm
dumb.
using
Like,
Raptor's
you're trying
version of cartoon.
This is dumb.
What's
Like,
Raptor's
not gonna
definition
lie.
of cartoon?
The drawings of the states of matter. He said these are cartoons.
The drawing of states of matters are cartoons. So what's the point of this?
Because it's exploring his worldview.
No, it's not. It's just.
Well, no, his worldview isn't hinging upon whether or not something's a cartoon. We all know that cartoons obviously don't exist in the tangible world. They're just representations or approximations of reality. So I don't understand
does
your
this
point. Really.
represent states of matter then? Do these cartoons represent what you observe?
They could represent some potential states of matter, but not always. Like we said, there's a.
Which one?
So again, when you're looking, so in particular, when you're looking at something more of the water one, not every instance of water is going to be flat or like that. I mean, because I just pointed one out to you, looking at like when you put water in a graduated cylinder, or you put it in like a test tube, that it won't actually like be entirely curved. So that completely blows out your entire worldview.
No, it doesn't. I call that surface tension.
Oh, so you mean the
it's not
water has
flat.
properties?
Yeah, it has states of matter have properties. Yeah.
So, but in this particular instance, water has the property of some surface tension, meaning that not all instances of water will be curved, or not all instances of water will be flat. So you're saying there's variation.
Large bodies of water at rest.
Do we have
Yes, there's variation between the two.
May I ask, do we have any instances of water adhering to the 3959 mile radius spheroid?
Yeah, so the thing in contention isn't that water has physical properties like you're talking about with adhesion and cohesion inside of a meniscus, like a test tube. The question right now remains is that if we have large bodies of water, and I remember I said large, I didn't say meniscus in a test tube. What you guys fail to realize is that over a body of water, you'd have surface tension and it spreads out. That means that that surface will remain flat and level. Now, you guys want to go back to your meniscus example and use that as a gotcha. It's not. That, of course, is what water forms its own bond. So we understand this. This is the physics of water. Now, what you guys are disputing right now and are trying to insert, this is called sophistry. You're trying to make it sound like water's only curve, and it's not. So if you guys don't admit that over large bodies of water, the question here is large bodies of water, do they form convexity on their surface? Now that's to you guys. Now that was the
you're
question.
misrepresenting
Now, how
my
do you
point.
answer that? You can't answer it with meniscus because I use large bodies of water. Go.
I think it's pronounced minuscule.
No, large bodies of water. Go. Any globe earther in here?
Oh, I showed a video before on a lake. Yeah, the curving, no problem.
Is the lake curving? Okay, so now what we need is there's somebody that asserts the lake is curving. So we need the demonstration following that claim. Now the demonstration. So we made a claim that lakes are curving. So now we're gonna have to find out how did he? The gentleman who just spoke. How does he know that that lake is curving? We need a demonstration now by that gentleman.
Well,
Either
the issue is that if you don't believe in gravity, this entire model kind of falls apart.
No. We're asking for the gentleman who made the claim that lakes curve. Now we need him to demonstrate that.
I didn't say lakes curve.
He didn't say that, but I mean, if you
So do lakes do lakes curve? Yes or no? Do they curve?
What do you mean by lakes? I don't know what you're saying.
The guy said the lake curves. The water on the lake.
Look at waves.
He didn't say that the lakes curve. You said that he said the lakes curve. So
okay,
don't
so
put
the
words in
lake
his
do
mouth.
lakes. Now the question is, do lakes curve? Any
What do you
body
mean by
any
curve?
large body of,
No.
any large body of water.
They
does
would
it curve?
They would curve if it's in a cylinder form.
Don't keep going to cylinder. Don't keep going to. Don't misrepresent my example. My example.
But what do you mean by curve?
My example. No. My body. What I'm saying is large bodies of water. Are there any convexity on their surface? Large.
What's your
bodies
definition of
of water.
curve?
No, but I'm trying to ask you, what do you mean by curve? I need to figure out what you mean by
Okay,
curve.
Einstein. Let me run something by him, like 10 seconds. Einstein, you've seen the pictures that NASA presents of water ball Earth, correct? The marble? Hello?
Who?
Have you seen a depiction of this globe that's been propagated? Yes or no?
Who are you talking to?
You, Bongo. You. Go.
Oh, you mean the
Have you seen this
blue marble
this
thing?
globe that you don't like to talk about? Have you seen any depiction of it?
Yeah, are you talking about the picture that NASA put out, which was
talking
basically
about a picture.
a collage or an amalgamation?
I'm talking about paper mache. I'm talking about anything.
Yeah, I've seen depictions of it.
Like,
sure.
okay, I'll simplify it for you. If someone painted,
I just agreed. I said yes. I've seen depictions of it. You don't need to simplify.
Okay, if someone, okay, very good. On this depiction, silence, please. We heard you tap danced for 30 seconds. Okay, so if you have a basketball and you paint this earth that you imagine on it, correct? The blue parts would be the curving water. So in reality, is that water curving in adherence to this water ball Earth that's claimed?
Well, I mean, do you believe in gravity?
Oh, Lord.
Answer his question, please.
Yeah, to me, to answer your question, it comes to the assumption that we both agree in gravity, and it's an actual thing. If you don't agree on that, we can't have discussion.
FaceTime later, pal.
I know. If you don't, well, actually, I'll
you were the one. You were the one that was confused.
Hold on,
You were
wait, I'll
confused
simplify
about
it.
what curved was.
Yeah, I'll simplify it.
You were
I'll
confused about what
simplify it.
curved was.
I'll simplify it so we can understand.
He's just confused by your definition.
You're obfuscating because you don't want to answer the direct question.
I'm trying to make sure that we are working under the same type of.
No, you don't. You understood what he said. You understood what he said. You're diverting. You're diverting right now.
I'm not trying to divert. I'm trying to answer your question in the most intellectually honest way I can.
Bodies of water curve, yes or no?
I'm trying to answer your
question. It's a closed-ended question, dude. You don't need to ask. You don't need to ask any more questions.
Just do it then.
Yeah, I am doing it. Do you believe if given the assumption gravity exists without acceleration, then yes, it would curve.
What?
We're talking about
given the fact that gravity.
I said here in reality.
Question. Hold on. If given the assumption that gravity exists, then yes.
Here in
We're
reality.
not assuming. We're not assuming anything.
If given the
this is a
assumption,
creative writing workshop.
If given the assumption that gravity exists,
okay, so
yes, it would curve.
Thank you.
Pour water onto your counter and watch the edge of the water. It's going to curve.
Well, no, they're talking about large bodies of water, and if given the assumption that gravity exists,
on your
then yes, it would curve.
Go to your sink. Go to your bathtub. Go to a swimming pool.
This entire problem hinges on the fact that whether or not they think gravity exists or is real. If they don't think that, well, then this entire model falls apart. It wouldn't make sense to them.
No, it's the claim. It's the claim that large bodies of water curve on their surface, and you're not saying yes or no. You're saying ambiguous because you don't want to be held down accountable to. If you say that large bodies of water curve, that somebody can actually test that, and that's where you're going off the rails right now and trying to make excuses and stay ambiguous. Because you don't want people to hold you down.
I rarely simply answered your question by stating, given the fact that gravity is a thing or is real, then yes, it would curve. What is the disconnect you're having here?
We're talking about reality.
So
reality.
So now we've come back to my main problem is that you don't think gravity exists. Okay, that's fine.
No, that's not the main problem.
We're talking about the nature of water.
Convexity. No. 1 second, guys. The main problem here is convexity of water. So if convexity of water is the case, then how can that be tested?
No,
now
we're talking about surface tension and adhesion. We're talking about something different. We're talking about large bodies of water.
Convexity convexity, because the man just told you, he gave you a depiction of the Earth. He's like, yeah, the Earth as a depiction, as a globe, I know what you're talking about. So now we're talking about large bodies of water having convexity. Large bodies of water having convexity is a claim. So how can we demonstrate to everybody? How can we demonstrate that you're rumpusing me because you have to? You're rumpusing me because you have to.
We're not talking about convexity. We're talking about large bodies of water.
No.
Having
curved
surfaces due to the fact that the surface tension on water is not strong enough to produce convexity to that degree. Now, the whole entire point of me stating that whether or not you believe in gravity is dependent on whether or not you think something can curve is the fact. I don't know why you can figure that out, but it's the fact that if we're on a sphere, if gravity exists, or if you think gravity exists, then it'd be no problem for like the water to be curving due to the fact it's on a 3D object.
Yeah,
that is entirely dependent on whether or not you believe gravity exists. If you don't believe it exists, then we can't have a conversation.
Okay, so does reality match the cartoon?
Yeah, if gravity is taking hold of this water ball, then you're going to be able to demonstrate that the water ball has convexity on its surface. And so we're asking if that's what you believe. Need to be convexity. If that's what you believe, you're going to have to provide evidence of that convexity.
No, I would have to demonstrate to you gravity exists.
No, you don't, because you can't prove something that doesn't exist. It's like me telling you, I can prove to you.
So you don't believe that there's an acceleration downwards?
I can prove to you that rainbow unicorns exist. So I have to prove that to you before we get to the next.
Well, no, but do you not believe that like acceleration downwards exists? That's not, like that doesn't exist. To you?
No. You believe that there's convexity on water surface of large bodies of water.
So you don't believe that
you see how you want to shift? You want to shift the burden of proof.
And just
No. You're a sophist. You're a sophist. You want to shift the burden of proof.
The definition of gravity.
No. You're a sophist. You want to shift the burden of proof to me. The burden of proof lands on your shoulders right now.
That is the definition.
You believe that the surface.
I'm asking you. Look, this conversation is very easy. Do you believe in gravity? Yes or no?
Where's your demonstration of the Earth curving like you say it is with the body?
You're anti-gravity. That's what you are. You're an anti-gravity. Prove it. Jesus Christ.
Prove it. Prove that large bodies of water are curving on their surface.
Large bodies of water curving on their surface. That's all you got to provide.
I already showed a video that shows that. Actually.
You see? I'm
Look at that.
demonstrating
This guy
to everybody
doesn't
in here
believe
listening
gravity.
to you.
that shows
Everybody
the water
that's listening to you are listening to you,
Everyone
not
that's
able to
listening to you
provide evidence
realize that
for
you
the
don't
bodies
believe in
of water having
Gravity is such a
convexity
simple
on their
concept.
surface.
You can't just drop an object and watch it fall
Well,
to the
there it
ground.
is,
Go,
guys. He hasn't provided
look at
evidence,
that.
so now he's just going to sit there without his
You can't
evidence.
even answer the question
juice
if
is
you even
cooked.
believe in
You're going to
gravity
sit there
now.
without your evidence, aren't you?
Look at that. You can't
Guys,
believe
can we
in
have a conversation, please? Look, I posted a
Yeah,
video
the
that
conversation
shows...
is he's not providing evidence of the curved bodies of water.
I provided
That's it.
evidence for his claim, which I agree with. That some
Okay,
large
where
bodies
is
of
it?
water curve. My video shows that. It's timestamped. It's in the chat there.
See, how come you couldn't provide that evidence that the gentleman just did? I'm questioning that.
Well, don't make it personal. What does it matter if it's like?
Okay, so now the gentleman who presented the evidence for the video, what are the measurements for the curving bodies of water with drop over distance, please?
I don't think he did any measurements.
Okay, so we're just gonna look at a video and say, I believe this video is what it is without any measurements? What are the measurements of Earth?
What most flat earthers do.
It shows.
No, the measurements, listen to me very carefully. The measurements of Earth are given to us in Google. If we look at the radius, the diameter, and the circumference, we have metrics to go by. So now we have metrics. So now those metrics, those values have to be correct. So when we go, like the gentleman just talked about a video he's going to show us, right? So now let's take those measurements and see if they fit his video. Do they measure up to the video? Yes or no?
Well, I'm sorry. So why would we need measurements when we can see that there's been obstruction there?
That's
right?
the claim. The claim is the size of the Earth
hidden
is the
height
geometry.
obstructed, right, of objects. Right?
It doesn't matter. The claim is the geometry of Earth. They're claiming that the Earth is of a certain set. Listen, dude, it's of a certain size right now. The Earth, right? They're claiming that it's a radius, diameter, circumference. The radius is 3959. The circumference is 24,901 miles. All these metrics and values that are given to us, we have to go and test them. So if you're saying that shows curve right there, then we need to go and test that video to see if it's true or not. That it's following the same geometry as they're giving us. That's all I'm saying.
A second. No, the question was show evidence of water curving, right? Like large bodies of water curving.
Geometry to
that was the claim, and I provide evidence of that.
You don't have the evidence that the geometry is what they're telling us. That's what I'm asking.
That's a different question.
You're just saying that the Earth is curving, dude. That's all you're saying.
Okay, so this is not evidence of Earth curving to you, not at all.
If it is, it would be followed by data points, which is like the metrics of the Earth, followed by you saying, look, from where I'm at to where that thing is over there, there's a certain drop rate over distance. You'll be able to tell me that in detail and would be able to find out for sure how much it's curving from point A to point B. But you're not doing that. You're just saying, check out my video, dude. I'm going to show you curvature. And then after that, everybody just believes, oh, yeah, that's curvature without any measurements whatsoever. We don't know the size of the Earth from your video.
You gotta have to take into consideration
like
viscosity and fucking gravity.
We're not talking about gravity. We're talking about convexity.
Gravity is a major component of all this. If you do not believe in it,
no,
it
it's
doesn't
not.
matter.
It's a derivative topic. Gravity is a derivative topic.
Hold on.
It's a derivative topic to the geometry of Earth. How big the ball that you're standing on, that's in question. How big is the ball that you're standing on? We're trying to figure out. It's just like me telling you, how tall are you? I'm asking you a question. How tall are you? You're going to be like, well, you have to know gravity to know how tall I am. No, you don't. You just need to know how tall you are. And then somebody else can measure you and say, yeah, he's that exact tall. I know how tall he is now. So
if I was the size of a lake, I think
we're just measuring geometry. That's all we're doing. We're measuring geometry.
Okay, wait. We can get like from the video. I don't know if Mayhem. Did you watch the video, the clip at least? Like,
okay,
no, I'm gonna be honest with you. I haven't seen it. I'm on my phone, but I will look at it. However, I will say this though: presenting any evidence,
make calculations from the video. That's what I want to say. Like, because it does show objects of presumably known distance. Known size. Like there's a boat there, like a tourist boat that goes in a lake, and it's being obstructed when the camera goes down, right? So
that's fine, but we don't have any metrics, dude. Like we're just going off of you saying that this video shows curve. There it is.
Metric.
Like, you're just saying, there it is. I'm like, dude, where are the data points? Where you're standing from the shore? What's your elevation height? How far are you looking through? Did you talk about any other values like the time of day? There's nothing. There's no data, bro.
Well, Mayhem, look, at least this is a step towards like providing evidence.
I don't disagree with you. I disagree. Right. No, I'm saying, look, if you're presenting something, the next logical step is how can you figure out some measurements to this? All I'm asking, listen, to anybody that's here, All I'm asking for is when you put something forward, put your best foot forward. Don't just say, here's a picture, believe me, bro. Like, no, I want you to do due diligence and lay it out to me. If you have an argument, if you have some evidence, bring it forward. Otherwise, you're just saying, believe me. You know, I can't do that. What logical person
step at a
do that?
time. We can do step at a time, right? So I heard somebody ask for evidence of like large bodies of water curving on Earth, right, in a globe Earth model. I provided that. Now you ask for like a more detailed analysis of that evidence. Sure.
What did you
That's
provide?
fair.
Did you provide
That's fair
something?
enough.
No, he just
What did you
provided a
provide?
video.
Notes going over curve?
Yeah, he just provided a video, and he wants us to believe without any data.
You can look at the video. It's a
Perhaps
short
enrolling a
clip.
drawing 101 course, some of your confusions will be cleared up there.
Wait, say that again, sir. You address
I
it.
said maybe think about enrolling in a drawing 101 course. Some of your confusions may be cleared up there about perspective and things of that matter.
Yeah, but we're more concerned of like there's no data here. He just wants people to believe based on a video.
Yeah,
and based on that logic,
video is data.
Hang on 1 second. Based on that logic, everybody who's shown a video about anything ever, we have to just believe the video, like Bigfoot, like Loch Ness Monster, like anything that you put on video, we just got to take it for what it is. And what I'm asking for is if you're saying that there's convexity, listen, I want due diligence involved. Then go ahead and give me some data points. I'm at this elevation height. This is how far away that target distance is. And then therefore we see at that level where the horizon is and that boat's going over that, that's the curvature, because now we know from where I'm at to where it's at that there's a certain drop rate over the distance. Like you're not doing anything like that. You're just saying, here's my video, believe me, bro. That's all you're doing.
Okay, wait, so what if we showed you that it like
you hear what I asked for, bro? You heard what I asked for. I'm wanting the measurements, the data points. I'm not wanting you to give me more beliefs.
And I want a fucking supermodel, dude.
Spartacus,
we
we talked
don't
about
all
this
get
this
what we
morning.
want in reality.
Remember, we're following
Why
the
not?
NASA.
Why not? Why
Spartacus,
not, bro?
We're following the NASA method. Remember, you only trust God. Everyone else has to bring the data. The JPL,
Okay, wait.
Richard,
Well, first
right
of all, no flat earthers bring data in this discussion on the table.
All right, but that's not the
that's
claim.
a disqualify.
The claim is that Earth is a globe, and we're being taught that in schools. We're being indoctrinated that the Earth is a globe. We're not being indoctrinated that the Earth is flat. You know what I'm saying? In every single institution, there's people believing that the Earth is a globe because that's what they're being taught. Not they're being taught flat Earth. They're not being taught flat Earth. They're being taught globe Earth. That's why I'm bringing it to you like this. So if that is the case, where is the evidence for it? Otherwise, it's just another belief system, another religion. And we don't want that. We want critically thinking minds to engage in this conversation so that everybody can know that it is indeed a globe with the truth. Yeah, and why would you be fearing that? Well, you guys just want all the data. Yeah, that's what we've been asking for. The data. Show us. And no one wants to step forward and say, I got it, man. I got you right here. And that's my thing is, why are you guys shying away from that? If it is indeed a globe, then the ball would present itself geometry. Like with, radius, diameter, circumference. It would be right there. And everybody tap dancing and moving around that like it's not relevant. What? Anyway, that's what we require. We require the data points. If you make your observation, you have your video, show us the data that we have drop over distance, over that distance that you're seeing the boat disappear. And if it's not the curvature of the Earth, then it has to be something else.
Yeah, he disqualified because in his worldview, he said flat earthers do not bring data. And he didn't bring any data. So he just is a concession that he's a flat earther.
Guess that's the end of that.
His goose is cooked.
Yeah, I always say that, huh?
I love that one. I know, it's so good. It's so good.
Mr. Sensible, your goose is cooked.
Yeah.
Hello,
I
Mickey.
can't tell you. I got a dude earlier today to say that he's not sure if he's ever eaten food before. He's not even sure if he's himself. He could be somebody else. I was like, your goose is cooked.
Yeah, every question you were asking that guy, he literally just said, "It's my belief."
Yeah, but he also didn't believe you could have beliefs.
Yeah, just a very inconsistent guy.
But yeah, that's what I told him. At least I understood it. Like, you understand where he's coming from. That he can't know anything. And he doesn't even know that he doesn't even know that. His goose was cooked. Are you on Discord? I don't know. Have you eaten food? I don't know. What's food? Do you know what food is? No, I don't know what that is either. Do you know that you're you? I don't know that either. I'm like, so what do you know? I know I can't know anything. And you know that. No, I don't know that either. You're done, dude. I get it, okay? There's no point in talking to you because inside your worldview, you've got no knowledge whatsoever. There's nothing you know. You just be telling me about some random thought that passed through your head, and it could mean something, or it could mean nothing at all.
Isn't that what you're doing though? Also, because you don't have the proofs for the flat Earth, so you're doing the same. You're just arguing different points.
No, I know that the Earth is observably flat and observably stationary. I know the Earth measures flat and is measured stationary. I know I can use the Earth as flat and stationary. So I know, by all practical purposes, all measurements, all observations, the only logical conclusion I can think of is the Earth is both flat and stationary. There's no doubt in my mind. 100%. The Earth is both flat and stationary.
I have a question.
You have the math for that?
You said meth?
You said you know by like measurements or the math.
Yeah, you can
behind
measure.
it.
You can measure the Earth.
Do you guys think satellite images are
Hold
real?
on. What is
Not
the
of
math
the
of the
actual-
flat Earth? Because they both say the same things. They both have their own mathematical model.
Yeah, so go test it.
Yeah, you could test the geometrical sphere model. I just never heard about the flat Earth math model.
Well, that's what you do. You test the claim presented, the 3959 mile water ball.
Seriously, but they've tested it and geometrically.
Yeah,
in
you
like a
want to
line.
go through this?
In what
I'll
way?
go through
In
this
what
with you
way?
if you don't spurg, okay? To make a deal.
Yeah, I'm not.
Okay, you have to promise that you'll be able to go step by step, mathematically. Only talk about the math, not talk about me and my mother and how I got dropped on my head and how I should jump off a building or drink bleach. Okay, we'll go step by step, and it'll be by the end of this conversation, there'll be no doubt in your mind that the Earth mathematically measures flat. Are you ready to do this?
I'm ready. My body is ready.
Okay, let's start with Kansas, okay? Do you know where Kansas is?
Kansas? No, I don't.
No, Kansas.
Yeah, Kansas.
Do you recognize that Kansas is on Earth?
Correct.
Okay, just give me a second. I'm listening. Okay, here we go. Do you recognize that a pancake is flat?
Sure.
How about this?
It's like a disc, right?
Yeah, so let's do this. If mathematically you could assign flat a value of 1.0, okay, can you do that with me?
Yeah.
Okay, so what do you think is flatter, Earth or a pancake? Which is closer to 1.0?
Well, that's why I'm asking what do you think Earth's
Yeah, that's what I'm
shape
saying. Let's
is?
go through it, right? Which one do you think is flatter mathematically? A pancake or Earth?
Let's use a pancake or something else because Earth's shape
Okay.
is under debate right now.
Yeah, but so let's look at, because we talked about Kansas being on Earth. So we're using Kansas.
Oh,
So right there,
if you
simply
blow,
put,
if you blow it out,
look at simply put in layman's conclusion, simply put, our results show Kansas is considerably flatter than a pancake. With a degree of flatness could be mathematically described as damn flat. So let's just call this an anomaly, right? We'll say Kansas is just like a disco ball Earth, right? We only got one spot, and this one spot is damn flat, mathematically damn flat. In terms of math, okay? We've assigned this portion of the Earth as damn flat. Let's check other portions of the Earth, right? You think we can do that? Let's check some other states. Let's see here. Oh, it turns out there's states even flatter than Kansas, starting with Florida. Wow, that's interesting, because what do they do in Florida? Do they do something special in Florida that they don't do anywhere else? What do they do in Florida?
I don't know if there's like a mathematical constant of the curvature of the Earth.
1.0. 1.0 would be flat. Anything lower than 1.0 or higher than 1.0. So if you went below 1.0, that'd be convexing downward. Over 1.0 would be convexing upward.
But we understand that matter does go up and down. It's not completely flat.
Yeah, it's not completely flat, but it's flatter than a pancake. But the Earth can be described. The Earth can be described as flatter than a pancake. Okay, so it's not perfectly flat. I got you, but it is flatter mathematically than a pancake. A literal pancake. I could right now. You could cook a pancake, right?
Yo, Chris, when you're done, let me take up on the 3 points when you're done.
Okay.
But that doesn't prove it's not a sphere.
No, we're
just
talking about the math.
that...
We're talking about the math now, right? Okay. So how about this, right? You've got Florida, which is even flatter than Kansas, mind you. Okay? If Kansas is damn flat, then Florida is like damn flat. So let's look at a rocket. They say, "Oh, flat earthers, jump on a rocket." Certainly,
all right, I got the counter argument.
Okay.
Let's say you're on a
Mickey
basketball.
wants to take over. Yeah, Mickey wants to take over.
Let me just say real quick.
Okay, go ahead.
If you're on a basketball and you're like a microscopic cell, like you're really tiny, and you're on any place in that sphere, doesn't it seem flat to you? Because as far as you can see, it's flat. Now, I'm not disagreeing with you. It could be like some kind of like disc shape. It's not like a sphere. Because all we've ever seen is a circle, like a perfect circle. You look at the moon, you look at the Earth, it's a circle. We don't know if it's a sphere, and I think this is what's fucking everything up is why does the water have to be flat? Why can't there be
clear everything up for you in just a moment. Were you done, Crit?
Yeah, tap in.
All right, so the claim is, and I'm not saying you're making it, right? The claim is that the Earth is an oblate spheroid, roughly, or chubbier at the middle, according to, the rhetoric. You agree with that or not? Hello?
What? What'd you say?
The Earth
in the
is
middle?
a spheroid according to the rhetoric, according to like what they tell us, right? I'm just going based on what they're saying to us, you, me, and everybody else on Earth. The Earth is an oblate spheroid. It's like a pear shape. It's chubbier at the middle. You agree with that or not?
I'm in this camp of I think we're being lied to on some things. I'm not for certain, but I'm leaning towards spherical or the pear. We can say right now I'm leaning towards that.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, so if you're leaning towards that, then I would ask you a question. Hopefully these 3 questions are going to shed some light on your thought process. The thought process that you think that the Earth is a globe, right? Or oblate spheroid. All right. So number 1, who has ever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history with drop over distance? Let me explain to you, okay? Because do you know what drop over distance is, or do I need to explain it to you?
You can measure the drop over distance from satellite images.
Yeah, I know. Like some people know what that word means, or words mean, but I'm asking the gentleman if he knows what it means. Sir?
Yeah, I brought it up earlier, I don't know if there's a constant for that. It says there's some kind of equatorial polar radius curvature constant number, but I don't know if that's the one. But no, you're saying no one has ever done
But you know
that?
what exists. You know what I'm. But no, I'm saying you know what I'm talking about, right? You know what specifically I mean by drop over. Okay, so my question to you: has anybody ever measured that anytime in history? And if so, hang on a second. Don't jump. Just hold your horses. Let me finish explaining. If somebody has, what I need from you is the primary source. I need a citation and then a demonstration. Let me explain. Relax. I need a primary source, as in who said it, a citation, where it's been said, and also followed by a demonstration how we can test it. 3 things. So if you know, I need those 3 things from you. If you don't know, just say I don't know and I'll go to the next question. I'm not going to hold it against you. I just want to know if you know yes or no. If you don't know, just say I don't know. We'll go to the next question and we'll go to the third and we'll finish. But the faster you're honest and you want to go through it, the faster we'll get through these questions. Do you know?
No, I personally don't know about that.
Okay, so let's go to the second question. The second question is that axial rotation or the spin of the Earth has been detected. So we have to know who. Let's say it's kind of like the first question. Who's ever measured axial rotation anytime in history with any device or people or persons, right? Who has done this so that we can test to see if the Earth is indeed spinning like they tell us. They're telling us that at the equator, the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. So we want to know, how did they figure that out? And if you know, please tell me. If not, say I don't know. I'll go to the third question. Same thing as the first: primary source, citation, demonstration.
I understand where this is going, but
just answer the question. If you don't know, just
no. Like I don't know.
Okay. So third question. The third question is that the vacuum of space is adjacent to the pressure that we breathe. According to the rhetoric, they're telling us that the globe Earth is an open system. Now, that open system has matter and energy transferring back and forth through the system. Rockets can leave the Earth and go to the moon. Rovers can land on Mars. Satellites can go into low Earth orbit. Now, with an open system, matter and energy can transfer back and forth through this open system. Okay, so if we do live in an open system, the question would then be, if we're breathing gas pressure here on the surface, about 14 psi in and out of our lungs, how is it possible to have gas pressure that you and I are breathing without a container? Because in every instance we have gas pressure, it needs to be contained.
So I would say that the space, it is the gas pressure. It's a low density, and it's so massive. I was thinking about this earlier. Think of
but the 3 things. Sir, I'm just saying the 3 things are. Before you go on, the 3 things I require: primary source, who said it, citation, where it's been said, and then a demonstration to provide evidence.
All right. At the end of the day, it's like, yeah, but then you don't have yours when I ask you like why this happens or this happens.
Sir, we're getting through this. Do you know? Yes or no?
I'm telling you, it's because the space is low density, and
so
it pushes
what
on.
What is the primary source?
It's out there. I'm driving right, but that's what they've come. That's what the spherical Earth people have come to the conclusion of.
Right, but what I'm asking for is something specific. If you don't have it right now, and if you don't know, then it's simply just say I don't know. That's all I'm asking for.
Sure. I don't have it. But it doesn't mean it's not there. Like
that's
just
not
like
the
the flat Earth.
question, sir. It's not. It's not based on that. It's based on either you know or you don't.
Continue.
Okay, so you don't know, right? Was that the answer?
Well, I could find it and come back. Do you want to like pause and then come back in a few hours?
I can.
Why don't we just continue? Let's say I don't think I have a true hard primary source and actual evidence of this. But I would assume it's like you can kind of see it when they measure matters and stuff like that. It's like kind of self-explanatory when you're dealing with masses. that masses are affecting each other, and then it's easy to say that the mass of the space is affecting the Earth. But it's also multidimensional. The Earth, I believe, is spinning, and then if gravity exists, I got to look into that more. Or at least gravity is just force between masses. Doesn't actually mean it's like if the Earth is spinning because there's like some fast-moving magnet in the Earth that's spinning, and then the sun has a magnet and that's spinning. So it's pushing it a certain distance away in a direction, and then the magnet or the metal inside the Earth is spinning, and it's holding things. It's adding like an extra layer of force on the Earth. Meanwhile, the space pressure, the density of that is also pushing onto the Earth.
That was rough, bro.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna pass it on to somebody else. So, guys, go ahead.
Yeah, he'll come back. He's going to polish that up a little bit and come back. It's a little rough around the edges, okay? So, like, when you get a chance, right, maybe, like, work it through and come back. This is a continuing conversation, okay? Nothing's got to get resolved today.
No. My point is, why does the water level have to be flat? I don't think it does, even on the disk model or the flat Earth model. It could have curvature. They're trying. I think that's like a trick.
Do you go to a swimming pool and
the water
does
is
the
flat.
water have to be level? I mean, it's not like you go to a lake or like a pond of water and say, why are you level? You're gonna ask the water that? That's just what it is.
Okay, so then the spherical people are saying that the water makes a curve all the time.
They're saying the bodies of water are curved for some reason.
6 inches per mile.
But aren't you saying it's flat all the time?
Per mile
Or no?
squared.
Flat
Yeah, we
doesn't
observe it
go.
to be.
So you go
observe
to
the
a
lake to be
lake that's a
flat,
mile
yeah.
across, and you put a laser an inch above the water, and you can't see it on the other side, even if it's 5 inches.
Well,
above
they've done this. They've done this, and the lasers go further than should if it was curved.
So guess what, guys?
6 inches.
Guess what, guys? God has granted me a gift. Who was here earlier? I know AI was here earlier. Who else was here earlier? When
Yeah, you were granted a gift. I was in your home area today.
yeah, I'm so upset that I couldn't meet you then. I was like, oh, he's gonna be in Brooklyn. It's bullshit. One day. So remember earlier, and this is like basically the the premise that all the globe earthers have been running with in the room, right? Like they'll either ask the question or assert the question and say, oh, why is the sun setting? Oh, why is the boat disappearing behind the horizon? Now, or they'll make the assertion, the boat goes over the horizon because it's curved. How do you know? Because what else disappears when you go beyond it, right? You guys heard that earlier, right?
I'm sorry, what else disappears?
Yeah.
I mean,
Is that the feeling? Does everybody, even the globe earthers, you think that because it looks like it's going beyond a curve, it is, because what else would it be, right?
yeah, like no, it's like curved. What else would it be? Like it clearly is curving, or it's like the flat Earth people think it's curving because matter is like raised.
Who else
Why
agrees
do
that
they-
it's curved because the horizon blocks boats, because that's what it looks like? Who else agrees?
I mean, I think it's curved because in the northern and southern hemisphere,
That's
the
not what I
stars
asked you. I don't need a
rotate
red
in
herring. Just focus on the example,
What's
because
that
I'm
Earth?
trying to
I
get
mean,
through to
Do
something.
the sun. Do the sun. Maybe that's more pro flat Earth. Like, why is it blocked when it comes up?
Why can't you guys, it's hard, it's like being in a classroom full of fucking first graders. Can you focus? Yes or no? The horizon is earth curved because it looks like that. Yes or no?
I don't know what you're saying.
it's crazy. Did I just come in during a quiet time, or is it because they know that I'm about to ensnare them in a trap? Like that they're all scared to put their, you're gonna say it eventually because you fucking guys have nothing else, and I'm
You
gonna
got 'em.
embarrass you
You
every
got 'em.
time I step in here. So
It's
you
because it's
can
I don't
admit it
know.
now, or you can admit it. You're breaking up AI. Damn, even in Brooklyn, that's crazy.
Hey, you just said we have nothing else, but I just gave you something else, and you said it was a red herring?
That's because the
Yeah,
Globies
I
can't
asked you a
accept their
question.
claims.
I asked you a question. I said, do you guys think that the horizon is Earth curved? Do you think that boats disappear beyond the horizon? And then you started to talk about something about the north and the
Well, you
south.
were asking why people think
No, I
that.
didn't ask why people believe in the Earth.
But then you
No.
said that's the only thing they have. But I gave you something
No, that's
else,
not what I
and you
said.
said that's the
I
red
said that's
herring.
the only argument they got as it pertains to the horizon. We have a
What about
geometric argument.
what
We have
about
a
all these other
geometric.
different
We have a
things?
geometric argument. They just have a
Wait,
perception art.
there.
We have
Can I
a
ask you,
geometric. Oh
why
my
does
God,
northern and southern
Jesus
hemispheres
Christ! We have a
behave the same way?
geometric argument. We have a geometric argument. All you guys have is a perception argument. That's exactly the conversation I had earlier.
But
I'm
whenever,
asking
can I ask?
anybody who was in here to agree that that's how the
But
conversation
you,
went.
You're not making sense, right? Because both arguments are impacted by perception. So
You
what
know
you're
what?
saying is
Guess what?
essentially
I'm
gibberish.
gonna wait for you to make the claim then. Somebody
Make
in
what
here is
claim?
gonna be the dumbass to make the claim. Don't worry about it. I'll be waiting.
What claim?
Okay,
I'm confused.
let me ask the question to the room then. Why do the boats sometimes appear to disappear from the bottom up on the horizon?
It depends on what you're viewing it with.
My eyes.
Okay. What's the limitation of your eyes? What limitations do your eyes have?
What is the
No, just the
limitation of your eye
standard
have to do with
limitations
the?
of the
Hold on.
eye.
Hold on. Is the if you were looking at a building, right? You know what a building is?
No. Clarify.
Somebody has to mute him.
What do you mean mute me? You asked me if I know what a building is.
Somebody has to
Ask
mute
you
him. Somebody has to mute him.
For what reason?
This is not. We can't move
Bro,
forward with
stop
a person
all
like
this
that.
yapping, my nigga.
Silence him as well.
Elijah, man, have you just come to the sad realization today that that like both things you keep saying over and over again are affected by perception?
It's like earlier how they couldn't accept to agree that they believe the sun is moving because they think the ground is the thing moving, and they can't accept that they claim the water is curving.
No, it's these fucking globe earthers, man.
They will not make a single claim. They're scared to death of their claim.
Could I
They
ask a question
refuse.
about the sun?
So you guys are scared to death about. You're not. Look, see. Guess what?
I thought we were talking about
When
the
a
sun.
globe earther comes in, and I don't have an argument, guess what? I'm hella intrigued to see where they're trying to go. You know, I'm trying to go somewhere, and you guys are like, "Oh no, flat earther might say something that's gonna make me stupid. Let me stop him at all costs. Seize that man."
What do you mean? I am a
Could
flat
I ask
earther.
a question about the sun?
Go ahead.
Thank you. I was wondering, around, right? Is that how it works? Yeah, I'm not trying to instate. I'm just curious about how it works.
Your
Is it
mic
the sun that
completely
moves
cut
around?
out. Repeat it.
Oh, sorry. I was just wondering. Is it the sun that moves around on the Earth, the flat Earth model, or
what
what?
we observe, isn't it?
What are you talking about? What do you see the sun do on a daily basis?
Well, I guess I see from my perspective the sun moving around, but I'm wondering physically.
that's what
obviously, from my like globe model, I believe that we're going around it and we see it moving around in our sky. But I'm wondering.
I get where you're coming from. I get where you're coming from. I get
but
where
yeah,
you're
I'm
coming
just wondering.
from. You don't have a problem. You don't have a problem with reification fallacies. See, I don't have a celestial view of the Earth. Therefore, I don't just make claims about what the sun is and what it does.
No, I was going to ask a question relating to that because the moon changes shapes during the month, right? And I was wondering, does that mean there's? Sorry,
does it? That's odd.
I mean, yeah,
What do you
the
mean it
shadow
changes?
of the Earth
It goes through its
on the moon.
phases, and
It's
you're
not. It's
assuming.
not the shadow.
They're
It's not.
just
I'm
changing
sorry.
the
It's not the
slideshow
shadow.
on the
It's not.
PowerPoint.
It's not the shadow of the earth, my guy. You're wrong.
Oh, what is it? I was just asking. I was just asking how that works in the flat Earth model. I wasn't trying to be
No,
like
I
malicious.
no. Like I just told you, I don't have a celestial view of all of these objects, so I won't be making shitup.com. But
Oh, I didn't
in
hear
the
that. Sorry.
heliocentric paradigm, though, the reason that you have moon phases is because of the angle to the sun. It has nothing to do with the Earth. You're welcome.
The angle to the sun. What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean? Don't you know about your religion?
I was just asking if you could explain that better because I didn't really get it because of the angle to
Yeah,
the sun.
in the heliocentric model, the
I don't
shadow
know
on
what
the
the
moon has.
heliocentric model is.
You don't know what happy trip around the sun day is? Happy birthday because you go around the sun. That's your belief, right? That you're moving and the sun's not.
Why are you saying? I don't know what's happening. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about your religion. How much of it don't you know?
The sun's moving
I'm not
too.
religious.
Okay. All right. So, from our perspective, the reason that the things in the sky appear to move, according to your religion, is because we're spinning, right?
Wait, do you not think the Earth spins even?
Why would I think the earth spins? That's your religion.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
I don't feel it spinning.
yeah.
Well, do we have any evidence that it's spinning? Does anyone want to provide that?
Wait, so let me get this straight. So
No.
you think that the whole like majority of the entire world, the education systems, are
I don't give a shit
promoting the
about
world
them. I don't
pretending
appeal to any ad populum fallacies, which means most people believe something, therefore I believe it. I don't give a shit about that. But back to your misunderstanding about your own heliocentric paradigm and worldview. So, did you understand
What does that mean?
that
What does heliocentric mean?
I just told you sun
I didn't
centered?
get it.
I don't even know
Sun-centered.
what they think they believe in. This is the issue because we're trying to discuss the globe model, and most people don't understand the globe model. Even the globe
Oh
believers.
no, I just don't
majorities
know
are
what
believing.
heliocentric
I
means.
just told you
Yeah, that's the
sun-centered.
foundation
Now I
of the
know.
globe
You
model.
told me it means sun-centered. Now I know that. I
Okay,
just didn't
great.
know that word.
Okay,
It's
that's
okay, that's
great.
okay. I'm just pointing out.
So now that
But that
you
doesn't.
know, now that you know, do you understand the answer to your question? You asked what
Yeah, I get it.
causes
You
the
think the
phases,
world
and I
isn't
said.
round, but you also have absolutely no knowledge of the world itself yourself.
So now you're being,
That's what you just said.
now you're being an asshole. No, I didn't say that.
I'm being an asshole. You're calling everyone in the chat retards basically constantly.
No, I don't give a fuck about how you feel about what I don't believe. That's
What?
how you feel. I know shit
You just
about
called
the
me
earth.
rude, and then you're like, "All these guys are idiots. These guys coming in here doing false fallacies, heliocentric." That's you, dude.
Is that what you heard? I don't remember hearing the words idiot come out of my mouth.
You have definitely said idiot. I'm sorry.
Oh, and at not just now though.
I'm fine with it. Just I think you should chill out. Like no one hates
I
you.
was chill just now. I didn't call anybody an idiot.
You have been
Sounds
calling
like
people
a
idiots.
sounds like a Freudian slip of where his mindset is at.
So, again, this is a detraction away from the reason I came in here. They're scared to death of their own claim. They don't even know what it is. I
Can
mean,
you make me scared to death
it's
then? Can you like
35,
ask
it's
me
35
something?
other, Jesus Christ. It's 35 other, you don't have anything to talk about, sir. Sit down. You don't even know about the
But
heliocentric model.
you're just literally monologuing about people are coming in here and they're
What
telling
do
us
you
we
know?
don't know
You
anything.
don't know what a
Like, start a
heliocentric model
conversation.
is. What you don't know what a heliocentric model is. You don't know why there are phases of the moon as per your own religion. So what am I saying that's wrong? I didn't put anything on you. I didn't add anything extra.
No, I'm just
That's
saying you're not like
exactly what
actually
you just.
making any
Why are you
conversation. You're
talking when
literally
I'm
just going,
talking? I
all of
paused
these
for
people.
literally 5 seconds. I paused for 5 seconds. Why were you talking when I was talking?
Hello, we back?
You don't know your own claim. You don't know what heliocentrism is. You didn't know why there are moon phases. So, what did I say that was inaccurate?
So, can we have a conversation about a topic now?
I already said that we were already having one, but you didn't know anything.
Well, no, I just didn't know what heliocentric meant.
You didn't know why there were. You thought that the phases of the moon were due to the blocking of the sun's light by the Earth.
Well,
Right,
yeah,
we
that's
get
what a
it.
lot of
He's
people think.
We get it. He's clueless. So, how about clueless boy who doesn't know what these things mean? How about you just ask a question, and then Elijah will
I did
answer.
ask a question. I did
How
ask a
about that?
question, but no one answered it.
I did ask.
Is that good? How
Ask
about
your
a
question.
new question? How about a new question?
Okay, here's my question, okay? No one responded to it. I was wondering why in the North Pole and the South Pole the stars rotate in different directions. That's all.
Oh, do they go east in the southern hemisphere or something?
I'm not sure which way around it is, but they go different clockwise.
Well, you should know because I for sure know that the stars go east to west everywhere you are on Earth, which is the same
Elijah,
direction.
Elijah, can you answer my question, please?
I'm just how rude of you to steal the other guy's moment in asking a question. He's trying to seek
That dude
clarity
can
for his
wait. He can
worldview.
wait. He can wait.
You see how disrespectful the Globers are to the Globe Earthers? That's crazy.
I'm Monday.
You gonna let him step on you, bro?
just
You was talking when I was talking. You gonna let him just take your spot?
He been yapping this whole time. I think I deserve a turn.
Go ahead,
Yeah, you
King.
can
Ask
jump
your
in
question. You
a
can
minute.
answer my next.
See, he just said it's okay. Do you see how nice these globe earthers are?
To
Thank you,
Globe
man.
Earthers, of course, but they're bigots and assholes when it comes to flat earthers. But go on.
Okay, so Elijah, I'm not taking like the globe earth answering thing. I just want
I
to
don't
like.
care what you're doing. Ask your question, sir.
Oh, yes, sir, yes, sir. So I just wanted to know what is your like. What would you say is the best proof of flat Earth that you can provide?
There's no curvature.
Okay.
Yep.
Nice and short, like that. So with the guy who
I
was
can
asking the
debunk this.
questions, with the guys who was asking the questions saying, I don't know anything, it's fine that you don't know anything about the globe, but then that does mean that when you're asking your questions, you should be showing a little more humility in your understanding of things. So when you're saying like, oh, so you're saying everyone in the entire world is lying, I mean, you don't even know what you think they're lying about or that you think we think they're lying about. So you just need to ask really open, broad, honest questions without any preconceived notions. And then your next question about the stars rotating is obviously just something you've maybe read or seen on one of these anti-flat Earth websites or Professor Dave videos, which again, if you don't know what the heliocentric model is, bro, you're not going to be arguing north and south star rotations. Like, start small. Start with like, oh, what do they claim the Earth is then as a globe? What are they telling me I live on? Because you don't know any of this. You don't know the size of the ball they claim. You don't know the speed that it's supposed to be claiming. You need to start figuring that out before you start trying to have this like position of, well, it's obviously a globe, so why do you flat earthers think this? You don't even know what globe you think you believe in. So I would be asking way more basic questions if I were you. Don't go to the northern, southern star trails. I mean, that's just my advice.
Different directions.
Hello. You can prove curvature exists because matter curves.
Yo, I don't even know what the hell.
You keep
What does that mean?
think about it. Think about
on,
it.
bro.
It exists on
Come
both
on.
flat Earth and spherical.
Yeah, curvature
No, like this
exists.
curvature thing doesn't prove it.
Curvature exists. I like a good fat ass, but we're talking about the geometry of the Earth. Please pay attention.
Oh, dude.
I
No, dude. All
understand
the
that.
car tires that I'm looking at, are squares. They're locally squares. They're only circles when you look far away.
Because the mass and the matter of the object is different, so it forms different shapes. Different shapes exist. Different
But
curves
how is the
exist.
Earth a spinning ball? That's our question. How is the Earth a spinning ball?
How? Well, how is it flat? Like, I mean,
Well,
you
we see
can't,
it flat.
you can't use like curvature as argument. We have to compare maths at that point.
Bro, you're not cleared. You're not cleared to participate until you answer this question. Is flat a shape?
Flat might not exist because everything's 3D. I mean,
Wow.
That's not.
Wow.
Yeah, sure.
Wow.
Bro.
Well,
He's
Frozen Lake,
looking for a friend
Frozen
to
Lake
be
is
into.
definitely flat, but okay.
listen, don't get emotional. Don't get emotional.
Mirrors are definitely flat, but okay.
They're only, Elijah, they're only pragmatically flat.
You don't understand that
Can
they could
we
be
get an
flat
answer
or
to that?
curved down, curve upwards.
Is flat a shape? Was the question?
I mean, a mirror can be a sphere as well.
No, is flat a shape? Is the question? Yes or no?
No.
Well, do we agree? Do we agree? No, flat is not a shape. Okay. Cool. So we're not claiming a shape.
Flat is an adjective.
That's a description of something.
Yep, of a noun. The noun being earth, a flat earth.
So we see the Earth being flat. How can we say it's flat? Well, why wouldn't we so far? What else have we got? We don't have curvature.
See what they want to do? They want to talk about noun. And I go, no, dude, that's grammatically incorrect. That's a malformed logical sequence. Unless you said a flat Earth, it would be an apartment building named Earth, like where my bed sit is.
Yeah, that of your house, right?
Yeah, I called
Earth is your house.
Yeah, good. Yeah, you sound like a good participant.
Oh yeah, don't talk because you might get named a troll. Okay.
No, well,
Yeah,
maybe
like-
he's not a good
like,
participant.
Crit,
I'm
are
gonna
you
wait
there?
for somebody to finally come in here. Should be any minute now. Somebody's gonna make the claim that boats disappeared behind the horizon. Because what else would it be other than Earth curve? Somebody's gonna make the claim. Don't all piss in your pants at once.
Why can't it be curvature? What's wrong with curvature?
No,
I'm pro
you're not
curvature.
you're not satisfactory. I'm not gonna release the trap card on you. So
Could I do my question?
How flat does Earth have to be? Sorry, I'm not trying to shut down the conversation here.
how flat does Earth have to be? What do you mean?
Well, no, it's just a question, right?
Well, sea level has to just be level. That's how flat.
In order to, I don't know, flat as in so there's no
Flat
trees
as in
or
zero, as flat as in zero, as in sea level. You know, things that are above sea level are higher in elevation. Things that are lower in elevation. You know that thing. Zero, flat, level.
Flat as in no trees.
flat,
You think
yeah,
we're here
flat,
saying
flat,
there's no
yeah,
trees?
yeah. And then there's no mountains. Your stairs are virtually falling apart.
Yeah, that's what we're saying, bro. There's no mountains. That's what we're saying. You've done well. Well done.
Okay, calm down. Who's pissed in your coffee?
It's Saturday.
What,
You guys.
I know you're looking for you're
high-level
looking
thinking?
to moderate, but calm down.
What?
You guys need to go to church or something.
I wonder if this argument
You know, I'm
boils
just trying to
down.
participate in your conversation here.
Okay, are you
well,
stuck
no,
in the
obviously there's
concrete thinking
topography.
phase?
Yeah,
Where's the
there's
other?
topography.
My bad.
So I'll ask the
No, I mean, it's
question
not an
again,
honest
right?
question, is it? I mean, it's not.
I'll
It's
ask the
not an honest
question again.
question, is it?
How flat does Earth have to be, right?
Where's the other
Well,
black guy? He sounded genuine when he asked the question. I don't think he thought I was just gonna say there's no curvature. I think he was like, "Oh wow,
That's
that was quick."
King.
Where's the
He's
black guy? Come
deafened.
here.
He's muted. And he's deafened and muted right now.
That was all he could take. His one flat Earth proof for today. I respect it.
Okay.
Does anyone watch The Matrix?
Are we talking about the? Yeah, we watched it. What's up?
I mean, Neo pretty much proved it, right? When he was flying.
What? Proved what?
That the Earth was flat when he was flying.
Why?
Oh, he's gonna say it. Say
No?
because it looked that way. Say it.
So there's some people in here that haven't watched fucking Matrix, right?
No, say it. Say it looks anything because it looks that way.
Dude, we watched The Matrix. Neo was flying. You say that's how he proved the Earth is flat. How could that be true? Go ahead.
You guys are
dude,
using
I thought I
the
was gonna
Matrix
hear.
to prove the Earth is flat?
Yeah, I thought I was going to hear something profound, some new insight into a cool fictional story that I enjoy. But I guess I'm just going to hear you choke.
Yeah, no, this guy's a
Yeah,
globe
that's
Earth
what I'm doing.
believer,
I'm choking.
obviously. This guy's a globe Earth believer, clearly. Not a flat earther.
No. I'm trying to help your cause.
What, by embarrassing yourself?
So you haven't watched The Matrix then?
We're just here talking about.
How did Neo prove? How did Neo prove the Earth was flat by flying? What does that possibly have to do with the shape of the Earth? Especially considering
go and watch the movie again.
Especially that they were inside a simulation, right? So anything he does in that simulation has no bearing on the external object known as the Earth from the simulation. So I don't get it.
But then flat Earth doesn't really matter. You're just essentially peddling simulation theory.
No, it's all about mind over matter. If it don't mind, I don't matter.
Oh,
nah, like
you're under the,
I
you're
understand.
Under the assumption, yeah, you're under the assumption that modern physics and evolutionary biology and psychology are all conspiring together to move the Overton window towards subjective idealism, where essentially reality is going to be a subjective construct of a sentient entity in the first instance. I guess you're not up to speed on the latest hotness.
Why do you talk like that?
So there's 37 people in the chat right now, including myself.
Dude, I talk like that because I feel like I'm from the future, because I know all these things, and all the Globers that show up here don't seem to. It's like they're stuck in the past.
Well, I'm a Glober myself, but I understood everything you were saying. But it's almost like you're using just words that you didn't have to say it.
Yeah, you're a Glober in 2015. That's the problem.
What?
How do you not use words to communicate a message?
I know. I mean, I'm using larger than average words.
No, you
Therefore,
literally just said no. All you said is that the world is some subjective, idealistic. The world is going in that direction, meaning, and then you go off like it's just I don't understand.
Did you
why you need to say
word?
The world as
subjective
in the
idealism? Yes, I do know what that means.
The world as in the people in it, because he was talking about the psychology or psychosis of Globers and stuff.
Which is subjective. But even you're using his own words.
It's not
even what
subjective.
you
I can
would
prove it
believe.
objective.
No, you can't. How can you objectively? What are you trying to prove objectively? So we're on the same page.
You asking me how?
No, what are you trying to prove objectively?
Well, that you people have psychosis.
So we have psychosis because I'm guessing you're going to say we believe in science or
No,
something.
no, actually.
So what are you going to say?
I didn't say any of that. No, because you guys actually deny all forms of
Deny
evidence.
what objectivism? What objectivism? You were on your way to saying this, and I'm curious.
Yo, You see,
What objective
you're
belief?
demonstrating it right now.
Okay, I apologize. What objective belief in my
You don't have
apology
to
do you?
apologize. The point is for me to
What objective
demonstrate
belief?
objective belief. Those two things don't mix.
Okay, what objective? Doesn't make sense. So what do you mean object? I'm using your words. What is objective that you can? What was this
Okay.
objective thing that you were trying to?
Can you have gas pressure without a container?
This was earlier. I was part of that conversation already.
Well, answer the question.
We already came. Yeah, you can. There's always a container, and my argument before the other guy started talking, and I let them do that.
Hey, we're talking about objectivity.
Look, there's
right?
always a container. Space, in some sense, is a container. What's your point?
No, space is not a container. Space
Because you don't believe in space, so how do you
Excuse
think
me,
it's a container?
Excuse me. This is the psychosis again. Because every time I begin to talk, you start talking again.
I apologize. Go ahead.
No, don't apologize for your psychosis, sir. I'm just trying to demonstrate something.
No, I apologize not for my psychosis for interrupting you, but thanks for telling me I have psychosis. Go ahead.
Well, I don't have to tell you. I'm trying to demonstrate it.
Okay, go ahead.
So
stop all the yapping.
Oh, you're back. I was asking for you.
That's the guy you want right there.
Yeah. So after this guy, you guys both have equally bad mics. To be fair, AI is on your team right now in the bad mic gang. So check this out. Space is a place for gas to fill. So it's a bit.
That's not true.
It's a bit.
That's not true.
Whoa. You want to get some.
Space is a place for particles. Space is a place where particles
Here we go again.
are not interacting with each other as much as
Here
they
we go
do
again.
on Earth. No, I'm
Here we go
correcting you.
again.
I'm just correcting
No, you're
you.
not correcting me because I was just going to ask you, well, do you want to get citations or what? Because,
You wanna
here's the
give me
thing
a-
about
I don't
citations.
understand.
You can either have citations that are also backed by demonstration, and you can have citations where people just say shit and don't
I
have it.
understand, but the issue
Why
is
are you cutting me off again? Because you think you've spoken to me, you bigot. My name is Elijah. You don't know me. Have the conversation.
Okay.
Bigot.
Okay, Elijah.
That was so inspirational. Keep it up, man.
Yeah, forget you. Ask me another question.
Who's you? Sorry.
Dang.
I'm tired of you. The other guy. Ask me another question.
Me? Who's you?
Who, me?
I just demonstrated. Look again. Psychosis. Who in their right mind can ask who me, and then the person say not you, and then they go me again, other than a psychotic person.
You're in a psychosis. You're just projecting, by the way.
Oh, okay. Says
Are you talking to me?
Says the person with
no, you.
Such an original icon.
Talking to me?
You believe in flat Earth, you're in psychosis, like you don't have anything
Hey, black
substantial.
dude, ask me a question.
Who, me?
Aren't you black?
I'm gonna kill all of you guys.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah, that's unfortunate you feel that way. Psychosis. Go ahead.
Okay, so what would you say is your favorite thing about globe earthers?
That they're psychos.
They're curves.
I mean, they all act the same. No, you know what? That's a lie. That was a bigot.
How big is the ice ball?
I was a bigot. Oh shit. Y'all caught
How big is the ice ball?
Globe-phobic?
My favorite thing about
Are you
globe
global
earthers,
homophobic, sir?
now I would say there's a difference between anti-flat earthers and globe earthers. So my favorite thing about globe earthers is being able to expose them to something that they never heard, and that, oh shit, I never knew this moment that inevitably comes from them. I love that. Because they have the ability to learn.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
So I was asking before, if you're in the South Pole and the North Pole, the stars do rotate in a different direction if you're looking up. Also, if you're south or north of the equator, you see different stars in the sky.
So why do you
Like
think
the,
that is?
why do I think that is? Because of the curve of the Earth.
Yeah.
You can't see
Oh,
over
right.
the
Okay.
equator.
So
Why
where's this curve
why
of
would
the
he
Earth
ask
in
the
that,
same
JT?
question though?
Sorry,
What
one
I
at a time.
But I'm just wondering why you would ask the same exact question after having an answer. But go on.
You didn't answer it.
Well, it's psychosis.
Yeah,
I
okay.
definitely did answer you, so you just didn't like it and decide to ask again as if I didn't.
No, I
answer.
genuinely didn't hear a response.
I think
Well, it goes
Cyclone
to
is
the
trying
same
to reply
point
to him,
anyway.
right?
Yeah, well, it all goes to the same point anyway. You make the assumption that that is occurring due to a curved and in motion Earth, and we ask, okay, what evidence do you have for this curve in motion? And you don't have any.
Well, how else?
You just point at the
would you
stars
explain
again.
it?
Yeah,
How else would you
yeah,
explain
exactly. You just point at the stars again. I don't need to explain it. You
Okay,
pointed
cool.
at
So
the
you don't have an
stars
argument
and
for it. Cool.
saying,
Thank you. I win.
well, I didn't say that I didn't, but I'm not needing
Okay,
to
then
give
give me an
one
argument
because
for
I'm
it.
pointing out your assumption
Give
of
me an
the
argument for
curvature
it.
and the motion of the Earth,
Give me
which
an
is
argument for it.
unsubstantiated.
I think
Give me an
what I've
argument.
learned from flat Earth is that it's not necessarily that the Earth is flat. I think it's just more of a not believing what you're
What you
told.
should learn is that you shouldn't start speaking in the
Isn't
middle of
that what it
someone
is? Like, just don't believe what you're told, right?
No, Chuck. No,
Yeah,
that's not
fine.
what it is.
Can I have a response to my thing? You didn't give me an argument for why we see stars in different places.
Well, we listened to your argument, and your argument's unsubstantiated, so we're left with no argument.
No, I gave you a perfectly reasonable response. The Earth.
No. You made a claim. Yeah, you made a claim, but you haven't substantiated that.
You can see
How
the
do you
North Star from the North
substantiate that?
Pole. You can't see it. South
No. But you're saying that that's because the ground is curved and in motion. So what's your evidence for that?
What's your evidence for it being flat? Like, there's more evidence just with that.
See, but you're making the claim, bro. You're saying, "Hey, I observed the stars doing this because the ground is curved and in motion." And I'm
Yeah,
saying, "What's your
that's
evidence
okay.
the ground
Okay, this is my
curved and in
argument. Okay,
motion?"
this is my argument.
And you're saying,
this is my argument, right? You can see the North Star on the north because you're on the top of a round ball and you can't see through.
Yeah. So we're back to where we started. So what's your evidence for that round ball of the ground?
No, let's just say that is my evidence for that.
That's not evidence. That's a claim. That's a claim.
What is your what? But
You understand the
you don't
problem
have
of
any
underdetermination?
claim. You don't have any reason for that. So
With
what is
making
your
a claim about the Earth being a spinning ball and not having any
No,
evidence.
see, this is what happens when you guys don't have an argument for anything. You just guys want to talk about like.
He doesn't get it. He doesn't get it.
Hey, this
The
is
argument
Elijah.
is that it's just a PowerPoint slide. Like, it doesn't matter. You can come up with anything unless we see substantial proof for either side. That's what
Right. Well, we're looking for the proof that the Earth is a ball that they've told us, because that's what they're telling everyone in school. We're looking for that proof. Does that exist?
Yeah.
So they've been shooting up GoPros like independent schools, and it takes pictures of the Earth, and it looks very glowy.
Very specific topics that you guys like talking about. But if I bring up the North Star for some reason, you guys are immediately like, back up and prove exactly this, like what you want.
Yeah, prove your spinning ball assumption.
No. Just tell me how it would work on a flat Earth model. That's all I want to know.
What
Then
would
I'll
work?
believe you.
Wait, what define work?
Define work.
Yeah.
Just tell me how I explain how that would work. Explain it to me.
Dude, I said define work, not just ask me to explain how it would work. I said
You know what
define
work means.
No, I don't know what you mean by it, so I'm not going to waste my time. You need to tell me what you mean by it.
So I guess if I was a flat Earth person, I would explain this exact thing working by, like, I guess the stars moving randomly to where they want to be seen, and like random light.
Dude,
what do you mean random?
Oh my god, can you guys stop like asking word definitions? I'm not a fucking dictionary. Just fucking answer the question.
In order to have a conversation with you, we have to agree on definitions. So that's why we ask you the
You're gonna like
definition.
ask me the definition of the word "the"? Are we gonna go down the entire sentence? You know what
your
work means?
definition. We're asking you for
Okay,
your
I'm
definition.
sorry. Do you guys not know what work means?
Is that Chris? It's Chris.
Oh my god! So let me help you out. Let me help you out. So you're asking to explain the causal mechanism for why the stars do what they do.
I'm asking why you can't see the North Star south of the equator.
Oh,
Uh,
well,
it's-
that's
it's
not
simple.
explain how they work, you idiot. See, so if he would have tried to answer, it wouldn't have been sufficient. Because exactly what you just said is not even sequitur to your premise.
Okay.
Jesus
I'll
Christ.
answer you.
Guys,
I'll answer you.
truthfolder.com, dude.
I'll answer you very
Truthfolder.com.
simply. Hold on, I'll answer you very simply. So your question is, if I'm correct, why can't I see the North Star from a particular location? And my answer would be because no resolvable light from the star is reaching your optic. There you go. That's how it works.
So you're just saying the light doesn't reach.
Well, you asked how it works, and you didn't define work.
No,
so I
I'm
gave you
happy
the
with that.
answer.
I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that. I'm happy. You answered it. I love
Good.
that. Thank you. I think it's stupid, but thank you.
Well, dude, it's not stupid.
also-
Dude, you failed to define the boundaries of work. I gave you an answer that is sufficient.
Why do you sound
For you to tell me that that
space right
answer
now?
is stupid proves you don't know what you're saying.
Are you an astronaut? You sound.
I'm not very good at defining.
He's controlled
like,
that position. He's
the-
like in the space station right now, looking at the globe.
I can't
due to
wait
your,
to get both of you in here to ask
Right,
the
so,
question.
I have a not boring question, Elijah. Hold on. Do you think the moon is 200,000 miles away or no?
No.
So can we not bounce radio waves off of the moon or no? Is that not a thing that happens?
I guess you do something that would be called bouncing radio waves off of the moon, but you were doing that before they went to the moon, so
What are you on about? What does that have to do with anything?
I mean, because before they went to the moon, they claimed they were bouncing radio waves because of X, and after they went to the moon, they claimed that it was the retro reflectors that they were bouncing the radio waves.
No.
off
You're
of.
talking about the lasers. I'm not talking about retroreflectors. That's the lasers. I'm not talking about bouncing lasers off the moon. I'm talking about bouncing radio waves. You can do that. Any ham radio enthusiast or hobbyist can do this with an EME antenna.
Okay.
Can you
so
prove that with
what does
empirical
that mean?
evidence?
What does that mean? Why
You
don't
don't
go through-
prove anything with empirical
Why
evidence.
don't you go through the method and tell me exactly how it's done?
Yeah, sure. So you can look
or
up what an
send me
EME
a
antenna is.
picture.
You set it up in your yard, right? And then you have whatever piece of radio hardware. I'm not a ham radio enthusiast, but I know people who can do this, and I can send you to a Discord server where they do this. But
Send us to a Discord server, buddy. Show your evidence, buddy.
Sure, bro.
Here's the problem with you
you
globe earthers.
I will link the Discord.
Don't link it. Don't link it. It's a rule against linking. DM it. to
It's
everyone.
called Ham Radio Crash Course. They can explain
Yeah.
the technology and how EME antennas work. But what you do is
we don't
enthusiasts do this.
need to know
Regular
how they
people,
work.
they point their antenna at the moon. They bounce radio waves back, and because we assume that radio waves are on the electromagnetic spectrum, right? So it travels at the speed of light. We can time it, right? And it takes I forget how many seconds to get back to us. So I mean, to me that seems like evidence that the moon would be 200,000 miles away.
Well, would a medium interfere with the time it takes?
Would a medium?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Can I say one thing? I'm sorry.
Well, I just asked the fucking question.
you can't. I just want to say
No.
one thing. The
Unless
thing
you're talking
is-
about like water.
just
You're talking about
asked
like
the
water.
question.
Is that where you're gonna go with this?
A different medium.
So
A
like
different
water.
medium.
Sure,
No, like like
but-
water, but any different medium. Would that interfere, like hypothetically, with the reading? Oh, okay. Do you know the medium between here and the moon?
No. Let's just
Oh.
say no for now.
Also, okay.
But why would it be any? I guess we would need evidence of a different medium, right?
No, we would just need
hypothesize.
to know the medium between here and whatever the moon is to make an actual factual answer, to come
Yeah,
to
you
an
just-
actual conclusion. Otherwise, there's some assumptions in there, and I just don't like assumptions. I don't like them. They feel icky. So that's all I'm saying. I mean, isn't that reasonable?
It literally, I know, right? Like these flipping spear earthers just say anything. The flat ones are the good ones.
Well, he just made a claim assuming the medium between the Earth and the Moon and then confirmed
I
that he
haven't
can't
assumed-
verify what the medium is between the Earth and the Moon. So we can move on to another point, if anyone has one for the globe.
Well, I don't think we can because I don't know of any
Hey,
even if
DM
it's, like,
me
water or like
Slum,
glass or something.
Slum, dude. DM me that Discord link.
Yeah.
I don't know who's
So
talking.
you know how you said
Crit.
you know how you said you know how you said you don't know. Yeah, that's the answer we were looking for. There's nothing to
Well,
do.
I mean, I assume. I mean, I believe I do know, but
You assume you assume you assume you assume you
Your
assume
assumptions and
because
beliefs don't matter.
assume what?
very cool. Let me hold on. I'm trying to do like multiple things at once here. Who wants the link? And I gotta
Crit.
go to this server. Crit. Gotcha.
Crit one says so. You can
You
do
notice
that
how
now.
that word assume jumped in there. So you don't know then, huh? I'm not. I mean, because I'm not
I
making the
do know.
claim.
I believe I do know.
Well, how do you know? You know what a priori means?
Yes.
So how do you know?
Knowledge. It's knowledge you come to through not empirical means, just through the brain, right? It's.
Could we get a globe argument that
Perceptions.
doesn't assume that doesn't where you don't pretend to assume and know everything about the Earth and the universe?
I'm not making an argument for the globe.
argument.
No. I didn't say anything about the globe, dude. So I don't know what you're
Oh,
talking about.
okay, fine.
I'm just talking about the
Well, could we
moon
get
being
someone?
200,000 miles
Could
away.
Could we get an argument from someone who believes in the globe then?
By the way,
I'm just interested in this moon.
By the way, hold on. Did you know that? Did you know that they include r in the speed of light? In some instances, I don't know about all instances, but for example, like with GPS,
Talk about it. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not a scientist.
r the radius of the Earth, which is begging the question. So if you were to do some calculations with that
You can
baked
get the speed of
in,
light without knowing the radius of the Earth.
well, I didn't say get the speed of light, did I?
So what are you talking about?
I said they utilize, didn't I?
Utilize it for what?
I just gave you an example, GPS,
Okay, I'm
which
not
would
talking about
mean
GPS.
that they're begging the question. Okay, I'm just saying with satellites, okay, and supposedly receiving data, sending data and receiving data, with elevation angles no less, but I digress from that. They assume the radius of the Earth to inflate their numbers, or let's say inflate, to get their numbers of distances the uh where the satellite is in geocentric stationary orbit or orbital orbit, wherever it is. So in theory, you could do the same thing with the moon, right? If you're including the radius. So that's why I asked. Go ahead and link the method that they, couple with
Well,
ham
I
radio.
sent the one guy the Discord server. I can tell you.
No, I don't want.
I can send you a link to. I can send you a link to like about EME antennas if you want.
If I
I
may-
don't want to know. Stop.
I'm going
I
next.
don't want to know about EMT antennas. I want to know the method that they use coupled with the technology. That's what I want to know.
What method are you? What are we talking about? What method? They use it. Like,
jeez.
They have
Go
some
ahead,
piece
ask
of
the question.
hardware.
Forget it. Don't worry
Yeah,
about
why
it.
are we
Don't worry
talking to
about
this guy? Why are we talking to this guy?
Let me.
Listen, we didn't
You
even
just
point out
kind
yet.
of proved the spherical Earth. By the way,
No, remember, he wasn't trying to prove the spherical Earth. This is the whole problem. We're asking here for fucking half an hour. Has anyone got any arguments for the globe? And then we get a 5-minute ramble about what the moon is doing, what the stars are doing, what the planes are doing, and at the end of it, they say, "I wasn't." At the end of it, they say, "I
Alright,
wasn't
no
trying
complaining,
to prove
no
a
complaining.
globe. I wasn't even trying to prove a globe." Well, why aren't you trying to prove the globe? That's the question.
I think it was.
He just proved it with his little formula about the radius of the Earth and the
he wasn't trying
distance.
to prove the Earth.
I know, but he did. If you think about that equation and the speed of light, they use the radius of the Earth.
It's
a
about
constant.
that there's a space and there's a moon that exists.
It's you got to take it step by step, fellas. So first you start with the bouncing radio waves off the moon thing, right? And then you
No.
do that
What
at
you're doing
other
is you're
points
starting
on the
with an
Earth.
assumption of a
time is
globe.
so that
No,
implies
your actual starting place is the assumption of a globe. That's what you're doing.
I haven't
You're
assumed that.
assuming a globe and then assuming a moon at a certain distance. That's what your assumption is.
You make
Okay,
testable.
Cyclone, what's the distance of the moon for you?
To knowledge, right?
I'm not making a claim about the distance to the moon. Why would I do that?
Oh my god!
Yeah. Oh my God. Why am I not making a claim about the
No,
distance
you
of the
fucking
moon?
mute me. Like I can't say anything, and I don't know when to say something.
Well, I don't know. Ask an actual question, a genuine question, or make an argument for the globe. Don't give us
Dude,
the
I
5-minute
literally
ramble
just
and then
tried
say I'm not.
to.
Sure. So I just have a question. I have a question that could be related to this globe Earth thing. Okay, it's not definitive proof or anything, but so why do you think it is that? Because so people have made novel testable predictions, right? They're like, if the Earth is a globe, we'll see that the time it takes for the radio waves to bounce back to us is going to be different at different parts of the Earth, the globe, and it is. So that's their novel testable predictions. And usually
Right.
that's
No, we're not doing this radio wave thing. Unless you've got something to present, some actual information, data, links to a test with the formulas they're using, what equipment they're using, what method they're using. Until you've got that, you've got nothing to discuss. So someone ask an actual question or present something. Well, go get a link then and shut up.
We don't want to link to ham radios. That's not what we're asking for.
No. You need to give us a link to this exact thing that you're talking about.
To how they do Earth to moon to Earth bounces. I can link you that if you want.
Okay,
Well, then you would have something to
epistemology has
discuss.
to be included, not just they did it and they were successful. We
Sure,
want the
I can
epistemology to go with it.
YouTube videos of guys doing it if you want. Like, unless you
Not
think
doing it, we want. Yeah, look.
what are you talking about?
Okay,
Like, I can send you the method and the
fam.
demonstration.
Okay, fam.
Well, just
Okay,
send through
fam.
everything. Just do it. Shut up and do it.
That's what I'm saying. But he said he didn't want it.
I'm just
God.
being clear about what I want because you guys talk fast and then all of a sudden you're like, well, that's not what I said I was giving you. You know, and that's annoying.
Gotcha.
But by the way, what you said was an affirming the consequent fallacy anyway.
Please explain that.
If P, then Q, Q, therefore P. If the Earth is a sphere, and you said it, then these ham radio calculations would blah, blah, blah.
So that's not a real fallacy, right? So that's
What do you mean that's not a real fallacy? Hold on.
You said it was wrong.
Hold on. Wait a minute. I explained the form of the fallacy, and then I used your words. You guys can't just keep coming in here. You guys can't just keep coming in here and saying no, you're wrong when that's exactly what you
Try
did.
letting him finish his sentence.
All right. So they've proved the speed of light. They've measured it with a camera that takes 1/1,000,000th of a frame.
Hey, with the Coca-Cola bottle.
But hey, man, if there's a firmament, that means there's the waters above the Earth, right? There's the waters above the firmament, and that would change the speed of light because it's passing through.
Do you know that? Do you know that? Do you know that? Is that what you're claiming? Is that what you're claiming?
All right, but then you come down to two different evidences.
Listen. You can either go with the Bible or you can even go with the priests of the textbooks in the schools. But do you know that though?
Know what?
This is what I'm saying. There's skepticism.
Sure, dude.
The problem is that I had this conversation earlier with one of you guys, is that in that case, then you wouldn't be using the language English to be able to communicate what you're communicating.
No, that makes
if you're that much of a skeptic, I'm
not skeptical. What am I skeptical about?
You have to be in order to believe in flat
I'm not
Earth.
skeptical. What am I skeptical about? I want
because
information.
you're saying that you need objective proof, and you still haven't answered that because you went on this tirade with this guy. And there's no.
What do you mean? I literally asked him to give me the epistemology. I didn't say, "Ooh, you gave me." I didn't say, "Ooh, you get."
Shut up. And if he was to say,
"Shut up, shut up," I didn't say, "Ooh, you gave me information," and now I'm skeptical. I'm asking for it.
The only reason I allow you to tell me to shut up when I'm clearly making my point is because I'm going to get muted. So you need to shut up now that I'm able to talk, and let me also finish my statements. And stop being rude to me because I have not talked to you in that way. I've never insulted you, never told you to be quiet, none of those things. So please have respect, and I do my best to do that with you guys, yet I'm getting muted, so let me speak. Anyways, as I was saying, when the same type of skepticism that you are trying to oppose on people that believe in a globe Earth, is the same rule that you should apply to the language that you use to learn any sort of language, mathematics, even be able to be on Discord right here talking through what we call a microphone and communicate these things. You cannot have this sort of skepticism on one thing and then not have it for another. That's my point.
Okay, I just told you I'm not skeptical.
You literally have to be your skepticism is a certain type of skepticism. You have to be in order to believe. You're saying that you need objective proof, and when I ask you, okay, your objectivity is you going out and being able to prove these yourself. You as the person, right? It's not like you
well,
like
do you know
someone
what
else.
Do you know what that means?
Yes,
I mean,
you
think it's a foolish. Maybe you think it's a foolish endeavor because you don't know enough about what you would expect on a globe. I spent years looking into it, aka not skeptical. I dove headfirst into the information. You just I don't know what you did. Okay, to be
Yes, we're
fair,
on the same
I don't
page.
know what you know, but I do know what I know. I know enough about the globe and what I would expect because of what I learned about the globe and the geometrics to figure out that it's yes what?
I'm agreeing with you.
No, you're not.
No, I do agree with you, and I'm going to tell you how I agree.
Because you don't know what I'm saying.
I do know.
I haven't even given an example.
Stop with the color commentary. He's trying to say something. He allowed you to finish your point, and now Elijah's trying to make a point, and you stop with the color commentary, please.
Yes,
I'm not skeptical. I don't care about affirming the consequent fallacies. I don't care about begging the question fallacies. I don't care about reification fallacies. I'm not a skeptic because I can identify when these fallacies come across my table. But what I have done is I've looked into the claim of geometry that the Earth is a sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles. That is something that is falsifiable that I can actually test. Secondly, I love science as well. I know the difference between science and pseudoscience. I know the difference between an experiment and a pseudo experiment. And I don't shy away from those conversations either. I'm not the skeptic, sir.
Okay, so what's happening is that the way that you're able to communicate that, right? The way that you were saying to me, I've done my own research and these metrics are wrong. But you got to realize the metrics that you may be using and you're told to use can be different from other people's metrics. For example, if you have
not quite
using
one nigga at a time.
Not quite. I can tell you why, or I can let you go on, but you're going to be wrong because there's only one epistemology for doing what I did.
What's the epistemology?
It's a one size fits all.
One size fits all. Okay, I can understand that. I can see one size.
Why? Because it didn't come from me. It's not like it came from me.
God,
it's a standard.
Okay, so one size does not fit all, first of all. That's why we have
according to you, but what am I saying is one size fits all?
But you're okay, so
what am I saying one size fits all?
That's all you're saying. That's all you're saying. And what I would say is that I would give you the complexity.
Would you like for me to elaborate? Would you like for me to elaborate?
Yes, elaborate then. Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So they say that the Earth is sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles. Therefore, the consequence of that would be a geometry that blocks my view to distant objects. Now, geometric means Earth measured. So there would be a tangent to a tangent point, that tangent point being the globe, aka the horizon. I would be able to test that claim, which I did.
Yes, but you see,
so I'm using a standard that everyone can use. Sure, my height is going to be different. My elevation is going to be different, but it's going to be using the same standard.
Yes.
Which is your height, which is also a metric. So you have to realize
1.2 times the square root of the observer's height includes anyone who will utilize the method. It's supposed to be varying heights. You're supposed to be able to figure out, based on how high you are, what you should expect to see. So everyone's going to have a different answer based on how high they are.
But think about the horizon.
The result should always be the same.
Think about the variables, though. The variables can include even minute time differences. Right? Small time differences that do affect when you're able to see this horizon. The issue that you're having is that you're not understanding how many variables actually go into calculations.
How are you going to tell me that? How are you going to tell me that?
I'm telling you that because I know that you don't understand that.
No, no, you don't know that.
Okay.
No, you don't know that because you don't know 2019.
Okay. Do you know how we found the planet Neptune?
I'm not done.
Do you know how we found the planet Neptune?
I'm not done. 2019, 2018, 2017. For other flat earthers, 2016, 2015, 2014. The standard was the same in people's argumentation against flat earthers using the same thing you're telling me I don't know enough about. No, I've been watching the argument long enough to know exactly what I'm talking about.
I think it's I'm not sure what to say to you, man.
Well, you don't know enough. You think that I'm missing some kind of variables. You have no idea.
I try to explain it to you, but
but that's a high level of skepticism because you're trying to explain something to me and you have no idea who I am and what I've done.
But you're saying think about your initial argument.
You're talking about skepticism.
Yes, because you have skepticism. You are a skeptic. No, I am a skeptic. Yes, I am a skeptic, but I'm not the same type of skeptic you are.
No, I'm not a skeptic.
You have to be in order to believe in flat Earth. What do you mean? Because you don't believe what scientists. You don't believe what scientists.
Look up the definition.
Do you or do you not believe what scientists said about the Earth being globe?
The definition.
You guys are going in circles, bro.
Yeah, I'd like to bring it back to the important conversation here, which is why you don't think that Earth is 200,000 miles away from the moon.
So look at this. The definition of skeptical.
Bro, AI was trying to say something, guys. Come on, be fair. AI was trying to say something, guys. Come on.
What's up, AI?
I was just going to corroborate Elijah's story for being in these arguments for 7 years or greater. That for the first half, the entire arguments were that the globe geometry to the horizon was a geometric location in free space that obstructed your view of objects in the distance, and then that was disproven, and then all of a sudden it became, oh, what about all these variables? But I will tell you this, it's not about variables, it's about invariability. I-N variable, invariable.
Can I respond to
that? Hold on, I'm speaking, friend. Thank you. Invariably, whenever you give an observation that supersedes globe geometry, the glober just claims optical effects now. That's what's happened. All right, I yield the floor.
Yeah, so you're saying optical effects because you knew where I was going to go with that immediately. Like when you use a camera, right? Because at first you had something like you have your eyeballs, and then you're looking into the distance. And then you're looking to the distance, and then things start disappearing over the horizon. You're like, oh, man, there must be some sort of curvature. And then now this is the birth of globe earthers, right? Let's just say. But then you guys are saying, well, pull out a camera, and then if you zoom in, you can see this. No. Is that not what the point was? Okay. What are you saying?
Well, don't be a bigot. That's what flat earthers.
I'm not bigoting. I'm asking you what you meant.
Okay, well, I'm specifically talking about a cutoff point. You're talking about pulling out a P900 and zooming in. Okay, but there's no specificity in that.
Specificity in terms of what?
In terms of what you're looking for.
Yeah, but no, it shows you that these variables do exist. It means that we also, when you use that P900 or that P90, the Earth is huge, man. And even that
that's what I
P900
mean.
will
That's
make
very
a better camera. Will make
that's
a
very
better camera that will be able to go to the true curvature of the Earth. One day we'll be able to get to that technology, but that doesn't change the fact that the Earth is.
Are you for real? Like
Yes.
I'm okay. So you don't. How long have you been in this room? Have you not heard any of the
I heard
arguments
about
that?
flat Earth like 3 days ago, and I couldn't believe this was a real thing.
Oh, okay. You know what? I am being a little too hard on you.
No, I'm giving
I
you
apologize.
science. I'm
I
giving you
apologize.
what's
Listen,
wrong with what I just said.
let me explain how to piss me off the fastest. Being in category error. First of all, science has to do with cause and effect relationships. Okay? The earth is a concrete noun. It's a thing. Okay? Chill out. It's not science.
What?
Chill out. We're talking about geometry. You probably have went a long time hearing that flat earthers are retarded, but the reason that this room is so fucking explosive and the conversation is explosive is because you're probably missing something. I'm trying to give you the benefit of the
What am
doubt
I missing?
because you said that you're 3 days in.
No, into understanding your belief system with which I will never
I don't
change
have a
my
belief
belief.
system. So are you going to, this is what I mean by don't be a bigot. If you say you're trying to understand my belief system and I tell you I don't have a belief system, the best you can
But you're
do,
also not a
the
skeptic.
best you can do
But
is
you're also not
validate
a skeptic if
oh
you
my
don't have a
God,
belief
why are
system.
you're not, it's like you're
My
not trying
fault.
to have a
Sorry. Go
conversation.
ahead.
It's like you don't want to have a dialogue with me.
Epsilon, which game are you playing right now?
I can help him out. He's just claiming that the Earth is flat.
Epsilon,
I'm
which
just saying.
game?
Okay, but how are you not a skeptic if you have
Who's
no belief system?
Epislum, dude? Who's Epislum?
How are you not a skeptic if you don't have a belief system?
So you didn't hear what I said?
Yes, I heard everything you said, and I answered with,
No,
"How
you're
are you
not
not a
listening.
skeptic?"
I said you're not trying to have a dialogue because you keep talking over me to tell me what you think that I think.
Okay, what do you think?
Well, first of all, I think we should go over the definition of skeptical.
I'll mute him if he doesn't answer my question.
Oh, him?
Yeah.
The guy we're talking to?
Yeah. Which video game are you playing right now, Epsilon?
Why does it matter?
Which video game are you playing right now?
Who
So
cares?
he's definitely playing a video.
He's not playing. He's not paying attention to you. He's clearly not paying attention.
No, I am paying attention.
No, that's the other guy that answered you.
No, the guy that you're talking to, Elijah, the guy that you're talking to for I don't know how long now, Epsilon, he's been playing a video game the whole time you're talking to him, bro.
Am I not engaging with what Elijah is saying?
Bro, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, well, you kind of don't understand. You don't understand
Doesn't
what I'm
matter.
saying. And it's going to require you, like, I don't know if you can play a video game and have this level of conversation.
Exactly my point.
Sorry,
But I'll say the definition anyway. Skeptical means having or expressing doubt about something, such as a claim or a statement. I'm not expressing doubt. I have already sought to validate claims that I have invalidated. There's no doubt here. But you don't know that.
My headphones cut off, so I needed a second. I'm sorry.
Skeptical means having or expressing doubt about something, such as a claim or a statement. I'm not doubtful. I already set out to prove the claim true or false.
Mm-hmm.
There's no
Yes.
skepticism anymore.
I understand. So what I would say though,
You
okay,
don't
can I
understand.
respond? Okay.
You don't understand. I need a concession from you. Or I need you to go, well, clarify, what did you have doubt about that you feel you now know about? If we're having a real conversation, that would be the thing that followed.
I no, because the fact that you said you want me to ask you what you had doubt about, this means that you were skeptical because you had this thing that we call doubt.
I'm not
which
skeptical.
is skepticism.
What part of that don't you understand? I'm not skeptical because I used to be, and then I did some shit.
But you had doubt in the first place in order to do that.
Keyword
was.
Epsilon. Epsilon. Listening to you guys go in a circle about what skeptical means is tedious.
I wasn't the one that wanted to have this conversation.
Hey, bro.
He doesn't know what
you
skepticism means.
It doesn't matter, dude. It's highly
Okay, but
irrelevant.
I'm trying to get to that other conversation, but he brought.
Thank you. Jesus
Dude.
Christ.
Now we can talk about the moon. Thank you.
Well, Elijah wants to finish his point, which is what he did to remove his doubts and validate a proposition for himself. I think it takes less than 30 seconds to explain. It's rather simple. If he wants to do that, that would be great.
One of the recent things I did is I went to Coney Island. I saw New Jersey from the beach, and I know that the horizon is supposed to be, with my height, roughly 3 miles away. Now, New Jersey is 6 and change miles away, and the horizon was far beyond that. I'm no longer skeptical about there being a geometric horizon. I know there is none.
Okay, so Elijah, I have a question to ask you. Elijah, hello?
Yeah.
Okay, could you redo that little 5 to 6 minute demonstration you usually do so everybody can truly see the truth about the flat earth?
Well,
Video?
one thing, there's a quick question I like. So if something is flat or curved, that's a true dichotomy, right? It's either flat or it's curved.
Yeah, I would say generally so, yeah.
Or it could be boxed, I don't know. Flat or curved. So when people say, okay, well, you're just disproving the curve, well then, but how do you prove it's flat? Because there's no curve. How do people not get that?
I mean, you literally said it yourself. It could be a cube, dude.
But that's not the point. The point is it's a sphere, right? If it's a sphere, it has to have a curve. If there's no curve, there's no sphere. End of story.
Dude, it's an oblate spheroid that's double flat, flattened at the poles.
Oh my.
Maybe it's like non-Euclidean or something, dude. It could be a square and a circle.
We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, though. That's the point.
Yeah, we are. Oblate spheroid.
No, you guys are. You guys are.
My great-great-grandpa discovered the North Pole and the South Pole.
Whether it's an oblate spheroid or a perfect sphere, it's going to necessitate surface is curved. Elijah's pointed out that there is no curvature to the surface of the Earth. So whether it's a ball or an oblate spheroid, there's no curvature to be observed or measured or practically used. No curve, no ball.
Period. Yeah.
It bulges at the equator.
That's brilliant. Then you're going to need to have a
But
curvature on the surface.
saying
of
an
the Earth.
ellipse is a crazy concept here.
You're still going to need curvature over the surface, aren't you? But being as it's not
I like the
observed
topic
or
of the oblate
measured,
spheroid.
still going to have curvature, isn't it?
Yeah, because it spins.
Isn't it, my friend? We're not talking about the motion of the Earth. We'll beg that question later if you want to. But if the surface isn't curving, then there's no ball.
Well, I live in the ocean and I see the ships disappear every day at the horizon.
Okay, so how do you know that that's curvature?
Because it's 6 inches per mile. I've measured it.
6 inches per mile, what?
No.
The curvature is.
What are you talking about? That's not even right. It's 8 inches per mile squared.
He's trolling.
Jesus Christ.
There's no way.
Yeah, there's no way.
Someone told me it was 6 inches.
That'll be your girlfriend.
Yeah. I was gonna say that.
That was the best one. Good. That was a good one. I'll give you that one.
I'm glad you said it, not me.
I mean, it was like an alley oop though. He did set him up, but it was a good one.
Yeah, that was great. You got me.
Oh God, that is crazy.
This is
That
nuts,
is
dude.
crazy.
So Elijah's observation earlier demonstrated that the horizon was well beyond the geometric limit. Well beyond the geometric
This again?
Yeah, yeah. Well, this is what you necessitate for obstruction of things at distance. You know, the boat that someone mentioned earlier, that would be physical obstruction,
I
like your
know
friend
it's
walking over
always
the
the
hill.
same thing though. Like we've literally only proved that 3 points on the Earth are flat. Like
No, this is
that
every point. This is
no, it's
every
not.
point
They're
over
like 3
any distance
photos.
of
It's
water.
always the same 3 photos, dude.
I didn't even present a photo.
What are you talking about?
I'll put a photo of what it saw the other
That's
day.
what he's talking about with the boat.
Well, what about specular reflections? Like
their brain exploded,
for
dude.
example, the Bolivian salt flats. You know how
the salt flats
flat
are made of
it
salt,
has.
dude.
Are
You
you
know
talking
how
about mirages?
What are
Like
you talking about?
Schlerin?
Bro, do you,
you
know
know
the
how
Bolivian salt flats though? For real?
do you know how flat the surface has to be to get a perfectly symmetrical image of the sky?
Yeah, mirror.
Yeah, nearly as flat as your mom.
Dude, it's 100 kilometers, bro, which is like 62 miles long. You could see across it, which is like 3 inches of rainwater, bro. People go down there all the time with their fucking Instagram shit. Like, it's real. It's a real place. They call it God's mirror. The fact that there's no convexity at all or concaveness to the mirror reflecting the sky says so much right there. 62 miles.
Yeah, it says that area is flat. There are flat areas. The idea, though, is that the entire globe would be round.
Hold on,
right?
62 miles,
on
right?
the whole.
62 miles, right?
Okay, look, check this out.
Go
Check
ahead,
this
go
out.
ahead,
The Earth is huge.
Two-thirds of the ocean floor are made up of abyssal plains. Then there's like, I don't know, 1/5 or 2/5 of the Earth's surface that have surface plains.
Right.
Like, what do we tell? Is the Earth a disco ball? Like, what are we
where's the
talking
ball? Where's the ball at that rate? Where's the curve? Like,
Fuck that shit.
We're on the
73%
ball.
of the surface of the Earth is water. Hold tight, my friend. 73% of the Earth's surface, we are told, is water. That water's not curving. So if the surface, 73% of it isn't curving, how the very fuck can it be a ball?
right. Or no bleak spheroid at that matter. Like, there's no way. Just look at fucking geometry, brother. It's just like there's no fucking way. Like, I don't get that.
We're definitely talking geometry here. So, why is there a horizon at all? Right.
Oh my
I mean,
What the fuck is he talking
when I
So
go
what?
up,
If,
when,
if
when
no,
I
let me
go
ask
up
you.
in a
Let me ask you
plane,
a question.
why don't I see
Let me
like,
ask you a
to
question.
the
If
end
the
of
Earth
the Earth?
is, let me ask you a question. If the Earth is flat, and you believe there wouldn't be a horizon, would it be all sky or all ground?
I'm not saying there wouldn't be a horizon. I'm asking
So you just
why I
fucking
don't see
asked,
it.
why is there a
No.
horizon if the Earth is flat?
Okay, like what you said was that, like, okay, the Earth would have this. If it has this curvature, I shouldn't be able to see this far, right? So I'm giving it to you. Okay, you can't see that far, but how come you can only see 18 miles? Let's say. Right, I mean, you agree you can't see that far, right? In all the pictures, it's like, yes, you shouldn't be able to see quite as far as you can, but you can't see like a ton further. You can't see 150 miles. You know
So
what I
is
mean?
that is that is that
So
if,
my
if that's
question
the
is just like,
argument?
why? Like,
If
what is
that's
the
the
explanation
argument,
for that? It's a good faith question. Like, you may
Our
think that
eyes
I'm
can't
not,
render
but
that
I'm
far,
I'm
bro. It's
about
simple.
to answer. I'm about to
okay.
answer
Cool.
you.
Cool.
It's an optical limitation.
Okay.
So it's not a geometric limit. It's not a physical
So I
geometry
can see the
limitation.
sky over the like there is a horizon line. I can see the sky over it. So you're saying that like what's
Just
going
think
on?
about
My
a
eyes
flashlight,
can't see
bro.
land. They can
It's
only see blue sky at that
it's
range.
an optical limitation. Seeing is that we already know and prove that it's not a geometric one.
Yeah, just think about a flashlight, bro. You can't see it
What?
at a certain distance.
No, you
You know?
you didn't prove that at all. Yeah, you just showed that the curvature was not what we expected at various points.
Okay, but if you use, oh my God, what do
What?
you think if you see a radio? You know how you know how big the radius would have to be if the horizon was
Okay, I want you to take a piece of paper.
I was literally answering you. I was literally
Oh, go
telling
ahead.
you something.
No, that's fine. Yeah, I didn't realize that. Go ahead.
So do you know how far or how big the radius of the Earth would have to be if the
Hold on.
horizon?
Don't tell them. Give them
Okay.
3 options that are vastly different from each other, and see if they can guess.
All right. So check this out. At 1 foot off the
He's
ground.
literally saying to troll me. I
At
am not going to
one-
be trolled, so I'm not going to
All right,
answer this question. I'm just letting you know up front. Yeah.
We'll see. At 1 foot.
Like he's literally just said, this is a trick question. Don't tell him that.
No.
Well,
I'm gonna
I mean,
just-
you know,
I'm gonna
like
give you
I'm the
options.
interlocutor. Like I don't
I'm gonna
care.
give
Like I'm
you-
just not going to
I'm
answer
gonna
the
give you
question after somebody says that. No, I'm not going to accept
gonna
your
give you
options. I was
options.
literally
All right,
just
he's
advised not
spiraling.
to by my lawyer over here.
Yeah, he's spiraling. Come on, guys. He needs help. He's spiraling.
Oh, it's a spiral. Oh, it's a spiral object.
I'm gonna ask
Okay,
someone else.
okay. Here's the thing.
Yo,
what I would like to ask you is,
Jedi, mute
do
him,
you have a
please.
Jesus
Oh.
Christ. Go ahead,
They
Elijah.
get so scared. Why are they so scared? Soldry, why are y'all so scared?
Yeah, so I'll play the game.
I was just calling. What?
Why are y'all so scared?
Why are you scared to tell me where you got 8 inches per mile squared from?
I didn't get it, bro. I got it from your mama.
Apparently
You
now
don't
I
have a
actually
source? It's dead wrong. I want to know where you got it from.
Bro.
I actually didn't want to listen to that. I wanted to listen to where they were going with that.
Where did we get the 8 inches per mile squared from?
No, wait. He's
That would
trying to answer.
be
Hold
the
on.
globe.
Let AI.
Okay.
Well, I think
Yeah.
what Elijah was trying to say is, how big would this radius of the Earth have to be if you had a horizon greater than 10 miles at a 1 foot height? And if I'm not
you wouldn't answer
mistaken,
that.
it's either A, 3,959 miles, B, a sandwich, or C, greater than the distance to the alleged moon. Which one? All right, with that, I yield the floor.
What?
Yeah, you jumped into the conversation a bit late, so maybe that doesn't.
Well,
really
that wasn't
truthfully-
an answer
You
to
are-
where you got 8 inches per mile squared from. So
That's fine. I'll answer it for you. That would be the necessary consequence of a ball of a radius of 3,959 miles. If you go onto your computer, go Google Earth Curve Calculator, that's the model of the Earth. So 8
I
inches
don't
per
think
mile
it is.
squared is the model. Well, then go and check it.
Luckily,
Okay,
I
well,
think
well,
it
8
is,
inches
unless
per
you can
mile
provide
squared, that means it's a parabola, not a sphere.
Yeah,
Well
yeah.
done.
A parabola that's good enough for at least 1,000
No.
miles. It would be
No, it's
at
only
least
good for about
1,000
100 miles. It's only good
Well,
for about 100 miles.
Good
Then
thing
it
I'm not
substantially
making
drops off.
observations larger than 100, but it's 1,000 though. You're wrong. It might be 2,000, but I think it's 100. I mean 1,000.
Okay. I sent it
Look,
in the chat there.
you know what?
That's
You know
what
what?
it
Check
would look
this
like.
out though. Check this out. I go with San Diego State. I go with Andrew Thomas Young for all of my formulas. So what are you talking about?
Andrew Thomas Young.
Yeah.
She's talking about other type of 8 inches.
No, well, I mean, we got that, but that's not what I'm talking about. I don't know why you're asking us about 8 inches per mile squared because I don't use that anyways.
Well, I heard it. I thought it was you that said it. Sorry.
But what's wrong with it?
It's wrong. That's what's wrong with it.
Okay, what's correct then?
How is it wrong? How is it wrong? Explain.
It's a parabola. And that is the equation for a parabola, and the Earth is not a
So
parabola.
which one is the correct one?
Can you make an equation with the circumference in the with the circumference of the Earth and tell us? Yeah. Go ahead and make an equation that would
What's the
express
correct one? Yeah.
that would express how much curvature there would be in 30 miles.
In 30 miles?
Please. Yes.
Well, I have the
please do it.
equation here. If you
Please
want me to
do it.
tell you.
Please do it. How much
So
curvature
the
should there be in 30 miles?
so the equation, which is
Not
the
the
correct
equation.
one.
Not the
30
equation.
miles is such
How
a
much
minuscule.
Oh,
would 30 miles? How much curvature would you have as a singular observer from one point to 30 miles away? How much curvature would there be?
I don't have that right now. What I do have is the equation, which I don't know why you don't want me to tell you.
Well, it doesn't really matter. I just want the answer. I mean, Jesus fuck. Take 5 minutes, I guess. I'm still gonna want the answer.
All right.
Well, to be fair, you did ask her for a formula, and she said, I have an equation. So the original context was not how much curvature, but rather what formula would you use rather than 8 inches per mile squared.
Right.
Fair enough.
If we're wrong, what's the correct formula to use?
Well, just
Please.
use the formula, please. Just use the formula.
Whatever it is, yeah.
The formula, whatever it is h equals radius times open parentheses 1 minus cosine of, I don't know if
Yeah,
that's a
that's
thorn
exactly
or
the
zero.
fucking one that I use from Andrew
That's the
Thomas
one.
Young. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
That is
Now,
not 8 inches per mile squared, though.
like I said, I don't use it. But anyway, go on ahead.
So I'm talking to the person that said it. Like,
All right, can you just give us the answer
there's at
already?
least one
Jesus
person defending
Christ.
it.
Just give us the
Okay,
answer.
okay. Yeah, I'll give you. Okay, we got to focus on this for a second before we get too chaotic here. Chart out your formula and then chart out 8 inches per mile squared. Put them alongside and tell me at the range where the invariability becomes greater than 1 inch differential.
That's more specific, but I like it. Are you willing to do that?
Let's be more liberal since the one other formula is observed height in feet. Do it out until you get 1 foot differential. Okay?
Can you do that?
I'm grabbing it in Desmos, so let me.
I love your voice.
You.
Oh,
Chip. Oh, jeez, something caught in my throat. Oh boy.
we're still going to end up with a rate of curve, no matter what
I mean, you can.
formula that we use.
I'll be fair, but you're horrible right now, brother.
Yeah, get the 8 inches out of your mouth.
Oh shit!
Don't measure
Jedi.
curvature anyway.
No. Can't hear you, bro.
There's the problem. The reason why flat earthers exist.
Jedi, no. Can't hear you, bro.
I can understand him. Funny enough.
So, if I'm roboting or I sound shit, I won't interrupt.
Yeah, it's a bad robot. It's bad.
It's not even like roboting, it's just like just taking out part of your sentence. It's weird.
Damn CIA.
It's the technology that we use from scientists that we deny believing in flat Earth.
No, nobody do this. That's a completely non sequitur. There's the conclusion doesn't follow the premise. Technology doesn't have to do just because
enjoy your very nice headphone and your internet.
Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? Why are you being?
I just
a bigot
had to talk
again?
shit for
Why are
1
you
second.
being
I'm
a
sorry.
bigot again?
I
But
just
you're a
had to talk
bigot.
shit for
Why
1
do you
second.
want to be a bigot?
He's a little punk.
Like you don't even look. As a matter of fact, how could you be so confident knowing we're daring this girl to do what she's doing? Like, don't you think you might be missing something?
Nah, he's playing League of Legends or whatever the fuck he's doing.
Oh, right. He has no fucking idea what we're doing. That's right. Why would we be wanting this girl if flat earthers came out with 8 inches per mile squared for some fucking reason? And it was us. It really was us, right? Why would we be asking her to make whatever fucking formula she wants to compare it to the 8 inches per mile squared if she knew better than we did?
Yeah, I mean, if we're doing something wrong, right? Like, by all means, teach us, right? I'm willing to learn something. Let's see. Let's see. If it's wrong, it's wrong. You know, I'm willing to
I
change.
highly doubt she'll come back. You know why? Because the Christine, the Antichrist girl, she told me the same thing, and I said, so go ahead and make a formula and tell me where the horizon would be for an observer of whatever height. And she just started calling me. She said that I was. She felt bad for me, and she literally muted me. I was like, yeah, I didn't think you were going to read those results. But that's what gets me about these globe earthers. They think they know shit, which is fine for me because I'm like, yay, new globe earthers that have never actually really came across real flat earthers who debate and do this for real. And they end up fucking putting their foot in their mouth. That's why I'm still begging for someone to do what they did earlier, still waiting on that for them to say, yeah, boats go beyond the curve, because that's what it looks like. I cannot wait for that to happen, so I can trap card.
So to the 8 inches
Wait,
per
Elijah, you
mile
just
squared.
said that you got muted on this other server because they couldn't answer what you were saying. It's crazy. I was trying to talk to you, but I got muted.
Same server.
Oh, I got muted too, dude. So I'm like you too, just on the other side.
You wasn't presenting anything though.
I didn't have a chance to.
No, you were just saying how skeptical I was, and you wasn't using the definition of skeptical correctly.
Okay.
Hello.
Well,
So that
I'm
8
curious
inches
for
per
her
mile
answer.
squared.
No. She's lighting up. She's lighting up, boys. Be quiet. What's up?
The Desmos formula that I got here doesn't really account for the squishiness of the obliteness of it.
Oh, okay. We just want
So
figures.
it's not gonna be
We
like
just want figures, love.
You just want what?
We just want figures, love. That's all.
A what?
Why are you whispering?
We just want the fucking numbers.
Oh, there's a lot of numbers
What he's
here.
trying to say is he's single and he wants your measurements.
We just want
There's
Go on.
quite a few.
How much
Crouching right
curvature is
now.
in 30
Give me the
miles?
numbers.
Go on. How much
It would
curvature is
often
in 30 miles? Or at what point is the differential more than 1 foot? Go on.
Let me learn how to use this Desmos thing then.
It would often
it gives
happen
me a
with
lot
8
of-
inches per mile squared is engineers will use that, and that's just kind of a easy measurement, and it's only accurate within about the first 100 miles. Past that, then you have to use the actual Earth curvature. So,
You know what? I'll even say 500 miles.
Hold on. Plot me out the circle formula for the radius of the Earth, and then plot the parabola 8 inches per mile squared against it, and tell me when the invariability becomes greater than 1 foot.
I'll have to wait when I get back home. I'm just walking the dogs right now, but I was playing in AutoCAD to make that comparison, and it was about 100 miles where it would start to show that there was a big difference. So.
All right, we want to know when it reaches 1 foot, and then we want to know the percentage at that range.
Okay.
In miles, right?
Wait until I'm done walking the dogs. So.
Fair.
You want it all in miles, right?
I'll tell you why. I vaguely remember Chris Van Metre doing this in the past, and he got 1,400 miles before the invariability was greater than 1% or something like that.
And I'll tell you what I do remember clearly. No one has ever actually, because a lot of people have made this challenge. Literally coming into our Discord server 24/7, flatearthdiscord.gg. And they would say 8 inches per mile squared. Did you shoot flat earth? And we're like, okay, well, you go ahead and you create a formula and you apply that and tell us how, tell us what's what. And every time they go, yeah, I'm going to do it. I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you. And then we never get the result. They never come back. So I'm salivating at the mouth for this. Will be my first time someone actually does this and they don't run away. I don't think you will, right?
Give me a
Trying to
chance.
learn basic math here. It's
Just a
been a
quick
while since I've
question
done
for you
high
though.
school.
And breathe.
Yeah, right. 1% of 3,904 miles. Because you asked for a foot and then said 1%. Isn't that substantially different?
What?
What the
You
fuck?
talking about the radius?
Oh God.
Dude, that was painful, brother. Before I answer that, I just want to say, the 8 inches per mile squared came from globe sources, right?
Yeah, it's
In the
engineers,
past.
so they'll often use it as an easy rule of thumb for like short distances.
So let's
It's
start
not
with
for large
that.
distances.
Let's start with that and pause this little math excursion. But please, let's get to the end though, because I swear to
Oh
God,
yeah, but
this will be the first. But you hear what this guy just said?
yeah, I
Sojourn,
heard it. It's painful. It hurt me in the soul.
Sodri, what do you think about what the guy just said? Seems to me like he said that
I
globe
can't
earthers
breathe.
used it as a something for simplicity. You hear that?
For
I mean,
short
that makes
distances.
sense. I mean, you're using
For short distances.
you're using like much simpler math than like big trigonometry thingy.
So it makes sense now. So it makes sense now. All of a sudden, it makes sense.
For short distances. Try to remember
Yeah.
that.
How short is 30 miles short?
No. But what this
Compared
all
to the Earth,
means,
yeah.
it's fine. But what this all means is that saying that 8 inches per mile squared isn't a circle formula. I mean, what does that prove? 8 inches per mile squared is used for what it's used for. When people are doing advanced observation scrutiny, they don't use 8 inches per mile squared. They use the more advanced formula. So I don't know what the contention is here.
Well, quite often, what I've seen online is there are people who are flat earthers who will use the 8 inches per mile squared and try to use that as justification for the drop that they see when it's not the right formula for longer distances.
Here though, like for instance, when you look at
That's
Canigoo, when you look at
anecdotal. That's anecdotal.
when you look at Canigoo and the freaking horizon is supposed to be 116 miles, that is not an 8 inches per mile squared formula. Jesus Christ.
I don't know what formula they used. I'm just saying that there have been some people who do that, and that's what it's in reference to.
Right, that's
Why
why I
does
wanted
that
to
even
ask.
matter? Let me go to a church and just start talking about how there's some Roman Catholics that were out there burning people at the stake and shit. They're like, how fair is that? Let me walk into a Catholic school and hey, which one of you guys are out here diddling boys? How fair would that be? Like, okay, yes, we're flat earthers. We don't have to be
I'm not
charged
painting
with
you all with the
everything
same
somebody
brush.
on the internet says. You guys got
I'm
to
not
get that
painting you
through
all
your
with the same brush.
minds.
No, it's fair. That's fair. You all shouldn't be painted with the same brush.
Thank you.
I was just talking to the specific point of the 8 inches per mile squared. That's all I'm talking to.
Okay, that's like so 2017, bro. Like,
Not exactly the
get with
same
the
brush,
times.
but a very, very similar brush, you know.
It doesn't matter though because hold on. No, we got to talk about this.
You've got
So,
daddy issues and shit, the same as all the
yeah,
others.
dude, just chill. Bro. For goodness sakes.
You tell him to chill, you fucking faggot.
No, I'm telling you to chill, bro. Oh, what did you? Who is speaking, dude?
Oh, the hand guy. He has a hand. He has a
Jancy?
hand.
Oh, yeah, you're banned. There you go,
Unhand that
brother. How
man.
about that? No, he's banned. Yeah.
D2A.
Banned.
D2A. Ban that man.
One, you're being a dick, and two, you violated the server rules, so you're banned. Thanks. Fortunate for you, eh? Now somebody else has to take over my point because I got to be busy in the back chats banning this sucker. Thanks, thanks, dickhead, for making me waste my time banning you.
I forget his point. Who remembers?
My question was, what is wrong with either or what's the contention between using
Nothing really. Nothing really. That's what we're trying to find out right now. That's why we're waiting on Sodri.
I think I got it. Hold on.
Awesome.
I think I can do simple math.
Yay. But I thought the point of you using your advanced formula was not for simplicity.
Well, I'm using a different one to be honest. Because I think there's an easier way to do this one.
No. Okay, you know what? Do whatever you want. I don't care at this
Do
point.
it out. Do it out to 1,000 miles observation, right? And then tell me the variability for the two.
I'm doing the
Let's make
30
it
miles
okay.
right now, okay? And so I thought about this, right? 360 degrees is 39.59 miles. So X is 30 miles. I'm gonna get a way to fucking derive this.
What?
I haven't done math since
I would have. How are you
10th
sitting here
grade.
telling us we're wrong and you haven't even checked?
It don't matter,
'Cause I'm
dude.
using
Just
a
let her play out without too much stress, because I like where this is going.
Yeah, this will be like. Isn't this a first AI? Like, you know how many people have come in over the years and then just like straight up dipped?
100.
Well, I know that
You-
there's an answer somewhere in here because there's no explanation in the flat Earth for why, like, things disappear in the horizon.
What?
What do you? Wait, whoa! Is she doing it? Wait,
She's doing it, brother.
What'd you
So
say?
I'm gonna find something.
No, stop! What'd you just say?
What did you say?
What? That like things disappear in the horizon from
Is
the bottom up, right?
why is that? Does that mean it's a globe?
I don't see how it would be flat if that happened.
Because it looks that way.
What?
Because it looks that way, right? It looks like it's disappearing bottom up, therefore it's a globe, right? Because it looks like that.
Few other ways you could arrive in the conclusion, but
Just say yes. Just affirm.
yeah. I'm just adding new ones. Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
yo,
so.
guys, I'm sharing my screen. I've been waiting like 2 hours for this. No, yo, she just entered the trap card.
Well,
that's
Elijah, I told you.
very.
I told you you were gonna enjoy it.
Oh,
This
and I
is
waited for the
just
perfect
totally
moment.
not disingenuous. Let me see this.
What is
What?
not it? What? I didn't
We're being Elijah's being totally genuous.
Yo, hold on,
Am I
son.
misinterpreting it then? Because
Oh God.
let's see.
He just wanted to show a point, but he wanted a person who believes in the globe to say that the bottoms of boats disappearing looks like the Earth is curved.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yep. So hopefully this will be juicy. We've been waiting for 2 hours.
Yeah,
So
let's see this.
this is April 13th, 2018, right? So look,
Mhm.
why do some people believe the globe is flat?
Yeah, no, I know philosophy too. She's fucking amazing.
Please don't steal my joy. Everyone else just please, like, be quiet.
Oh, sorry, my
Why-
bad.
Did he
That's
say
the
me
same
so
guy
horny?
yeah, that's the same guy that was blasting music. I don't know why he's still here.
Oh
No.
yeah. Get that fool.
What's his name?
Why? What's his name?
I'm gone.
Bad boy, what you gonna do?
Okay,
Okay.
I want to
Why
see this.
do
I think I've watched this one already because I watch philosophy too. But
amazing? So this will
yeah,
be
let's see.
even more juicy. Look, because that would make you a hypocrite then. Either that or you weren't paying attention.
Oh,
So
yeah, I mean, I
some
do
people
forget things. Let's see.
why do some people believe the globe is flat? What is the philosophical position known as direct realism? And how can optical illusions help us learn about what science is? Ooh, that was such a disgusting
Oh wait,
description.
is 2018 before? Play. Is 2018 before
2018 is
Abigail?
before 2019, yes.
No, because philosophy to transition. I don't know if this is before or after.
All right. So the title of the
Hold on,
video is
Elijah, can you
Flat
stick
Earth.
it in?
The title of the video is Flat Earth or Why Do People Reject Science? So she just said the horizon and boats disappearing bottom up proves it's a globe because it looks that way.
I don't know that
So,
for certain. Okay. Just,
well, but you did say it. It was good enough for
I
me.
did say it. Maybe it could be disproven. I'll see.
It's good. Yeah, but see,
You know,
what you
she
said,
definitely knows more than me.
what you said represents literally every globe earther in here. To be
Straw
honest,
man.
no, it's not. We were just having a conversation about this thing. Everybody says, well, if it's not a globe, what could it be?
Your opinion
And
is
it
just
looks
one
like a
brush
hill is
now.
getting in the way. There's a hill. There's some cars.
All right.
The car goes over the hill. There's obstruction. That's exactly what the horizon looks like.
All right,
Y'all say that all the time.
then we're doing this. All flat earthers say the moonlight is cold. Just play the video, dude.
I don't.
All right. Well, to be fair, all globe earthers do believe that there's a geometric horizon. Like, there's no way around that. You can't say all flat earthers in the same respect because we don't have a claim about the geometry of the earth. Well, you could say all flat earthers say the earth is flat. That would be accurate. Anyway, all right, I'm gonna play the video. Y'all ready?
Yep.
Y'all ready for this?
You're
ready.
My bad. I'm tripping. All right. You hear what he just said?
So you're a direct realist?
You hear what he just said?
Yeah.
He's describing you. I've never made this argument, but he's describing you.
Huh?
Yeah, because it appears that the horizon is Earth curved, therefore it is.
But can't you say the same about your position that you're looking at it and
No,
it's
because
flat?
I've never made that kind of argument before.
But you're looking at it and you see
Quote
it's
me.
flat, right?
Quote me. Quote when I've ever said I'm looking at something and it looks flat.
Right, so your whole thing is a calculation, right? Just to be sure.
No. Quote me doing the same thing you just did.
Oh, that's impossible, you know that.
Well, okay.
I don't have shit recorded.
Just take it on faith. Let's take it on faith. Tell people, so I know how honest you are. I don't know if you care about that, but I remember every interaction that I've had with almost everyone. Tell me that I told you it's flat because it looks like that.
No, I'm asking you.
No, tell me that that's what I did. Same way you did.
I don't know. I'm like asking you for
Thank
you to
you
clarify.
very much, guys. The movie's over.
I asked you,
How
are you a
wonderful.
direct realist? This
How
isn't that.
wonderful.
You're a child, Jesus. I'm just trying to talk to you.
Oh my God.
Goddamn.
You're a loser. Not a loser in life, but like you lost. You lost just now. You lost. Take the L.
I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, just take the L. It's okay. The 8 inches L.
Wait, what's the argument against direct realism?
I don't know. I asked if he was a
actually.
direct realist, and now this guy's having a meltdown.
You know what? I'm gonna be honest with you. In my flat Earth group, 24/7, flat Earth Discord.gg. Now in there, one of my tags is direct realist. Can I be honest?
Lol.
Can I be honest? if 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 what this guy's describing is direct realism, then I was sorely mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
Because clearly I don't reason the way you just did. That it looks like that. Therefore, what else could it be? Because it looks like that.
Well, that's
I
not like a
never
philosophical
made
thing.
that argument in here. I've never made that argument anywhere.
You know, I was like that before I joined all these flat earth thingies, and my current logic to that conclusion is that I haven't seen any other hypothesis, to be honest.
Well, I mean, yes. So it looks like that. Therefore, it's Earth curve, right?
You can like word it however you want. It can't
No,
work in a flat
those
earth.
are your words.
Like there is no other shape of the earth. Maybe
Those
it's
are
like
your
a
words.
somewhat curved flat earth or something.
Those are your words, bro. Yo, you got that math?
Dude, compose yourself. All right, listen. You're assuming that the consequence that you're looking at is necessarily caused by shape by saying I don't know another shape of the earth that could produce the same result, right? So you are limiting it, not it itself. You're imposing a bias in your very language.
Okay, it still makes me like correct though. Like, is there another shape?
Did you like that AI, by the way? Was that worth the wait?
No, it's more important what she just said, which
Is
I
there
just
another-
told her. She's assuming that these effects are caused by the shape of the earth. I then said that's not necessarily the case, and to claim it must be is biased. And then she asked me, well, is there another shape?
But yeah, if the earth is flat, shouldn't you see infinitely far?
No. Why would you ever assume that?
I'm asking you, I don't know.
Why would you? Okay, wait. Well, hold on. Okay.
I think she's just asking
Do
questions. She's not
all
really making too
optics
much
have
statements.
angular resolution limits?
I'm not sure what that means.
Shit, man.
How
old are you?
I'm 19.
Oh, listen, I'll
Oh,
explain it
all
to
right.
you.
Okay, my bad. I will definitely fall way the fuck back. My bad. First of all, whoa, back it on up, back it on up, back it on up. My bad. I'm gonna put some more respect on your name, young lady. My fault. Okay,
We get
for
it, bro.
everything
We
I
get it,
said.
bro.
But
What is this reaction?
you're mad young. You're a baby, so
I'm
let's just chill.
uncomfortable.
Okay.
He
Yo,
thought he was going to convert you to flat Earth and then ask you out.
nah.
Yeah,
Just
after all
don't
the
even say
flirting,
nothing
why
like
are
that.
you like
That's disgusting.
53?
Yes, I'm too old. I'm
53.
I'm 53.
You're 2 years old.
Elijah, you've been in this shit for like 3 days straight. I've seen you in here every single day for like 3 days.
Yeah, so
The problem is that you're making arguments from ignorance, and that's why Elijah is backing out, because he may be thinking that you are more knowledgeable in the topic, but you're just arguing from ignorance, and he has to back it up. I mean, he has to step back on the
all
argument.
of that, all of that. Yes, Jim. Everything almost everyone said. AI and GMP.
So you
believe in the flat Earth?
Oh Jesus! There's always
We're
one of
gonna-
those in
no.
the middle of every conversation.
I know, right? It's always
Fucking
yo. So check it out. Okay, fine, fair enough. Yeah, okay. When the hell did you do the math? If you haven't done it in a long time, last year? What the fuck?
She did it tomorrow. She
I'm
did the
still
math
waiting on it.
tomorrow.
I'm still waiting on the map.
Yo.
Did I miss
So
the
I
part where
found the
she
8
presented it?
inches. I found the 8 inches, and it's 8 inches per mile, not per mile squared.
No, it's 8
What?
inches per mile squared.
It has to be per mile squared, otherwise it'd be a slope.
So it's either a slope or a parabola.
Yeah, we already
Holy
established
crap.
it was a parabola, but the question is,
Mhm.
what you're not even dealing with that. You went off to do your own little formula to tell us what the drop would be for a 30-foot observation, or what AI asked you, which is the difference in 1,000 miles, or whenever you get up to a difference of 1 foot, what the percentage would be.
Yeah, I don't think my math skills are that big. So I was trying to make a new thingy.
Why would you
All right.
question ours?
No, I can't even like. It's no.
Well, I
There's just
looked
no
at
way
how
to
it
go.
looks like. That's it.
I have to take this L, like, cause I for damn sure, I'm not confident that this is gonna end any different than it has the last 3 years. So it's like,
Yeah,
Well,
sure.
yeah,
Right.
no, it won't. Yeah.
But look, it's very simple. You could just go to Google right now and pull up an image where somebody has already overlaid a parabola on a circle, and you can see that a parabola fits a very large amount of a circle relatively accurately to what would be useful for you to make observations, right? So 8 inches per mile squared or a parabola in place of a proper circle formula, it's efficient for many purposes. So there's no real reason to decry it as being wrong. It's not so much wrong as it is just used for certain things. And then the more precise modes are used for different things.
No, I got a question, AI. Is there? How can we observe 1,000 miles or more, like, optics wise? Is that is that even possible?
I don't think
Yeah,
so.
you can go up to high altitude and use infrared.
Okay. So the
Yeah,
higher
but
the
how?
altitude,
So, for
more.
example, there are videos out there. One is from Taboo Conspiracy, and then I can't remember the other guy, but there's
Jay
many.
Tolan, Jay Tolan
Yeah,
Media.
there's also eyewitness accounts from the SR-71 pilots, etc., where
Right.
all of these men either have video or anecdotal evidence that they've seen greater than 1,000 miles.
Yeah.
I've
Which
seen
is
pilots that say 500 miles.
which is almost 1/4 of the circumference. Like that's damn near 90 degrees. Something
No,
is
no, no.
turned into.
That's not 1/4 of the circumference.
Yeah,
That will be the radius.
No, yeah. What 1/4 would be 6, 12, 18, 24. Jimsy, wake up here. Oh, I'm
Oh
tripping.
my.
Yeah. Oh, never mind. You're right. I'm wrong. Never mind.
Hey, you wanna bet? You wanna bet?
We
You
all
wanna
make
bet
mistakes.
Delete. Ah.
Okay, guys, we all make mistakes.
Hello, woman.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
How old are you? Are you also 19?
Yeah.
All right, never mind. I don't want to talk
Nice
to
and
anybody who's
fresh.
19.
Oh, geez.
Oh my goodness, dude!
You lucky I can't ban you right now. I'm in dad mode
Well, you can't.
right now.
Well, you can't
Everybody,
say that.
chill the hell out
What, dude?
and watch
Do you
your
think a
language.
19-year-old is like a child?
Dude, you're the only one. You're the only one with
retard.
the naughty mind at the moment. So
I could know because I'm still
Ooh.
guilty about saying the voice thing. Like
You're a
I'm
naughty boy.
my
Using
mind
my
is so
voice?
fucked up right now.
You think I sound like a child?
yeah, so the only person who's misbehaving right now, Elijah, is you. So if anybody needs to be banned, you need to look
That's
in the mirror
so
and slap yourself.
disrespectful.
Yeah, that's really disrespectful, bro.
Someone detain me, please.
I'm just
I
here
deserve
to,
it.
listen.
Pervert.
Eli,
If
what
I
about
don't
the
hold
I'm here to
myself
DMs?
accountable, no one
myself,
will.
All right.
and you're all
all right.
talking shit.
Let's go back.
Hey,
Eli, what
about the DMs?
All right, let's bring it back to the topic.
Bring it
Go
back.
ahead. Any questions?
We don't know what to.
What was
Who's
your guys'
this
reasons
new
for the North
19-year-old?
Star?
Who's this new 19? Do you have a question, new 19?
All right. Don't worry about it. So,
Listening. I don't know why Elijah just fucking started. Anyways,
do you have
I'm
a
sorry.
question about the topic of the voice channel? Do you have a question? Yes or no?
Yeah. So, how flat?
What the fuck?
Flatter than a pancake.
What have we established? Is it flat? Or is it
Flatter
like
than a pancake.
Okay, thank you.
They can't answer questions. You guys are coping. You guys don't have like a single
factual reason why it's flat. I'm like,
Can you be
waiting for one.
specific?
There's all this math that proves the Earth is spherical. All right, let's go with the. What was your reason for the North Star not being seen in certain locations?
Nah, Grog. Before I even finish, how old are you? I don't trust none of y'all now.
I'm 19.
I didn't ask you again, man. Go away.
That was a question.
You asked Grog, and you asked her
you guys
earlier, and you
being
asking
so
her
rude
again,
to the
bro.
woman just because she's a woman, something so rude.
got it.
No, because the how old you guys are depends
I
on like
unmuted,
my
I
level.
unmuted you so you could do the exact same thing.
No,
I don't know why it takes me seriously because I'm okay. Anyways, I have a question.
Why?
God, hold on.
What is
I
the
just
government
want to
hiding?
know what level of argumentation I should apply. That's why I'm asking Grog or whoever. I mean, cause damn, man, I feel like my last whole thing was wasted. Like I got to do it again when the night.
No,
All right, let's concentrate on the question, Elia.
Yeah.
What is the government hiding
We don't
from
know.
us?
I trust the government.
Can
So
we try and find
can't
out?
leave
Because I just want to know. I don't know. It's like bugging me. I'm
I
scared.
trust. I trust the government because government comes from God anyway. So
that's true.
Let's go to that guy who just said there's not one factual evidence that the Earth is flat. Who said that? Alpha God?
Yeah,
Right?
buddy
Moses,
here,
right?
Elijah, said he had a formula, and he's not a skeptic. He can't produce any of it on either
No,
side.
Elijah's been
So I'm
hugging the
very
mic for the past 3 hours.
so what, Jimsy? Jesus Christ!
Where is this North Star
Do you have a
located on the
question?
flat Earth map?
My fans are asking questions. Stop suppressing my voice. No, go ahead. Go ahead, Jimsy. No, I don't. Go ahead, Jimsy. I'm just kidding. I'm about to play Call of Duty.
You need a Call of Duty break, but come back in 30 minutes after you lose in Call of Duty.
Wow.
So you can get a win here again, because you got a win earlier, so now you can get a loss in Call of Duty and then a win here.
I gotta stay well rounded, like the
Alpha
not
God, do you
globe.
got a question? Or you just you got a question? Like an actual question?
Do you think that when videos have like when video games have like a global Earth, do you think that's like? Do you think there's something behind that?
Propaganda.
Yeah.
Well, it's propaganda, of course. It's like media, like anything that has a global Earth.
Sí, es propaganda, sí.
Whether they mean to or not, they spread misinformation.
All right, no one else has a question. Can I
The
ask my
the
question
only
again?
thing that is apparent is that we can't leave the Earth. We're trapped here. We can't escape the Van Halen radiation belts. Flat Earth is most likely misdirection from the truth that we're trapped on this hell planet in a
Do you think there's
simulation.
something better
Why would it
outside?
be
No.
misdirection from that? Because what we always say is that the Earth is contained. So we're basically saying the same thing that you are. You're trapped, so to speak. So why would the surface being flat be a misdirection from the same thing that we're actually saying?
Yeah.
Because there's more empirical evidence that suggests that it's spherical. So you need to be at least
Like what?
open-minded that it's spherical or
Go
that
ahead.
it's flat.
Go ahead. Start
Just
it.
present it.
There's lots of math. They're talking about these stars debunking you guys. We can go. I don't believe the
Present
horizon.
one piece of empirical evidence, please. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right.
You got the floor.
Well, I'm on like a bunch of Adderall right now. There was this math formula. What was the math formula?
You guys ever heard of chromosome banking?
Oh yeah, I've heard that. Yeah.
If you look at every single math. Okay, what was it? There was one. I think I was looking at. They can take pictures of the sun and the moon and stuff, and they can see its rotation. They can look at certain star constellations.
Well, you're already talking about the wrong thing. I was asking about the Earth. Can they take pictures of the Earth being a globe?
Well, that's why I say we can't actually do that. We can't go out past the Van Halen radiation belts and take a picture of the Earth, and we haven't really ever
So
been to the moon.
where's this empirical evidence then for this globe that you just told me you can't look at?
What I'm saying is that you guys are being disingenuous when you're
No,
not taking
you are.
into consideration many different variabilities.
You don't. You
and
barely know
options.
anybody in here. What you saying, you guys? Talk about the topic at hand and the evidence or the lack of evidence. Don't start saying
Yeah.
you guys this and you guys that.
Don't interrupt me.
You know
I'm
what is
saying
actually disingenuous
most
though
of you.
is to judge a room full of people out of hand that you literally just met as disingenuous.
Alright,
And then
but
also
this
to
is,
say
like,
that there's empirical
emotional
evidence for
argument.
something that a minute later you tell me you don't actually have the ability
There
to
are
see.
they use mathematical formulas to predict where things are in space, like in the Earth's space.
Okay, show them and then
And
show me how that ties into the conclusion of Earth being
literally.
globe.
Okay, well, they use formulas that relate
You
to
just-
the Earth's like radius, etc.
Yeah, so do
Well,
we.
like,
Show that it
formulas.
doesn't have one.
But I don't see any of this, and none of you can reiterate it. Like the guy was saying something about 2.5 times the person's body is some kind of math formula, but then later he claimed that he didn't have this math formula, like it wasn't his, and
Okay,
I'm
sounds
just
like-
confused.
yeah.
I'm really confused here because when I go into like science or like really boring stuff like physics and how things are created, I don't really care about it because it's already been discovered. They're
You go
already
to
doing it.
science? What do you mean you go to science? What science?
Yeah, can you please
I like-
elaborate?
Listen, man,
Like
you're
if
kind
you look at
of
modern
just
marvels,
you're kind of
you look
just
at modern-
waffling though. Like you don't actually think that anything you said here is globe proof, do you?
No, no way.
Well, I think
well, you don't think it is either. I am open. You are not
Yeah.
open. You are being disingenuous.
Bro,
What do you mean?
You just said you had
Because-
hella
Stop
empirical
being
evidence.
disingenuous.
Yeah,
would that
you're
okay,
actually the
there's
one who's not
hierarchies
open.
and
Listen, you're
there's-
the one who's not open because you just keep summarily like shutting down what I'm saying
There's
to
no
you. When I'm actually
counter-argument.
asking you for the evidence that for the thing
It's
that you
all
claim the
over.
Earth is.
It's all over there.
I'm open
It's
to
all
it.
over.
I'm open to it.
It's
That's
all
why
over.
I'm asking you for it, but you're not
Yeah,
providing
I'm open
it.
to it too.
some
Show
people
us
here
the
try to
things.
prevent us
But
from
you
talking
should have
about
looked
real
at
things.
least. You don't even look. Like you should know both sides of the argument, and then you're not making an actual argument either, which is like
Please
really
educate
confusing.
us. Please educate us. I'm willing to learn.
So-
Go ahead, bro.
I have
Please
to
enlighten me,
basically
please.
I have to study this now, so I can like debunk it, which I will do over the course of
Okay,
like
maybe
the
you
next
should
not a
month.
do
very
that
open
before you
mind, though.
say anything. Then how about
But
that?
you guys claim that you can debunk everything. So like, if someone came with
bro,
like,
When did I do
let's
that?
say,
No one said that.
Look, you're being
out of line.
yeah, listen, hold on, Biscos. You're being
Sorry,
disingenuous again because I never said that. I never said I can debunk anything. The only thing I've done so far is ask you for the globe evidence, and you've been really evasive, which is pretty disingenuous.
so my point is though, you can't debunk the spherical Earth. So we
Yeah, we
need to
can.
be open to both spherical and
No.
flat.
We can debunk the spherical Earth that's been given to us.
How?
The 3,959-mile radius claim of the globe Earth is easy to debunk. You just go out to a body of water and see if it's curving the way that it would be if the Earth was that. It's not. It's doing that.
Is this
That's what I
radius
said.
curve a perfect circle curve? Is it a pear curve?
Well, now
Is
it's
it a
slightly
Gaussian curve,
pear-shaped,
like
but
landmass?
overall, it's slightly pear-shaped, we're told. But we can see way further than that radius would ever allow us to if it were true.
So that proves it's flat though.
Bro,
because
what happened if like the Earth is not flat, but it's like a big trombone?
that's what I'm saying. Like, why does that prove it's flat? Maybe it disproves a spherical Earth, but it doesn't prove that it's flat.
It disproves the globe Earth claim that's on the table, the one that we're all taught about.
No, maybe it just disproves that one formula of the curvature. There could be a more correct formula of curvature. There's more empirical evidence that supports the spherical.
Okay, then why
There's
don't you
very
go
little
ahead and
flat Earth.
why don't okay, you seem to know a lot about this after just hearing about it for the first time. So why don't you go ahead, give the formula we use, tell us why it's wrong, and then tell us the one we should use.
I would
instead.
I would like you to tell me the formula.
Okay, well, there's a few we can use. I like to do a geometric horizon test. The formula for the horizon on the globe is 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet. That's where it must be geometrically if the Earth is the thing that you keep showing for it to be. If we see much further than that, we're not detecting any convexity of the surface of that body of water, which means that the oceans aren't wrapped around a sphere, and the Earth therefore can't be a sphere.
I want you to like
Real
link
simple.
me if you have where your sources are and like this information, because I am very interested and I'm gonna like look
Okay.
at it.
For sure.
So we have the geometric horizon formula, and it
Yeah.
seems to coincide with the flat Earth. What else do we have?
No measured convexity of any body of water at rest.
Wasn't there a convex in the one circular looking tube or flask or whatever? You're talking about like large
Oh.
bodies.
Yes, like you mean like a graduated cylinder, a meniscus?
Yeah, I mean, there it's pretty deep. Like, could it be graduated?
Well, I mean, that would be the wrong direction for the curve to be. That would be concave, right? It should be convex if it's a ball, or well, if we're on the outside of a ball.
If water balls up on the floor, it makes a curve, right?
You mean like a water droplet?
Yeah.
Okay, a water droplet does do that, but like a bigger body of water obviously has a horizontal flat surface, right?
Well, okay, so then we have to think like, why is one curving?
Hold on,
Why
hold on.
is-
That's not true. That's not true. I have a counterexample I'd like to offer for entertainment
All right.
by the panel. So, when I overflow my toilet, right, it's very convenient for me because the water that all overflows just is in a big ball, and I can just pick up that one ball and chuck it outside rather than getting a mop to mop up the spill.
That's the best way to do it. Everyone
All
knows
right,
that.
well, so if we have a large body of water and it's not making this like easy ball formula, it would almost be like more like pear shaped almost, but like squeezed a little more. Or is it
pears are
like
curved
flat?
too,
That's
though.
like, that's like a rectangle-y. Maybe it's like rectangle. I just now okay, so I have like fun questions. You guys believe that there's like an ice wall, correct? Or maybe there's like infinite land that we're not allowed to go to, or it's up for debate.
No. No, that's not what we're here to say. We're just talking about the nature of water at rest and how the Earth can't be a sphere if water is the way that it is. That's all.
Flat water, flat.
Plus, when you say ice wall, that's the surveys of the Antarctic area that label it an ice wall. There wasn't anybody in here. The surveyors that explore these areas, they set up certain distances and all that kind of stuff, and they say, hey, there is an ice wall here. I mean, that's what they label it. So what do you want me to do?
I think this water argument, I think of like the physics of water, and it's in the ocean, and it's following this flatness, I guess. It's like very flat. Look out, it's flat. But then you don't see things under the water. Like there's some kind of blockage there.
What about compasses? North, south, east, west?
Yeah, compasses they figure work. Like that works. But supposedly stars don't actually work. Like a compass would work. All right, water can curve though. Water can curve in big bodies of water. What number of waters does it take to like get flat? Like this doesn't make much sense.
Well, if you're at the North Pole with a compass, you could walk around the North Pole and you just prove the Earth is round.
What? What did you just say?
Wait, you do a circle that is round, therefore it's a sphere. I mean, you could do a circle
Like if you go
east
around
to
the Earth
west.
at the equator,
You can
or if you go around the Earth at
do a
45th
circle.
parallel, or if you go
You
around
can
the Earth
go
at the
east
poles,
to
you just prove
west.
it's round.
You can go east to west around north, right? You do a circle, even though nobody does that. I mean, you could do it on an airplane, but not practically. You don't do that. But you can do a circle.
Because
that doesn't mean
you'd end
sphere,
up at the
bro.
same place you started out at. Like if you went around the equator,
Okay,
you'd go through the same
go
place.
to your table.
We're going round in circles.
Go to your
We're
table.
going round in circles.
Hello. go to your table, and do a circle, and then you end up in the same area you started, right? Circle.
That's literally what I just said. I
That's
said
not
we're
an,
going round in
that's not an
circles.
argument for the freaking globe.
With a compass.
But
Yeah, if you run around a track, have you run around a ball?
Yeah, there's
All
no
right,
way
but
to
then they
determine
say
if it's a ball
if you're
or if it's a globe or if it's a disc.
if you're
That
looking
doesn't
south,
do anything.
if you're
Hold
looking
on,
south,
I
you
want to
can't
answer
see
his
this
question.
one star.
Dude, you didn't answer his question, so you don't get to speak. I'm going to answer the question. Okay? He said, if you run around a track, did you run around a globe? Well, that depends. Were you holding a compass in your pocket? Because if you have a compass, then you're going around a globe, right? But if not, you're just going in a circle, right?
No, if you went around the equator, you think you would fall off the edge.
What?
And the Globestars say people in here are retarded, and listen to this guy.
I'm a baller.
The
The
compass works
Globestars.
for both models, right? Compass works for both models.
Yeah, using the compass argument, right? It points in the direction of like the North Pole or some bullshit, right?
Yeah, and the South Pole too.
Well, there is multiple locations that people label the poles, and in the north they talk about geographical north, that is the position in the map, and then magnetic north, which changes positions, right? So when you're talking about the compass pointing to a position, you don't even know what that is until you get there.
It's the magnetic north, yeah.
So you don't even know where that is until you get there, and then you have to figure that out.
And talking of which, until you get there, have you been to space to see if the Earth is flat?
We're in space.
Yeah,
We're chasing the
there is
sun.
space between you and I. I'm very glad for that. There is space.
No, you haven't
yes.
answered my question. I
The sun
proposed
is
you a
orbiting
question,
the galactic center. You
and
can
now
look
you're
outside
avoiding
and see
it.
the Milky Way outside. You see all.
This happens every time.
What's your
Yeah,
question?
can I?
Yeah, they gauge
No,
galloping. Instead of us staying on one topic at a time, you guys want to come here with 20 different questions, one after the other one, and you want to answer for all of them immediately.
Yeah, fair.
Trolls.
Yeah.
Because you can't answer a question. You just like, oh, it's a troll.
Okay, I'll just answer it really quick, and then we can finish up his point. No, none of us have been to space for the same
Thank you,
reason
thank you.
you have. None of us have been for the same reason you haven't. It doesn't exist.
We're in space. The Milky Way is in space.
No.
You're not in the universe?
Space is fake.
No.
Just deal with it.
No.
Actually, space is fake and gay.
That's right. So they should accept that a lot around here.
Hey now, I am not crazy.
Okay, is the last conversation over?
Call it a
I hope not.
conversation.
By the sounds of this so far.
Nope. Water is still flat and level.
Yep. 72% of the Earth's surface is covered in flat level water.
Until
Oh,
you
look
jump
at
in
that
the water.
sanity, guys! Guys, bring the conversation back to reality instead of the Globestars taking the conversation to places they never been to, they never will be, and La La Land, amazing.
Can I just stop the circle jerking real quick? I have a question.
I have one point. If you go way high in the sky, look down,
reality, in your imagination, if you do things to the realist level, I mean, what is going to happen? You can't do that in reality. So what are you trying to
There's
get?
like buildings, things like that nature, right? It's just going to be like
80 degrees.
If you turn reality into whatever imaginary thing you have in your mind, that's not reality, right?
No, it's not imagination. It's reality, like you just said.
Did you just ask what happens if you turn around?
Yeah, just turn flat Earth 180 degrees, and you're gonna get like floods.
Okay.
Let me try
Well,
it and let.
Yeah, let us know when you find someone who can turn the Earth around.
Did you just ask what happens when you turn around?
That's what I heard at first. Need a
I think
clarification.
that's what I heard.
You might need to
AI's trying to get in.
inject your ears or something. I don't know. Sort of syringe your ears.
Yeah, I think you're kind of robot.
AI, you're cutting out and coming in kind of, I don't know, weird, but nobody can hear you correctly, so go ahead.
Someone tried to call me.
This guy debunks your 8 inches per mile BBC. He says that on a far enough graph, you do see this curve after 100 miles.
Okay, here's the Earthrise.
Okay.
There's a
but
picture of the Earth
I'm
from
not-
the moon right there.
I'm not
Yeah,
giving
well, Earthrise is a combination of color and black and white photography.
Oh, you're not saying that picture is real. Look at the Earth in that picture, bro.
Yeah, it's new.
He's a cartoon earther. Are you a cartoon earther?
Is this really the evidence?
I guess so.
Are you arguing for cartoon Earth? Go ahead.
I mean, you don't
Where's
think
the source of his compass?
I mean, here's the source.
Oh, hey, Bigfoot.
It's from NBC.
Let's just say that picture is real, right?
Right there, I just showed it.
The
Yeah,
moon?
yeah.
Isn't the moon face locked? Right. So wouldn't the
Yeah,
Earth have
that's
to
cool,
be
isn't
above
it?
your
Cool,
head?
'cause we stole the core.
Hold on. Wouldn't the moon have to be, or wouldn't the Earth have to be directly above your head if you were on the moon, because it's face locked?
We stole its core.
How is that the horizon?
Giant
Doesn't make
impact
any sense.
theory.
Doesn't make
It's
any
a giant
sense.
impact theory. We stole the core. That's the going thing now. The Earth has
Fuck
two
is
cores.
this
That's
guy
why we
talking
wobble.
about? Is this guy
We
retarded?
wobble. It's giant impact theory.
I mean, he's a Bigfoot believer, so, make that whatever it is. So,
I grew up where
Bigfoot, since you're
Bigfoot sightings
LARPing
on it.
and trolling at the moment, you're going to be muted until you get serious, okay?
Yeah, I already did that. He's boring.
Yeah.
Can I ask my
They're not even
question
funny.
now?
Yeah, go ahead. You actually had a question like 10 minutes ago.
Right. So, how does light know? Let me phrase this differently. Actually,
Take your time.
so there is a limit to the horizon in which we see, right?
Mm-hmm. There's a limit to our eyes.
Yeah.
It's just not
Us-
tied to what they claim the globe is, which is the problem.
Right.
The
The limit's not because of
say
the.
there's a curve, right? But what's the explanation for things not being there in the flat Earth?
No, you globe earthers. See, look. You globe earthers that follow religiously but don't know anything about the globe. That's what you guys say. What people who know about the globe have expectations of what the curve is, i.e., you know where the distance to the horizon is, or at least you have an assumption of it. And we're saying that doesn't exist. Everyone knows what a horizon is. Everyone knows that you can't see forever. But the reason that is the case is not because of the claims of the actual geometry of the globe that they claim out there. It has nothing to do with that. You can test it, you can double check it, you can go figure that out for yourself. That's why most of us are here.
So is your question
What does it have
basically
to do
what?
with that?
So your question basically is probably why do we have a limit then? If that's not the limit, right? If it's not because of the shape, so why? Well, just think about video games for an analogy, real quick, right? You can't load the whole map. I mean, when you're looking in a certain direction, you know, all the shit behind you is not being rendered. It's just a limit of our eyes. You know, it's like you can't render. Our eyes can't take that much data. You know, it's just we're not able to like render that far. I mean, it's just
Okay.
I don't know the word for it, but
Well, I make games and it's I get that, but also we see the sun and moon though.
Young lady, why do we need binoculars or telescopes or high-powered zoom cameras? Why?
Sorry, can you speak English?
Why do we need binoculars or telescopes or high-powered zoom cameras? Why do we need those?
To be fair,
My goodness,
his English was before America's.
Exactly.
You was gonna say that.
But it's a good question. Why do we need those optical? You know, why do we have to look through lenses to enhance or magnify our vision? Like, why? It's because there's a limit to it.
We understand that, right? It's pretty simple that we have a
yeah.
limitation to our view, so therefore we have optical equipment to help us see further. Right?
Yeah, but the thing is that certain things are visible at greater distances than other things.
Like what? Give me an example. We're talking
Like a
about a very, very tall
cityscape
mountain.
can be
in a
seen from
bumblebee.
very, very far away, but a boat might disappear around like less than that.
It's bigger. That's because it's bigger, probably. So we see everything in angles, and it's probably occupying a very large angle. We understand that things with distance disappear to our eye. For example, we can't see birds fly away forever now, can we? But we might be able to see that mountain 30, 40, 50 miles away because it's bigger.
Right.
Yeah, but I mean, we can see more with higher elevation, right?
Of course, that's because we've increased our angle of view across the surface. Again, that's angular. It's like climbing a tree or being in an apartment building and being on the first floor and then going upstairs onto the third or the fifth floor. Doesn't mean that the road that you are looking down is curved, right? It just means that you've increased your angle of view across that surface.
I mean, but then
Yeah, you go
is
to
it
a
a
taller building, you
distance
can
thing?
see.
So it's an angle thing then.
Yeah, we see a lot of things in angles. We have an angle that we also cannot resolve, which is 0.2, I believe.
Something like
And I
that,
think
yeah.
with
So
distance gets smaller.
So it doesn't have much to do with distance?
Well, things with distance get smaller, don't they? These toy cows that I have in my hand are small, but those far away in the distant field are huge, but they look about the same size, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
just
you can.
car on a highway. Just think about a car on a highway. You know,
Hey.
long stretch of highway, right?
But
You
after
know how big that car is. You've seen a car close up. You know it's bigger than what you're seeing, but because it's so far away and it's at the limit of your view, it's gonna look small. And that's you know, if it was a mountain, it'd look way bigger. But you know, up close, a mountain is fucking huge. It's. I mean, I don't understand what's there not to get.
Well, like if we're comparing a ship to a mountain, the end of a boat, which is like, you know, where it like completely goes away, that can come before the beginning of like the shoreline of a mountain that's way farther away that we can see.
Depending on how high, depending on how high you are above the surface you are looking across.
like a tsunami? Is it like a tsunami?
What?
Well, like a tsunami.
Oh, you're
It's
saying
how-
how it looks small when it's
No,
farther away, or
You know what's a tsunami, right? Like a tidal wave, like that.
I don't know. I don't know what you're saying.
I'm so sorry. She's talking about mountains. She's talking about oceans. I assume it was a
Sorry,
tsunami.
guys, let me interrupt very quickly. Young lady, I do apologise, I don't know your name. Would you mind conducting a thought experiment with me? Just very simply.
Yes, go ahead.
Young lady, that's not you.
It's not
Young
you.
lady.
Oh,
My bad. Sorry.
I didn't hear young lady, sorry.
That's fine, not a problem. We're just going to do a very quick thought experiment. For example, you and I are on the Bolivian salt flats, and I've got a brick. Now, I take this brick away from you on the surface until you can't see the brick anymore. Would you agree that there's an area of distance where you will not be able to resolve that brick? I put the brick on the floor, you can't see it, right?
Mhm.
Awesome. What would happen if I was to build a wall, a tower of bricks, maybe a house or a building or a cathedral? Would you agree that even though you can't see that bottom brick because it was in an area too small for you to see, you would actually see the tower of bricks? You might be able to see the top of the cathedral, for instance.
Mhm.
See, this is how things disappear from the bottom up on a flat surface. People like to say that I can't see the bottom of that boat at sea. Usually they're standing on the shore, so maybe 5-6 foot above that surface. And of course, if I was to move a brick away at a distance, you would not be able to resolve that brick. But if I was to make an angle bigger, build a wall or a cathedral, you could probably see that wall or cathedral, but still not be able to resolve that bottom brick.
Right, but that doesn't really explain it.
What? That you
Me,
can't see the
me not
bottom
being able to
anymore?
resolve it because of, I think you're talking about Gestalt laws. That doesn't really translate to what we're
Why?
seeing, which is them like going down vertically.
And not go, well, this again is perspective. You've been on the street at night, right? You'll notice the street lights above your head appear to descend down towards the horizon. Now, the road that you're on isn't curved. They haven't changed that altitude above the surface. Let's call them 15 foot above the surface. But due to perspective, they appear to descend downwards towards the horizon. In the same way, the floor seems to ramp up to the horizon, the midpoint of your view, which is a huge problem for a curved surface that is always curving down and away from you. But ultimately, this is just perspective. You've been in a corridor before, right?
I do like in that this lamp example, because that's exactly what I'm talking about. I don't know about you, but I see scale. I don't see them like going down in position. I see them getting smaller.
They appear to descend downwards towards the horizon. They're getting smaller, aren't they, with distance?
Yeah, they're getting smaller, but they're not moving down.
In
which is what I
reality,
see with
they're the
boats.
same size, though. Yeah.
Yeah, they appear to get smaller.
Yeah, but boats aren't just getting smaller; they're also moving down vertically. So
Yeah. So is the road curved? Or is that just perspective that we're talking about?
see, this is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's just perspective then. So these things appear to go downwards. Even though they haven't changed their height above the surface, they're still 15 foot above the surface where that light is. But where you are, in the distance, those lights appear to descend downwards towards the horizon. It's perspective.
No, they only appear to descend if the road descends. They just
road
that's what I'm talking about. Street
The road
lamps,
isn't
they just
descending.
get smaller. You don't stop seeing their base. But with boats, you do stop seeing their base.
Boats? Oh.
Or ships, I guess, yeah. Because boats are tiny.
We've just
Okay,
lost the
please explain more.
Titan, my friend. We just did a thought experiment where I pushed a brick along the floor and you couldn't see it anymore, but I made the angle bigger and you could see the bricks above it, but you couldn't resolve that bottom brick.
Are you talking in the horizon then, still?
Yeah, why not? We're just pointing out that we see things in angles, and with distance, you're not able to resolve certain things, especially across a surface, depending on how low to the surface that you are. Now, I've done this experiment myself. I've been to an ice rink. I've put my head sideways on the floor, and I wasn't be able to resolve the blades on the skates at the distant end of the ice rink. The ice rink's level. I've got a narrow angle of view, and my eye can't resolve that very narrow angle of view which begins at the surface. But I can see the skater's shoes. I just can't resolve the blades.
True.
Well, you're not being able to resolve the blades. That's... I don't know if you're not understanding this.
I don't know.
Please explain then. Please explain.
I'm doing my best here, because...
Well, I'll submit to you, my friend, that you actually already conceded the necessary elements. You just haven't put them together yet. You already admitted that an object lower in your field of view approximating the center would disappear at range. You then agreed that if the object was bigger, you'd see the whole object, but you still wouldn't see the bottom portion. So you already conceded, just
In
by
the
optical
horizon.
effect alone, that the bottom would disappear. Just as he explained to you with the people at the ice rink, he lowered himself down to the ground to look towards their skates, and when he did so, the skates occupied a low angle in his field of view that fell below his resolution limit, and he couldn't see the blades of the skater's shoes. He could only see the upper portion.
Yes, but
In
you
her
don't
defense,
see those street lamps.
she had no idea what she was agreeing to. She had a different perspective from what was talked about. So, ma'am, please explain your perspective.
Like the only problem here, yeah, things get smaller in distance, obviously, like by your perception, but you only see ships go down vertically in the horizon, right? If they're really far away, you see like the ships go down, right?
Nope.
But
in the
So I
horizon.
go to a lake. I go to my
yeah,
lake.
that kind of makes sense. That does kind of make sense. They disappear into the horizon. That's what you meant.
yeah, or under it.
Listen,
Yeah,
at my
those
lake,
words, right?
at my lake, the boats disappear from the side in, and they disappear from the top down, depending on the day.
Yeah, so you're looking them from behind. You're behind the ship, and it's in front of you towards the horizon.
I'm looking at them.
That's what she's
in the
talking
side.
about.
Like, they still go down from the bottom up, which I don't see anywhere else. Because like the distance that I'm looking at, like the last street lamp I can look at, that's still a very small distance compared to what I'm looking at if we're talking chips. Because those do just go down. After a while, they just go down. But lamps, they just kind of scale to non-existence. But boats go down.
So water consistently moves, even though you don't paddle. It consistently moves, right? There's current.
Mm.
Yeah. So how would you tell, like, if you're on a ship, right? For example, you're on a ship. How would you tell you're moving? Just looking at the land.
What?
Right? You would pick like a landmark or something, and then you'd picture behind it. All right, that's a tree behind it. And then 5 minutes later, oh, the tree's no longer behind it. That's how you know it's moving. The current is constantly going. Know what I mean?
I really don't.
I'm sorry. Sorry, my bad. I thought we were talking about currents.
No.
So has anyone got any questions?
I mean, they're kind of. I'm still kind of perplexed here. Why street lamps don't get down, but boats do?
What do you mean they don't get down? What does that mean?
Yeah, they don't like move down into
Alright,
the
your
floor.
confusion about street lamps aside, does anyone have any globe evidence?
Are you talking about a flat Earth?
That's what the channel's about.
Oh, what the? Okay. What the?
I have a question. New epiphany.
Serious, like that must be it. It's gotta be it. All right, let's go.
What?
Sorry,
Do you
man.
guys think?
Let's continue.
Do you guys think the moon and other planets, like, do they exist, and are they spherical or flat?
I think Wolfgang just asked if any Globey has any actual globe evidence.
When you look through a telescope, you can see a spherical Saturn.
He
and a
might be
spherical moon.
retarded because if he heard a question like "Yeah, any globe proof," and then he looks in the sky, he obviously doesn't understand the question.
You're
First,
wrong.
we need to
You're
start
wrong.
there.
You're wrong. You're wrong.
Do you at least believe in the
If you ask-
spherical planets
Hold
and
on,
moon?
Brennan. Friend. I'm just trying to, give the Globers props for consistency. If you ask for globe proof, it almost always is talking about the sky.
Yep.
Because we can't leave the Earth.
So how does looking at the sky help us determine the shape of what the ground that
Well, we could assume two variables, that the moon is a ball and Saturn is a ball and the Earth is flat. Or we
Hey, I
can
see a
assume
bird in the
that
sky. We must be birds. Yep.
they're all balls. Right? You can't deny telescopic information. I mean,
You can't render 3D in a
is it a
telescope. You need
hologram?
2 eyes, bro.
Listen,
being
At least,
disingenuous.
even if it's a
hold on,
hologram,
so
like just
no
like
one, no one
answer.
asked you to. No one asked you to assume the Earth is a globe. They asked if you could prove it.
I'm asking you what you guys believe because you have beliefs, much like we have beliefs, and this is a battle of religions at this point.
I believe that
Do you believe?
the thing in the sky is the thing under your feet. You're adding those beliefs into other people. Okay, the thing under my feet is the thing above my head.
Those things
Those are your
exist.
beliefs.
It exists in this reality. So you're disregarding factors of reality that you can
No,
see
the
through a
thing is that
telescope.
you're looking into cartoons and you are trying to grab those
not this shit
cartoons and say
again.
these cartoons that you see in the cartoon world is the actual thing that you're experiencing.
So you don't think that they added
Alpha
No,
planets
reality
into the
is not
simulation yet?
cartoons. You got that right. Reality is not the cartoons that you have in your head. So no.
There are some physical
Let me
constants.
just seriously ask you, Alpha, because this is bothering me because I hear this shit all the fucking time. Okay, how does looking at the sky and the objects in the sky help you determine the ground? Like anything about the ground? That makes no fucking sense.
That goes
We
to
can
what I
come
was trying to
to
tell you
multiple
because
conclusions.
he's been looking to cartoons and he's been told that those cartoons are actually the things under his feet and the things above his head, and he's saying, "Look, I've seen the cartoons, therefore this is the reality that I'm in the cartoon." That's the
Okay,
problem.
can you let the other person
Yeah,
answer?
sorry,
Because
brother,
all he
but
says
please
cartoons.
prove your point. Like
If you
can talk about
if you
cartoon,
look
but
at
you
an
have to prove your
object,
point so we can understand.
if you
What about the
he's
cartoons?
just
Like,
Hold
what's
on,
the
putting
reference?
his head in the sand like
Let's
an
actually
ostrich.
listen to your reasoning, Alpha, because I am so confused how people keep pointing at the sky and saying this is what because the sun looks like the sun. We're on the sun.
Cartoon.
I'm just trying to narrow it down. I
You
want to
keep
know
talking
like
about
what you
cartoons. You
guys.
sound delusional.
Please, let me talk to this guy.
Just give it to him.
I want to
So
know.
I'm
There's
not-
either like three options. It's a cartoon. It's either we're all balls, or there's balls and it's flat. Because if you
I'll
look at
tell
a
you what, I'll
telescope, it
help you.
shows that they're
I'll help you.
balls.
Okay,
I'll
so
help
hey,
you.
no disrespect, you guys,
my
but I
friend.
believe the world is round. I believe it's
My friend,
actual
I'll help
globe.
him. I'll help you. Even if the things in the sky are spheres, how do you confirm that the thing we're standing on is also a sphere? Because
Right.
ultimately, you're just pointing up into the sky and making a declaration. The things in
I
the
already
sky,
said.
dude.
Because
I'm trying to.
Please.
you've ridden a plane
I'm just
before,
trying
right?
to narrow it down. I'm trying to narrow it down.
Awesome, and you get
What
to narrow
What do
it
you
down by
guys think it is?
confirming the surface of the
Well,
Earth is
you
like those
you
things
guys
up
are
in the
When you go
afraid
to a
to
certain
answer.
altitude on the airplane,
Afraid to
you can look
answer.
outside
Afraid
and
to
you can
answer.
see that the world is actually a sphere.
You plead the fifth. I understand.
Guys,
Order.
you're asking him to answer you, and then as soon as Jedi starts answering you, you're talking all over him. So we're gonna have it one at a time.
My apologies.
Jedi is gonna go, and don't interrupt. Wait your turn, and we'll get to you.
We'll give you that we make observations and those things up in the sky look like spheres. But how do we confirm that the thing that we're standing on is also a sphere? We're not just going to blindly declare that everything is a sphere without confirmation, right? Verification that the thing we're standing on is also a sphere. Otherwise, I can go to the woods, see a squirrel in a tree eating nuts, and therefore what? I'm a squirrel in a tree eating nuts. I can look at myself, I can measure myself and prove that is not the case. So yeah, the things in the sky might be spheres, but we want confirmation of the claim, not just a blind assertion.
Right.
Okay, Scott, go ahead.
Yeah, that's
Go
all I
ahead.
wanted to know. That's all I wanted to know. That's fair, actually.
All right, so my question is, so if the question is, how do we know it's a sphere? Well,
How do you know?
How do we know it's flat as well? You know, like, is there proof that it's flat?
It's not an argument. That's not an argument. Come on.
That's not an argument. This is
I mean,
wild.
I'm sorry, man, but there is no proof as well. So it's a legit question.
So you don't know it's a globe then?
Right.
Because there, you know, if there's a negative, there is a positive. There's black, there is white. So if there is flat, there should be an argument. There is round, right? So if there's proof that it is
But you said you
round,
believe it's
or is the
round,
proof that it is flat?
right? No, you said you
Okay.
believe it's round. Why?
I mean, that's just what it is. That's what
It's
it
not
is.
an argument. That's not an
Don't you
argument.
go around like
That doesn't.
that's what it is
Not telling me
nowadays.
why.
Yeah,
Nobody's
that's what
going
people
around
say.
like
That's what people say, but
all right, let's okay,
that's not
throw
proof for that. Right.
it up in the globe, right? They'll show you
To turn
Google
around
Maps.
and say,
Show
sorry,
you
my
Google
friend.
Map, and they won't show you a flat Earth. They show you a round Earth.
So you're appealing to authority. Okay.
No, I'm from Asia, but I live in America now. But when I go to Asia, I have two routes I can take, right? So I can take from the West Coast, or I can go from the East Coast. And if I was gonna go from the West Coast, it would be faster to go home. But if I was if I was gonna go from New York to go back home, it would take much longer because I have so many other stops. From the West Coast, I can go just to Hawaii and go home. But if I was on the East Coast, I have to stop a whole lot of other countries before I can go home.
Awesome. Have
So
you ever
that's
been
just what it
around?
is. Like it sounds like a globe, you know.
Dude,
I've never
have you got
been in a
a
satellite, so I cannot see the globe for myself. But
Let me help you, my friend. You're just going around in a circle. Would you agree if I've got a table, I can walk around the table?
yeah, like which one is shorter, which one's
So
faster?
you're just going around in a circle. One way around the circle, shorter than the other way around the circle. You know what
Are
a
they the
compass
same
is? Right?
distance?
Hold on. Why? You know what a compass is, right? Points north, you go east to west around that central point. You know what a pole is? You can use that pole as a magnetic point, for example. Let's make it iron. You can point your compass to it and you can walk around it in a circle. Now, the floor that you're on doesn't necessarily have to be a sphere for you to walk around in a circle.
All right. And there's absolutely no proof yet. So it sounds ridiculous, to be honest.
Really? Do you know what a triangle is?
Yeah, it's
Awesome.
four sides.
Hold tight.
Four sides.
Good. Three.
Right?
Three sides.
Or is it actually like a circle?
What if it's both somehow?
Hold tight.
Like
We're
God
talking about
created it.
navigation. Hold tight. We're going to be talking about navigation. Have you ever heard of navigating by the stars?
Yep.
Awesome.
I'm from the
You
islands, dude.
understand?
I told you. We navigate from the stars. That's all.
Awesome
That's
stuff.
how my
Hold
ancestors
on, my friend.
pretty much
I just
found
need
our
yes
home.
and no. Dude, we
Navigating.
just need yes and no, so I know that you understand, so I can continue with explaining things to you.
Oh
So
yes,
you
please
have heard.
continue. My apologies. Continue, please.
No problem. No problem. You have heard of celestial navigation then. Brilliant. You do understand that that's using elevation angles to stars on the premise of a right angle triangle, right?
Never heard of that.
So you've never heard of an elevation angle. There's Polaris, it's 45 degrees above the horizon. For example, celestial navigation, navigating by the stars. You said you knew what it was, mate.
No, it was natural. Like
Well, there's a reason why
they
Polaris is
navigate by
important.
stars, meaning like there is one star. The Earth is positioned in one place, right? It rotates, but also the stars that are in the globe's vicinity rotates. So the stars, you know, you can navigate using the stars.
Yeah, you
So you can say
can.
like,
Do you know
oh,
what a sextant? Sorry, my friend. Do you know what a sextant is?
A what?
Sextant. It's the angle measuring device you use when doing celestial navigation.
How do you use that tool?
Yeah. Can you
How do
measure
you
an angle, my friend? Very simple question. Can you measure an angle within your triangle if one of those lines is curved?
measure an angle in a triangle if the lines are curved?
Yeah.
That's not possible. I mean,
I
it
know.
is. No, please explain then.
All right, my friends. Thank you. That's the
I'm
problem.
curious, like how the fuck does that work?
Exactly, bro.
Exactly. So being as we use angle measuring devices known as sextants to navigate with the stars based on a right angle triangle.
When you
If the
say
surface, hold
measurement
on, my friend,
devices,
please.
can you please
If
explain
the
what that's that?
surface,
What is that?
dude,
So we know.
He's
Shush.
trying.
Being
What
as you've
is it?
just pointed out, my friend, please hush. Being as you've just pointed out, it's like
Apologies.
impossible to measure angles in triangles if one of those lines is curved. Yeah, that's going to be my fucking point. Because being as the surface of the Earth is said to be curved, then we wouldn't be able to use angle measuring devices to measure elevation angles up to stars, rendering the sextant fucking useless. So celestial navigation is based on the premise of a flat horizontal plane for you to measure an elevation angle up to a star at a known time of year, so you know
Right.
your location.
So you know if the Earth is flat, that means it is endless.
No, it doesn't at all. But do you understand the point that I just made before you start scuttling off to something else that is fucking irrelevant?
How is it not endless if the world is flat?
He's just going to scuttle off to something that's fucking
No,
irrelevant.
stick to
Do
the
you understand
angles.
my point
Stick
about
to the
triangles?
angles.
No, like, because if it was round, you would come back around, right? But if it was flat, you would somehow reach the edge, right?
Wolfgang, please.
We have
you-
boats,
yeah,
right? We're in a technological age, right?
Blessed. We were just on a point. You've just jumped to another one. Let's just stick to this one for now.
Just make believe.
Oh, you were asking how the triangles work on a curved surface, weren't you?
I mean, no, I'm asking a legit question for a flat Earth.
It's more for you. How does it
You
work
were
on
on
a
the
curved
table, right?
surface?
Let's, for example, okay, I will put an example. We have a table, and this table is a flat table, right? It's a little bit wide, but it's long, all right? But it does have an edge, all right? They have an edge on one side, they have an edge on another side. So you can be spawned on one edge, and when you go all the way towards the other side, you kind of reach the end, and then you reach the ocean. So
Right,
when
but
you
we're
go
not
past
talking
that
about
ocean,
that.
where do you go?
We're not talking about that. We're just talking about the surface generally.
We're
being
in total
not
denial.
curved.
That's what it is.
How could
Yeah,
that be?
I'm
Oh
looking
my
at
god,
flight
dude!
paths.
All right, man. I'm gonna
Yeah,
bounce.
you stay blessed, bro.
Yeah. I mean, man.
Look at the
No, hey,
flight
nothing. No
paths.
offense, bro. This was very. This is very curious. Very interesting topic, and I don't know much about it, but
Take your time, bro. You're
yeah.
good.
Well, keep asking
No
questions
offense,
and we can
brothers,
discuss
but
it.
please, if you keep doing your thing, because I would love. I'll stop by again, and I want to hear more. All right.
Yeah, just listen in.
So,
Peace.
right on, brother. I'm gonna bounce. I'll see you guys later.
Have a good one.
All right.
Take care, bro.
Right on, brother.
Flight
Peace.
paths don't work on a flat Earth model when going from Chile to
Peace.
Australia. It says
There is no flat Earth model.
of flight paths.
Theory, maybe we're going to be talking about angles of declination, magnetic declaration corrections. Yeah, you don't know what you're talking about, mate.
They like timed it out, and then it's like a 0.97 accuracy of like a spherical model with the directions and stuff like that. Okay, it says over Alaska, then continue all the way until we get to Sydney. This is Chile to
People
Australia.
are grasping straws. You know what I mean? They don't
Do
even know what the fuck
airlines fly
straws they
between the
are.
two
Like-
cities?
Yeah, I mean, if that was true, you'd just show us a measurement.
They do the whole
Let's
thing
be-
over the
let's be
Pacific
real.
Ocean.
Well,
Takes
where do they
12 hours.
measure it? Where do they measure it, though?
It goes from Santiago to Sydney.
No,
Uh,
I mean the curve that you're assuming.
They have it. It coincides with the model, whereas the flat
So
Earth
then
model
it should be
straight up.
measurable.
Yeah, if it coincides with
It is
the
measures.
model,
It says
Okay, so who did that?
12.5 hours. Like
Who
a bunch of
measured it then?
airplane pilots.
No,
Airplane
no, no. I'm
pilots.
talking about measuring the surface, not
airplane
flying
people.
over it.
Oh, so you're saying they're like messing up the map, but they've made
No,
like
I'm
a
saying
like a
I'm saying no
model
one's measured any of the curve that you would be assuming in this argument.
for the flat Earth. Like they're
No.
they've
We don't claim
measured.
curve. That would be on the globe side.
Well, if you're the curve is like a stupid argument because things
What
curve,
do you
like
mean?
planes can.
No, it's not an argument. It's your base assumption.
It's saying that if you were in a flat Earth model, you would go
Yeah, I don't
right
care about what it's
across.
saying. What you are
But they don't
implying
do
is that
that.
the surface must be curved. So we're saying, okay, who measured that? That's what we're saying.
I don't care if it's curved.
Oh,
Like I think in a
right.
flat
There
Earth
you go.
model, you could argue.
Well,
that
we
it can
care
be
because
curved
that's
as
the
well, right?
argument. That's what they're being
Don't you
taught at
think?
school. That's what you were taught in
Why are
school,
you
wasn't it?
changing? Why are you changing the? You're changing the argument here.
No, that is your
No, he's
argument.
not.
And it says here that you would not have any. You would not have any argument. It said here the
That
priests of the flat Earth.
that assumes the curve,
No,
though,
that's
doesn't
not.
it?
What, the flight path or
Your argument that it
like
only
what,
works on a
reality?
curve.
The time it takes?
No, your argument that this could only work on a curved surface.
I'm looking at the flat Earth diagram,
What are
and
you
it's
talking about? We're
country
not
to
claiming a
country.
diagram. We're not claiming any diagram.
You don't believe in any flat Earth diagram?
We're talking about the actual Earth surface not having curvature. That's what we're talking about.
I'm talking about
you
the
know
flat Earth picture
Sorry.
on
Do you
the
know what
circle with
reification
the
is?
flat.
You know what a reification is? If not, go and Google it. You'll find out that the map isn't the terrain. So please stop straw manning us with models, which is also not the terrain, and a reification fallacy. No one's making a claim to a model. We're talking about the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, this is where the confusion seems to be coming in. I mean, we're not talking about a cartoon on the internet. We're talking about the surface outside. Could you guys get on the same page?
Yeah, these are people that are flying planes over in the real world to destinations.
So
And they
what?
like see everything. And there's time. Are you guys all just trolling for like attention, or is this you guys having like I don't know?
Airplanes flying,
Maybe
dummy.
it's
What are you
just
talking
narcissistic.
about, dude?
There's all the
You're
flight
like
the
you're
flight
like
pass.
grasping straws,
It's
bro.
over.
Literally trying to
It's
find
over.
some
It's
type of
over.
straw man argument to put on us. Like, do you have anything, any empirical evidence to prove that we're on a globe spinning 1,000 miles per hour in the vacuum of space? That's the claim. That's what we're taught in school. That's what we're trying to figure out in terms of why the fuck is that the claim? There's no proof of that claim. But what can we do? Oh, okay, we can go outside and measure calculate the distance to the horizon. We can do things ourselves to find out for ours. Like, no one's trying to convince you otherwise. Like, it's not a battle of religions. I don't know why people get that confused. It's like the globe's fucking belief is a belief. It's like we all got out of that belief system. We're not trying to inculcate you with another belief system. Like, that's not the point of this.
The point is to suggest we can't leave the Earth.
What?
Or something. Because that's the only thing we can like actually deem from this. They did a GoPro rocket launch,
bro.
and it's like videotaping the sphere. Now I don't know if they used a fisheye lens.
Camera.
They did a hot air balloon also.
What's the problem with a
Students did
GoPro
that.
camera? What's the problem with a GoPro camera?
I don't know.
Do you see? Yeah. So you notice that you see the curvature of the Earth when the camera's at ground level, kind of distorts the image, right? And you want that camera that distorts images high up in the atmosphere and declare that curvature, that's a distorted image, is curvature of the Earth. Please, mate, think about what you're saying.
What are you talking about?
I don't think he knows what he's saying, to be honest, Jedi.
You guys don't speak in like correct language usually.
That's pretty clear.
There's videos of the Earth being spherical when they shoot rockets and balloons.
Oh my God!
Oh, Jesus
All you do
Christ!
is look up in the sky, isn't it?
Do you think they're like a part of the conspiracy, or they're using fisheye lenses too?
The GoPro camera's a fisheye lens. You said they sent a GoPro camera up. My goodness me, my friend. Why are you not following your own train of thought?
So
They
are
don't
you
all.
really
They
new
don't
to
have.
this? Are you
They
really
don't
new to
have
this? Like you've not
fisheye.
heard any of the
They
arguments?
don't
Is
all
that
have
the
fisheye
case?
lenses.
I don't
It
think he
could
has.
be. It could be, but we need to like. Have you guys asked the students of this
What?
balloon or this rocket?
No, because we don't need to, because we just look up what the globe says the distance to the horizon should be, what the curvature should be on the ground, and we check to see if that matches what we're observing. I was asking, are you new to this topic? Are you like really new to it?
I'm getting into it more. If okay, so for that example, this guy spent $20,000 on a laser, and his experiment failed miserably. It proved that the Earth was spherical. He shot
Okay,
the
well,
laser.
actually, let me show you this. Because I just saw this today, right? And this is something that I think is worth going over for everyone. So this is a USA Today article from, I think it was last year, talking about, it's one of these fact check articles, right? You seen these? When now they do the fact check. We're doing the fact check. So they're saying, no, this is not a fact. We have checked the fact and it is not a fact. So this fact check is saying, fact check. Laser beam tests done over water are skewed by refraction, don't prove Earth is flat. Now, I've posted this in the chat, and if you go on to read it, they don't say that the laser tests are actually showing a curve. What they say is, yes, people are doing laser tests where the lasers seem to be shooting further than the curvature would allow, but this is only due to refraction. And then the guy says, theoretically, if the conditions were right, you could shoot a laser one side and it would come and hit you in the back of the head. It would go all around the globe. Right, so the globe claim isn't that the laser tests are proving a globe. Even in the USA Today, they are saying, listen to this quote, refraction can bend the laser along the Earth's surface to make it appear that the globe's radius is much larger than it actually is, or even that the Earth is flat, according to Krylos, who is this science guy that they're quoting, right? So he's saying that it's actually a valid interpretation of the results of the laser tests that the Earth is flat. But what he's saying is, if the weather conditions are just right, refraction is so strong in a very thin layer of air above a water surface that a laser beam could, in theory, travel all the way around the globe, Krylos said. So this whole article, I mean, just refutes what you said right there, that the laser tests are showing a globe. They're
Also,
absolutely
another
not.
thing that refutes what he said is that the guy that he's talking about didn't spend the money on the laser. He didn't spend that money. It was another group. It wasn't him that spent the money. So your premise is wrong from the beginning.
And that's totally immaterial who bought the laser. The point is the lasers that are being shot across these bodies of water to try and prove curvature are proving the opposite. And even in the mainstream, they're saying, now, you could think that this means the Earth is flat because the lasers are shooting way beyond where the curvature should be. But
I think this argument comes from
refraction.
Netflix University or TikTok University, and he's using that as a proof of the globe. Can you believe that?
I believe it.
Which is a huge problem for.
I used the flight paths, but no one could disprove flight paths. So
Just
you get one, I
AI
get one.
wanting to get in 2 seconds. AI, are you wanting to jump in?
That was Jedi. But I just wanted to point
Jedi.
out that lasers being shot across distances of water, that's military technology, primarily laser sight targeting. You observe the object from a vessel at sea with an infrared camera, and then you use 3 different coloured lasers at different ends of the spectrum to account for refraction, and then up to a distance of, I've been quoted, 93 miles, you can hit your target with a laser. Now, if lasers weren't good for targeting things, then the military wouldn't be using laser sight targeting, for instance. So they work on the premise that the surface of the Earth must be level for them to observe the object at a distance of 93 miles with an infrared camera and a radar, and then target it with 3 different coloured lasers. So we can build straw men about flat Earth is using lasers. Yeah, this is military technology. It's applicable every single day when the military like blowing shit up.
So I could just ask the guy, so given that the results of the laser test, even by the mainstream estimation, are giving us results that could be interpreted as a flat Earth because they're exceeding the curvature geometry, do you understand, Alpha, why there are people saying that the Earth is not a globe?
In regards to this laser test?
Well, in general, yeah, because we're saying that the lasers are shooting targets that should be hidden beneath the Earth curve, and in that article, it confirms that yeah, we're shooting targets too far. I mean, it's then coming up with an excuse saying, "Oh, it's actually
where's the
just the
laser
light
pointing
bending."
from? It's not
Well,
pointing.
You're
saying it's on a level ground. On a level ground, they're
You're
pointing a
missing
laser
his
like.
general question. The general question is it so ridiculous, quote unquote, for this to be in like a conversation about the shape of the Earth? Like, is it so ridiculous?
Given that the guy in
absolutely
the USA Today is saying that you could interpret the results as meaning that the Earth is flat, or that the radius is much bigger. That was another one of his options.
Well,
So
if it's not a perfect circle, then the radius thing and the pair thing, I don't know. I'm not like a physicist. Or fucking
Yeah, no, but
mathematician.
all I'm asking is, can you understand why people like us are here saying, "Hey guys, there's a problem here."
I was promoting flat Earth 3 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago. I was telling people the Earth is flat. There's no pictures of the Earth in outer space. It's all composite. And then someone mentioned the satellite picture, and I think that comes from that one that they have in low Earth orbit with the fisheye, and they generate in real time compilation of that, like circling.
So when
into
you
that other
were
satellite
arguing about
picture.
flat Earth, the evidence that you were given to the contrary was an image. Is that it?
Of the flat Earth, yeah.
No, of
that guy
of
gave
the
me.
globe Earth, of the globe Earth.
Yeah. He gave me an image because I said there
Okay.
was none, and then he gave me one. What was a
Yeah, okay.
composite?
So
Yeah, look
how did he verify that that was a real photo?
No, he didn't. It
Or you
was
said he
there.
didn't?
I agree with you on these things. This is why
Okay.
I think we can't leave the Earth. I think they fibbed on that. But
All right.
is the Earth flat? Like, I think that's an interesting topic to be
Okay, we
discovered.
agree. It's an interesting topic. That's okay then. I thought you were arguing for the globe, but it doesn't sound like you are. So okay, I mean, well, you can either
leaning
ask some
towards it, 'cause
questions.
you guys' arguments are kind of like, I don't know if they're that solid. I feel like there's more empirical stuff for the sphere stuff and more inner workings like flight
Like
paths
what?
and etc.
That's
The
the question.
flight path one is good one. There's like a lot of shit. There's a lot of stuff here.
But all of that requires the assumption of a globe, though, doesn't it?
Yeah,
the
but
US
it's
why
like
does
if it
yeah.
works, it works. It works.
why
It works. It's like
Why
I
does
identify
the
as
US
a woman,
military
but
use? Why does the U.S. military's flight paths work out just fine, and it's not on a globe?
Yep.
I wasn't aware of that one. They got the secret.
Oh, let me
flat
post
Earth.
it for you then. Here, let me
Please.
post it for you so you're aware of it from World War II, just for you. So it has all the flights, distances in miles, in straight lines, so they don't run out of fuel. There you go.
The thing, it's like military is all about logistics. You know what I mean? They're gonna go the more efficient
Yes,
route.
and the military always assume that the Earth is flat and motionless as a surface when they're flying over it or doing any kind of practical application or technology that requires using the surface of Earth or interacting with the surface of Earth.
Yep.
All their papers say they assume it's flat and motionless. So yeah, the military treat it as flat and motionless.
Even in NASA documents. Yep.
And you know, knowledge is power. They want to know the terrain of the place that they're fighting on. So they know, well, they at least treat it as we know it to be, which is a flat topographical plane. So, but yeah, it's interesting. Maybe you could answer the question I asked some of the globe believers earlier. So, do you understand on the globe side, they tell us that the sun is moving because the ground is spinning?
I was looking at the map. Do I believe that the ground is spinning, the Earth is spinning?
No. Do you believe that the sun moving? You know, we see the sun moving in the sky every day.
Yeah.
Right. So why do you think it's moving, or why do you think you observe it to be moving? Is it the sun? Is the sun moving? Do you think the sun is moving?
One
I
of
know
us
it's a
is
loaded
moving,
question.
right? One of us.
Right.
One of
So
us
their
is
story.
guiding the.
So it's either that the sun is moving, like we observe, or they say the ground is actually the thing moving, and that's what's making it look like the sun is moving. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's spinning, but not actually moving.
Yeah. Okay. So if you were to take like a drone and hover above the ground, so that you're not actually attached to the ground, will the sun be moving?
If I'm, I don't think it matters, right?
Well, no, because it's supposed. If it's the ground that's moving that's causing us to see the sun moving, then when you're not on the ground but floating above it, shouldn't you not see the sun moving?
The pressure keeps us like aligned.
The pressure keeps us blind. I don't understand what that
aligned.
means. Oh, aligned.
Like aligned. Like we're like a cohesive unit.
Oh wait, so
This
you're
would be
saying
interesting if we were not moving, but the other stuff is.
Well, that's what we observe. That's what we observe. You don't move. The things seem to move. But the story that we're told is, oh, it's not actually the things moving like you see. It's you moving like you don't see. So I'm just saying, if you're not on that moving surface, shouldn't you not see the sun moving?
Well, we would see the sun move. We could both be moving and observe the sun moving.
No, but that will be a nonsensical claim because your vestibular system, the liquid in your inner canal, and all that stuff is pointing out to you, based on your senses, that the ground is not moving. Because if it started moving, you will feel it. Your senses will point out to you that you will be moving if you are in motion. And claiming the opposite of what you're experiencing and sensing is by definition nonsense. So whoever is claiming that the ground under your feet is spinning and moving in motion, multiple vectors and multiple speeds at the same time, and you don't feel it, that's nonsense, by definition.
What about density? I think it has to do with pressure and density. It's kind of like the Dragon Ball
You
Z.
can pass on this one.
The Super Saiyans, they could withstand higher and higher gravity as they got stronger.
I don't really understand what you mean. I mean, I'm just talking about, they say that the sun moves in the sky east to west because the ground is spinning, right? But I'm saying then, okay, so if we're not on the ground and we're like in a drone hovering, why would it be moving east to west? If the ground isn't causing us to spin in a way that makes it move east to west.
They got it mapped out where the Earth's spinning and the sun's spinning, and they have all the stars in the sun mapped out. Like
right, but that's if you're on that's if you're on the Earth spinning, right?
Yeah.
So what if you're not on the Earth spinning? You're hovering in the air.
So if we're hovering in the air and everything's rotating around us, what would be the difference?
Why would it be? Why would it be moving? Why would it be moving though if we're hovering? Because isn't it the ground moving that's supposed to be making the things move?
We're not hovering.
No, I'm saying
We're
if you
on the
are, if
ground.
you get like a drone and fly up into the sky, so you're not attached to the ground that's supposed to be moving, making the sun
Technically,
move.
you are somehow. We're still like you're still in the
Somehow.
atmosphere. You know what I
Right.
mean? You're still in the atmosphere.
All right. So you think that the air is like moving along at exactly the same speed as the ground?
Correct. It's a whole unit, and that's why we don't feel it.
So there's no Coriolis effect on Earth then.
Or what?
You know, they say, well, snipers have to adjust for the spin of the Earth and all this kind of stuff.
I never heard that.
Okay, well, this is what some of them say. But you've got a bit of a contradiction there, right? Because sometimes you'll claim that it's not moving together, and sometimes they'll claim it is moving together, depending on what their story requires.
I think it's like multiple angles. Like there's a part that is and the part that isn't. That's what forms like gravity
some
and the
of-
pressure and the masses
Some of
and
it's
stuff.
moving. How does it decide which part is moving with the Earth and which part isn't? How does that work?
So,
and
like,
what's the mechanism? What's the mechanism between the ground moving and the air that's keeping it like locked together? How does that work?
I think it has to do with density. That's a good
Density of
question
what?
because we're supposed to be going like at this thousands miles of hour. Okay, so like let's say for example, theoretically, we're going thousands of miles per hour or hundreds of thousand miles spinning in a circle. That's like really fast.
Very fast.
But
Sounds crazy.
the space is so massive, and I guess the pressure in I would say it's like the space pressure onto the Earth.
Space pressure
pushing
onto
it.
the Earth? What do you mean? What do you mean
Yeah.
by space pressure? I don't know what that means.
So they say it's like it's as you get out, it gets like lower density and lower density.
So I say
So
there's less pressure as you go up, no?
yeah, lower density, less pressure. Let's say. Well, think about it this way: the air, the water, right? It's heavier, has more mass. It's on the floor, and the air is out above the water, and it's containing essentially the water and the land. It's like up there, and that's what space
So,
is doing to us.
so then when it
Now,
comes to the Earth or the air spinning with the Earth, I was asking what's like the link between the ground that's moving and the air that's keeping it lockstep together. What is that? How does that work?
well, there's the mathematical formula of forces that interact. Gravity essentially is just the interaction of mass and force, the force of the interaction that's
So
going
the
on.
air, so the air is getting pulled downwards towards the Earth. You think?
It tries. I read it is being pulled down, but then the other low dense molecules like lift it up.
So it's going
it's
up
not
and down.
correct. There's like multiple
Right.
forces.
So how does
and
something
it's
go
going
up and down? That's confusing.
Okay, so think about a ball pit, and you like jump in it. Some are gonna go up, some are gonna go down. There's like
No, but
different
everything's
angles.
coming down to the ground in a ball pit. Like nothing's floating up.
Once you jump in it, you're pushing some of them up.
Yeah, but then they're just gonna be. Sorry, Jedi.
No, it's all right. It's interesting. I do apologise for interrupting. I just want to ask a simple question. Do all things, when we let them go down?
No, they don't. And well, let me think about that like philosophically. There's all that matter is it's in a space. We're in a space, a confined space, and everything's trying to take up space. Now, it exists. I walk through the land or the ground, and I'm pushing away air. Is that air going down? It's going everywhere, I guess. Like
It's going in all
being pushed.
directions. Correct,
All directions.
right? Omnidirectional. Omnidirectional. So the
Right.
argument that the air is being pulled down doesn't hold because it's going in all directions.
I agree. And that would mean, wouldn't that mean that it's a circle then? Because it's all directions. Like, if you think
No.
about it, there's a force in the Earth, and then there's an
No.
outer force, the outer space. One's
But it's
pushing
saying-
down, one's pushing up in all angles, 360 degrees.
No.
Let Jedi go.
I'm just going to point out to you that within this gravitational idea, things falling at a rate of 8 point whatever it is per second. Not all things go down. For example, I've got a football and I let it go and it falls to the floor, right? But if I was to again hold the ball and pierce it with a knife, the gas inside disperses in all directions. So not everything is pulled down by gravity.
Yeah. So
But
it's going in all directions. So think about
Gravity
this.
doesn't mean just pull down.
Well, yeah, gravity is claimed to be the direction of down towards the ground, isn't it? Let's be real.
Gravity,
Yeah.
vector downwards. I'll drop
All
it
right.
off so far.
It claims to be the force that attracts things towards the center of the Earth.
Which would
But
be
that
down
doesn't-
wherever you are.
But that doesn't mean there's like what's the issue here? That doesn't mean that some
Okay,
objects.
let me
can't
point
go
out an issue
other
to you. Let me point out an issue to you, if you will be so kind. So, let's imagine I've got a container, like a barrel drum, sealed, full of air. Now the air is bouncing around in there in all directions, yeah, bouncing off the walls of the drum, yeah.
Yeah, I like this. This is
Yeah. So it's just going in all directions and it's bouncing and just staying in there because it's contained. Now, if we were to pierce a hole in that, all of it would escape into the lower pressure space, which would be the rest of the atmo. So how is it then that we have this would be called gas pressure, yeah, because the gas particles are pressing off the walls of the container. But then if it's going up, why is the gas that we breathe, the air on Earth, which is pressurized, what's that bouncing off of?
So what's displacing that?
Like, why is it not just leaving Earth and going off into the lower available space of space, as the globe says?
It has lower density, so it's like going up versus like the higher.
So it goes
density.
up. So it goes up and it gets to like, I don't know how far. Why doesn't it just keep going up and out into space?
Well, I believe, like, we don't know what the space is made out of. I believe
No, it doesn't matter. It's just going up. So what's stopping it?
why
Because in
does it move down?
because in the drum example, it would knock off the roof of the container, and that's what's keeping it there. But if we took the roof off of it, it would just escape and disperse. So why is that not happening with the air that's rising on the Earth?
I'm a trucker, so it's either like the air is being replenished by the engine of Earth enough to replenish like just like the massive loss. But isn't there like a layer that holds in the gases and
but you know when you equalize like a container, that happens almost instantly, right? The rush of the gas into the lower pressure space is almost instantaneous, right? It's very quick. So if we're saying that this would happen on Earth, there's no way that the Earth is generating enough to replace that rushing of all the air out into the lower pressure space, right?
Yeah, I don't think so either. I would say there's like an atmosphere and there's a barrier of sorts. That's
a barrier of sorts.
What's
Okay,
the
now
barrier
we're
made
getting
of?
somewhere.
What is that barrier? Please don't say ozone layer because
The
that's just
firmament.
more gas, which is
It's Jesus
all
Christ.
right. So
The guy in the live stream just told me the barrier is air that holds air in.
you
I think
can't
it's
have
the,
gas containing gas.
I think it's
Yeah,
space
so
is like
no,
holding
that's
us.
the lower pressure space. That doesn't hold things. That's the lower pressure space that the air would be trying to get into. Like if we opened up the drum with air, the space that it would go
They
out
said it's
into
plasma,
in the
some plasma
equivalent.
layer. I don't know what that is though. Like I really, I
Yeah,
don't.
this is the thing. So this is what you need to think about, right? Because you're new to this topic, and I'm not expecting you to have all these answers. But we're pointing out that gas pressure requires containment, right? And as we discussed, the air is moving up. Gravity is not pulling it down. If it's not pulling it down at the surface, where the gravity is said to be strongest, it's certainly not pulling it down when it gets hundreds of thousands of feet up in the air, right? Where it's said to be even weaker. So we're pointing out that there's this problem because as far as we can demonstrate in reality, you can't have gas pressure existing without a container, like a sealed container. So you've said quite rightly, using your intuition, well, what must be stopping it is some kind of container. Now, our contention would be that, yeah, there has to be some kind of physical containment, or at least something that the gas is treating as physical so that it can bounce off of it and stay. Whereas the other story, the one that we're told as children, is that we're just suspended in the middle of a giant vacuum, when in a vacuum, gas, like on the ground, is expanding in all directions. So that's a problem, right? You understand that problem?
Wow. Yeah, they say it's a vacuum, like a low density vacuum. That's why they can like float around.
I think like
So I could
two basic.
see that being like a lie.
You can see it being a lie. Good for you.
The two basic
But
things I think people.
but wouldn't the flat Earth need some kind of, or at least, I mean, it would need some kind of container, then it would, or it would need some kind of crazy narrative.
Yes.
But we're
Yes,
just
we would need
asking.
We were just saying we're not making a big claim about anything really. We're just saying gas pressure needs a container. We have gas pressure, therefore it's logical to assume we have some form of container. Now, what the nature of that container is, we're not necessarily saying we're making a claim to, but it would have to be physical in some regard, right?
It says plasma is found in the upper layers of the Earth's atmosphere. It's also found in the Earth's magnetosphere. Magnetic field surrounds the Earth. It's full of plasma and different temperatures and densities.
So they're
Ionized gas.
essentially, so they're essentially trying to say that there basically is a container of sorts, but they're telling you it's made out of plasma or whatever, which is funny because
Maybe it's magnetic.
Goodness me. We're just
Well,
gonna have to
no,
have
there are
these things
two
done.
factors. One is gravity that is pulling the molecules down to the core, and the other is
Well, we've
magnetic
already
field
covered this.
preventing
Sorry,
the sun, the solar winds to blast our atmosphere.
That's
That's the
brilliant.
theory,
So
I think.
we've just had a conversation. We've just had a conversation for the last 10 minutes where we pointed out that we'll give you gravity in this instance, you can have it. It's observably not affecting gas, being as gravity is just a vector downwards and gas is moving freely and randomly in all directions. Now, you've also got a problem with the inverse square law of gravity, where gravity is stronger down here and weaker up there. So where the gas is produced down here in biological and chemical cycles, its first instance is to go up away from the mass that is said to be attracting it to it. But with distance where the gravity is weaker, then it starts to come back. Interesting. Can you
Well,
demonstrate
different
this
types
in
of
a
matter
laboratory
behave differently, but they're all matter, which means that it's all being pulled by a massive object, in this case, the planet.
Okay, so can you show me gas being pulled by a big mass, please? In a laboratory setting, not just your assertion.
I don't think we can do this in a laboratory setting. I just have to take you to, like,
Okay,
high Earth
well,
orbit.
this is the problem. This is the problem. You just have to do something that you can never do and haven't done to prove your
it's
claim.
costly, but I can probably do it.
Well, let us know when you can do it. Let us know when you can do it.
Yeah, but
then,
that's
'cause
not
for
rejecting
now,
the argument,
we're
that's
just
just-
talking about what can be proven, which is the containers. Very demonstrable.
I don't see any containers. Do you?
Okay, but I also can't see liquid, for example, because it's transparent. Also can't see some crystals or glass, for example, because they're transparent. Things can be physical and be
I never made any
transparent,
claims
right?
about glass or crystals missing.
Yeah, it's like.
But at the end of the day, hold on. I'm just pointing out that physical things can be transparent. You said I can't see it. Well, maybe it's transparent. The thing is that to have gas pressure, it's in the word pressure, PRESS, it needs to press. Well, this is the kind of thing that we can demonstrate to be true.
We're using our tools, sophisticated enough to demonstrate truth.
It has to have something to press upon in a fixed volume. You know, like a balloon. I mean, it's really simple, my friend. We can demonstrate this to be true always. To have
No,
gas
I agree with you with
pressure,
the
you
physics
need a
of
fixed
specific
volume,
gases
a
on the.
physical boundary to contain the gas. The consequent of containing the. But your claim is what?
What do you
Gravity,
think
a
gas
decrease in
is?
entropy.
Is gas not matter?
Yeah, is it mass? Does gas
Yes,
have
of course
mass?
it has mass.
Yeah.
Awesome. So, awesome. And does mass attract mass?
Yeah. In general.
Awesome. So, can you show me mass? Can you show me mass attracting gas, then, please?
Yeah, you can conduct the Cavendish experiment with containers of gas.
No, that's not mass.
Not just metal balls.
That's not gas. I've asked you. Sorry, my friend. I've asked you specifically for mass attracting gas.
Yeah.
We can talk about
Gas
the Cavendish
is
experiment
mass.
when we've done this, but ultimately, I want you to demonstrate. I want you to demonstrate a big ball of mass attracting gas. Can you do that?
A big ball of mass contracting other mass, attracting other mass.
already
Yeah,
on
sure.
the planet, though.
We have
It's
this, the
already on the
Cavendish
planet.
experiment.
No, he said gas, attracting gas, and you
Gas
said
is also
we have
matter. It has
we have
atomic weight.
containers of gas. Could you show us the Cavendish experiment using gas?
I can probably do it on my own, sure.
Okay, well, let us know when you've done that.
Okay.
By the way, you're gonna need some containers for that gas.
Yeah, we can
Just
account
so
for
you
their
know.
weight too. That's okay.
But you're claiming you don't need containers for gas.
Well, here right now, I need to condense
In reality,
gas
we do need
so I
containers
can
for
create
gas.
enough weight to create attraction, right?
No, well, you also need the
Not enough
container just so
mass,
that you
not
can
weight.
have the gas. Because if you don't have the container, where's the gas going to go?
Well, obviously we can exclude the weight of the container and only include the weight of the gas
Yeah, but you're
itself.
saying you don't need a container.
Well, I mean, it will be impossible to create a point in space, which is the weight of the Earth, right?
Alright, centripetal force one.
What vector is
Hold on.
Which vector is weight?
I
Which
don't understand the
direction?
question.
I've got a scale. Which direction is weight? I've got a scale and I put something on it.
I don't
The
understand.
pressure
Weight is
vector
not it's an
downward,
attribute, not a direction. I don't understand the question.
Okay, so
It's a
when I
malformed
put things on
question.
a scale, dude, listen, I'm trying to clarify what I'm saying. When I've got a scale and I put something on that scale, it presses downwards weight, right?
Mm-hmm.
You said awesome. So being as gas moves in all directions, has a pressure vector in all directions, as in within the container, it's pressing upwards and outwards too. What the fuck are you talking about, mate? You're going to need a container to weigh the gas, and the gas
There
is
are other
moving in all
forces
directions.
influencing matter. Never said that there aren't, or other attributes to matter.
Yeah,
But the
but to
fact
have
is that
gas,
the fact
you
of
need a
the
container.
matter,
That's the
quote unquote,
point. To have
is
the gas, you need a container. That's the point.
Well, in some cases, yeah.
In all cases.
In all cases.
Until you can show
Really?
us otherwise. Until you can show us otherwise.
What do you think
please,
about
go for it.
Jupiter then?
Not that's the very thing that's in contention. Being as if
alright,
I've got
Jupiter
a
is in
football,
contention?
I realise that the football. Listen. I understand if I've got a football, a spherical object of leather on the outside and gas in the middle, I understand that the leather ball is the thing that's keeping the gas inside. If I was to remove the leather ball, then the gas would fuck off. Now let's look at Jupiter, an uncontained ball of gas within a vacuum. Uncontained, there's no leather ball around the outside. So according to laws of nature, the gas would disperse into the lower sky. We're going to be talking about things that we can do here on Earth in laboratory settings.
No,
We're gonna
because
try and
Jupiter
find
has
something
incredibly high gravity.
Oh, wow.
Okay. So
Gravitational
before we
pull.
start going,
Good
dude,
story, bro.
before we start talking about Cavendish,
I mean,
which is 108
it's
years out of
true.
date and was replaced by Einstein,
Hmm?
let's go for the hypothesis of Cavendish. Can you give me the dependent and independent variables, please? What's the
I'm sorry, I
observed
don't understand the
phenomena?
question.
We're going to be doing science. You brought up Cavendish, so I want the hypothesis. I want the variables, please. First of all, the observed phenomena, something happening. So can you point out the dependent variable for the Cavendish experiment, please?
The dependent variable? I don't understand.
Yeah, the phenomena,
I truly
the thing
don't know what you
happening.
mean.
He doesn't understand what the scientific method is. He doesn't understand science. I don't know. This guy. I don't know
I
if he's
mean,
worth
you
it.
can
I
make
thought that
snappy
you were
comments.
gonna.
I'm just asking
No,
for
I'm not
clarification.
trying to be rude. I'm not trying to be rude. You
I
just don't
mean,
know
you
what you're
are
talking
because,
about.
let's be honest.
2 seconds.
I guess that's like
You were about to give
Scottish
us.
rudeness, right?
Dude, listen. You were about to give us the Cavendish experiment. Okay, that's fine. You said experiment. That's science. That would mean a hypothesis test. That would require a dependent and independent variable. So please understand what a hypothesis is. Don't say that you don't understand. If you're going to be making a claim to science, so within the Cavendish experiment, what's the hypothesis? First of all, dependent variable, otherwise known as the effect or phenomena, the thing happening.
I think
Dude,
specifically
calm down.
the hypothesis, or I guess the conclusion to the Cavendish experiment, is to measure the mass of the planet
Okay.
using this
So
experiment.
you don't know what a hypothesis. You don't know what a hypothesis is, do you?
Hypothesis? I don't know it by heart for sure.
Okay.
In specific, I know what a hypothesis is. I don't know for the Cavendish experiment.
Well, then don't make a claim to science when you don't have a standard to
I
hold
didn't
it
make
to.
a claim to science.
You said experiment. The Cavendish
Yes.
experiment. You proven gravity with an experiment. An experiment is a hypothesis test. Science.
The hypothesis was that the Earth has a specific mass. The experiment was made to actually calculate the mass of the planet.
Okay. A hypothesis, my friend, is an if this, cause, then that effect statement.
Sure.
Where you have an independent variable that the researcher will vary and manipulate to see if it causes the phenomena. So the first step of the scientific method is to observe a natural phenomena. What's the natural phenomena in Cavendish?
Well, given that the Cavendish experiment was designed to get the mass of the Earth, like I would assume the planet itself was the observable phenomenon.
So I'll point this out to you. If you're going to be observing a planet, concrete noun, your next question is what caused the planet? Please, mate, follow along. I'm trying to help you, and also suggest
But
you
the
don't
one
know what you're
underneath your
talking
feet,
about.
I said.
Okay, is that a phenomena? Something happening?
Oh, I mean, the planet is happening.
And what's the
it
cause
continues
of
to
that
happen.
happening?
There's a continuity.
What's the cause? What's the cause?
What is the cause for the existence
Yeah.
of the planet?
Yeah, exactly. See, this is how your hypothesis
Solar
is going to start
formulation,
falling apart
leftovers from the
Your
solar
hypothesis
disk,
is falling apart, my friend.
coalescing into like
This is why
clumps of
understand
matter.
he can't talk about Cavendish. Come on.
Well, I mean,
you just need to
what
stop
exactly
it.
do we need to talk about?
Well, I don't know, but you're not there on the science bit. I don't know.
The fact that you've said
No, he might not. He might not
Sure,
be,
you
but I
might
am.
think that, but
awesome. Let's go for you then. What's the
All right.
hypothesis?
Are
of the
we
Cavendish
going to calm
experiment?
down? Are we going
the
to simmer down?
hypothesis
And
of the Cavendish
is your
experiment
Scottish
is
friend going
that
to
the Earth
back
had a
out?
specific mass, and the way to calculate it is to use the Cavendish setup to do so.
Yeah, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. Yeah, new guy.
That was
What's
it.
the hypothesis? Dependent variable. What is it?
I don't understand
Okay.
what you mean by independent variable.
Okay, bro. We're moving on.
God.
Okay. Who's the other guy?
Einstein debunked.
Well, you just muted me for fuck all, mate.
I didn't
He
mute
already
anyone.
said
What's going on?
Einstein debunked it. It's the force between
No,
space and
that's
time,
irrelevant.
not why.
We're not going to get this hypothesis for Cavendish then.
I mean, I
108
said
years
it.
out of date. We're not.
The hypothesis was that the weight or the mass, sorry, weight, English is a fourth language. The mass of the planet is this, and then they used the Cavendish experiment. Cavendish used it, his own experiment, he devised it, to calculate and see if it's true.
That's not a hypothesis, though, my friend. I've tried to help you by telling you that a hypothesis is an if this cause, then that effect statement. So the observed
fine.
phenomena is the dependent variable. The effect we're trying to figure out the cause of.
Okay. Well, I mean, I told you what the hypothesis was.
Well, then you
There was a
can't bring it
speculated
here as
mass
science.
of the planet.
Oh,
The planet itself being the object of this research.
So the Earth's a planet. I give you that within the calculations of Cavendish, there's an R for radius of the Earth. My next question is, how was
I
that
agree.
measured to be true?
The
Yeah, so how
radius
was that
of the
measured
Earth?
to be true?
I don't know. I don't know at the top of my head.
Awesome. So this is called begging the question. If the Earth is a ball, blah, 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 we're going to be asking for direct empirical measurements of that ball. The radius, for example, or drop over distance, for example. So before we beg the question, can you give me the direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth, please?
Direct measure of the curvature of the Earth. Why are we talking about this?
Yeah. How was that done? Because
That's what
it's
we're
flat
talking
Earth.
about. That's what we're interested in.
Oh, okay. Well, go on then.
Yeah. Come back when you have that. That'd be good.
Sure.
Right. Who's the other new guy? He sounded like he had some energy.
Einstein said it doesn't matter about the Earth pulling it down. It's about all the forces of the entire universe, curvature in space and time. And that makes more sense in my head.
Awesome. Is that science or is that maths?
Both of it.
Is Einstein science or is it math?
Oh, does Einstein believe at 9.8 meters is like the force? I don't know.
Dude, I'm asking you a very simple question. Has Einstein given us science or is he talking about math? Which one?
Isn't math used in science?
We can abstract math from science, but they're not the same thing, being
Nobody
the
says
science
they're the
varies
same.
and manipulates physically presumed causes. Hold on. And not the same thing.
Never said
Are
they
they?
are.
You can abstract math from science, that's fine. But science is well good. So my question is Einstein science or math? Which one?
It was math. It was
Awesome
math.
stuff. And can you tell me if space, height, width, and length is physical? Is time physical? Or did Einstein just reify not actual physical things, put them together for a space-time fabric, and then assert math to them based on the begging the question that the Earth is a ball sitting in the vacuum of space? There's no science here, my friend. And it's also a reification, not actual things. Can you bend time? Can you
I'm
bend
sure they use
space? You know,
I'm sure they use
absence
gravity
of
though.
anything.
What's in science?
No, we're
for,
talking
like,
about
calculations.
gravity. We're talking about gravity, and specifically Einstein saying that the bending and warping of not actual things is gravity in his mathematical equations, based on the presupposition that the Earth is a ball spinning in the vacuum of space. So there's no science here, and it's also a reification of not actual things. Space, you know, the absence of anything. Can you bend nothing?
There are plenty of things in space.
No, space, the absence of anything. So no thing. Can you bend no thing?
Well,
God, let's go
space
for the
isn't
simpler
nothing,
one. Is time
is it?
physical? Is time physical?
I don't know what you mean by this.
Is
Physical,
time
like you can touch time?
physical? Can you? Yeah, exactly. So can you give me time so I can put it in a jar and I could add energy to it, or even paint it red, for example? Can you physically give me time?
Well,
No.
You mean? Oh wait, you're talking about
difficult.
space time,
Can
right?
you physically
Different
give me no?
creatures different creatures experience time differently. So like maybe you could somehow do that.
Yeah, that's the
No,
issue.
because
It's
time is a
just
constant.
So space-time is a
It's
concept,
above
right?
us.
It's just a concept, a mathematical concept, and the point is that imagining bending a concept isn't doing anything in the real physical world.
no, it is doing things in the real world. That's how you're able to use your internet that you're using right now to spout that bullshit.
Oh, brilliant. I've got a fucking toaster there for the Earth is spinning in the vacuum of space. Come on, sunshine, hurry up.
So we need to
Why do you guys always have
reify.
to be rude and condescending? I don't
I'm not
understand
being
this.
condescending. This guy's saying that we have to reify the concepts of space and time into Einstein's space-time concept, and then imagine it bending in order for the internet to work. I don't see how it follows.
Yeah, so if somebody says something dumb because they don't know anything, and you saying that's wrong, it's ridiculous. It's not condescending. It's just saying time to go back to school. Or the books.
Yeah, listen, we're not here to babysit. We're here to have an adult conversation about reality.
Thank Christ. I hate babysitting in the other chats with like 5 people in a voice. Yelling.
Yeah, this is it. We're trying to have actual, productive, rational conversations. So if you can do that, you're welcome to stay, and we'd appreciate your input and your thoughts.
So that's not necessary. So we were talking about space time, and we're talking about Einstein's relativity. The way that we have satellites is also built upon this concept. Like we are able to use the internet because we know where to project our satellites. We know how the upper atmosphere works, et cetera, et cetera. This is a globe model.
Well, I don't think anyone's. I don't know, what internet are you with? You think it's coming from like
What
a
internet are
floating
you
metal
with? It
box?
doesn't matter. It's still there's this.
You think it's coming from satellites?
Yes, the internet. You do need satellites in order to have internet connection. In some
Not
sense, yes, you do.
necessarily.
Not
No, you
necessarily,
don't.
sure, but fiber
There
changed
is
that,
a
sure. But hold on,
under ocean cables. There's a whole network
that's what
web,
fiber is. Yes, I understand.
Yes, we
and
don't
every
need
time
to.
one of these cables enters a country, it goes through a node, and there are
I
several
think it's called
nodes
Gateway.
Yeah. So over
around the
97% of Earth's communications are done by undersea cables, ground towers,
Yep.
things like that. So terrestrial technology. So there's no need to assume that they would be doing this outrageously expensive and difficult method of providing communications technology to all of us,
and it's
streaming
and it's
Netflix, so rather than just using cables like everyone
and it's
knows they do.
purely on the expense side. It's a lot cheaper to do it by the cable and leave the satellites for
If
the
that was
companies that
true,
are going
then
to
we
pay
wouldn't.
for it.
If that was true, then we wouldn't be using ISPs in the way that we do. Yet we still do use these satellites, which are above us,
Don't
that are
get me wrong,
circling around.
satellites fill the gaps.
Yeah, exactly. But these
No
things
one's
exist in the
denying.
globe Earth model. That's the
In
only
the
way that they
globe
can.
Earth model,
That's the
we're
only way.
talking. We're not assuming the globe Earth model is correct, though. Here, that's not what we're doing.
No,
No,
the
it's
globe Earth
obvious. The
model
room's
is
name
correct.
is.
The globe Earth model is correct, is what I'm.
Well, we don't assume that. We're asking for the proof of that.
Oh, you're stepping on it.
And
There's
we're
many
not.
proofs. Yeah, there's like I don't know
We're
what to
also
say.
not going to be denying. Sorry, to help you along, my friend. We're also not going to be denying technology in the sky. Right? We obviously understand that there are things in the sky.
There are things in the sky.
Yeah, you know, like high altitude balloons, drones, and airplanes, for example, repeaters in the sky. We're not going to be denying those. The thing that is in contention, as soon as you say satellite, is the vacuum of space.
The reason that the Earth looks flat in your perspective is because it's so goddamn large
Wait,
that
hold
with
on.
you
Let me build
standing
on
on
that.
it, the
Let me build on
analogy of a bug walking
we
on a
build on that?
balloon doesn't even come close. The size scale that you're unable to envision is the problem here. Plus look, I'm
Well,
not
yeah,
the
we're
best
just
at
going with
mathematics.
observation and measurement.
I'm not the best at complex mathematics, like working out the circumference of a circle when it comes to an object such as the Earth and how large it
I
is.
promise you, the fact that you know that, you would be able to do it. You just need the equation in front of you, and then
Exactly.
just put in numbers.
But this is
and you will
what
know
I'm
that it's
saying.
the
Hold
globe
on,
Earth.
hear me out. This is complex mathematics, right? The one thing I will take my hat off to the flat earthers, right, is that they are in tune enough to know that there's something wrong with the things that are around them that they're seeing, right? That they are spot on about, right? The fact that they've fallen into this crevice of the flat earth sort of model, right, is
No, there's no
shouldn't be
model, and it's not a
shouldn't
crevice
be
of a model.
just hear me out
Okay,
shouldn't
sorry,
be
let me go.
something to criticize these people over, right? They're smart enough to understand that the world around us, we are being lied to. We can all agree on that. What we're being lied to is another thing altogether. That's where we're sort of in disagreement and
Well, the globe,
bickering
the
and
water
so on and so
ball.
forth.
But I also think community is important, so a lot of people get together because of community.
Well,
Earlier, Elijah was saying that you guys are not skeptics. You would be inherently skeptical.
Listen.
I'm skeptic of capitalism.
To the person who was just speaking there, yes, thank you, appreciate you. We are asking questions of the story that we were told, and you're talking about complex mathematics. It's not really that complex, although, yeah, you do have to do a bit of reading about it, but we are actually expert in the claims of the geometry of the globe model. That's why we are here, because just like you saying there, you've recognized a lack of education on the specific numbers of the globe model, right? So you're coming at that from a position of, oh, well, I don't know this yet because I've not really researched it. We have researched it. That's exactly what we are researching and testing. The claimed numbers for the globe model, the physical surface curvature, the amount that it's supposed to drop over a distance, the amount of obstruction that's supposed to be caused over a distance. We are the only ones that are really paying attention because we are testing these claims and they do not match the model, right? That's what we're saying. They don't match the model. That doesn't mean, as in the globe model, that doesn't mean that we're presenting a new model or a new imaginary image of the Earth from a position that none of us can go to. We're just talking about what we can observe, what we can measure, what we can verify, what we can experience on Earth, gas pressure, how everything seems to work. And we're not just giving away our agency to a third party to tell us what our entire worldview and cosmology and origin story should be. We're trying to figure this out zetetically, right? Which means to proceed by inquiry.
Two things. You're not an expert. I'll correct you on that. You are not an expert. But under your definition of what an expert needs to be is, I understand. But then what you'll find is that later on, you and every other flat earther will always be in disagreement. If you come in, if this is how you're going to go forward, you guys will never come to any conclusion.
We're not about consensus thought.
You will
right?
never have any model.
We do not
So
need
you're
to rely on
skeptics. Why? I understand. So you're skeptics. So why was the other guy earlier arguing that you guys were not
I'm not speaking for anyone else. I'm not speaking for what anyone else said. I'm just talking about what I'm doing here and what all these other guys here are doing here, regardless. I mean, over hours and hours of conversation, of course, there's going to be a few things which may be taken out of context.
I understand.
The point is, we're just doing an empirical, real life on the our perception.
Empirical
what we can observe, what we can
You
what we can
yourself,
measure
right?
on the ground.
You yourself.
Yes, all of us.
Yes. And what happens though, not all of you, because what happens is that, let's say, and this already has been happening within your community, one person comes up with some idea to start forming some sort of model. What ends up happening is that some other person empirically, because it's true to them as well, doesn't believe your model. So you guys can never come to some full conclusion.
Well, listen, let me expand
you don't
on that.
have a model.
Let me expand on that. So, what's generally agreed between people in the flat Earth quote unquote community is that there's no surface curvature, none that can be detected. There's no surface motion in terms of an axial tilt or a vector of the Earth that can be detected or measured. Gas pressure requires a container, right? So that's those 3 points are generally agreed. So what we have evidence for seems to be a topographical motionless plane that has to be contained in some manner. Now, where we don't all agree is on aspects of the Earth that cannot be directly measured, observed, either due to the nature of them, the distance of them, the scale of them, like massive mechanisms that are occurring across the entirety of the Earth, right? We can't pinpoint, measure, determine all of those causalities. So yes, there's disagreement within the community as to what certain mechanisms are, how they work, what the luminaries are, how far away they are, what medium they're in, all this stuff.
I respect that, and there's also
we're not claiming to have answers to that.
Yeah, there's disagreement also in science. What I think I understand. So I understand, but the issue though is that, for example, why isn't it that you flat earthers? I'm not saying this like as an insult or anything. I mean flat Earth people that believe in flat Earth. Why not come to some conclusion, totally, right? And then create.
That would be a fallacy. We can't jump ahead. We can only confirm what we can confirm, right? There's practical limitations to our knowledge and testing.
Individualistic.
Here, can I try something, Cyclone?
Yeah, go for it, Chris.
Okay, so I think the concept of model in scientific modeling we're too far apart in that. Because
what do you mean too far apart?
Okay, because a model would just be. Are you just talking about like a diagram? Or
for example, me as a globe earther, I believe that the sun is 94 million miles away, right? What do you think? How far do you think the sun is? For example, how far do you think the sun is?
Yeah, I wouldn't make a claim to the sun if I'm talking about the Earth. That would be two separate models or two separate things.
Okay, this flat. Okay, I understand. Okay, so let's assume the Earth is flat. Where is the sun? How far is the distance to the sun?
In the sky.
In your model.
The sun is in the sky.
Where is the sun?
Yeah. See, I mean, again, this is one of those speculative.
Let me see if I can post a model, okay, that you would agree with. See if you would say, yeah, this is a model, and the model would have a hypothesis, and I could.
I gave you a number. What's your number for the sun or the moon?
I can just pull a random number
on my floating ball in a dome. Where is
Just quickly, let me interject this. if we don't present you with a number, does that mean that your number is correct?
I do not believe that that's true. No, I'm just asking for
because I don't believe that either. I wouldn't present a number. What I would say is I don't believe it is a 93 million mile plasma gas ball in a vacuum casting parallel light rays on us. I would say it seems to be closer and smaller. Does that mean I know what it's made of or how it's doing what it's doing? No, that's just my take on it.
Why do you think it's smaller, and why do you think it's closer? Is my next question to that. I'm trying to engage.
Yeah, why not from there you'd go to the sun?
Why do you think it's smaller and closer?
Make your own
That's what I'm
observation.
asking.
Right. Well,
How
for
do you
starters,
get
I
the
would say
conclusions that you came to? And what if they change?
No.
See, your model,
I think it's 40.
Epsilon,
I think it's
relax, dude. I'm posting the model for you in a second. I just want to make sure how much buy-in I got on you. So if somebody told you a story, they told you the sun is a giant ball of gas in the vacuum of space, and it's 93 million miles away. If somebody just randomly told you, well, guess what? New evidence or new data or a new story come up, and it's not that. It's something other than that. What you have to suddenly change and adopt your whole worldview to match some other guy's story.
I appreciate this skepticism.
This is a religion you have. Okay, I'm not
No,
challenging
I understand.
Okay, hold
No,
on.
No, this guy's being pretty chill. This guy's being pretty
Epsilon,
chill.
pump the brakes. I'm not trying to challenge your religion, okay? So if you ask me to...
I am not religious. What do you mean by
Yeah, are you
religion?
playing
Do
a
mean
video
some-
game?
He is.
No,
Okay,
I'm not.
dude. There's a lot of times we see globalists do this. They're not really paying attention because they're playing a video game. They're
I've
doing
been
some...
engaging with you this whole time, man.
Okay, here we go. Well, I'm going to post something for you to look at. How can I post stuff for you to look at if you're playing a video game you're not looking at it?
Okay, well, just
you haven't sent anything because I'm looking at the side chat.
Okay, here it is. What's your take on that?
Dude, come on.
Oh, just give me. What's your take on it? What do you see?
I see it's that game that it's the game that it floats around and then you have to hit it one side on the other. This is like a joke. You're trolling.
Does it work as a model or not?
It's not a model. When I'm talking about in the scientific sense. You're
cause and
you're
effect.
making this conversation like lower than where it needs to be.
Yeah, well, I'm just trying to start at the lowest possible denominator. So this would not.
Let's start as low as you want to go.
As a model
Okay, let's start here. Okay, here I'm not going to play anymore. You won't hear my keyboard typing. I'll be here this whole time. So you're saying this? Okay, what does this ball show you?
You're talking about the movement of the sun over the sky, and the ground being flat.
But why do you think the ball, when I hit it, and you're playing tetherball, right? When you hit that ball, why do you think it's moving in the way that it is? Why doesn't it like float up, or is it because it's a flat plane? I'm even helping you here. Do you think it's a flat plane that has no force?
Information. Now you're talking about a different model. I'm just talking about what do you observe the sun to do? It moves across the sky. And the surface of Earth is flat.
No, we move.
Can you model that? Yes or no?
No, we move. The sun does have movement. But
how do you know that you move?
I understand, and this is an ultimate level of skepticism. But
this is what you're asking for.
No, but the thing is, I get what you're saying. Look, and the way that I understand how you're saying, what you're saying is, let me word it for you. You're saying, how can I prove myself that that the sun we're moving around the sun completely? Why is it that the sun is not moving around us in the stationary plane? How do I prove that model? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I'm being told that we are, as being on Earth, the ones moving around the sun because of this thing that we call gravity. And then we have gases, and then we have atmosphere that is being held by gravity, which is a container, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Am I on the right page?
Yeah, see, each one of those things is another thing you'd have to add to a model, and it gets more and more complex.
No, but the thing is, I have a model, you don't.
How do you know this stuff? Where does this information for that model come from? It's just a story. You're just painting.
It's not a story.
Hold on, let's let Jedi get in here.
I apologise. When we're talking about scientific models, that is something that is able to be tested. Is that correct?
Yes.
Awesome. So when you make the claim that gravity's holding gases, is that a claim that I can go into a laboratory and confirm?
Yes, we do this through mathematics. Yes.
So for example, I could go into a laboratory and I could have a big mass, and that big mass would attract the gas. Now, would it?
Not in the way that you're asking for it, but yes.
He just said you do this through math.
No, that's the only way. That's the only way that we understand.
You're supposed to say modeling.
Right.
You've
Wait,
already
wait. So
deflected.
now we're
I
getting
understand.
somewhere.
Yes,
So now we're
exactly.
getting
I
somewhere.
understand.
We're getting somewhere now.
Yes.
So the only way that you can do this is through conceptual math.
But this is,
So the high tides and
okay.
low
But
tides
okay,
on the
the
moon.
only way that you're able to utter things out of your mouth because you're using the English language is through prediction. No, it's the same thing. Guys, we found Neptune because of these mathematics. This is a fact.
Chill, bro.
I am chill. Okay, go ahead.
Yo, hello. The Earth's not flat, man.
Thank you. When I
No,
got
not
to the
thank you. I
conception-
fuck your mom. Look.
She clicked me. So you fuck corpses. Well done. Right. So ultimately, I asked you if a scientific model that was something that could be tested, and then you gave me math.
It is tested. Yeah, because mathematics is true.
Hold on. I asked for a scientific model. You understand that science and math are different things, and science is a physical manipulation.
No, mathematics is within the scope of science.
Yeah, you can abstract math from science, but a scientific model, that's cause and effect relationships, right? Something that I can take into a laboratory and physically test to be true.
Well, no, mathematics is discovered, whereas science, in the way that you're trying to gauge it or what you're trying to say, is discovered and put out to the general public. That's science.
Was mathematics discovered in a cave or something?
No, the only reason, okay, for example, we have how many fingers? We have 10 fingers, right? We have 10 fingers, we use base 10. So when you use...
I have to start at the beginning, aren't I?
Okay, maybe I'm not understanding. I apologize. Let's say again.
That's fine. I asked you for a scientific model. You understand what science is,
E equals MC squared. That's a scientific model. X plus X.
My friend, would you... Okay, let's put it like this. Would you understand that pseudoscience is something that is claimed to be science but doesn't follow the scientific method?
Yes.
Pseudoscience, right? Awesome. You're giving me math. I'm asking for science. You said a testable model, so a scientific model, something that I can physically test, not abstract math.
I understand what you're saying.
So you can't scientifically prove your claim then?
So in the way that you're framing it, and I'm being as good faith possible as I can. In the way that you're framing it, you are correct.
Thank you.
But the issue, though, is that we wouldn't have the knowledge in order to be able to do anything that we have access to do today if we did not have prediction, which is everything that we do.
Like Velcro?
When you wake up in the morning and you're alive, you're saying, well, I am this age and I drink enough water, I work out, and I do these things in order to live this life. You're making a prediction which is a model. This is a model, but you have no model.
You're not.
You have no model.
You're a model.
Flat Earth is not. But no, I'm sympathizing with you, and I understand where you're coming from. But the thing is, you're doing the same thing every single day. The way even you being able to communicate and use the English language.
Listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. That's post-diction, not pre-diction.
But think about what you're saying. The words that are coming out of your mouth, you have no proof. Do you know Latin in order to derive the Germanic language that we call English now?
This is going to absurd levels of sophistry here. All we're telling you is that water rests flat, so that rules out the possibility of Earth being sphere. That's literally
wasn't
it.
the one
Why is
that took it to
so
this
hard for you
point.
to understand? Why do you have to talk through me when I'm saying that to you? You're telling me, no, that's not what you're saying? No, I'll tell you what we're saying. We're saying that water rests flat, therefore the Earth cannot be a sphere. That's literally it. If you stop talking through us, if you stop talking through us when we're telling you what we're actually saying, you might finally figure out what we're saying.
I'm just correcting you because you're wrong.
What was I wrong about?
We're all really heated up. Can I make one comment?
Well, I can't tell what I'm wrong about when all of you talk at once.
You just go one at
I'm
a time.
watching
Come on,
ships
big
go out to
boys.
sea right now.
Okay, and?
They drop at 8 inches per mile.
Why are we on to
No,
the
they
next
don't.
issue? Hold on, I want to respond to Epsilon.
Yeah.
That's not even the right rate of
This is
curvature.
a
drop.
deflection.
8 inches per mile is a slope. This guy is demented, so go ahead and respond to Epsilon, whoever that was.
Okay, so Epsilon, he was bringing up science, right? That was him that brought that up.
I just got on meeting, so I don't know.
Were you talking about science and post-diction and prediction?
I wasn't the one that brought this up. It was someone else, and I just was going down there like.
But you agreed with that. Okay, so when we do those kind of things and we talk about, you know, the future and stuff like that, you need to be able to make a prediction, test it in the real world, and get the results your prediction is telling you, or whatever model you're using is broken. But if you can make observations but cannot figure out what model that they fit into, but you know they don't fit into a model that you already have, you can still have those observations and keep them there as something you know because you've observed them without having a model. You don't have to have a model to keep those ideas and remember them, right? You're asking us to have a model so that we can talk about the ideas that we've already tested.
No, I respect this. And this is what I'm saying. You guys are skeptical. I understand. This. I really respect that. I think that that's great. I think you should be skeptical. The issue, though...
Good. Okay. We're skeptical. Now, we're just waiting for the globe proof. Or are you skeptical too?
No, we're not skeptical. Why?
We'll just let them have that
Why
word
do you
if you
guys
need to.
keep letting them misuse the word skeptical?
Can you post your definition of skeptical?
Well, of their claim of a globe Earth, I am.
Yeah, because if you look at their model is
there's
96% dark matter, dark energy. It's unobservable. If somebody has a model that is composed of 96% sky magic,
Well,
it's
it
gonna
would need to be a
very
globe,
skeptical
right?
of that.
It would need to be a globe in order for that to really.
Do you know why dark matter exists?
Excuse me. It would have to be a globe in order for that to exist. Are you guys still wondering about whether things measure to be a globe?
No, it's definitely not a
So
globe.
technically, you can't be skeptical of something you know can exist, because what precedes that is there being a sphere. What precedes the sphere? The Big Bang and the vacuum of space and all this other shit. You can't be skeptical of something you know is not the case.
But you could be skeptical of the claim as a claim. That's what I was saying.
Yeah. A story.
Sorry, is this the Christian chat? I'm lost.
That is, again,
No,
whatever.
That's what it seems like, but I'm just waiting for them to.
We're not
I'd like to
speaking about
respond,
religion
but
at all.
I don't want to get muted. So
we're speaking about the nature of the physical nature of things like water and gas and the earth. It has nothing to do with
Roman Catholic Christians created the heliocentric religion. So
you could say I'm
you Glovers are Christians because you follow the Christian model of the universe.
That would be wrong because
you are the
that would be wrong because Galileo was going to get hung because he thought that we were not the center.
You
of
need
the
to
universe.
open the history book.
No, that's literally wrong.
That was
that's literally wrong.
Epsilon, you're not looking at history. That was the height of the Inquisition. People were getting burned at the stake for having a lazy eye.
Hold on.
He got house arrest.
So then don't say that Christianity, don't say that
You're not
scientists
listening
were
to the
all with
story.
Christianity.
Open the history book. You don't know the story of Galileo.
I
just told you that what I said was
This is what happened with Galileo. Galileo was told not to release this information because it's batshit crazy. It will weaken the power of the church. The Pope told him not to do something, and he did it anyway. And for defying the Pope, for basically at that time defying God, he was given house arrest. This was at the height of the Inquisition when people were being burned for almost anything at the stake.
And just to add to that, I'm pretty sure that he recanted. He recanted on his deathbed, did he not? Or towards the end, he recanted. Sorry, I think Jedi was trying to get.
Yeah, that's true too. That he took it all back. He said, "I should have never disrespected the Pope. I should have followed exactly what you said."
I just wanted to point out.
Quiet, Jedi.
I do apologise. I just wanted to point out that it was a Roman Catholic priest, Monsignor Lemaitre, who came up with the Big Bang Theory. That's a priest who came up with that idea. That was in 1927 or 1929, I do believe.
Yep, almost 100 years ago.
Did that again come out of the Roman Catholic Church?
See, you could say, and someone at the start of their flat Earth journey could start off being like they are skeptical of claims made by heliocentric religious authorities. It would be their first step. But at some point, they're going to go through and adjudicate all these different models. And there's been about 3,000 different heliocentric models presented since Copernicus. Copernicus himself presented 16 different models. So you could say that, hey, you and me, right, are only one model apart. You've rejected 3000. I've rejected 3001. We're not that different.
And at the end of all of these claims, you're going to need the Earth to be a ball, which is the main point of contention.
That's the same thing. So let go of the model, because a model's never going to be perfect. The model's never. You can blast holes in any model. That's so right.
Yeah,
And
but
that's why
Epsilon wants a model to dictate his worldview. So,
right away when I linked the scientific model, it's only meant to represent a single aspect, not the whole thing. The whole thing represents the whole thing. Reification fallacy down to a very small aspect, and then be like, "Hey, look at this," and then all of a sudden that proves all the aspects.
Yeah,
and this is why Michio Kaku had said this is the biggest crisis in cosmology right now. The model is off by a factor of 1 with 120 zeros behind it. He said if you're off by a factor of 1, it's a huge deal.
The thing is that, and this is kind of the main point that I'm saying, and I agree with everything that you're saying. I'm not in disagreement as much as you think that I may be. It's just that the way that you philosophize, the way that these things come to be, is different. And I understand where you're coming from. The issue is that there's no way to, in your philosophy, move forward. And in
Listen, we're not trying to claim how things came to be. We're not here to tell a story.
I'm not shaming. I'm trying to be as respectful as possible.
We're just talking about how things are, how things observe, how things measure in the here and now. We're not telling you how things came before or after, or things that we can't measure or observe. We're just talking about what we can measure and observe.
Compare stuff in history for a moment there. I'm going to make another comment. 100 years ago, a good number of scientists that were respected still believed in theories that aren't compatible with ideas like evolution. They didn't believe in genes so much. We knew heredity, but we didn't know how it works. And the people that had ideas but couldn't quite prove them yet, right? They were just called crazy. A lot of them were, just ignored and blackballed. They weren't allowed to join conferences or even get paid in universities. But in the last century, we've made so much progress in genetics. We have a whole bunch of models now. We still don't know a lot. But so if you go back 100 years and you tell them about genes, they're going to be like, dude, we know that the stuff your father did, you're going to be good at. Like, we know how it works. Just go away. That's what you're doing right now.
Oh, this is the conspiracy chat.
So you've got a model that you know is wrong, okay? This is your framework, right? You know that your model is wrong, and you want me to replace it with a different model that is also wrong. It's not going to work, dude. That's an unworkable situation.
And what's funny is that we're talking amongst each other. I do not believe, you were just talking to someone who believes in your worldview. And then you said that you can conversate, but then you're both still going to be wrong. This is the issue.
A model will always be wrong. It will only represent. I've linked to the scientific definition of the model. It says so right in there.
At this point, you want us to be cavemen.
No. See, the issue is you seem to be, you have your mindset on this wrong. You seem to be saying that even though we may agree.
Wait, who are you speaking to? I apologize.
To you. Because you're saying we may agree with these fundamental tenets of the Earth being a topographical plane, but you're saying because we might have some disagreements in the other areas, that's a problem. We don't see challenging our own ideas as a problem. We see those as the way to get closer to the truth, which is
what you would be a scientist as well.
Which is what we're talking about. This is what we are doing.
And I agree.
But you're framing it like that's a problem. You're saying because you don't have consensus, that's a problem. In your mindset, consensus is the gold star, the gold standard, right? That's fallacious, and it's the opposite of the truth, right? Consensus is not how you breed progress.
Consensus is pretty good.
Disagreement. No, you're saying it's a problem that we don't have consensus. We don't need consensus. We only need.
Because it would go against what you believe in. It would go against what you believe in to have consensus, right?
The reason you need consensus is because you don't have direct evidence.
Well, how? But then, how do you have generational? For example, if you, I'm sure some of you guys have children, right? And you don't. Your children need a lot of the time when you're raising a child. Let's just say this
Keep reaching.
child.
This
No,
is deflection.
I'm not reaching because when you raise a child, what happens is that you teach them the things that you know about the world. And
Keep
this is
reaching for
not.
that
This is
appeal to consensus,
consensus.
Faust.
You have consensus in your families. Otherwise, we would.
This is non sequitur. We're talking about the Earth. You're talking about genetics.
I'm
and
giving you an
generations.
example of how what you're saying is
you're
ridiculous.
giving us an example. No, you relate your discussion to the curvature and the motion of the Earth that you believe in. Then you'll be more on point.
Do apologise to interrupt as well, guys. If we're talking about scientific consensus, then there better be an experiment for everybody to agree upon. And then we would require the experiment.
Yeah, if that
Called
consensus,
statistics. That's called
if that
statistics.
consensus, if that
That's not called
consensus is
That's
not
literally called statistics.
I'm trying to say something to you. If that consensus is not based on science, then it's worthless. You might as well throw it out. You don't actually have any science.
Guys, and this guy laughed at me when I said statistics, but think about what I'm trying to say. Not everybody's going to agree on all things. Let's say you hate scientists. There's scientists that study the same exact thing but have two different views.
Why
Now
do we
you have
hate
a
scientists?
statistical. You have a
Why do you keep talking about people and what people think? We're just
Because you
asking
guys don't
for the direct
understand.
evidence. Why do you keep talking in the middle of people's sentences? We're just asking
He's
for the
making a good
direct
point.
evidence. We're not looking into what people
brought it
think,
up
what
earlier.
people say, what people agree on. It's not a social question. It's a geometric one. Just provide us the direct evidence for it. If you can't do it,
people are
you
being
have to talk about
disingenuous.
what people think. You obviously don't have the evidence. You should just wait for someone else who does to step up because it's getting ridiculous.
Hey guys, I know we're passionate about LGBT, but come on, let's calm down.
That's brilliant.
Wait, am I in the wrong BC again?
Making a good point. Some people
I'll
are
help
being
you with
made
that.
fun of for being dumb.
Sorry, guys, to interrupt.
And
Okay, and now you are as well.
The
I want to
gentleman
be
that brought
careful, so I'm going to wait till.
Be quiet, Jedi's trying to get in.
the gentleman who brought up scientific consensus and statistics. Remember when we spoke about 10 minutes ago and we got to the agreement that pseudoscience would be something that is purported to be science but does not follow the scientific method? There's no statistics in the scientific method, my friend. If they're going to be agreeing on something scientifically, that better be an experiment that we can all repeat and validate. You know,
The only reason I brought up statistics was to tell you it was a different point. It was a whole different point.
Non sequitur, then.
Just be careful when you say scientific consensus, because that better come down to an experiment that you, me, and everybody can verify to be true or not.
Yeah, we're trying to follow these points through to conclusion, right? So just to segue off into another point in the middle of it, it's just kind of derailing.
It's hard for me to go down like a line of logic, and then I try to use an example, and then it becomes that I'm saying something that's like derailing.
Well, you just said yourself it was a totally different topic or example.
Because
or whatever,
you guys are the ones you can ask just a straight question, and then I can do. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Do you have a scientific experiment that proves the shape of the Earth?
Yes, we use this. How do you prove a spherical radius?
With direct measurement. Sorry,
with direct. Okay, what does direct mean to you?
Basically, let me just get to the crescendo of my point before we go down this road. Now, you
I know.
say yes.
See, that's why. Answer my question. I answered yours. What does direct mean to you? And then you will go back and go ahead. What does direct
on the surface of the Earth, directly measuring it to be true. So, for example, I can measure a table directly, yes?
Exactly.
So I should be able to measure a surface directly,
I agree. Yes.
Awesome stuff. So back to my question, which was malformed, just to see if you understood what I was saying. So is there a scientific experiment that proves the shape
Based
of an
on the way that you're saying, based on the way that you're framing this, yes, I would agree with you that my view is malformed. Because I cannot measure a table the same way that I can measure the earth.
Dude, my question was
Or
malformed.
vice versa, should I say?
Dude, my question was malformed to see if you were following. So
no, it was perfectly formed.
No, listen.
A scientific experiment deals primarily with cause and effect. Therefore, there couldn't be a scientific experiment that proves the shape of an object.
But we're talking about the direct influence of how we get that information, correct?
He's not listening, is he? He's clearly
No.
not listening to me.
He's not. It's really difficult to talk to somebody who's playing a video game. It's
I'm
like
not playing any games. I can tap my keyboard right now. I'm tapping.
So I think that the problem
I'm not
for you,
playing any games.
yeah, you're having some comprehension issues, and that's why this conversation is.
He said that you need a direct influence, like when you measure a table. And then I'm asking him, okay, I understand how you can measure a table. You have that direct knowledge in order to be able to measure a table. And then what I'm asking is, I know where you're going to go with this, because how do you directly, in the same sense that I can measure a table, how do I measure that the earth exactly is what it is? But the only thing that I would have, the only thing that I would have is an equation, right? Which was told to me by some scientists.
Based on what measurement?
But this is where he was going, correct? Was I wrong? Was I?
Yeah, based on what measurement is that equation?
Yeah, please don't think that you know what I'm going to talk about. So my question was, is there a scientific experiment that proves shape? If you knew what science was, you should have turned around and said, bloody hell, Jedi, of course there's not. Science only deals with cause and effect within the physical and natural world. To figure out the shape of an object, you have to directly measure it. So we've been told for a very long time that science proves the shape of the Earth, but if we know what science is, we will understand that science isn't the tool for that particular piece of inquiry. Direct measurement would be the particular source, right? We would directly measure something to be true if it was a shape. You get it
And
now,
you're saying, I'm trying to understand. And you're saying that this, if we have this direct influence for measurement, it would be apparent, right? But within science, what happens is that we change from, let's say, a round Earth to now what's called an elliptis, right? So it's not that, because that changes at the equator, right?
Let me ask you more simply then. Do we use science to figure out the shape of objects?
Do you need science to think about the shape of objects? Well, you need multiple things. You need language. You need many things.
Do we use science? Hold on, my friend. Very simply, do we use science, a hypothesis into cause and effect relationships,
to
figure out the shape of objects?
Yes.
You don't need science to think or language.
No, we do. We do.
No,
That's
man.
why you know that a square is different from a circle.
Well, let him tell us how. Let him tell us
You
how.
don't need language to think about.
Yeah, because we're using, the thing is, you're using like these language things. So, okay, is a square the same thing as a? Okay, so science is
stop
never
right
complete.
there. Hold on, reset. You just said yes. We can use the scientific method, a hypothesis test for cause and effect, to determine a shape. Now, tell us how we do that.
So when you do that, what you're saying is that we're going to use this thing called a square, and we're going to use linguistics to make this thing a square. We're going to say that this is called a square, and then that's scientific. But then that can change. Because
You're
now we
talking
have-
about talking
hold
with
on.
other people.
Now we have a rectangle, and that's kind of a square, but it's not quite a square.
No,
But
your
then that's
original
different from a
statement
circle,
was-
and that's different from an ellipse, and then that's different from a sphere.
Your
No,
original statement was, can we think about shapes without science? And then later you said you need language. No, if you are just thinking by yourself, alone.
I'm talking about the way we define science.
Okay, if you're talking to somebody else, that's different. But if you're just thinking, if you're just sitting around thinking about shapes, you don't need a single word or letter. Right?
That's because it's been proven for you already, and you're just taking on those
No.
belief systems.
If you look at a shape, if you see a perfect square in front of you, and you see a perfect circle beside it, you don't need words to see that those are different.
Yeah, true.
Let me
I agree with you, and that was like the previous conversation, and that's why I was saying I used the example of the table that he was using versus the globe.
Let me do this more simply. You remember when you were at school?
It's not simple. I think you can't. Go ahead.
Listen, please. Did we learn about shapes in math and geometry, or did we learn about shapes in science class? Which one?
We learned about shapes in I guess general study. I'm not really sure. It's scientific, but it's general.
Geometry. So, for
Which is
example, a triangle.
linguistic and.
Dude,
go ahead.
Come on, stop spiraling for me. We
What language
understand
do
that
you
we.
speak?
I'm talking English. I'm hoping you fucking
No, but
understand,
what
mate.
language? Okay, okay, but you know that
So, my
square means
question is,
something different in French, right?
before you start rattling off, did we figure out shapes in math class or science class? Which
It was
one?
general. It was general education. You should have done this in like.
It was in math.
You were probably kinder.
Dude, what's a triangle? Did we learn how to measure the interior angles of a triangle in
But
science
that's a
class or in math
linguistic
class?
principle. That's a linguistic principle, and you're trying to conflate the two.
I'm
That's
trying to
the
point
issue
out,
that I have
my
with you.
friend,
And you're
listen.
saying that I'm
Trying to point
simplifying
out
it
to
when
you.
you're the one simplifying it.
Dude, I'm trying to simplify it for you.
No, I don't think you
Science,
understand.
dude, my God, why have you got to keep fucking talking? Science is not the tool we use to figure out the shape of objects. To figure out the shape of objects, we use direct observation and measurement. Being as science deals primarily and only with cause and effect relationships, it's quite obvious to me and everybody else, but apparently not you, that
Using that
science.
same logic, why would you use this thing called a triangle?
Stop interrupting him. I don't want to hear you do that again. Let him finish the end of his statement before you go, or else you're just going on mute.
The only reason I'm bringing this up, mate, is to elucidate the issue of science is not the tool we use to figure out the shape of objects. Math, observation, direct measurement is the tool that we use to figure out the shape of objects. So when they tell us that science proves the shape of the Earth, we must understand that that cannot be true because science would not be the tool that you would use for that particular piece of inquiry.
Check or hold.
Valid.
Okay, so there we go. Now we got it. We got to a conclusion that everyone can agree with. Science is
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Chi Check and 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Legs 11 Phuket word.
Yeah, it's okay to be that way. Yeah. Have you got a channel, Aethergrass?
I do, but I don't really post on it. It's just like I use it more as the account to be able to chat on the 24/7 live stream.
Okay.
I should post things, man. I'm more into doing graphic design and writing, just studying where the etymology of words, stuff like that.
It is
But
hugely
I probably should
interesting.
actually make videos.
Each to their own, man. This is the wonderful thing about it. I mean, everyone is doing their thing, and that's what's so fantastic about this whole thing. Is you've got this, there's obviously this general consensus that we understand, but everyone's off doing their own thing in their own field. And
I say all the time it takes all kinds.
Sure, man. Yeah, for sure. So it's, but the language is really important, isn't it? Because I'll just go off on a bit of a monologue if you want, man. But I mean, I studied teaching English as a foreign language when I was younger because of my plans to kind of travel and work around the world, and even that was just mind-blowing to actually start thinking about the words we use on an everyday basis, because they fire questions at you that students would ask, people with no, or they may have presuppositions of what they think things mean or whatever, or they might ask you a question like, what's the difference between this word and that word? And the whole class would spend hours thinking about it as this teacher kind of teased it out of us. And eventually we kind of, through collaboration, we'd realize, and we'd be able to, okay, there is a big difference between this word and that word, although they're often used the same. Yeah, level's a good example. I just saw that meme pop up in the chat there. But yeah. So
excuse me, Legs.
And
I'd like to add the conflation recently, like the increased effort to conflate the pseudoscience with science. I think that's causing a lot of confusion in the education system and just in media, social media. It seems that they just attach this word science because we know it means empirical and should be trusted.
Right.
Any word. And it's words are spells, right? Clearly. So people see that word and automatically trust it without even really verifying the definition of science. So that seems to be a conversation that comes up a lot in this debate. What is natural science? Like, I'm assuming the Earth is flat, or?
Oh yeah, I know. I know it.
Yeah, that's what I was picking up. Unless I was way off.
Okay.
What's really bad about that, though, so many people get triggered by color, shapes, and sounds. They hear a sound effect and all of a sudden they're flipping. Or they see a shape, which is literally just letters in order, and that it pisses them off. Or somebody might be the wrong color and they don't like that, so they trip out. Color, shapes, and sounds are the most triggering things for most people, and that's what drives them away from flat Earth. It's weird. They hear, I heard a noise that I don't understand and it's making me scared. Fucking, it trips them out.
Yeah, that's an interesting point, because it is all about conquering fear. That those fears, recognizing them, I suppose.
Yeah, I say they're alephophobic. They have a crippling fear of the truth.
Don't we all? I mean,
That's true. Everybody's susceptible to that. Like, no, I don't want to know. I just don't want to know. Not it. That can happen to everyone.
Yeah. I and it doesn't stop happening. I think you can notice yourself with that fear on a daily basis, right?
Eric Dubay calls it truth or depression. So a lot of people just tend to avoid it. Legs, did you come in here off the back of that interview? I see you've been in for 2 days.
Yeah, that was a fantastic interview. So yeah, because I literally I just joined Discord. I've just put my own, I'll have my own server going on, but very loose plans at the moment. But yeah, so I was looking for a decent stream, a decent server. Had a look at some of the others and whatever. But then so that interview with I can't remember who the guy Eric was interviewing was an architect, wasn't he?
Yeah, Chris, Flat Lloyd Wright. It's funny because I found this server probably 2 months ago. Before that, for about 7 years, I was just like literally watching Eric Dubay videos all the time. I thought that was like the end of it, the end of the tip of the spear, so to speak, for Flat Earth. Then after joining here, I realized Eric's fantastic. I still watch his videos. That's how I recognize Flat Lloyd Wright on the camera the other day. But coming here, it's just a whole new argument. And basically just a sharpening of your sword. Logic and reasoning comes into it. It's fascinating. So, but I saw an influx of people joining since August 20th, and I assumed that you might be one of them. So it's awesome that you posted that video and let Chris get those plugs in.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. And you're right. There are some frighteningly sharp people here. Yeah. and yeah, I think I commented on the video. It's just great to see, someone, a so-called professional. I don't mean that in a negative tense, but a professional who uses these kinds of things and really studied it and worked it out for himself. That's always a good story to hear. Yeah, it's a similar journey for everyone, I suppose. Yeah.
You said you make videos?
Yeah, my channel's Phuket Word.
But you're in, what is that, Thailand?
Yeah, southern Thailand. Yeah.
Eric,
man. You can go and link it in the live stream if you want to.
Oh yeah, I was gonna type it. Oh, you pop right up. Look at that.
Oh, okay.
Oh no, never mind. Wait. What is the Phuket what?
Right.
Phuket Word.
The way I look at this place, man. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go on.
I was just saying, I look at this place like this live stream's kind of like we're like a cable network in a way. Like, it's Flat Earth 24/7. So if you have a show that you're doing, plug it here. There might be some really good clips that could be played here. We need people to be making their own content. Content creators are the best. You're either a content creator or a mindless consumer. So content creators are the best.
Appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, it's nice. Obviously, it's a labor of love, right? And it's a shared journey as well. So, yeah, my introduction was
for
Eric
sure.
as well. Sorry, 1 second. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's...
Flat Earther.
Yeah. Okay. I'm chatting. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, my daughter just walked in.
Is she picking on you?
Yeah. Yeah, but it's not a secret anymore.
Yeah.
So.
Because now you're gonna have to talk. You got to talk with all that stuff about everything.
Well, it's interesting because they're getting my kids are getting a Thai education, so they don't really focus on the whole solar system thing and all that too much. They've done a little bit, but nothing intense like we get home.
Yeah. In America, it's like it's part of the religion to know for sure. We went to the moon. You must accept this.
Yeah, I'm sure, man. It's along with the national anthem, right?
Yeah. I pledge allegiance to NASA, who I will never question ever.
It is a tough one, though. I must admit, it's easy to forget how challenging it was to go through.
Yeah.
But that makes it even more of a massive realization, doesn't it? Because it's so in your face that once you've gone past that, then you see everything else that's in your face. So there was a guy doing it. I can't remember his channel, but that's all he focused on, just the hairspray in the ISS. And he's like, I don't know how they're doing it, but they're not up there. But it takes someone to have the balls to say that.
They have lots of sets.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because nobody wants to be the outlier in a conversation like that when everybody's assuming, oh, yeah, obviously it's round. Everybody knows that. And you're like, yeah, but why does it look so freaking flat? Where's the curve at?
Yeah.
And then people get really uncomfortable.
To be honest, I was ready for it, It was like being through all the other stuff. And I was at that stage where, okay, I still don't have any answers. What's next? There's something bigger than all this. How does this all connect? It's like, yeah, okay. All these guys. I mean, there were guys, obviously, sometimes you're watching, in the early days of YouTube, you're watching videos done from VHS with some guy talking to some people in some cruddy hotel, at a conference about their truth-seeking journey, and they had to do mega research, and then Google Docs. Was it Google Documentaries was good for a while before. I think that was before YouTube came along, and with all a lot of kind of truth videos on there. So yeah, personally, it was just
that was before my time.
Oh, sorry, man. Yeah.
I think Google Play was great. Was it Google Play or yeah? And then YouTube up until about 2017, right? I look at old videos and just see the recommendations that they used to have. Everything. Now it's now you plug in Flat Earth, you get Simon, Dan, and Professor Dave. It's crazy. It's so ridiculous. Like they assume you're looking up Flat Earth to find a debunking video. Like it's blatantly obvious.
Yeah. But obviously, of course, that makes it even more obvious that they're trying to cover something up. So, why not let people talk about it if it's an open sign on? Well, obviously, it's not considered an ongoing scientific exploration, is it? It's considered a done deal. So. But it was the horizon, man. For me, it was as soon as I heard was it Eric Dubay on Fireside Chats, and as soon as he mentioned the horizons at eye level, it's like click. It was that's it. It's not a globe. Can't be. Just because of the way horizons behave in real life, and how that,
Measurably see too far too. That 250-mile picture done in infrared.
Yeah,
it's flat.
Yeah. That's it, and it's always well, it's not always, but it was surprising at first how many people would just kind of not even give that evidence any room for scrutiny, just like that. Because I started sharing the stuff on YouTube because it's like, I got to get this. This is fantastic. This is amazing. This is great. And then I was flabbergasted that people didn't see it the same way. And so, yeah, just keep on doing content. Yeah, 6 or 7 years ago. Yeah. Fake.
Legs, in your couple days here, have you, or in the past, have you run into the Black Swan argument?
Oh, of course, yeah.
Okay, yeah. I was looking through your page. I'm gonna start watching some videos. A lot of really interesting stuff.
Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, you've got those a few.
You've been putting in work
Sorry?
for a while. How long you had it for? Looks like at least a few years.
Yeah, I had the channel. I think like I got into the whole thing 2015, I suppose, and then but the channel I think was there as I just work I work in media. So I had that channel as just a place to put a few kind of videos for customers or whatever, just a holding place really for videos for some PR work or whatever. So that, yeah, it was back. I can't remember when the first video was, 2015 or 2016.
All right, I see. Yeah, I see you got Wolfie the Wolfie the flat Earth denier. Hey, okay, you've been in it.
Yeah, up to my neck.
So you're just new to Discord. That's it, right?
That's all, man. Yeah. As far as that, yeah.
Right on.
Oh yeah, he's my nemesis. Yeah, he follows me around, but claims I follow him around.
You show up in your comment sections.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, it depends.
You've run into him before, though, right?
Oh yeah. Silly HUD arguments about the HUD and eye level, and just the usual. You talk about eye level. They know what you're talking about. You know what they're talking about, but there's no compromise. There's no admission of even that you can describe eye level in two ways if you really want to. This kind of thing, and just obfuscation all the time. And it's just yeah.
Yeah, they won't even concede points. Even when we tell them, just by conceding this doesn't necessarily mean it proves that the Earth is flat. For example, the Earth is not, if the horizon is not geometric. They hung on to that for so long, and they just, they claim refraction and not realize that they're, saying refraction. They're admitting that it's not geometric, but they just won't ever concede. It's this internal struggle. I've even heard flat earthers be like, look, just concede this. It doesn't mean you're admitting the Earth is flat, and they still can't do it.
Yeah, because they see it as a point-scoring game. They literally do look at it in a different way. Sorry, don't know if I overcut someone out there. Oh shit. Just lost my audio. Did I lose my audio? Anyone there?
You're good. Clear.
No? Okay. Sorry, just my monitor. I just got my monitor's just blanked out for some reason.
Yeah, I'm just scrolling through your channel, seeing if I have any questions for you.
Oh yeah, go ahead, man. Everything's on the table.
You see Dell's Uprising Earth claim?
Sorry, say that again.
It's a little laggy. I keep cutting you off, I feel like, unintentionally. I said, you see Dell Beyond the Imaginary Curves Upward Rising Earth claim?
Yeah.
That's been going around. You on board with that? Or that's crazy.
I've, from the beginning, trying to ascertain what he actually means by movement, and I think there isn't this distinction being made between acceleration and constant movement. I did a video on it recently, just kind of trying to. I've never, to be honest, I don't do the politics. I try to not, but at least try and generate some clarity, which I've tried to do in a couple of recent videos. Man, my monitor's, it's weird. I'm looking at a blank screen at the moment. Sorry about this. You go ahead and scroll through my stuff while I sort out my screen. Hang on.
Oh, yeah.
What is your profession?
The old friend. I brought more soldiers than you did.
But
Secondly-
mentally you are damaged by the drunkenness that you do almost every week, so that has an adverse reaction to your responses.
So because I drink sometimes, I am just my points are no good.
Yeah, your points are not good. Shut the fuck up.
Would any flat earther be like? Would they consider going up to the space station, International Space Station? Would you guys ever like, if you had the chance, do that for free?
Typically, the
What would that
answer
prove?
there is no. Like, I mean, it. I would, yeah, I'd probably take up the offer to like see how it got fudged. You know, either that or, you know, the other risk is like, you know, people with a more paranoid mind think that would be their way of getting rid of you or something. But
true.
How, imagine a flat earther saying he wants to go to space. How stupid is that?
No, I'm not saying I want to go. I know that
That
it
is
can't
one of the
happen.
most
I would like
stupid
to,
arguments
you're
I
not
ever heard a
fucking
flat
listening,
earther
dipshit.
saying. It's just stupid, dude.
You're not fucking listening. No, to try to, if it was offered, yeah, I'd probably try to call their bluff.
It would be. I mean, see, like, let's say they would take a flat earther and they documented the entire thing. I feel like there would just be so much skepticism involved with it. It wouldn't matter anyway. It would just have to be everyone's personal experience to see it, and then.
What will we see if we go to the ISS or whatever is up there?
Like, let's say you did a spacewalk at the International Space Station. You would probably see a globe, most likely, from my opinion.
How do you know that? Why do you expect that to be the case? Have you done it?
No, I have not. I just can infer from the pictures taken from that.
Well, how would you go about verifying those? You haven't gone up there. So,
See, right, exactly. That's what you yourself would have to go up and experience it yourself. Then you would believe if it was flat or a globe.
No, I would just measure the ground down here to see if it matches what they're claiming it to be and using those pictures to support that claim. That's all.
No, I think you would have to see it yourself.
Secondly, I don't know if you're aware. I don't know if you're aware. Like, even there's not just one. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson said it. There's other like very respected physicists and mathematicians and shit like that who has stated, like, given the height of the so-called ISS, what they claim it to be at, and the size of the Earth, that you still wouldn't see curvature from that height. So all of the pictures that you have in your head, that you've seen on TV, that you've seen on computer wallpapers and PlayStations and iPhones, like, that's all bullshit. That's all CGI. That's all computer graphics, man. That's freaking mathematically, it's impossible to see what you think you would see.
Well, sometimes you will see concave Earth from those images. So is it shape shifting? Because you sometimes see the curve, other times it's horizontal, and other times it's concave. So which one is it?
Yeah. Sounds like they brought more imaginary evidence for us to look at. Well, thanks. But yeah, I would just measure the ground from the ground, and if it doesn't match the claim, then it doesn't matter how many movies or cartoons they present. Obviously, they're not reality. Simple. Check, check. Okay, I hear somebody. Good to know. Sometimes VC just goes dead on my end.
Yeah, drop the mic and we can check if it works or not. Then we can tell it's gravity working and your mic working at the same time.
It's weird how they always want us to do things that they didn't do in order to come to the knowledge that they claim to have that the Earth is a ball. How does that work?
I would go up with you. I'd like to.
Oh yeah, you will never do it. Anybody else at this point? Like, I think the reason why it's quiet is because you're like, oh shit, is that true? You're probably looking it up. Like, you wouldn't see curve from there. The fact that you think that you have is it should be a little kick in the ass for you. Like, wait a minute, what was I looking at?
Isn't that like an appeal? Isn't that like an appeal to the future fallacy? In the future, one day we'll do something, and therefore true.
But wait, I thought they already had thousands of years of globe proof. Now it's future proof.
No, it's what's it called? Man, I'm just believing in the theory that it is round. So, I would
Like a pizza, round like a pizza, like a coin, like a frisbee,
round as in like a billiards ball, like an 8-ball.
Table, dinner table, flat
No,
and
round
round.
is like a billiards ball, but more oblong shape, allegedly.
Well, you said it yourself, believing.
Yeah, you believe that the Earth is flat by certain scientific tests. I believe that the Earth is curved by certain scientific tests. So, I mean, yeah, we're just butting heads at this point.
It's just the way I observe it and experience it.
Right, that's the way I observed it and experienced it.
It's not a mere belief in my head, right? It's just what I observe and experience.
Yeah,
Whereas,
same,
like Santa
same.
Claus, that would be a mere belief in my head. The globe, that would be a mere belief in my head. Flat water at rest, that's just observable. That's reality.
Yeah, I mean, that's the same. I agree
Here's
with
the difference between you and us, though. Like, we both experience the Earth as flat and stationary. We both have that experience. You have the belief that it's something more. We have done tests to see if it is indeed your claim, something more, if it's curving away from us in all directions. And it measures flat every time. So, yeah, we have a lot more leg to stand on. We have a stronger leg to stand on, I suppose. In having our belief or faith that we are right, but it's knowledge if it's true, right? And we're pretty sure it's true. Like, all testing has shown us to be true. The only thing that you guys have is all like in this realm of
like
theory
hearsay or something.
Yeah, it's all theory and philosophy, and it's specifically designed to be unfalsifiable. It's kind of weird that way.
It's not a scientific theory. It's not a theory.
Yeah, no, like Trinity. Yeah, that's the rhetoric that typically is among the flat earth. We know. You got to say we know for a fact. Like, I'm one of the few who would be more like Jaren. Actually, I'll take the freaking criticism later and say, like, I can't know 100%. I will take I'm 99.999% sure on this one. You know, like, all the evidence I have suggests that it's flat. But there could be something I'm missing. There always could be something I'm missing. A lot of flat earthers don't like that.
You're missing a bunch of stuff because the flatness that you're describing is under your feet, but that's not the only thing of this realm. You are in a medium. Above you, there's the sky, the heavens above. Flat earthers don't take that into account. They just want to talk about what's below their feet, right? When we walking and crossing. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff missing for sure.
No, well, I mean, I don't.
That's still playing, or have I lost audio? Going on?
What's up, T-Dub? Hope you're good, brother.
Yeah, howdy. I think I'll just have to stop it. I don't know what happened there. I don't get it. Was that? Wait, was that live?
I don't know. I couldn't hear anything. I don't know if you were talking to me. I just said hi, just in case you said hi to me.
Yes, yeah.
I couldn't hear the bot though.
Oh, it was playing. I thought it was recording. Maybe, I don't know what. Just stopped, but the bot kept playing. I don't know. I'm not sure. No, can you actually like play live streams?
Yeah, if it's on YouTube.
Oh, I thought it was a recording. That was live? Oops.
Oh, you mean from the politics
bad.
server?
Yeah, I should have checked that. Oh, that was my bad. Never mind. All right, I'll make sure to check that in the future.
Have you been over there much in that politics server?
Yes, it's happening. It's like kind of like here, like 3 years ago.
I know, it's very active. There's all sorts of characters in there. It's crazy.
I think what they've done is actually it's very ingenuity. It's like they've created like a hub. Had a similar idea going back a while, but it wasn't going to be about controversial topics or anything like that. It's good. They've set up this hub where like so that there's this driven traffic continuously. I mean, like a mall, you know, like a huge shopping mall.
It's like a drive-through.
Yeah, it's cool.
It's good because that server's very busy, and a lot of people. I was thinking earlier that a lot of people never get the opportunity to come here, so it's a good thing to have, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's like Discord itself is like a huge hub, but it's more like a city. Like if you were to look at it like that, rather than like so they've created like this shopping mall within the city where everyone goes. You know, well, not everyone, but you know, a lot of people go there. So and they're like looking at all the different channels, and they go, "Oh, that sounds interesting. I'll jump into that one." You know, it's isolated.
Yeah. Well, the last few times I've checked, the 24/7 Flat Earth room was the busiest room in that politics server. So it's almost like a takeover.
Crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Who would have
And,
thought?
and I'm sure I heard, who did I hear in there the other day? Crypto and like all sorts of old heads who I never hear anymore.
Right.
I don't know if it was Crypto actually, but I heard somebody very similar.
Well, I think there's even a few, flat earthers that weren't even necessarily aware that this server exists, that were already in that server, but probably were just discussing other topics, not really bringing up flat Earth. They're in there a lot now too. I think there's a couple of people I think I've seen in there that don't know that they're necessarily part of this server or had ever joined this server before, but they saw when they saw a flat Earth channel open up in there, they were like, I'm in.
Yeah, it seems to have been welcomed, but it's a healthy branch out, definitely.
Yeah. So, some of the like the resistance against it too is pretty full on. I mean, I thought I'd seen some pretty triggered people in here. Yeah. But some of the people over there take the cake. I mean, they're just so emotional for them. It's crazy.
Yeah, it makes me remember. Well, it reminds me that I suppose it's quite safe over here, and even with the anti-flat earthers, you kind of know what to expect, but in there it's a little bit unpredictable, and it just reminds me that actually, mainstream-wise, this is still quite triggering. I forget sometimes how much it does trigger people. I don't really talk about this, in the real world that much. So, especially to new people. So it's interesting to hear, new people lose their shit again. It's been a while.
Yeah. I mean, like a lot of those people, they're what we'd probably term as normies, normie globies, that they aren't the anti-flat earthers. That they haven't seen anything past, the ice walls and stuff on TikTok. Like they haven't heard any of the real the real arguments that we've been presenting to them. The challenge, they just see some stuff on TikTok. They don't get the challenge to actually like back up their belief. It's pretty diverse over there. There's some that don't like that challenge, and there's some that welcome it. Yeah, it's interesting.
The last couple of times I've been in there's been quite a few fairly scientific-minded people in there, but it does seem to be the same old story when it comes to these globers about science doesn't prove things, all the same arguments. But no, it's good. It's busy though. There's so many flat earthers in there, like wanting to get on the mic. Kind of chaotic, to be honest. Been in Gem's channel a little bit more lately. Don't ask me why.
All right. Yeah, you stuck your foot in there.
Yeah, I had a few. Every time I go in, I seem to get like 4 or 5 of them trying to have a go at the same time. So I end up being stuck there for hours, and it's just like, ugh, it's so exhausting sometimes. I don't know why I do it to myself, but it's still funny at the same time. Like it's good practice, but goddamn, like those guys are so slippery. It's a whole nother game with them.
Yes, it would be. I think I may have joined them once. Just listened in for a little while. Not part of the server anymore. I think I did join there once. I don't know if it's still on my list. I don't know. The full list. I listened on YouTube one day. I clicked on it, and I swear it was like it was like they had. It was like an inversion. They had like all these characters which were like the Glovers, but it was inverted. It was like inverted versions of some of us. There even like there was an Aussie guy I heard, and he had a very similar name, username to me, and I was just like, "What is this?"
Yeah, do you know what? I thought the exact same thought a few weeks ago. They do, and they have like the heavyweights that come in at certain times and take over, and they tell the lower rankers to shut the fuck up, and they argue amongst themselves. It's really funny, yeah, really funny. It's such a product.
Are y'all talking about the politics server?
No, Gems.
Oh my god, no. Ugh.
You know, in Futurama, when they look through the telescope to the other side of the universe and they see like the other versions of themselves.
Yeah.
Like this parallel. There's only 2 universes. Yeah, it was like that.
Psychos, man. So like 3 years ago, we got the live stream on YouTube. One of those clowns over there cloned the live stream, named it 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live stream. Everything was identical. And what they broadcast was just black silence. Yeah,
Wow.
so if they were doing it so that if you type in, Flat Earth Discord 24/7 Discord on YouTube, you'd get their channel instead and get nothing. That's how psycho they are.
Yeah, that's very petty. Very
That's
petty.
crazy.
Yeah, they did the server clone a few times. So they cloned the server and then started making up screenshots, right? Saying, "Look, I'm gold," right? I'm a secret gold on your server, and they would show I can't remember what they were doing. They were showing themselves their chat with the gold rolls. They were just trying to gaslight and do all this weird stuff. They're actually crazy people. I hate to say that, but they're just crazy people.
That is, it's insane. It's just such an obsession. Why go to that much trouble?
Yeah, I mean, especially they have to recreate all the roles, all the channels, everything. That's psychotic. Maybe if we could just get maybe they should fixate on just getting some, glow proof. Then they wouldn't have to do all that.
Yeah, it's embarrassing when they're in there. They're all desperate to speak to any flat earther, and they just repeat the same old bullshit. It's just, I don't know. It's just pretty desperate. And then when there's no flat earthers there, they turn on each other. But it is a gang of anti-flat earthers, basically.
Well, I remember back, there was a kid from Turkey. He was like 16 or 17, 18 years old. I checked him in VC, and he was like, I went to this other flat Earth server, and they all started attacking me, calling me names, and like doing all this stuff. I'm like, he was literally crying, literally, not like figuratively crying, literally crying. And I'm like, let me guess, you were at Debate Flat Earth and More. He was like, how'd you know? Yeah, because that's what they're there for. They're gonna try to shame you out of flat Earth and harass you and do all sorts of shit, right?
Yeah. And if you hit them with the obvious, straightforward, logical arguments, their only defense is, oh, you're a Nathan Oakley shill or a Whitsitt shill or
I know you were gonna say
whatever.
that.
So they got it. That's all they got.
You're parroting QE. You're parroting this person.
Yeah.
I remember the last time I was over there. So I had just done this video I did on the equator or on the equinox, how the equinox timing isn't right in the globe model, according to them, right? So on the equinox, if you're at the equator, that should be the shortest day of the year. But if you look on time and date, if you look at someplace on the equator like Kenya or Quito, Ecuador, that's not the shortest day of the year. The shortest day of the year is like in April, and then the shortest day of the year on the other equinox is in like August. So I start telling them this, and they're like, oh, I already saw the debunk video. Like, how could you already see the debunk video when I just made it 30 minutes ago? Like, what the hell are you talking about? That's how bad they are with the gaslighting. They'll just make stuff up, man. It's I mean, it's redundant. And they got Mark Taylor on there, who's an absolute psychopath. So, I mean, what more needs to be said? Did they still have like 800 people on that server? You know how many members there are?
I'm not sure how many they've got in total, but they've always got a good 40, 30, 40 people online.
Yeah, their Discord existed before our Discord by a little bit. I think when the other, so this is version 2, when version 1 got started, I think they had like 400 members. And I remember passing them at 800. That was like 5 years ago now. They just can't, they're so like, and I hate using this word, but it applies to them. They're so toxic, literally toxic, that like they can't keep members. Even the Globers that go there hate their guts. Because we used to get them in 24/7 and they would like spill the beans on them. Like they did this and they did that. I mean, because they're disgusting human beings. Like, I don't know how we attracted them. I mean, they could go debate any topic, but this is what they want to do.
Yeah, I think they're that bad that they actually nowadays they try to hide it, and you'll have Jem and Waz and a few of them having to mute their own guys basically because they're so toxic. But I tried to kill him with, well, I've tried a few times to kill him with kindness, you know, just be polite, don't interrupt, just stick to the arguments and just explain to them that, you know, flat earthers aren't stupid. We just want physical evidence. We refuse to stitch together all these theories. But it's just, you know, as soon as you make that point, they're, oh, you're brainwashed, blah, 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 blah. So, you know, they don't want to accept flat earthers as a logical, you know, flat earth as a logical standpoint. So I don't know what's up with them.
Yeah. They don't want to give it any credence whatsoever. And their main purpose, and this was figured out a long time ago, not by me, but by other people too. Their purpose is to stop the discussion from happening at all. They don't even want it talked about. So one thing they used to do, like if a new person came in, because they all have like alt accounts here, so they would like, if a new person came into the lobby and start asking genuine questions or seemed genuinely curious, they would just, some new account would appear out of nowhere and they would run interference, right? So that they would try to basically stop any dialogue from happening. They don't even want the discussion to happen. That's what the insults and all that stuff before. They'd rather you be discussing how stupid flat earthers are. And you know, all the other stupid shit. You're just trying to be special. You think you're smarter than Einstein. You don't have an education. Like all those things. That's what they want to talk about. They don't want to talk about the actual topic itself. So that's kind of like their goal, is to talk about flat earthers and not flat earth.
Right. And they do it to the point where they start proving the flat earth, because they go so into the weeds that they actually like forget that they're debating flat earth and end up proving something that, you know, basically flat earthers use as evidence, like fucking celestial navigation, for example. So it's just, you know, it's quite funny when you let it play out.
That's the best part.
Hey, Easter,
Yep.
you talked to Phuket Word, right?
Who was up to who?
He was in here as like legal 11 or something. I just played the audio.
Oh, I just hopped back in, man. I've had some shit going on.
Or something. Like you talked a couple weeks ago. Like he's a YouTuber, man. He does some awesome videos.
Oh, okay.
I was just wondering if he said it.
Oh, yeah, now I remember. Yeah, that dude seemed pretty chill.
Oh, dude, he's fucking great, man. He's Globers hate him because he's just so calm, presents it so calmly.
Yeah.
He's the one that did the Legos thing as like the refutation of like with that Lake Pontchartrain curvature, bridge curvature. He did that Lego where I'm sure you've seen the image,
Yeah.
right? So it's a bunch of yeah, he did that.
Yeah, he's been in here a few times in the last couple of months.
Really? Shit, I keep missing. I've never talked to him. I just want to say what's up.
If he comes around, somebody should tag you real quick so you can, you know?
Yeah, yeah. If he does come back and you're in here, just ping me or something. If I can come in, I'll come in. Yeah, the other thing about him is like he's not a YouTuber that's in it for like fame, money. Like some, I had to say, some flat Earth, you know, they're trying to monetize flat Earth or whatever on YouTube. And this dude is never. You can tell he's not even trying to do that shit.
Nah, he's really down to earth. Like he'll even just do a video of his like his kids playing music at a concert and stuff like that. Just like, yeah. But I love how he takes on the refutations of the refutations. You know.
Yeah, yeah. He's done some elephant videos, New Year's Eve in Phuket, like a bunch of stuff. I think he runs like a resort or something. Maybe I can get a discount.
He also did the one on the bridge where he lowers the camera right down and it like gives an apparent horizon, and then he watches the cyclist go across it and the guy starts disappearing bottom up. We use that GIF a lot in here.
Have you guys ever heard of the term ether band used for the atmosphere closest to water, to sea level? I know it's a random question.
I certainly haven't.
No, there's a guy called A Plain Truth. I was watching his videos. I think he had a channel that was a bit bigger a few years ago, but nowadays he's quite a small channel. But yeah, he keeps referring to the atmosphere, the thickness of the atmosphere just above the water. You know, as you observe further out, he refers to it as the ether band. But I never heard of it before.
It doesn't Dave Weiss refer to that as deck of opacity?
Yeah, I think he does. Yeah. Yeah. Is it sufficient to call? Do you think it's sufficient to call it that though? Deck of opacity. Is that a bit limiting?
I don't know. It's
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
no. You take it. Go.
No, I just noticed this guy Lionel Humans in here, and he's on the fence. Me and CB were talking about doing an event called "Pick a Side" or take a position, and get all the on the fencers in here, figure out why they're so indecisive.
It's brilliant.
Well, what makes you believe that I'm indecisive?
Your role says on defense, or no, it says globe skeptic. Yeah, I guess you don't have the on defense role. My bad. You got the globe skeptic
No.
role, but to me that's almost the same thing.
Dude, my position is like at the end of the day, you know, I'm just like because I like knowledge, so I'm just like you know, I'm just like I'm like a skeptical, but you know. But when I listen to you guys, like you guys are so articulated, so you know, it's you know, I don't know what to say.
Think about it like this: how can you actually prove something to somebody, right? I mean, you could tell them something, but the way to really do it is to just demonstrate it to them, right in front of their face. And you know, they can just deny their experience, and you know, you can chalk it off to they're mentally ill and go have your, you know, breakfast or whatever. But that's the only way to really prove something is a practical demonstration of whatever your claim happens to be. Or the other way is to prove it is to, you know, experience it yourself. That's the only true knowledge. The rest there is just the beliefs and the claims of other people. Now, I'm not saying not to believe anybody else. You can't function if you don't believe. Like you go to the auto mechanic, they say they fixed your freaking brakes. You have to believe that they did it. You're not going to go check and verify. So we do run around with beliefs all the time. But when it comes to claims of knowledge, that is, I guess the problem is people interchange the word belief and knowledge. They'll say, yeah, I read this book in school. Now I know about quantum physics. No, you don't. You believe a lot of stuff about quantum physics, but you don't know it unless you go out and do the experiments yourself. You don't have actual knowledge. And I'm not saying it's not okay to believe the people that wrote the book. Everything they could say are saying could be absolutely correct. But personally, from your point of view, objectively, you don't have knowledge. You have knowledge that somebody wrote a book.
Right. Yeah, that's how I feel.
So ultimately, what is our knowledge of the Earth objectively? And it's what we have perceived with our senses. And the globe, when you really break it down, is just a mental construct. It doesn't exist out there, right? So go out your door and you walk around the world, sail the oceans, fly in a plane. It doesn't exist out there, regardless of what
Yeah.
any glober says to you. It doesn't. It's not there. So, like I was just saying. Now your knowledge is, my experience is that the Earth is flat and motionless. But some other people came along and they said that's not the truth. There's some other truth, and I can rest in my knowledge of my own experience, or I can rest in my belief that their knowledge, which ostensibly they don't even claim to have, except for the Apollo astronauts, they're the only ones even claiming that they have direct knowledge that the Earth's a ball, right? So we got this group of 27 people. The ISS guys, they never went high enough to see a whole ball, so they don't have any direct knowledge of the Earth being a ball. So I have to rest my belief in their belief in some other people, right? So now you're like 3 layers removed from the actual knowledge of anything.
That's what we all, that's what we all think. I think that's what we all agree on. Yeah. I was having this conversation actually, like a few minutes ago, like on the Globe, debate flat Earth server, and I was just saying, like, I was just like, to me, it's like it's an interpretation that they're making of reality. I'm like, you don't even know, like, you don't even know, like, you don't even know, really, you don't even understand something as close as your body, like what your body is, like how it operates, and you're gonna tell me like how the stuff up there, like you're presenting me like a perspective, like you are giving me so much data, like they have so much information and everything fits. So how can it not be real, right? How can it not be real? Everything fits, like you have math, theory, it's perfect.
Well, I would
at the end,
differ on that. I don't think
yeah,
data fits their theories.
I know
that they do ad hoc hypotheses when their theories don't work, like constantly putting band-aids right on top of it and duct tape and like and so the original theory is no longer, it's like a yeah but theory. I have a theory, this piece of data supports it. Yeah, but this. Oh, band-aid. Oh, yeah, but that. Band-aid, 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 and then you claim the original theory is real when you have nothing left of the original theory.
Because it's not based, it's not even, is it, do they really base their theories on the senses? No,
not really.
You got it.
To a degree, right? So the initial observation is on the senses.
Yeah.
But
To
then
a certain
they
degree
go
they do.
outside of that. They go outside of that into abstraction.
Okay.
Yeah,
Interpretation, yeah.
Yeah, like you were saying, it's an interpretation. I've said this before. I gotta say it again because I'm just amused by it. Now, imagine that fish under the ocean had astronomers, right? And then the fish built telescopes and they looked at the stars from underneath the water, right? What shape of the Earth do you think that they would think it is? They're making all the same observations, right? They're making all the same, well, their measurement results would be quite different, but they're going to make all these observations. Do you think that they're going to conclude that the stars are trillion miles away and that the Earth is orbiting the sun and all that horse shit? No, they're going to reach completely different conclusions.
No, I mean, it depends on who these fish are. I mean, if they want to use, I was telling them, I told them, I'm like, dude, guys, like knowledge is power. That's what I told them. Knowledge is power, man. And whoever has the knowledge, like the authority to claim this is knowledge, like then you have like immense power. I think. I don't know what they use the power for. I mean, I can just speculate, but
Well, people are stubborn, right? So you don't like. It's easier to trick somebody into a behavior than it is to force them into it. Right? To do it voluntarily.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So, like, when they say we have the knowledge, and this knowledge is so complex you can't understand it, you're going to have to do a whole bunch of mathematically laborious, time-consuming effort in order to check my claims. People, because, work sucks, right? Especially doing math sucks. I don't think anybody does math for fun. Most people are going to go, well, they're smarter than me. I'll defer to them. They know what they're talking about. And if they accept your ideology, then that's going to guide their behavior. So now you've changed a human being's behavior, not by force, but they voluntarily decided to follow along with you because you've created in their mind a sense of your superiority to them because you can do something they don't do or claim to have done something they are incapable of doing. Like a priest, dude. That's the way I look at them, as priests. Because you weren't allowed to read the Bible when it was first.
Or like being a part of a club. Like if you or like.
Yeah, it's a big club and you ain't in it.
Yeah.
How many people got to read? Is it John Smith? The gold tablets, right?
Oh yeah. Oh, the what do you call it? The Mormons, right?
Yeah.
I used to be a Mormon, in fact.
Did you read the gold tablets?
Yeah, man.
I didn't know they actually existed.
Yeah. Oh no, well, no, the actual golden, no. But they have the Book of Mormon, But man, it was hard. That was like one of my biggest challenges in life, I swear, and I do feel proud of it because I don't know if you've ever went through that process of like detaching yourself from a system of belief. Man, when I was like in the church, I felt, you feel like it's like the biggest risk ever to leave the church because it's kind of like an umbrella that protects you, and once you leave, hell, dude. I mean, it actually like it feels like you're a lost soul. Literally, it was like one of my biggest challenges to finally say, okay, I had enough of this, like because I was really into it, But I didn't find enough answers. So
Did you
at the end of the day,
Mormonism? Did you convert into it, or were you like born into it? Like were your parents Mormons?
my mom, not really. The thing was, my mother started going to church. She had her own reasons, okay, but they were not specifically like she wasn't really like my mother was a super. So my mother had like her personal interest, which I'm not going to share, okay, but she had her, and they was not particularly related with the religion, okay, but I got into it. I got into it. The whole phenomenon of being able to communicate with God through prayer was something that I found, I found it really fascinating. And little by little, I started, becoming part of the club. And I got to the point that yeah, I mean, I have, I had questions. I guess I was quite like I guess like I was very how do you say it? Like hesitant is the word in English, or I was looking for knowledge. I was looking for answers. Yeah, I was looking to understand myself, and I had all these things going on within myself, and I wanted to really understand my sexuality. For example, I was going, I was a teenager, and I could not understand, like I could not find like really concrete, answers for that or other things, and
I mean, you're looking
it
for
didn't really make sense.
yeah, you're
Yeah.
looking for an existential purpose, right? Why do I exist? What am I doing here? Why
Hmm.
you're looking for those answers? And this is
Yeah.
the part that
Yeah.
that Globers, when they ask why would they lie, that they don't understand about the globe. That if you take the globe Earth claim, Big Bang evolution at face value, and you live your life as if that's absolute truth, your decisions about what your existential purpose is and how you live your life is going to be guided in a particular way, as opposed to, say, you're
It's
a
dead.
Mormon or a Christian or a Muslim or a Taoist, right? That's going to guide you because that fundamental foundation, that foundation of existence, that you're just a random speck in a cold, heartless universe, right? You don't have that. You have an underlying meaningfulness to human existence, whereas they don't. There is no purpose to the Big Bang. There is no purpose to evolution. There is no purpose, even though when they talk about it, they'll talk about it like there's purposeful intent and everything, right? When they talk about evolution, they go nature designed. They'll anthropomorphize nature, right? They'll say nature designed people to more likely to do this, to do that.
So-
It's evolutionary more favorable, but they're invoking a consciousness, right? A purpose that Mother Nature designed human beings to be this way, right? So Mother Nature, which is just supposed to be a random events that happen to have favorable outcomes to stay alive, they always couch it in as if there's a purpose there. But if the universe is just a Big Bang universe, there is no purpose. Why does anything want to stay alive? What's the benefit of staying alive, of being alive? What's the purpose of inanimate matter becoming animate matter? There's
They'll
no
control
purpose.
your
There's no
purpose.
meaning for it. Yeah, like
They'll give you a purpose that is it's within their parameters, right?
yeah, they'll give you some secular
Subjective.
status purpose. No, they'll give you a purpose of men, right? Now the highest duty, right, is to the state in being a good citizen, paying your taxes. They've supplanted
Now,
God's
would you
theirs. It's pretty simple when I look at it. Go ahead.
would you go as far as saying that this whole thing, like this construct, it's done in purpose, or would you go as far as saying that, or would you just leave it as, well, this is just how far like we're managing our interpretation of reality? Would you say that there's somebody behind,
I gotta
kind of?
split.
Because every time because I have a tendency
chatting with you
Nice
guys.
talking to you. Nice talking to you, man. Have a good one.
Yep, catch ya.
Anyway, yeah, I mean, say that again because I just lost my train of thought.
Yeah,
What you said.
we should go as far as saying that there is someone behind responsible of this, like a group or something, or is it just like by default, like where we're standing at, certain, like this is, how well we can, like, we can, this is our performance just in general? Or would you go, and be like, there is someone? Because I have a tendency to always, like, to be like, to use the word they, because when I'm having conversations with this, like with them, with the other server, like, who do you mean by them? And I really ask myself, I'm like, damn, geez, like, I do really actually believe that there is a group of people, but sometimes I'm not,
Well, I do the
What
same
are your
thing to
thoughts?
them when they say we've taken pictures from space. Like, who's we? Or astronauts have seen, like, all the all the NASA employees know the Earth's the globe. Why are a million scientists lying about the globe? Like, it's the same thing, right? They're just invoking random nebulous human beings that they think exist out there. That, guess what? Remember what I just said. There's only 27 people that even claim to have direct knowledge. They're like, millions of scientists aren't lying. They've never done any tests. They have no direct knowledge. They just believe because everybody else believes. Now, like, you're in a situation where it's like Santa Claus. There's space and outer space in the globe is like Santa Claus. There's no giant conspiracy for Santa Claus, right? All the parents didn't get together at some meeting in a dark, smoky room and say, we're all going to lie to the kids and tell them that Santa Claus is real, right? They just do it by tradition. Their parents did it. Someone else did it before that. Someone else did it before it. Now, part of the globe is that. Hold on a second.
But you think that somebody's like benefiting from this? I mean, if that is, I don't know if that is,
Well, I mean, say that again because someone just interrupted me. That's what I said.
yeah,
Hold on.
yeah, like keeping us, keeping us disconnected from, from our human, like you said, like a human part, like, our true roots, or keeping us away from really understanding, being more in touch with reality, so to speak. So by creating this, by having these theories like the Big Bang, evolution, kind of like it just leaves you like in a kind of like in a loop or some sort of and they did, and they presented, yeah,
You end up living in
yeah,
your head. So these guys, all
yeah,
these globes,
yeah,
they
yeah,
live in your head. Like,
yeah, for sure.
Like, they experience the world, and then
That's
they
what it
interpret
seems.
it into some abstraction about what that outer world is, and they make
Yeah.
this mental construct in their head that they think that's the correct thing, and outside their body, that's a bunch of bullshit. That's just a big illusion, misperception, hallucination. Because ultimately, what are they trying to convince you of is that your experience of reality, what you see out there, flat and motionless Earth, that's not how the Earth really is. You're just have faulty senses, and that's not how it is. We have in our head made some other mental thing, some mental construct, and that's how reality really is. But it's not just the globe they do this to. The globe is kind of like the foundation of this kind of like this living in the abstract. But it's everywhere, right? It's in every this mental. I don't know how to put it. It's a philosophy, right? It's a philosophy on life of idealism, of Platonic idealism, that there's nothing true out there, and that like out in the real world, right? There's no such thing as a chair. There's only the idea of a chair. That's the only true thing about reality.
Yeah, that's how far you go. Yeah.
Yeah, because that was Plato's, kind of philosophy, right? Because if you think of a chair, there's lots of different types of chairs, right? There's tall chairs, short chairs, broken chairs, chairs made of wood, chairs made of brick and metal, right? So there is no true chair. The true chair is the concept of the chair in your head, not the chair out there. And this it's a mind virus. It just penetrates it penetrates their worldview. So, like, when they're presented with the globe, tossing, their experience overboard is not a problem because they've already been conditioned this way.
It's interesting how you mentioned Plato. Oh, but so I didn't really connect the 2 points that you just made right now.
The abstract, right? So there's the world of ideas, right? In our minds,
Yeah.
right? Concepts of things. And Plato's philosophy was that is the true world. That is the true reality.
World.
That is the true
Are you sure
reality.
that you said that? Okay.
The allegory of the cave, right? Are you aware
But it's
of?
wait, hold on. But I mean, like, I think I have a different. I don't want to contradict you, but I think I have a different. So like the mind is our. Do you agree that the mind is our tool to understand reality? It's the only, and it's the only tool that we have to understand reality.
I wouldn't say that.
What other tool do you have to understand like the world
You have
besides the
your
mind?
You have your senses.
Okay. Okay, but
And a lot of your
if you
senses are completely what do you call it? Automatic.
automatic, 100%,
Yeah, so if
100%.
you're walking through the jungle and a
Yeah.
lion pops out, you don't like think that's a lion. He might eat me, and then you're imagining a freaking lion ripping a human apart. No, you just run, right? You just run. You're not thinking about what the hell is going on.
Yeah.
So you're guided by
Yeah.
instinct, and you could claim that
Yeah.
the instinct is in the human brain, but yeah, tell that to my central nervous system that just starts doing things.
Now, when you want to construct a house, a building, a boat, a ship, whatever, like a phone, like you got to go beyond the senses, right? Like you got to start, utilize, or even if you want to understand like the reality, you got to use the mind. Yeah, you got to go from the senses, and the next step up is conceptualizing. So what I'm trying to say is like, in what point is Plato? What is it called? Plato, right? What did Plato said? Because I don't like. I really like what Plato said that it's not real, or is it real? The mind. Yeah.
No, like the things in the mind are real. Like
Are real, right?
Yeah. So like
Hmm.
the true form. It's an argument forms that like everything is form, right? So a chair is a form. If you see a chair, you recognize its form. But the only
Yeah.
true form of a chair is the idea of a chair, not a physical chair itself. Because there's lots of different types of chairs in the physical world. So only the idea of a chair can be the pure form. Because there's only because it's almost beyond the physical, right? So it's like the ultimate representation of a chair, of all the possible chairs that could ever exist in every iteration. In your mind, it doesn't actually have like if you saw a chair, you'd go like, that's a chair. And if you saw something that looked like a chair but wasn't exactly a chair, somehow in your mind you can decide that's not actually a chair. But there's no true chair out there that you're like you have like a, what would they call it, an example chair which you're comparing all other chairs against. There's something else that you're using in your mind to determine whether something is a chair or not. Plato says that is the true form, whatever that is, the idealized, the vaporous idealized chair, whatever the hell that is. He said that is the true ultimate reality, in that chairs out there in the physical world, those aren't the ultimate reality.
For reals. That's what Plato said, right?
Yeah.
Fuck.
And that's why, and mathematics goes along with it, right? So we have people
No
now,
way, man. Shit.
Yeah.
He's.
I mean,
only the mental is real.
the abstraction is the true real thing, whereas everything else is like filtered through, I guess, subjective human impressions or something. I don't know if he would phrase it exactly like that, but so another example is mathematics, right? So mathematical physics. So we can use mathematical physics to make predictions about what things do, right? If I throw a ball, I can use mathematical physics to determine how far that ball flies, so I know how fast my arm is moving when I release it, and what the and if I use all the variables that affect the flight path of the ball, I can plot where the ball goes. But that's just a bunch of like symbols, right, and numbers and letters on a piece of paper, right?
Okay, they could be true, right? They could be true.
No, but in Plato's viewpoint, that mathematical symbolism, that compactified abstract construction of reality, that is the true reality. And me throwing the ball is just, that's not the true thing.
That's not the true thing. Okay.
Yeah. So this is a viewpoint. This is like a split viewpoint that goes back, obviously, to the time of Plato, right?
Damn.
Of abstract idealism versus the non-Platonic viewpoint, where these concepts are just emulations of reality, because in our head where we can model the world, right? But our model, our mental construct that kind of like emulates the world out there is flawed, right? And even though we can make a mental construct that is very, very, very good and very close to describing reality, it's still flawed, no matter how close we can come.
Hey, no, wait, I wouldn't go that far. Oh, damn. Damn. Yeah, I'll put my point after you finish. Sorry.
No, I was going to say, when it comes to physical phenomena, that's what I'm talking about. Like how we interpret physical phenomena in our head, and make mental constructs about it. That is fundamentally flawed. Think about how many like mental errors you would make in an average week, because you constructed the world in some way, and then events in the real world didn't occur in the way you anticipated them in your mind. This happens all day, every day. If your senses were as shitty as your mind, you'd been dead a long time ago.
Okay, but why can't we accept the senses as real, and like where is the like the senses are real and the mind is real as well, right? Otherwise we wouldn't be able to make conclusions of reality, right? So the mind is, as long as I suppose as long as we use as long as we use reason.
Yeah,
I think that's the line. Like, are you using reason? What is the opposite of reason?
Well, yes, I mean that's exactly on point, right? So we know the mind is like its ability to. I don't know how exactly.
We are volitional. We are okay. Sorry, we're volitional. We can choose. You know, we can either live in reality or not. We have the choice.
Yeah.
We're not like animals that are just like complete automatic and they're just like, you know, we have the ability to actually to choose.
Well, I look at it like this: it's like your mind, right? From your experiences and shit, your mind is like a mirror of the external world, sieved through your senses. But the mind is so like powerful that we can alter that sensory experience and imagine things, right? So there's only three ways that you can realize something, right? There's the experience of a thing, there's the memory of a thing, and then there's the imagination of a thing. So back to the chair, right? I can see a chair. Look, there's a chair there. Or I can remember, oh, I saw a chair 3 weeks ago. Or I can imagine what a chair might look like in the past, or what it looks like in Narnia, or what it looks like floating in outer space, or what it looks like under the ocean, right? So my mind is boundless. And as long as we use reason and rationality to like kind of like fence in our mind from the freaking crazy imaginations and not get too far away from reality, using logic, reason, rationality, those tools, there's nothing to fear. I mean, those tools work good enough for practical purposes. I'm not saying they're like rationality and logic are flawless, because you can't prove that logically. You can't use logic to prove logic is perfect. So I mean, it's the best tool we have. But the thing is,
nice.
It's like a horse, right? So a horse is super powerful. If you jump on his back without freaking reins, you're a dead man, right? But if you have reins, even though they're little tiny strings that the horse can easily break, you can control the path of the horse. And that's like what logic and reason do to the human mind. It's like a powerful animal that we can guide into a direction of sound thinking, as long as we use the reins of logic and reason.
So what they're doing basically is just like going off rail, right? Like they're just like going like they're like
they've taken it way too far, man. They've just taken it too far. Because if you look at the history of the globe, right? So the history of like outer space, say, when do you think the first alien science fiction thing was ever written? Book, papyrus, whatever. When do you think that was written?
Written like in the 1800s, maybe, or before? I don't know.
Like 300 BC.
Okay.
Now
yeah,
think
I
about
believe
what
that.
they
I
knew
mean,
in
like,
300 BC.
I'm sorry.
Not very much. Think about what they knew in 300 BC.
I don't know. Maybe a lot. Who
The
knows?
number 0 wasn't even invented. There was no such thing as a freaking clock, right? Like they were so.
Okay.
If you believe modern history, right? They were like nearly Stone Age level. I mean, great, they made some huge buildings and stuff, but as far as like thinking and scientific and all that crap, so they made up this idea of outer space and aliens and people a long time ago. It's not something
Really?
new.
Really? You think so?
I know so. There's books. There's a book. It's called it's by Lucian. It's called A True Story, ironically, and it's about how the people of the moon fight the people
Okay,
of
that
the
makes
sun.
sense.
So they
Okay.
battle, right? So the aliens have a war against each other. And the book
Damn,
is
dude,
about
that's insane. Yeah, it seems like we always had that option. Like I was saying, like we have the option of living in illusion or reality, and we always have that capacity of just like living in an illusion, I suppose. I do believe that. I don't know if you agree with this, but like in the past, I believe that we always had the ability to create music, architecture.
Yeah.
I don't know,
That's natural
mathematics,
history.
man. It's
Well,
not
I mean,
something that I mean.
where did
Yeah.
mathematics start, right? They just started with geometry. So like the Greeks, for instance, they didn't use they didn't have units, right? So if like you had a line, they didn't say, oh, this line is X long or B long. They didn't have units like that. They didn't they did everything by proportions. So they would be like, this line is 2 times longer than that line. Or this line is 10 times, shorter than this line. They would do
They
everything
didn't need it.
Yeah, they would do everything by proportions. They didn't really use enumeration like we use it today. They didn't have units, right? They didn't have rulers and yardsticks and shit like that. So when they made
Wow.
buildings, right? They made it by the proportions of the building. That's why their architecture is so beautiful, because certain proportions are more aesthetically pleasing than others. But if you're doing an engineering diagram, right, and you're doing like the length of a wall and you're just using numbers for it, of course your building's gonna be freaking ugly.
For reals? Does that affects it affects the design on what type of units you use? Like if you use the same units for everything, like how does that affect the design?
Because it doesn't have the proportions. It's like the length of one wall compared to the length of another wall versus the height, right? If like say the wall, because we got like there's certain proportions that are aesthetically pleasing to human beings, like the Fibonacci spiral, right? So things that assume this proportion, this 1.6, this p value, right? If you make things with this ratio, it automatically becomes aesthetically pleasing, right? So, but they would be using this ratio in a pure geometric sense because it's the proportion of a square to a rectangle, right? So it's this proportion. So a Fibonacci rectangle is 1.66 larger than a square. So if I wanted to make a square that's proportional in the Fibonacci sense, I would make a square, and then I would make a rectangle that's 1.66 times larger in surface area than that freaking square. And then if I made a wall and a floor, square floor, or a rectangular wall with this proportion and a square wall, and then I would look at it, I'd go, man, that looks pretty fucking good. Right? But if I just made that, right, on an engineering diagram and just wrote down random numbers, right, and said I want the floor 10 feet long and in the rectangle, 20 feet freaking long, and just made it, and I'd be like, damn, that's fucking ugly. But because they were making it by the proportions, by proportionalities of one face compared to the other face compared to some other area, it automatically looked aesthetically pleasing because of how they actually built and engineered things.
So it was like a different system of measurement that they used?
Yeah, they would use because they didn't use units like we use them. They would just have a string, right? And they don't care, like, okay, we have this area to make a building. We're going to take a string, right? And we're going to tie it in the corner of the plot of land. and we're going to use this string and use different proportional lengths to map out the entire. They did this in India too, so they would use this to map out the entire foundation of the land, right? So I'm going to use half the string to make these features. I'm going to use a third of the string to make these features. I'm going to use a quarter of the string to make these features. I'm going to make 7/8 of the string to make these features. You see what I'm saying? It would be
Isn't that the same? Isn't that the same of using like the type of units that we have, type of measurement that we have nowadays?
Not really, because they're basing it upon the ultimate unit, right? The single unit is the entire plot of land itself. So it's the plot of land that's like the number one. And nowadays in mathematics, we would call like the unit circle or the unit square or the unit whatever. They would just take that one piece and that would be the one unit, and they would subdivide it into sections of proportions of itself versus itself. You see what I'm saying? It's like
I never thought about this.
You're comparing it to itself. They're not comparing it to like some abstract unit that someone invented.
So
right?
it was more related with nature. It was more aligned with nature.
Exactly. It was consistent within itself. Where opposed to we have a foot, right? Who decided on how long a foot is? Oh, we just decided it one day, right? Or a meter, or a kilometer, right? Maybe using kilometer units and I design a building, it makes the building look ugly, right? If I use meter units, right? So like, they didn't think of it like that. They didn't have a universal unit. Like if they built something, it would be self-contained within that particular whatever they were building. It would be proportional to itself.
Right. I never thought about this. It's kind of it's quite interesting.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason I even know about this, there's a YouTube channel from a mathematics professor. It's called Insights into Mathematics. So some of I watched a lot of his older videos from a few years back. And the one thing about it is he goes over the history of mathematics, right? How they actually came up with all this shit, how they actually did things. Math is way more interesting when you learn about how they were like struggling to make these mathematics work in the world. So some of them he goes over the Greeks and how the Greeks developed their number system and how they actually did numbers and how they didn't actually use like units, right? They just used proportions of one thing compared to another. No universal unit that everybody uses. It was really self-contained.
Now, if you want to create, like, for example, like a technological device, not like the ones that we have nowadays, I mean, it's kind of like, yeah, it might be uglier, but we do manage to do effective things, right? Like, I mean, right now we're communicating through like this medium.
Yeah.
And we're all like, it's amazing. It works.
But I mean,
yeah.
I look
it's
at
different. Maybe maybe it has a different. Yeah.
I look at things like in a systemic way. So if we look at like at least in the West, I don't have a lot of knowledge about what happens outside the West. So all I know is in the West, people are depressed, people are anxious, people but because and you can't tell me, I'm sorry, this is just my intuition, and maybe I'm wrong, but I think the lack of beauty in our government buildings, in our corporate buildings, in like just everything that we build, right? Everything that we make, the lack of beauty in it is killing the human spirit.
Possibly.
I mean, I live in a city, so I see like they're always building buildings here, and it's just a freaking mess, dude. Like the city of Boston is just straight fucking ugly. Like, I don't know. It's just ugly, man. Because there's no theme. There's no like, you'll have man, I can look out my window, just look right at it. There's like the buildings, it's like there's no rhyme or reason, or like
it's like a school.
It's like you fired up like Age of Empires or something, and you just like fired random buildings from random time periods into freaking one place, right? There's no rhyme or reason, there's no There's no
Dude.
theme. There's no color scheme. There's no
Yeah.
like pattern of anything that's like recognizable. It's like
Hmm.
they just threw like, here, you're an architect, just build whatever the fuck you want, and everybody just like built whatever the fuck they wanted, and like no one thought about the overall scheme of what the place will look like. And I see this all the time. I've been noticing it for like 3 decades, man. Like I've been noticing it, how just like how poorly, like there's no overall overarching like city plan design of anything anymore.
It's like offensive to nature almost, no? Like
Yes, it's
more or less.
offensive to the human spirit, man. It's like they're not even trying.
This was huge back in the Bauhaus days. If you guys should have to study this whole thing if you do art history. When you're doing an art education degree. About how they had these concepts about form and function, the most efficient form for building materials, etc. They got a lot of it instituted in government buildings and stuff, but then it kind of caught on because it's the cheapest way. Sometimes it's the cheapest way to build everything in like this cubicle form. So I noticed this happening. I travel down south a lot on I-95 and 87 to get to 95 through New York. And they used to have all these old rest stops, right? That had they were entirely built out of wood. Big ass, like log cabin look. Very tall, 40 feet tall. Cathedral ceilings, all this stuff. So they're tearing these down to just put up these square buildings with a simple triangle roof that just looks like absolute modern ass. So before it was like awesome going into these places. Now it's just like, oh yeah, whatever, dude. This place sucks ass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just the death of the human spirit, man. Like there's more to life than just like, punching a time card, or whatever, grinding, making your millions of crypto or
So the same thing, the same thing is happening. The same thing, something similar you're saying that is happening with our interpretation of reality. Like, boom, like everything is just like mathematical and stuff.
Yeah, I mean that's a philosophical.
We live in a
viewpoint that some people
mathematical reality, more or less.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is something that's it's been going back and forth for 2,000 years, and it can be solved on Discord. It's just a philosophical viewpoint where you think like your little mental concepts are fucking the true reality, and you live your life that way. The thing is, people get indoctrinated this,
Right.
and they're Platonists without knowing it, right? So they were never like, you never heard this before. I had never heard it before till like 5 years ago. I've never heard of like this Platonist, viewpoint,
Mm-hmm.
because I had to find out, and found out from why do people think mathematics is like the end all be all of everything, right? Why when you say there's this, like if you get shown a picture of a smart person, it'll be some dude standing in front of a chalkboard with shitloads of equations, right? So why do we think this? Why, as just generally in the West, do we think that like if you can do mathematics, you're an intelligent person? Why is that?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's like a cult thing. Like, oh, you're good at math, you must be fucking smart. Oh, you're a mathematician. Holy crap, I can't even talk to you.
Seriously. Hmm. Yeah, you're too smart for me.
Like
Yeah.
they have some greater insight into reality than everybody else because they can manipulate symbols on a piece of paper they can hold a bunch of rules on how to manipulate those symbols in their head. I mean, that doesn't make you. I mean, it makes you smart at something, okay, or adept at something, but I don't think that's a sign of intelligence. Quite honestly, maybe a particular
Bro,
type
I
of
cannot.
intelligence.
I can articulate this very well, but I was like watching I was listening to this guy. This guy was talking. This guy is like a respected figure, in the marketing, okay, in the marketing area, and it is exactly what you're talking about, but in the field of marketing. So he's explaining how like marketing nowadays is just like pretty much like it's not. I don't remember his name actually right now, but even for marketing, like everything, like not only architecture or the way we use reason and stuff, but simple things like how you market your business. You fall into this trap that everything is just everything is just like, and nobody's thinking outside of the box. Nobody's like thinking originally because everybody's trapped like in some sort of how can I say it? Few people come up with like an original I mean, typically when somebody comes with an original idea is when he kind of like skips. I don't really know how to articulate this idea, but anyways, but
Yeah,
sorry.
I know what you're saying. Just
Hmm.
I mean, I don't even know what's have to be said. We all know it, right? We have our intellectual mind, and then there's like emotional, I guess, intuition side, and both have their value, right? Like, you don't try to build a submarine with your feelings, right? So you use your intellect for that. But then again, building a submarine and using your intellect is not going to sustain you as far as meaning goes in your life, right? And having a quote unquote fulfilled life, right? So that when you close the final curtain at the end, you're satisfied. I don't think like whoever died, like, oh, I built 3,000 fucking submarines. I'm so proud of myself. My life was worth something. No, it's your friends, family, emotions, beauty, art, all those things that actually sustain our existence.
I think
And
that, like,
that's
for
how people.
example,
Well, just let me say this one more thing. That's how people
yeah,
thought about it. Like the traditional liberal arts of the 18th, 17th, 16th century. The people that the so-called scientists that all these Glovers worship had a completely different viewpoint of the world than they do. They had a completely different philosophy than they do because Newton didn't believe his own theory of gravity. Why? Because he had a philosophical background. He had a doctorate of philosophy in natural science, and he knew that his mathematical physics theory of gravity was philosophically empty. And he didn't want. He even says it. I do not want anybody to ascribe innate gravity to me. Okay. He didn't want anything to do with the theory of gravity by the time he died. So that being said,
wow,
he also believed in God. His purpose of all the whole theory of gravity and all his physics work was to prove fucking God existed. Like, but the arts and all those things, a lot of these people, right? Not only were they mathematicians, they were also doctors. They also could do art. They also could do lots of things, right? They could play an instrument. They spoke multiple languages. They were what they call the Renaissance man, right? So they had multiple skills, and they had well-rounded educations. That shit is
wow.
way out the window now. And what you'll typically get from somebody is that life is too complex for somebody to know everything, or somebody to be proficient in lots of things. So now they have like, if you're a geologist, only you can talk about
Right,
geology, and if you're a physicist, only you can talk about physics. And really, this is just
right,
it
dude. Wow.
just harkens back to like what used to be called the system of guilds, like back in at the Middle Ages, right? Like if you were a bricklayer, only people in the bricklayers guild could lay bricks, or the kings would arrest you. And like if you were a cooper that made barrels, wooden barrels, only coopers could make barrels, right? There were monopolies that were granted by the royalty, right, as a franchise. And it's almost the same thing, even though technically you can talk about physics if you're a physicist, but you're never going to get published in one of their journals. And because you're not published in one of your journals, someone's going to go, well, are you peer reviewed? And you're going to like, no, the assholes won't publish me. Well, you must be wrong because physicists are always right. Bye. Your theory is a crackpot theory. Right? So it's like this automatic gatekeeping thing. It's a bunch of bullshit. It's just how the world
It's
works,
interesting.
man. Sorry. Yeah, it's just the way it is, man.
Dude, that was awesome, man. That was a really awesome conversation, man. That was awesome.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, so there's people that have like got Nobel physics in like chemistry, right, or some other field, and they have a degree in another field, and they try to cross over into another field, right? Now, obviously, they're intelligent enough to be able to do that particular work because they have a degree in something that where the underlying skill set, mathematics, they have a proficiency in, and they're elite level at that because they won a Nobel Prize. So when they try to cross over and they make comments about something else, they just go, "Nope, you don't have one of these degrees, so you're a fucking idiot when it comes to this." No matter how smart the guy is, everybody knows
Yeah.
this. That's the thing. It's like, what did I hear today? I think it was attributed to Sol Polynesian. They're lying. They know we know they're lying, but they lie anyway, and we keep believing them. So, that's pretty much how it's going, man. Like everybody knows the system's corrupt. We all pretend it's not, and we just all go along with it. They know that we know it's corrupt, and they just keep being corrupt, and we just go along with it and pretend we don't know it's corrupt. It's crazy, dude. And this is what I'm talking about, the feeling of the human spirit. This viewpoint of like, it doesn't matter. Like I live in an ugly fucking world anyway. Like, why do I want to save it? I go outside and it's just a bunch of freaking blocks and boxes. Why am I going to save this shit? I want this to burn.
And check this out. And you're complaining, and you're in America, right?
Yeah.
And like, if you think about it, like the world, like, what is the percentage of I mean, you live in you live in America, man.
Yeah.
What about the rest of the? You know what I mean? I mean, the like.
Their shit's pretty.
What?
At least their stuff is pretty. They don't build ugly buildings.
Where? Okay.
Everywhere else, like.
Okay,
I
you
live
might
in
be.
America.
Yeah,
Listen, I'm not going to starve to death or
Yeah,
get
sure.
eaten by a lion. Great. Yes, I know that.
Okay.
I know I'm
All right.
privileged as far as like how much effort I have to put into life to survive. But on the flip side is you'll find no other group of people that's as brainwashed as the American people. We are so
You think so?
brainwashed. Oh, yes, I know so. America's the greatest country on earth, man. We're free. Ain't fucking free. We're fucking slaves here. But I mean, the benefit of slavery is they take care of us. So be a good slave, and they'll take care of you. Be a bad slave, and they'll throw you in a prison. How's America free if we have the largest prison population in the world?
It's insane.
By far. It's not even like close. There's no even like close second.
And why is that?
Because we're not free. Okay, let's put it this way. They tried to make there was a bunch of law students at the George Washington University that tried to catalog just the federal laws, not the state laws, because we got two forms of government. We have state governments, which is local, and the federal government, which is nationwide. They tried to write down all the federal laws you could go to jail for. Just count them. That's all they wanted to do was count them. After 6 months, they had to give up because they weren't even close to the end. There are something like 20,000 federal laws that you can go to jail for. Put it this way: there's a person that went to prison. So he imported lobster to Alaska from Ecuador. He got 10 years in prison because they were in bags and not in boxes. So the lobster came to him in plastic bags and not in cardboard boxes. The law that he was convicted under is like some foreign import law, which your import has to follow the rules, the export laws of the country you import from. So Ecuador has a law where you have to ship lobsters in cardboard boxes. He got them in plastic bags. So he broke Ecuador's law, and in doing so, he broke the United States law. So he deserved 10 years in prison for it. Okay, now it's all fine and dandy to say you're free, but when you go to prison because you put the lobster in the wrong container, and he was probably in no control over it in the first place because he probably imported it from some other company. But in America, it doesn't matter what your intent is. Intent is not a what do you call it? A defense.
Bro, like I've never lived in I lived in America. I had the opportunity to live in California. I've never, and I lived. Listen, I lived. Okay, I haven't lived. I lived in Argentina. I lived in Peru, United States, Spain, New Zealand, and I've never experienced people being so afraid of cops, like ever, bro. Like hearing, at least here in Spain, like you see a cop and it's a joke, right? Like you can walk on the zebra path if you want. You can do whatever you want. You can walk in the middle of the street, and there might be a cop in front of you. The cop, they're pretty much like, it's just like another citizen. More like in America, I've never seen like people so terrified, like, oh my god, a cop. Seriously, I've never. I lived in New Zealand, Spain, Argentina, a couple of countries. Never seen people so terrified of cops.
Okay.
Than in America.
In America, so check this out. In America, they'll kill you to hand you a piece of paper if you don't let them hand you a piece of paper. And you think I'm exaggerating, right? That doesn't make any sense. Why would they kill you because you won't take a piece of paper from them? Now, say you get a cop tries to pull you over for some sort of traffic infraction, and you don't stop. So what does he want to do? He wants to pull you over, give you a ticket. Oh, you didn't use your blinker to change lanes, right? But you don't want to stop, and you don't want to take his piece of paper. He's going to call every cop in the fucking police force. They're going to ram you off the road, and if you just can refuse to stop and do what they tell you, they will kill you because you won't take a piece of paper. And all that shit will be completely justified. Under what theory, I don't know, but they always seem to get away with it.
Damn. Mm-hmm.
It's crazy here. It's pretty much like, if you don't do like the cops are trained so that they know exactly what to say in a this is part of their training, right, in the police academy. It's to know exactly what to say in any situation to make whatever they did legally justifiable. Not necessarily tell the truth. So whenever you hear a cop say, "Why'd you shoot him?" he says, "I was in fear for my life." Right? He didn't say, "Oh, fucking, I wanted to shoot that guy" or anything. He says, "I was in fear for I was in fear for my life that person was going to do me imminent bodily harm or injury." Right? That's a legal statement, and that's a justifiable reason to kill somebody in self-defense. Is fear of imminent bodily harm. They always say that shit. But if you ask a normal person, "Why'd you shoot him?" "I was afraid of him." "Oh, he was trying to hit me." Or, right? The cop is saying what his mental state was, and that mental state is a justification for whatever he did. Right? So I'll give you an instance in rape. I don't even know if I should. Grape. Let's call it grape. So in the instance of grape, it doesn't matter what the woman thinks. It only matters what the man thinks, or whatever, whoever the rapist is. It only matters what they think, because something called mens rea, where you have to know your intent, right? So if a man rapes a woman, but he thought to her it was rape, but to him he thought he had permission, if he thought it was consensual, he can't be convicted of rape because he had a particular mental state when it happened, and he thought that this was all kosher and all fine. Right? So it's the mental state that matters, right? Your intent. Like, it's not your intent, it's your what they call it, evil purpose. Right? There's something called mens rea, like if you have an evil purpose in what you're doing. This is what the law talks about. It's evil purpose. It's called mala in se. So it's bad within and of itself to do this, but there's certain justifications for certain actions if you have a certain mental state of mind. And it's justified to kill somebody if you were afraid that person is going to do you imminent bodily harm that can cause broken bones, organ failure, or death. Right? So if you think that that's going to happen to you, you're allowed to smoke the other person. And you don't have to make any apologies about it. So if you ever hear a cop talk after they've killed somebody, they always say this because they're trained to say it. Now, he might not have actually been afraid of it for his life, but he's going to say he was.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? This is how they get away with it, because they know what to say. It's actually kind of hard to convict somebody from a crime if they say all the right things. and there's no evidence to the contrary. Because what do you have to? You got to think about like what it takes to convict somebody. You have to show beyond a reasonable doubt that this person intentionally killed somebody for an unjustified reason. Well, if he comes right out and says I was in fear for imminent bodily harm, that's right. He just gave himself a reason. Now it's up to a jury to say, well, whether that reason was justified or not. So if the guy like shot him with a little, fucking BB gun or the BB gun might be too much, squirt gun, right? And he blew him away with a freaking shotgun. There's no way he could have thought that a squirt gun would cause imminent bodily freaking harm, right? So the jury would convict him. But if there's any chance that thought was justified in his mind, then the jury will find him not guilty. This is why the cops get away with bloody fucking murder all the time, because they know exactly what to say. That's why people are.
That's why you never instruct your cop client to say, "Oh, I totally knew the kid had a toy squirt gun. Totally understood that. Totally was aware that that's what he had." No, they'll never say something like that. They'll be like, "I thought he had a lethal weapon. My perception was that he had a lethal weapon."
Yeah, and they make the argument like, "Well, it's a spur of the moment. Things were happening so fast he couldn't perceive what was going on correctly until something else happens, right? Until they see somebody throw a bag of weed. Now all of a sudden they're eagle eyes and they know exactly what's happening all the time. Now they're trained observers." Yeah, America's a clown world. I mean, I don't need to complain about it. I like most of the people in America that I meet personally. Well,
It used to not be like this, right? It used to not be like this.
Not when I was
years
growing
ago,
up.
right?
The world was different when I was growing up. I mean, I'm like 50, so it's a completely different world. At least America was. It's totally different, and it was kind of weird. It's freaking weird. America's scattered. I mean, you must have because you're from Argentina. I'm sure you're very close to your family, right? Or is that a bad assumption?
No, my family is quite peculiar. We're kind of there's the big part of my family. Yes, they're very, very much united. But my father, my brother, and I were just kind of the weird part of the family, and we're just yeah. But yeah, the majority of my family, yes, are very much connected to each other.
You must have noticed in America that that's usually not the case. Extended family relationships, that's a thing of the past. That does not exist here anymore.
In Argentina, typically it's very common. For example, a person tell you yeah, come over. You meet a person, yeah, come over to my house. We'll drink mate. For example, mate is it's a traditional hot drink that is similar to tea. Yeah, come over home. Yeah, come and meet my family, blah blah blah.
Oh, that's nice.
So
here it would be come meet my roommate, or I live alone, or come meet my dog, or people don't it. When I was growing up, people would have a house and the grandmother would live there, the parents would live there, some kids, maybe aunt, some strange person. The whole family would live in the house, 3 generations, 4 generations. Right? Not now. Now it's I mean, even back then, to some degree, it was get the fuck out when you were 16. But
yeah,
that didn't start until when I maybe in the late 70s,
really
80s, where it was get the fuck out of your house. When you were 16, get the fuck out.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
Okay.
I mean, maybe it was just me,
I don't know.
People around where I live in, but it was you were expected to have a job, be working, shit, and go to school when you were 16 years old, and if you don't, they fucking throw your ass out in the street.
No, I don't see anything wrong with that. Maybe I don't know why, but yeah, I mean, they motivate you to be independent, I suppose. I always saw that as a good thing, but once again, I'm 36. I don't know, but.
Well, I mean, what you have in America is you'll have one sibling that lives in Colorado, one that lives in Massachusetts, one that lives in frickin' Florida, right? And They don't see each other. They don't talk to each other. They're like, their parents are divorced, remarried 3 freaking times. They got 25 freaking half stepsisters, stepbrothers, whatever. Like, so we have these non-family families, like where you're related by blood, but you don't actually act like a family towards each other. And this is the norm. This isn't the exception. This is the normal family relationships.
Yeah, but brother, it's so bad that there's actually articles you can go look up right now where modern liberals and certain writers argue that trying to have a large nuclear family in and of itself is terrorism. Literally.
Allahu Akbar.
Well, it's because they're saying that these people are like large families are a strain on society, right? They're not congruent with modern society, and so they put a strain on everything and the environment and all this crap.
So yeah.
Yeah, hold on. I gotta go do something. I'll be right back. If you have to leave, I mean, feel free. But I need 5 minutes.
Yeah, so you got the education system, the architectural system, the financial system, right? All geared towards mass production and mass employment, right? So you've heard, I don't need a nation of thinkers, I need a nation of workers, right? And that's what they want on a systematic level. They intentionally want the family destroyed, and so they gear the structure of the society that way.
Intentionally?
Intentionally, yes. The men that started these things out in the past, they said so. Like that quote, I don't want a nation of thinkers, I want a nation of workers. Or the Department of Education in the United States. You look at the hierarchy of education subjects, it's all geared towards productivity and job style skills, right? Low job style skills, not advanced job style skills. It all came out of the Industrial Revolution, you know?
Yeah. When you say workers, like what if a person wants is an entrepreneur and he wants to have his own business, and like what are your thoughts about that?
Oh, well, there's nothing wrong with that. But it's hard to apply that if you don't have a robust moving economy, you know? So it's self-serving. So for example, you want to be rich, you want to have all these things, but you also want to have freedom. Then you get stuck in this loop where you're like, okay, I have to move to this city, right, to follow my career. I have to leave my family behind. Oh, well, I'm supposed to make money. That's how I invest into my self-worth, right? Money, money and power and fame and all that. So you move, you leave your family behind, right? Then you're alone in the city paying, like $4,000 rent for a single bedroom, right? Being absolutely alone, drinking all the time, doing stupid shit, never making a family of your own. But you did serve the system.
I see. So it's harder, basically.
Well,
I mean,
I would say
to be
it's harder.
successful.
Well, it depends on what you mean by success, because like you know the whole concept, like the most rich and famous and successful people in America, right? Or like the,
No, I mean it doesn't.
public facing ones. The public facing ones, they're miserable.
No, I mean pursuing your own dreams. I mean, whether if you want to be famous or not, or rich, like I mean, you might want to be rich and famous if that is your dream. What I'm saying is that, like for what I understand, what you're saying is, I mean, it's harder. Doesn't matter what your dream is. Like it's just harder.
Yeah, it's a catch-22. It's like simultaneously easier right now than at any time in history to be spontaneously successful, because there's so much access, but at the same time it's harder because it's just a weird time in that sense.
Yeah. There's so much opportunities too, man. But at the same time, there's so much, like, for example, there's I see so much opportunity, but at the same time, like, people are kind of like not active, you know. Like, for example, here in Spain, it's very common for people to think about, like, this is how people think here in Spain, by the way, if you didn't know. Like, um people like people want to have a job that is permanent, so they much rather like work for the government. And there's a lot of job opportunities, you know, like if you work for the government, so there's so many job opportunities, like everybody wants to go work for the government. So and so the government, once you get a job for the government, as long as you behave, as long as you don't fuck it up, like, you're gonna have a job for the rest of your life. You're never gonna be fired. And so,
Right.
yeah. Now, check this out. Check this out. Check this out. You want to have your own business? You have no idea how difficult it is right here. I mean, the taxes are like you have obstacle and like you have it's hard. Anybody who has their own business, like, I don't know if in America, I suppose that it's also difficult. I don't know, but here it's like you got to be a hero. And yeah.
Yeah, so check it out over here. So imagine you're in the United States, right? And you have an idea. It's very cheap to get a provisional patent, right? It's very cheap to prototype your idea. Now that we got 3D printers, you can actually rent people's 3D printer space to prototype, right? You can have your prototype manufactured on call, since there's 3D printing and manufacturing sites that'll do that, meaning you don't have any inventory. They make them as they're ordered, right? You can advertise across the internet for like $5 and Google ads, right? You do all of these things at the drop of a hat to create a new product and put it out there and get people interested with all kinds of media distribution and all of this, right? So with all that freedom, the majority of people think that the market's so saturated that there's no reason for them to act. So they simultaneously have the most opportunity, while within their mind they have the least opportunity. So they'll sit by their telephone, right, which is literally the encyclopedia of the world in your palm of your hand, with everything you need to know and access right there. But rather than increase their position, right, for their goals, they'll just watch stupid people do things on repeat on little short clips.
And the reason for that?
The reason for that is that because they have no intrinsic purpose. If your goal in life is to just survive while simultaneously enjoying yourself in the most meaningful way possible, because you have all these gratification sources, right? What do you do when you wake up? You just seek to gratify yourself as quickly as possible in the most meaningful way possible, like sugars, media, things that give you the illusion.
Yeah, you said purpose. That's interesting. It's like a lack of purpose, I think. In long-term, like, thinking, that's what, like, thinking in long-term thinking, I think there's a
All right.
What's up, AI?
Just enjoying that my plans for the save humanity is coming to fruition. I mean, I'm eating a snack.
Okay, I'm going to do a little bit of work before I go to sleep. I will disconnect.
Tomorrow, I got a mission. I got a homework assignment.
What was that? What was that?
I got a homework assignment.
Homework.
The next tree or plant that you walk by, I want you to tear off a leaf, tear the leaf in half, fold it, and stick one side of each of your nostrils and just breathe in the scent. And just recognize that you're alive and well, and that you're not a machine nor a cog in a wheel of an industrial era machine. That you're a free-thinking living soul. That I'm a human being, damn it, and I'm not gonna take it anymore.
All right.
All right.
Thank you. Bye. Bye bye.
Think about it, man. How many choices that you make in your domicile in the modern day, or the average person, is made about where can I put the couch that's going to sit my ass in front of the television? Think about that. So the family room is where can I put the couch to orient everyone's faces towards this TV screen? Rather than in the past, where can I put a central piece of furniture that makes all the family focus on each other? Interesting.
Dude, you know what always used to annoy me, even when I was a kid, and I just thought it was like, I didn't even know in a kid what it meant. I just know it was wrong. The TV tray. There's just something wrong where you're gonna eat your dinner as a family staring at the fucking idiot box.
But I've noticed the majority of people that I know, even if they have a central seating area, like a table where everyone can sit, they don't use it for eating dinner together. They use it as a clutter catch-all. And then you can't eat dinner together because it's full of clutter, so you might as well just eat in your separate spots, and you all want to watch your own TV show because you don't like his TV show. So you all get your food and go about your separate way. And we all know, if we've been around and we've studied any of these things in the past, there's always this reoccurring statement: the family that sits together and eats a meal is closer than if you don't. Or the kids do better in school. The kids are more well behaved, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Think about it. Why would you expect a child who spends the entirety of their day in essentially solipsistic pursuits, gratifying themselves in their desires without mediating their desires among a group? Why would they care about the group? Right? They're going to be raised to be totally self-focused. In my opinion, okay, if you're a family and you're intentionally avoiding or intentionally neglecting a conglomerated family time, especially like a dinner or something, I've just updated my position to you're now neglecting your children. Before, I didn't really think about it that much, but in this last 30 seconds, I just had an epiphany that by not forcing your family to eat together regularly, you're actually neglecting them. And so every human being that's in the sound of my voice, do something about it. Within the I'll give you 14 days as a homework assignment to have a meal with your family face to face. A family meal. Plan it, do it.
You're here. Second that motion.
Yep. You ever hear that one where it says, the study of child psychology, where it says if you're not with your child below 3 years old as a mother for like 20 or 40 hours out of the week, the children have the same symptoms as if you abandoned them.
You know, it doesn't shock me. I actually saw a thing that about who's the chick? It's like of course she gets a lot of hate, right, from the feminists. Her name is, let's watch her videos. Susan Bernier. She actually testified for Congress even way back in the 80s about daycare and how daycare was designed to be the exception, not the rule, right? When they first started doing daycare, it was just like for emergency situations, right? So, you know, I have to go visit my dying mother in the hospital. I can't bring the 3-year-old in there, so I'm gonna set them at daycare. Or, I have to go on a trip, you know, as a mother for somewhere, and so I'm gonna stick my kid in daycare. And that even back then they knew the separation of the child from the mother to a non-biological adult that isn't going to give the type of physical, emotional, spiritual, mental support to a child is that it has detrimental impact. But try and get that reversed nowadays.
Nope.
The daycare thing is fucking never gonna happen because they need those 2 workers, right? That extra tax bracket. Dilute the workforce because now you have double the amount of workers in the workforce. I don't know why people don't realize that was the point. Wages were going
Yeah.
up in the 70s. So the peak wage was 1973. Probably the peak wage as far as like all of human history, as far as like a broad swath of human society. You could work a part-time job, buy a house, fucking go to university, have a car, all at the same time with like minimum amount of money. And they're like, we can't have that. How do we dilute the workforce? Well, we can do a bunch of illegal immigrants, but we are afraid of the communists, so we can't do that. So let's just we'll double the workforce by making the women work. Now people can't ask for higher wages because there's no labor crunch, right?
Oh, dang, dude. I think you found the core of the seedling of Apple's design philosophy. Limitation as benefit. You convince the populace that these limitations are benefits, and then they're like, "Yeah, I want those. I want to have to go out of my house and leave my kids with someone else. I just want to have to do it."
Yeah, I mean, and this thing about, dude, this constant thing that like, oh, if you marry a dude, you got to have something to fall back on because he's just going to leave you when you get older for a younger woman and all this crap. I don't know why that's a thing. That's what they pushed on like women. Like that's like the inevitable fate if they rely on a man. That fate is completely inevitable.
Right, but now, transversely, the fate that has become inevitable is that women are the ones who initiate divorces, and that if the woman makes more money than the man, she initiates the divorce at an 80% rate. Hilarious. So the very thing that they told was going to happen, they just changed the perpetrator.
Yeah. Get him before he gets you. We actually had I think a Glober in here with no roll. We got another one. It's Ali the Arabian. That looks promising. Ali the Arabian, I'm gonna unmute you.
Yes, do it, please.
Yeah, mic's high.
Yeah, it's not the best mic.
It's just loud. It's not that it's bad. I'll turn
You
you
hear
down.
me?
Don't worry. Yeah, I hear you too much.
Too much.
Yeah, so what brings you here?
It's a new Discord, man. I've been here before. I got banned.
New account. Is this a new account or you ban evading?
Yeah, new account, man. I got banned from Discord.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
also your server.
Why'd they do that? Any particular reason?
No, man, no. I don't know what to say.
What was your old account?
It was Ali.
Ali. You know what role you had?
I had VC verified only. They have never given me a flat earther, by the way. I don't know why.
Okay. Well, as long as you agree to the rules, you'll be VC verified. Cool. Well, I'll be right back. My fries are brown.
All right, what's new? Anybody got anything new that they've heard? A new argument? A new thing coming down the pike? Let's see. Any new promises of going to different planets sometime in the near future?
We will never be able to.
Oh, that's yeah, brother. Go ahead.
No one have ever left the Earth, man. No one existed in the Earth.
Yeah, bro. That's actually a new coping style argument, I think. Where in the other server that I was in recently, they're talking about the flat Earth and the globe Earth are essentially just both interpretations of a system you can't escape. And the one guy was saying, "Oh, the flat Earth is just a distraction to hide you from the fact that no one can leave the Earth because of the radiation system, like we're enclosed in." So in their mind, the globe is floating inside a bigger shell, which is essentially a radiation bubble that we can't exit.
The thing is, man, do you know why I got banned? Like, if anyone is interested.
As long as you telling it doesn't get you banned again.
Man, the thing is that no one agrees. No one agree with me, to be honest.
In what way, though? What odd view do you hold that you could tell us without violating any rules of this platform
Yeah,
is
it's so
so
simple.
effective. What's that?
I didn't offend anyone, man. I just said that who created NASA and who supports NASA, that one is America. That's all I said, man.
Oh, I do. Why is that controversial? So the national, as in United States nation, Aeronautics and Space Agency, right, was created by the nation that its namesake. I mean, that's like, how could anyone be offended by that?
Yeah, man, that's someone called Heretic. He came and he said, "You Arabian, you should get banned," and he banned me actually.
Because of that, you are saying. I'm not sure.
This is true, yeah.
Because you said that. What did you
Yes.
say? That
Man, they
NASA
accuse
is.
that there is a red flag, man. There is a red flag, which is NASA. That's all I said. They got offended by that I called. I say something about NASA. They accused me of many things.
I don't know why, dude. If you're talking about Heretic, which is our one of our guys here, he's Canadian, so I don't know why he would care about you dissing America.
Oh, jeez.
I think it's about Arab. They hate Arabs. Yeah, I don't know why.
I don't know. We got plenty of Arab friends here in the server and stuff, so I don't see why he would be that way.
And
Man,
there is
if you
some.
watch, man, if you watch too much mainstream television, then you will believe in that Americans hate Arabs. You know.
Yeah, but I don't see that for Heretic though. He might have pegged you for a troll or something for some reason.
No. I didn't troll, man. They just kept saying me, you are Arab, you are not flat earther, you are not you troll, you are. I don't know. They said many things.
All right, what's your best flat Earth? What's your best flat Earth evidence of why you came to the proposition that the Earth is flat as being true? How about that? Talk about that.
So it's a lie, man, that the Earth is flat. The Earth is a globe, surfing the space.
Why is a lie?
It's a lie. I just say it's a lie, man.
Only because you are saying. Now I need to listen.
So you guys will never be convinced from Arab, you know?
Yeah, but convinced about what?
Like you will not understand Arabs.
Why I should not understand Arabs?
Because the Arabs are simply flat earthers by faith, man.
Okay, I got you.
I'm talking about Arabs. Don't know about you.
Well, dude, that's not unreasonable. Most societies, right? If not like greater than 95%, have essentially some type of flat Earth cosmology in their history and culture, or in their sacred texts. So I don't see that as unreasonable.
Yeah, there is also science that proves that Earth is flat. But the thing what I'm saying about is at some point you will be pissed off Arab that he's
Yeah, I
he's
think there was
falling.
just some. I think there was just some miscommunication here. The way you presented it might have come off as trolly, not by your intention, because we get a lot of fake flat earthers who try to troll, and so it's not on you.
And I'm not fake. I'm not fake.
Yeah, it's all good.
That's
I'm just trying to let you know that like Heretic
should
is
I-
not racist against Arabs, and it was nothing personal against you. It's just we get so many trolls that sometimes people get in the firing line. I apologize on behalf of the server.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I don't hate you guys. I'm just mad up a little bit that you guys give random people some power to kick and ban people. That's it.
He's a good guy. Don't hold it against him. That's all I'm asking. Try to get to know him before you make a judgment.
I'm not talking only about him, but anyway.
Dude, well, let's mix things up then. So if you say that we give random people the
No, I forgive him.
ability to kick and mute, what if we give a non-random person the ability to kick a random person? Exactly.
I didn't understand you. If you
I would just say we're just going to do the opposite of what you said. So you said you give a random person the ability to kick and mute people. So what if we give a person that we know the ability to kick and mute a random person?
It's so crazy, it just might work.
my friend, I still didn't understand you, man. But
Yeah, no worries. Here, sometimes understanding is best done through, let's see, demonstration. So here, I'm just going to ban somebody randomly, okay, to show you how efficient it is. Let's see.
okay, can we just go back? Can we just go back to the thing I was talking about before I got banned? But I will get
Oh,
banned.
it worked! It worked, dude. Look at the live stream text. It worked.
He got someone. Yeah, good job.
Dude, I banned that guy. I've banned that guy like 700 times.
And Ali, you're
Ali.
S banned. You're not banned. You're S banned, which means you shouldn't be talking right now.
So randomoser is a troll. You mean?
Ali, can you hear me? Do you see AI here? It's written AI Ardent. He is moderator.
Yeah, I see.
He banned me at least, I can say, at least 5 times.
You must be so naughty, man.
He is very naughty.
No, you were the one who was naughty, man.
No,
I can say, well, I can also say, I can be you, like, and speak about me now for 1 hour and put like, but that's not the point. I swallow that, you know.
Yeah.
That's like something. Okay, that was that.
Sasha's a really nice guy. It's just we have a lot of people who want to speak, and so it takes time for everyone to learn to get into rhythm with other people, so that you're not stepping on everybody's toes. And like sometimes you need a little time out so that you can, think about things and get into rhythm with people.
Yeah. I should have been patient a bit.
And if you want, honestly, I remember that conversation between you and Heretic, and that was the point when he was asking from you, how do you confirm that what you believe that Earth is flat? Because I can believe also if I read the Bible, I can say there is written. That means it's written, and I'm Christian and I believe in God. That means it's flat. That's okay. But how I can confirm that? What Heretic was asking from you, and you didn't answer him. What we all of us we can confirm with something. And if you ask me or whoever here, everybody will answer to you. But if we ask you, you will something say, I know that it's in my we are people, we know that. The same thing is for every Christian who is believing in Bible. Is the same thing. If he is believe, he knows that cannot be the sphere, for example. But how he can confirm that?
And why should I confirm it since I know it between myself?
But how
I
do you
don't
know?
care.
How do you know? You know that from the something what is from your spirit,
Yeah,
from
I remember.
your religious. That's for me okay. But how do you really know?
Yeah, I remember what happened, man. And you got me a Arabian guy, and you told me that he was Arabian, and he wasn't Arabian. Just to let you know, he was Persian. He don't
Yeah,
speak
yeah,
Arabic.
but I'm telling you that every Christian who believe in Bible cannot believe in sphere. It
And
must
who
believe
told you?
the God saying in a Bible created the earth, didn't create like a sphere. Do you understand me?
Yeah, I understand you, but the question
But
is, who told you that? Who told you that every
who,
Muslim is a flat earther?
Yeah, we
no,
know
I'm
they're not
telling you.
all.
No, they're not all. I'm telling you, it's not the point of that. That the question was how you can confirm that whatever your beliefs are, it could be through the religion or whatever, you know. But how you can confirm that?
Yeah, let me give you a really absurd example. I could start believing today that Narnia was a prophetic book and then made into a movie series, and there's actually a magic closet out there somewhere that leads to another realm with an ice queen and all that stuff. That's just a
I
belief, and I can stand on that just as strongly, and as you can stand on it. And I have my scriptures that I say are real. Like you have some more historical validity. I'll give you that. I'm just saying it's an absurd example of you can't really argue that and say you're one of us. That's why we like put people through the ringer and ask them questions to try to figure out what they know. If you don't know any way to verify that, then we can probably help you out with that.
Yeah.
I understand, man. I understand, and yeah, I should. The thing is that I am a fanatic flat earther. Like I get so mad when they say when they mention a flat earth. In my society, you know nothing about me.
Well,
Thing is that no one listens, man. No one simply listens.
yeah. So we have another case here of projection. 'Cause it's really funny that you said to Heretic, "You're still my flat Earth friend, even though you're a Western." But you didn't complain that you were banned by Shekel, who's also a Muslim. So is he also racist against
Yeah,
Muslims,
yeah,
even though he's a Muslim? Why don't you complain about him?
yeah. It was Shekel, man. He's not
Yeah,
Arabian. He
Shekel
told
and
me that I
Heretic.
am Arabian. He
Heretic S banned you where you can't see any of the chats. Shekel put you into cognitive dissonance, which is just restricted. So why did you just point out Heretic, say he's a racist or something, and not Shekel, who can't be racist because he's on your team?
who told you I'm teaming up anyone, man? I'm not teaming.
When I
I'm
say
just
on your
solo.
team, I mean he's a Muslim.
Who told you all of the Muslims are one, man? They are divided, like Christians, like Jews, like everyone. They are
Yeah,
divided.
so if he does something against you, does that make him racist?
Yeah, of course he's racist.
Okay, now.
But yeah,
This
man.
is like the
Everyone has
self-hating
his
Jews.
That's a good standard. That's a good standard of evidence. How do you know someone's racist? If they do anything against me, they're categorically racist. There you go.
Yeah, man.
Everyone's
I can.
racist. We just call racist. I mean, pretty much that's what's happening anyway, right? If you say everything's racism, then nothing's racism.
That's what I wanted to say. Like, so there's no racism anymore? Thanks for curing that.
Good job. You are useful, Ellie. Cured racism.
Like I'm here to learn. I'm here to learn new
Look,
things from you.
do you don't think it's just normal for us to ask you in a flat Earth Discord
Yeah.
what your basis is for thinking the Earth is flat, outside of it's supported by your religious faith? Now, I respect you being a very devout Muslim and reading the Quran and thinking, that it is a divine book in that man's proclamations can't override it. Yeah, I respect that. More people should do that. But I think there should be some other basis besides that, right? Allah does not think you should just
Yeah, there is basis.
Does Allah think that you should not test His words in reality?
Yeah,
Like,
of
doesn't He
course.
say, like, I'm telling you to do these things through the Prophet Muhammad, but that
Yeah, and
but the results of your inactions of like going against or with what I say, there's going to be a real world consequence.
you do bad, you mean?
Yeah, if you do bad things are going to happen to you, right?
Yeah.
And that's why Allah prohibits it, right? Because it's bad for the world, it's bad for society at large. It's just bad to do certain acts.
So the point is Indu, man. Sorry for interrupting, but the
No,
point
it's
is,
fine.
do you know what the bad thing also? What is the bad thing?
What?
Support NASA.
Who supports NASA? Barking up the
All of
wrong
the
tree.
Americans, my friend. All of them.
Yeah.
I don't support NASA.
I hear it on online, on internet. They say they give them a tax.
Yeah.
Well, if I paid federal taxes, that might be true, but I don't. So,
Dude, I could go on Facebook right now and find you a multitude of communities that are against NASA, against the moon landings, against big government, against all these things. Yet they're
Okay,
still
let's forget.
they still believe in the globe.
Okay, let's forget NASA. Let's forget all of these conspiracies. But let's mention a real thing. It's a real thing, guys. So when I see people with iPhone, guys, do you know iPhone? Apple? It's a American company.
yeah.
Yes.
Man, it has a sun and moon and space on your screen. They put that for you. All of the iPhones. Why are they doing this?
Yeah, it also has the apple, right? That Eve bit with a bite out of it, right? So
With
Adam and
what?
Eve. So Adam and Eve, right? The first man and woman.
Adam and Eve. Yeah.
Yes, you believe in Adam and Eve, right?
Yes.
Yes. So what happened? Eve bit the apple. That's what's on the phone. A bitten apple.
It's a new thing, man. Thank you for telling me this.
Yeah. A lot of this stuff is like hidden in plain sight. It's right there, right? That they do these heresies and sacrileges right in front of our face, and we because we're so far away from the divine that we don't even see that, like, that this iconography and this I would call it like the satanic world order or whatever the hell you want to call it, that it's all around us, and we don't even see it. We're just told, oh, this is just a logo for a company. It doesn't mean anything. Yeah, it means something. That's your little porn fap device, dude. It's where
We
you
will never
text
able.
people and you fornicate and you fornicate. It's where you text people and you cheat on your husband. It's where you text people and you rob, cheat, and steal, or do drug dealers, or all sorts of shit. It's a device for fucking evil. And of course, yeah, there's some good things that happen on it. Yeah, you plan a family dinner. Rarely, we just covered that. There are good things about these devices, but a lot of them are used for degenerate purposes.
So you mean that we are also evil? That's what you mean?
The nature of man
Yeah, the nature of human.
the nature of man is to be, I wouldn't say, I mean, evil. Is that our evil nature?
It is evil,
I think
man,
we
but
have propensity to do evil, right? Like, if we were just left to our own devices forever, with no word of God to moderate our behavior, I think we would devolve into an ultimate evil state. Yeah. But as it is, right? There's this push pull that's always happening, right? Between evil and good, even within one man, right? There's evil's pulling one way, good is pulling the other way, and it's just constant struggle against sinning.
It's will and ego.
Exactly. The hard part is like I said before, free won't, right? It's not really what we will do; it's what we won't do. And like we don't say we won't do that enough, right? We don't reject things enough. Too busy, like yes men. Oh, cheat on your wife instead of saying I won't. They say I will. So what's
Yeah,
the penalty for cheating on your wife for a man in Islam?
what's the punishment for the man who's cheating with his
Yes.
wife?
Yes.
So if they are both married, both get killed.
I like that. Maybe there's something
Dude,
wrong with me, but I like that.
dude, hold on. Are you trying to say that there's a non-shotgun murder-suicide method?
So, but guys, no, they are not. They are no more killing cheating people, man.
Oh, that's a problem.
If India, if you want to know, in Italy till I don't know 70s, the husband was killing the wife because of that, and that was they was doing that some kind of the hole in the law, but everybody was doing that. Famous editor Pasolini made a movie about that. And it's happening till 70s. Even in Montenegro, in my country, in one of the republics, it was all traditional. So stupid that you can't believe. They were that was so traditional that they were putting the bread, round bread, on the woman's head and taking the big wooden ham and killing the woman like that in the mountain.
Oh, that's horrible. But why
Yeah.
only to the woman? What would happen to the man? If the man cheated, what happens to him?
I don't know that. That's never happened.
Oh, that's never happened.
Yeah, you know, that's allowed or whatever. But women could not do that.
I can understand the unequal justice because if a woman cheats, then you have now the paternity of any children are in question. And that creates a huge fucking problem, right? You don't want to be raising kids that aren't yours. In America, we just don't seem to give a shit about that. And if you start raising a kid and then you find out later it isn't yours, you're on the hook for child support, you're going to keep raising him. Yeah, that's one of the worst things, and that's one of the cruelest possible things in America. That if you raise a kid, if say you're with a girl, she ends up pregnant, even though you're not married. If you're married, it's automatically presumed to be yours if you don't do something in 6 months that legally is. But if you're not married and you act like, even if you don't sign the birth certificate, the woman writes unknown father or whatever, but if you take care of the child as if it's your biological child, the courts will make you continue taking care of that child as if you're the biological parent, even though you were under no initial obligation to ever do so. And they did this shit to somebody in Texas, man, forced him to pay child support, even though not biologically his, not married to the mother, never signed the birth certificate.
Should the state then take care of it and try to track down this unknown father?
Oh,
Yeah, they
no, I wouldn't even go that far. What should happen is the state should bear the burden. Since the state creates the society with the marriage contracts and all of that, if it screws up, then who should be on the hook is the state. So the state should bear the burden. They should lose the father, and they should give the child support from the state, since the child is then a ward of the state.
Yeah, but you know how state bureaucracy works? They're gonna of course be like, we gotta find the father.
Well, that's what they do if you want public assistance here. If you're a woman with a child and you're unmarried and you apply for public assistance, they force you to finger some dude as the father. force you, or you don't get benefits.
Yeah, but now you have the DNA of the child, and like you can just have like all the guys you think were maybe the father. You now need to get their DNA somehow and have them tested, and or the police who get involved.
Dude, I mean, if I was a girl, I would just be like, okay, who's the richest 100 fucking dudes in America? Maybe they'll fuck up the DNA test.
Yeah, I mean, you already spiffed that.
Cash in, man. There's a random chance the test is gonna be wrong, man. Just name like 100,000 rich people.
Yeah.
And then when the judge asks you, how, okay, there's only 24 hours in the day. How's it possible? And she'd be like, I've been busy.
You know, I like to go to all these different events where rich people go, you know, and then I just try to hook up with as many as possible because I like rich dick.
Oh my god. Well, I mean, child support's a payday. I mean, in America, if you're a rich guy and you have a kid, I mean, they'll give the woman like 30% of your income.
Don't shot it! Don't shot!
And you're hot, Mike Max. Thank you. It like they'll okay. So for example, O.J. Simpson was paying something like $8,000 a month in child support. I don't know why a kid. Do you think $8,000 was going to the kid? Of course not. It was going to the mother, and the mother was living her lavish lifestyle until she
Yeah.
met her end, right? And so like all these celebrities that end up having like out of wedlock children, they are paying these huge sums of money in child support, but this child support isn't like it's not actually financing the child's lifestyle. It's financing the mother's lifestyle.
Right. So check this out. Check this out, brother. So the expectation is that you're responsible to maintain the standard of living that the child enjoyed, right? Think about that. Now, imagine that there's not this separation in the family. So, for example, you're a rich, wealthy man. You have your family's intact. As a rich, wealthy man with an intact family, no one can come to your house and tell you how much money you should spend on your children. No one. You don't have to buy them rich things. You can keep all the money to yourself. You don't even have to leave them a heritage. You know, there's plenty of rich people who actually say, I'm not leaving my kids anything. They have to earn everything on their own. I'm just going to give them the bare necessities. But somehow, when the family's broken up, then all of a sudden, they have to have the lifestyle. It literally makes no sense. Now, in the olden days, that expectation was met with this solution. Since the father is responsible for the lifestyle of the child and he's the proximate source of that effect, then the child should stay with the father. And that persisted throughout history until modern day, where they changed that doctrine. And they created what's, the tender years doctrine, where now children are just automatically assumed to be better off with the mother, regardless of any other circumstance, till the age 13 minimum. So if you're less than 13, you're just legally automatically given to the mother.
Yeah, that's not good. You need to like learn the skills and stuff from watching how your dad deals with it.
I would say
somebody got to take the other side. Oh, I'm
child
just going to
support
take
should
the
be.
other side. Go ahead, Godric.
Hey, what's up? Child support should be like a minimum. I mean, like a maximum. So it doesn't need to pay for Beverly Hills. It could pay for like basically basic necessities: schooling, food, shelter, and clothes. It doesn't need to be like $8,000 a month. It's ridiculous. That's what I want to say. All right, go.
Okay, I'm just going to take the other side, right? Men wrote these laws, and men got to take responsibility for their children and their families, and this shit wouldn't happen as much. Okay, so it's all screwed up the way it works. But as a man, you got to take responsibility. Stop abandoning your children. Stop being irresponsible. Don't be a cheapskate. If you're rich, you know how these laws work. Protect yourself. Stick to the prenuptial agreements. It's not just happening to men, it's happening to women. Britney Spears, Halle Berry, pay phenomenal child support to their spouses.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. Like 15 women. Yep.
Hang on, wait a minute.
Hold on. I just
Wait a
want to
minute.
let me say one thing real quick. It used to be called child maintenance payments. That means you were going to maintain their health, happiness, that they're not starving to death, that they have a roof over their head, etc., have clothing, medical care. But it's gone well beyond child maintenance. And we know what it's actually being used for. We know it's being used to enrich the mother.
Yeah, I don't see how this is the other
and the
side
spouse.
when I don't see
What
how
about Mike
this is the other
maintenance?
side when we agree with you.
What about Mike maintenance?
So
I can't
your
afford
wife,
that.
let's say your wife decides. Well, let's say you give your wife 3,000 allowance a month. So she gets upset. She decides to bang a coworker, bang the neighbor, and
Oh, brother.
leave you. And then she gets a raise 6,000 a month. How's that?
It's cheaper to keep her, and that's where that expression came from, because it is cheaper to keep her, So you roll those dice if you let your family fall to shamble, and if you're having children outside of wedlock, then you know what's going to happen to your paycheck. You know what's going to happen to all of your accounts. Cheaper to keep her. Make it work. Figure it out. People cheat. You're going to cheat. Things are going to happen. Work it out. Forge a relationship. Stop running from adversity. You're going to get adversity in your next relationship as well. You're going to keep running? Stop running.
Is this a relationship channel? Did I fall into a relationship channel?
Yes.
Yeah, now Huey has to give us relationship advice.
We segued from the disaster of the curved earth to the disaster of the curved body.
If you cheat your wife, he will go to the mountain and kill you.
Thanks. Let's keep perpetuating it. Indio, where the hell have you been? Indio, come on with that nasty mic you got. Where the hell have you been, sir? Look, he's gone quiet and shit.
It's like you asking where the horizon and the black swan is.
Yep. Same answer.
He's cooking things, probably burning it. He's too entertained by Godric's wisdom.
It's probably dealing with his wife. Trying to keep that relationship together so it doesn't fall apart.
Oh, Quantum Eraser, how'd you like your politics section?
Yeah, I'm not going to go in there too many more times.
So moderators.
Yeah, there's no moderators. Yep.
Am I good to go, guys? Do you need anything before I leave?
Moderator.
Ali, we will allow you to continue. There you go. How about that?
Thank you, man.
Go with God.
See you guys.
Yeah, I left that no moderator stuff about 5 years ago. Yeah, I'm not going back.
It's hectic in that room and in that server. It's a little hectic.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to moderate
Conversation is
too
lively.
if you're on a with that many people. If you're on a mobile device, you can't really see who's up talking. You can't get them fast enough.
Right.
And over there you have to be more strict on policing certain terms and stuff. So you constantly got to be looking to make sure you're backlogging to get rid of certain people. Otherwise, they'll axe the room. It's kind of, I mean, it definitely brings a new demographic. Like, there's plenty of people there that have well, at least self-professed to just come into the idea of globe versus flat, like within the past month or less, or even just noticing the room there.
It's loaded with pretender clowns.
I don't believe anybody who comes into these discords with that sort of story. I think that they're disingenuous from the start. That's how I treat them. If you come in and, oh, I did not know where I was going. Okay, whatever.
Yeah, especially in well, yeah, in America, but also across the internet, and especially in America specifically, because we had those recent, congressional hearings and stuff where the flat Earth was being talked about all over the place. Just had a resurgence in the media. So you're almost without excuse if you're in America.
Like going through somebody's web browser, and I just accidentally went to these porn sites. Okay, you didn't know where you were going. I got you. So you show up in this Discord, you see the title, you know what it is. If somebody says something and you say refraction, but you didn't know anything just a moment ago. So is that sincere or disingenuous? I'm going with disingenuous. And, I know that they're so fisted and they're going to lie their way through. They're not going to answer any questions, and it's just going to become a frustrating situation. And they're just there to get people hot under the collar. Also, when you have so many people, you never stay on topic and drill down. So a person could say whatever, and then 2 seconds later, they're on a completely different topic, and you never got to hold them accountable for what they said just a moment ago. So those rooms get a little bit unwieldy. They're good because they bring in new folk, but they need to be moderated better or something. I'm not, no Discord pro.
I was listening on my truck stereo on my way driving home, and because like stereos have like way more bass and stuff. Like so many of the people when they start over talking, all you can hear is just a constant monotone. It's just like a bassy vibration in your truck. You can't even tell people are talking. It's ridiculous.
A few people say that, and there's a lot of crossing conversations going on at the same time. And a lot of emotional folk in there.
You talking
Some of
about
that
this?
brings.
You talking
No,
about
we're talking about
Discord or
politics
TikTok?
server. No, politics server. Godric, we have a section over in politics server after the Flat Earth Discord namesake where there's about generally 30 to 50 people there throughout the day. We've already taken over the number 9 spot of the most active channel in their Discord.
Oh, is that new? Because I've never been there. That's new as of when?
I would guess about a month ago, I heard about it. I just joined sometime earlier this week to see what was going on because I noticed that all these channels were empty on this side. And, I saw a couple of links going to the politics server. I heard about it prior, but, it didn't hold that much interest to me. But when this server ended up empty, I was like, well, let me go over there and see what's going on. And it was just a lot. It's a lot.
So it's its own unique server, not this one. Someone sent me the link.
No, it's Discord. It's in Discord, and there should be a link in the messages. That's how I got to it. So there is a link somewhere in the text messages, and shouldn't be that hard to find. Considering the lack of messages that have been posted to these boards because of everybody going over to politics server.
Someone put the link to the politics server.
Sanic, you don't know what this is. Come off mute. I thought you were just kidding. Go on, you could speak. I can hear you breathing. Just listening in. Well, how can if I explain this to you, I got no feedback. I don't know where to go with it. I ain't gonna write it. That's for damn sure. I guess I could summarize it. See, it takes two of the ball-tarred tenets of their religion out to the woodshed. You see it in the bottom down here that has gas pressure in it. Now, before he turns that knob to open up that evacuated tube up on top, see all that gas pressure is down there. But as soon as he opens up that valve, all that gas pressure rushes instantaneously into the evacuated chamber. So this kills whatever fairy tale they think gravity is, because gravity ain't holding shit down. And number two, this shows that down at the bottom it should be like the Earth. And if that was the Earth and it was next to an evacuated, not a chamber, but an evacuated system, that all the air would rush out and rush into that. Meaning that, how the hell are you still breathing? Catch my drift? Oh, well. I can't break it down any further.
What do you mean by kinda, but also not really? Try to make that make sense for me. So he says the bottom is like Earth. Okay. What's that supposed to mean? And then he says, and the vacuum goes us into the top ball that represents space. So it goes up. Okay. Vacuum is not going anywhere. Vacuum is above the pressure. But yes, the vacuum is supposed to represent space. Like they tell us, it's supposed to be evacuated. And then at the surface where the gravity is supposed to be the strongest, it can't hold the gas.
Supposed to Godric.
It's all good, Sanic. You just need to take a little time. Not everybody's QE. No, Sanic. G does not stand for gravity. It stands for gas. It's basically NO2 is the chemical formula for nitrogen dioxide, and G stands for gas. That's just what it's showing here. This is the most simple demonstration of the second law of thermodynamics that you can have, or gas expansion into an available volume. Okay, guys, what is gravity? So, what do you think it is? So, sonic, that's also called specific gravity or Archimedes principle. That's not what the Globers call gravity. Yeah, so the Globers call the effect and the cause gravity, which is super incoherent. But so saying gravity does not exist to them means that things do not fall anymore. I'm not one to monologue much, so I can't keep this conversation going alone. I wait with bated breath for him typing. Q, I was gonna relay that message, but he's also deaf. Yeah, no problems, Sanic. This is just, we can see how matter acts in a medium like air or liquid. And the Globers have different ideas, like they like to use Newtonian theories or Einsteinian theories to try to explain why things go up or down. And then those theories kind of fail at certain points, and so they moved on to the next theory, and now Einstein has already kind of failed at multiple junctions, and they've tried to like patch it up here and there, but enough of academia realizes, oh, there's a problem here. It doesn't actually match with quantum mechanics, and so they kind of realize they need to find something like quantum gravity to make their religion kind of work. But even then, it's not like there's a problem for us as flat earthers with gravity. Like it could work on a flat earth regardless of which gravitational model you use. You just change the composition of the ground. It's just the argument that gravity saves the globe is just such a poor argument. That's why you can generally just destroy it by asking them to define what type of gravity you have, and then they go into Newton or Einstein, and then you just look for academic sources that destroy that because there are many. Yeah, it's not so much about the math either. It's it's when you say gravity doesn't exist to a glober, that means things don't fall down anymore. And so there's no reason to go and say gravity doesn't exist. That's all. You can say that the theories of gravity are getting debunked, and they're trying to patch up their models, and that's why we're in a cosmological crisis. And that's true. Yeah, it's super easy to destroy a lot of their ideas just because the people who say that kind of stuff, Sonic, have no idea what they're talking about. They read some headlines or heard some people talking about something. Fundamentally, they don't understand what they're talking about, so it's super easy to just ask them to define what they're talking about, and they just break down. All you gotta do is just be a little bit humble and just be, like ask them questions, and they can't do shit. Yeah, a lot of that comes from experience, but it's really good to have good examples. That's why I really like listening in. Like, if I'm not in the Discord, I'm listening in on YouTube, because a lot of people here are really skilled at asking the right questions or disarming some fallacious reasoning. So a lot of the times it can help you get better at communicating all these ideas. I wouldn't recommend anyone who's new to this to try to go convince everybody. Like, the only people you're gonna be able to convince are the people who have complete trust in you and already have some reason to distrust the main stream. Or that's how I see it. It's kind of like everybody's at a different level, and so you gotta kind of approach people from their level. If you try to go too deep too fast, people go into cognitus and they stop using critical thinking. They start brain farting and forgetting the conversation, imagining something else in its place, and arguing based off that, and they just become super unhinged. That's why it's like Agent Smith mode. You can dodge all that if you just take it slowly, because people are at different points in their life. Not everybody can, like, is at a point in their life where they can just see the truth and be like, yep, that's true. A lot of people, especially young people, who are like disillusioned with the idea that like humanity knows everything. We're at the forefront of what's possible, and we've never been more advanced, and all this stuff. They're buying into narratives and just accepting them on face value. They're not actually looking into anything, and it takes kind of like life to hit you before you start to be like, oh shit, maybe not everything is like the way I thought it was, and you start re-examining your life and the things that happen to you. It's a process. I don't think I've ever spoken this much. I need to bring out my soundboard. Please type in so maybe I can respond to something. Because I can respond, just can't talk for no reason. Yeah, I get that. One way to build trust is to show them things that are interesting that they might have interest in, so that they see you as a reliable source of information. That's one way. Another way is you can control how you act, and so what you can do is be really nice to that person or like do things for them, and then when they get comfortable with you doing things for them, you can be like, you know how I'm always doing these things for you? You mind if you sit down and watch a video with me? Like I'm not asking for much, am I? And that's basically what I did. That's why all of my family are flat earthers, because I do stuff for them, and so I never ask for anything. And when I finally ask for something, of course they want to do it. And so they sit down and they watch the videos of the ISS fakery, and they're like, oh shit, so the ISS is fake? What does that mean? And I'm like, bro, it goes even deeper than that. Look at these videos. And now they're in. I think it's also a lot of us make an error when we try to make an us, or we fall into the us versus them category, because they are us. We were all Globers once. And I can give you an example. For instance, my grandma didn't want to hear any of this. She doesn't like to hear about corruption. She doesn't like to hear about anything that doesn't follow mainstream stuff. So, as you can imagine, it was pretty hard to get through to her. But I just chipped small little things, let her know about these things, how that thing, And whenever she looked like she didn't want to like listen anymore, I would just drop it. There's no reason to push it. Just drop your little seeds, and then eventually, I realized, oh yeah, she's actually super religious. So what if I just, because I'm not super religious, so I don't know all the biblical arguments, but I know a bunch of flat earthers who do. And so I was like, oh, just give me biblical arguments. And then I just fed them to her, and she was like, oh, you're right. According to scripture, the earth is flat. And so I guess you've been right all along. So you never know which key will unlock the door for each specific person. Yeah, it's probably harder, Sanic. Like, it's it really depends, like, on the people, and you just gotta go by individual basis. And some people need other kinds of emotional support, and then you can, just like with anything else, introduce them to it slowly, and they can, you know, realize the truth of that. That just like with everything else, just people have innate resistance to want to change. So it's very easy to trigger those resistance mechanisms when you're talking to people, especially when you're letting your emotions get involved, or you're super passionate about a subject, and you say the wrong thing. Yeah, Senek, I'm not feeding them conspiracies. I'm feeding them news that I can show them, look, this is what they're doing. And because she's old, she's mainstream, she's like, no, they would never do that. And you can do that with everything, even like they always keep line stepping. It's habitual. You don't need to talk about conspiracy theories. You just talk about proven conspiracies that are reported on the news, but then don't get a lot of coverage. And then they're like, oh, I didn't know it was that bad. And then you just keep piling it on until they're like, oh shit, and this is like the whole system is corrupted. It's just they have faith. They have faith in the system. Yeah, if you go too far, too fast, and you don't have like sources and like things that they will accept, because if you have not built credibility in their eyes, they're just going to be hand waving it away because it contradicts their worldview, how they see the world. And so, if you bring them evidence from a source they can accept, they're like, "Oh shit, really?" It changes the whole dynamic. And that's why the news and that kind of stuff tries to build credibility. They just lost it currently. What we have today is barely acceptable as news. There's alternative journalism, which is pretty good, but even that, people have lost a lot of the basic journalistic standards, and because of lack of teaching of logic, they're falling for fallacies. They're letting their biases rule them. It's a pretty sad state of affairs, but the alternative media is at least better. Yeah, Platter. Yeah, your mother knows you well enough to understand where you're coming from. Yeah, that's uh, that's basically it. I even got my mom to join this Discord a couple of times, speak on here. My sister is also here.
Hey.
But that's also the beauty of showing them videos that they find interesting. They get interested. Yeah, you gotta just be like Circa. You just gotta be confident and cool about it and casual about it, and you just gotta work on yourself, make yourself as good a man as possibly can be, and then the fact that you know that the Earth is flat doesn't matter to anybody. If you're not slapping them in the face with it, most people don't mind. It's just the unhinged globe zealots who get obsessed because they take it personally. Yeah, it's best not to try to convince them too much. It's better to try to create opportunities to show them flat Earth proofs. Like, you can be like, let's go on a road trip, and you have your P900. What are you doing? Looking through the camera. I'm just looking at the ship here at the horizon. And then they look through the camera like, oh, okay, cool. I'm like, yeah, it's look at this tracker. It's actually like this far away. And they're like, oh, really? Yeah, it's actually should be hidden behind Earth curve by like this much. Oh, like, but like, what's the cause of that? Oh, they tell us it's light bending around the globe to hide the globe, but I mean, do you see any distortions? You just lead them slowly to the water, and if they don't want to look, you just okay, no problems. Just don't push it. Don't push it too hard. Yeah, you can push them away like. Yeah, it's like that's exactly it. Like, I like uh, I like talking about logic and that kind of stuff, and as you talk about these things and teach them things, they start thinking, he knows what he's talking about in this area, and it that's what the Globers did. They built credibility through their accredited sources, you know, and we just gotta do it in a smaller scale. We gotta implement the things we know into different things that normal people can consume, like entertainment, books, videos. Just like they did. That's what they did to get us onto this globe fucking idea. We need to use their weapons. That's why I don't mind using fallacies from time to time, but I would always start with making an argument, and then afterwards, you can use fallacies as much as you frickin' like. Like, Yeah, for like Karma's talking in the background. Uh, you can make a really logical argument, present a logical argument, and then you can make an emotional appeal. And the logical argument still stands. The emotional appeal is just irrelevant. Yeah, but Karma's alright again. She's telling me that now. But it can't. But the emotional appeal itself can reach the people who are less logical, who are more irrational, because they're like, "Oh yeah, you're right," because of my emotions.
It's also you can get them to actually.
Yeah,
Using
Karma's
your
right.
emotions to get them.
Karma's right. The problem is they don't actually look at your arguments. They don't look at your logic or evidence. They don't want to. They only look at it to try to find an error, and if they can't find one, they just deny it. That's why it's so important to get them to somehow look at your evidence, and that's why the emotional appeals can work. Yeah, we don't. Me and Karma started out very mic shy, and so I'm not used to just entertaining a room anymore. I did when I was very young and dumb. I'm growing up and getting wiser as I get older, and make mistakes and learn from them. But I don't think it's feasible to get everyone on here at the same time and have an evening where I'm trying to host some stuff. I don't feel like doing that. No problem, Sanic. Good night. Well, Platter, if you ever come to Iceland, yeah, we'll show you around and use that as an excuse to actually go outside and
I'll
stuff.
bake him cookies.
Karma even promises to bake you cookies. Yeah, okay. The first flat earther to get to Iceland and actually meet us,
They get cookies.
They get cookies.
Yeah, man.
Special recipe. We have enough flat earthers in the world. We just need to import all of them to Iceland, and because of the low population numbers, we could take over this country. Mhm. I can't keep this up. I guess I'll put on a song. Karma's right, and then I'll put on a recording if no one speaks.
Yeah. What's up? Where my boys at? Mayhem, cousin Mayhem, Rober's dropping dead, I pray for him. Quick enough to slay him, fall so fast I cannot pray for him. India was teaching, but the numpties do not pay for it. He's about to wreck him, you just have to mute and wait for it. Heretic got him trapped, just for fun, an extra laugh. Quickly Clover's fading fast, now his life is blasting past. Ardent, with life support, the brain dead. There's no retort, dismantling the whole lie. Its component parts, it comes up short. Vulcan runs it skillfully, plays them like a symphony. Now they're crying, poor old me. The earth's a plane, it's plain to see. CB's got them quick to play, pointing out the gobbler's day. After death there's hell to pay. Hear me now, you better pray. Jedi's got that laser focus, bisecting that hocus pocus. Crypto's got that secret sauce, man becomes in like a boss. Lopers know it is a loss, their arguments limp as flaws. We destroying fundament, flat earth disco represent. victory automatic, system dynamic. Globers step up, bandages shatter like ceramic. Blinded, fanatic, religious, fanfic. Few questions in, they break down and start to panic. Faulty mechanic, clearly satanic. Not sure we can help them all, they're just so freaking manic. It's a graphic, walk into traffic. You think it's fine, they got your mind, it's just so freaking tragic. They got you like magic, all rolled up like a fat chick. With a purple ticket, it's cool to be a fascist at that fascist. The globe is just like that shit, make believe can make you bash it. If the lie don't fit, you can't do script line faith won't give you a curve.
What's up?
Grace and karma. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Peace. I wish it was produced better. But hey, I'm not an artist really. More like a dabbler. Since no one's speaking, I'm not gonna have a Trace Radio hour. I got stuff to do. I'm just gonna put a talk on. Someone can turn it off if someone wants to talk.
But when it comes to where you are, where you're standing, what you're standing on, do you have any ideas around that? Like, what do you think? What do you perceive? What do you experience?
I think it's quite spherical.
What you're standing on is quite spherical. What leads you to believe that in your kind of everyday life, your experiences?
Probably from what people who know more than this have told me. Well, know more than me have told me.
Okay, so it's not anything that you as a thinking human being experience per se. It's just a story you've been told and you believe the story. Your everyday experience doesn't necessarily match that. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. You could give me maybe an example of how your everyday experience would lead you to trust that story.
Well, it's just I'm taking somebody who knows more than me and has spent more time on this subject than me, his advice, like I do with everything in life.
Yeah, well, one of the things I do that earns me money is I'm an accountant, right? So you might trust me to be your accountant, but being an accountant, if I was not being a professional and not living up to the standards of the profession, I could probably figure out a way to swindle some money off you without you knowing, right?
Yeah, probably, but I'd say it's quite different than making up scientific proof.
Oh, so you're under the impression there's some scientific proof of what exactly? Because a shape claim isn't really science, that's more measurement, right?
Well, I guess more everything kind of fits and works together, which is what a theory is, isn't it? System of belief.
So when you say everything fits and works together, are you under the impression that there's some sort of scientific model or some working model of what may be portrayed to you as the Earth and the universe?
If you talking model, and isn't that called the heliocentric model?
Yeah, but let
Oh,
me
yeah,
just
we got
stop right there real
we got the
quick
bot
before we
going. We
continue.
got a full house in here. You guys
A
aren't talking.
scientific theory is not a systemized belief. A systemized belief is a religion. So if you're
Yeah, I put it on because no one was speaking, and I've been trying to keep this alive for a little bit.
Keep it, yeah, yeah. I was botting the politics flat earth stuff earlier.
How's it been going?
Man, what a crazy place that is, man. My goodness, dude. Have you listened to that
Yeah,
shit?
yeah, I've been there
Holy cow.
for quite a bit. It's kind of like if the lobby was a VC.
Right. It is I mean it's not I don't know if it's as bad as the lobby though. The lobby's pretty wicked, man.
Yeah,
But
it can get that bad. The flow isn't as rapid as in the lobby. We get like more
right.
randoms who are just crazy, whereas the politics server has like a smaller pool of people testing the water, so to speak. But you
Right.
still get like a bunch of crazies.
Yeah, yeah, I was simulcasting it last night and then I think I put it on this morning for a while. But it was no, there's always somebody coming in. There were some pretty high level people, PhD, whatever, physics guys, science guys, engineers. Some good conversations going on. Uh, you know, and then there's just the jokers in there just calling us all stupid and everything. So that, you're going to get that every time. But no, I think it's a great thing that's going on over there. I just kind of figured it out. Like yesterday, I think Flat Lloyd Wright was explaining to me what's going on with that. Because we just have a room over there. I didn't realize that. I was like, because I haven't joined the server over there yet. I don't even know should I or what, because it seems like it's really full, and that's hard to get a word in when it's that full, man. And you got some real high level flat earthers that are just way better than me at explaining stuff. But it's a great room, man. Keep it going.
Yeah, it's been going good. Our beachhead is growing strong, and
Yeah.
even the people on that server are like, Flat Earth is really great. It's unifying the server. All the people who used to hate each other are now just unified against us.
That's funny. That's hilarious. I love that. Keep it going. Yeah, there's some hatred towards us for sure, but some name calling and a lot of back and forth, man. So it's great to have another room like that with a big audience like that, man. That's fantastic. So I think Chris said that they had like 70 or 90,000 people in that server, something like that.
Yeah, it's
That's a
nice and
lot.
chunky. Well, one of the really nice things is there's like rankings based of how much traffic and how much is spoken on the text chat, and so we're climbing the ranks super fast. We're definitely gonna be
Yeah,
number one.
yeah. It was like it just blew up in the last week and a half, 10 days. It just blew up, man. I started, but shout out to POS UK
Oh yeah, he's doing a
for
really good job
live
recording
streaming it,
and
man.
presenting it. Yeah.
Live streaming it, man. Without that, man, I wouldn't know what was going on. I haven't joined the server yet, so shout out to him, man. He's really got it dialed in. I like the way he did his windows for the OBS. He's got the text chat.
And then the regular chat, it just looks really nice. You can, if somebody presents a picture or a video or a picture or something, you can see it. You guys are doing some screen sharing and stuff over there, right? Which is always,
Yeah,
if it's
yeah, a little
if
bit.
it's on point, yeah, a little bit,
Yeah, we
right?
generally try to not have that stuff kind of happen, but sometimes it does.
Well, I mean, if somebody's seems legit and they're bringing up an argument for whatever curvature or something, then if he's well known in
Yeah,
that
yeah.
server, he's not
If it's
gonna
if it's
he's not gonna
relevant, it's
yeah.
good. But when people are just streaming themselves gaming, we don't want that.
Yeah, because it stops it. It doesn't let new people come in when you're streaming, right? Something like that. People can't join when other people are streaming or something. I'm not sure. Anyway,
It's just if you're watching someone streaming something and other people are talking, you're not really taking part in the conversation. You're just deafened and filling up the slot in the.
yeah, you're kind of wasting bandwidth or whatever. But
Yeah, there's plenty of
we
people
don't.
coming in and out. We've filled the room so many times that people can't join.
I love that, man. That is fantastic, man. What a gold mine. I just want to shout that out. So blown away this week by the conversations and being able to listen to it on the live stream and chat in the YouTube chat. And, yeah, it's been great. So
Yeah, it's
keep it
really good.
going. Because I don't do politics. So I was like, I don't want to join that server. What the hell am I gonna, I don't do that shit. But then I realized, I'll probably join it this week or something eventually, just so I can read the text chat or something.
Yeah,
Maybe
you
at
can
least
also
type
pipe
it.
up when the other high level Fluttersters aren't there and the Globers are trying to take over the
Right.
VC because
Yeah.
that's what they want to do.
Yeah. They want to take it over, but so far so good, man. The crew's been holding it down. I find it one of the most fascinating things that's happened this year with Flat Earth is to have a room that's absolutely popping, and it's great. I mean, this place used to pop all the time too, but and then we end up maybe getting one or two new people a day, maybe. It's been kind of slow here, but hey,
Yeah,
summer's coming to an end. Summer's coming to an end. It's gonna ebb and flow. It's gonna pick back up here real soon,
yeah.
man. I promise.
A lot of them are scared to come in here, and a lot of them have also been banned. So what we're dealing with over there is many people who have already been banned, and then a slew of new people, and the
Slew,
people who,
man.
yeah, and the people that already got banned because they're retarded, are then frantically trying to defend the globe and like trying to do anything they can. It's just hilarious.
Yeah, the dynamics, the psychology, like you said, there's so many guys that are banned in here that would love to, come again at you guys, come at us again, and this is their opportunity to come in and try. But apparently, there's some really good mod. I mean, you can still ban them from from that room, right? There's some good. I don't
Yeah,
know.
I think
Anyway,
so. I don't know. I think our mods should be able to ban him from the text chat as well. I just don't know how to do that.
yeah. Well, how has the text chat been? I haven't really been able to read it.
Or maybe that doesn't work, but you can just like mute them. I'm not a mod over there. I'm just like coasting
Yeah,
along.
right. Um, is the text chat pretty bumping over there? Is it going well? Is
Oh yeah, text chat has been going really well. I was mainly just in text chat, just hammering the people who were getting muted because like they were interrupting or all trying to jump on something and get off the point, and then
Right.
crying about like, oh, they muted me because I had such a
Why do
good
you
point.
Yeah, I was listening this week, man, and there were so many guys. Wow, every time I talk, you guys mute me. What you guys suck, you know. There's so much complaining rather than, you know, here's my point. Let me bring it up. Here's a link. No. Now you guys suck, and every time I talk, you guys mute me. And yeah, there's a lot of complaining.
There's always this super nasally kind of voice.
Anyway, I was listening to it on the way over here to order some food, and I was like, Lou is in there going against some youngster, you know, in his 20s or something, early 20s maybe, and Lou's funny to listen to, man, when he's on point, man. You know, but
Yeah, he is.
like anyway, they were arguing over whether a digital camera is the same thing as a film camera. You know, like
The
they're
weeds.
yeah, they were off in the weeds, man. Dude, really? You're gonna spend an hour talking about that? Let's talk about some curvature, man. Where's the fucking curvature at, please?
They've already learned that, like, you don't go near the curvature.
Nah, stay away from that, man. You're gonna get your ass handed to you every time, and yeah. So good on everybody, man.
It's just so funny.
It's so great, man. That you know, all of I'd say our A team has been over there just knocking them down, man. And it's been fun to listen to, man. It's like it felt like the good old days back in when it was this, you know, this server was just fucking off the charts, man. And
Yeah, I really like
yeah,
the idea of the politics server itself, just the structure they made.
mm-hmm.
By allowing all these different VCs and it's like having a network with a bunch of channels.
Yeah.
And so all of a sudden you can have people from different things all move between things, and they're like, oh, that was an interesting channel. I'll go check in here and see what this is. It's such a great idea.
You know, I love that. You know, we started doing that a few weeks ago here. I don't know, where I was going into the chill chat late at night, you know, and we were talking about stuff we can't talk about around here necessarily. And, you know, it was just, you know, we would talk about music or we would talk about the music industry. We would be off all over the place, right?
Yeah,
And that,
off-topic discussion that's not
yeah,
against TOS. That's cool.
exactly. You know, and I was just loving that. And it's been bumping in here, having that chill chat late at night. You know, we really got into some weeds, man. And people were presenting stuff. We were sharing screens. It was great, man. So I'm sure it will continue. I hope. And but yeah, we could, you know, kind of mimic theirs and keep our thing going. But that politics, man, it's such a big thing with most people, especially the normies. They're all into that, you know.
Yeah,
Joe Biden, Trump, you know, whatever.
I don't think we need to mimic that. We just need to keep this server super safe, so that all of our information doesn't get destroyed. And then
That's it, man. This is the library.
yeah, we
And
just gotta keep this place safe and secure, and kill all the trolls, and then we're good.
yeah,
Uh,
that's it. We have to keep the server safe, man. But we can, amongst ourselves, go into different rooms. But bringing in a bunch of new people, yeah, that could get really out of control quick.
It's fine to bring in new people. That's one of the reasons why it's good to establish this beachhead. I foresee that this type of politics server, which contains or many different types of servers within it, it's going to get more and more popular because that's how you can actually gain more and more diverse types of people and increase people's interests in different topics.
Right.
All we got to do is slowly but surely establish more beachheads and then funnel everything back to here through partnerships.
Yeah. I haven't talked to anybody that I think I heard a few people coming over to hear from there. Actually, you guys know Beasticles?
Yeah,
Beasticles?
Beasticles was here before we
He,
established the beachhead.
yeah, but he came from that server. He found our server in that server. And that's,
Oh.
I think that's where it kind of started.
Yeah, I know Spake has been doing this where he like goes out just on his own or finds a friend and then they
Right.
just goes to a new place and like, hey guys, you want to discuss this stuff?
It's volunteer work.
He's just being like a really nice guy, just
Yeah.
going out and finding opportunities for us.
Yeah, that's what we need, man. Is everybody chipping in. I'm always dropping this link, and if I leave a comment on like a flat Earth video or something, I always drop this link to this Discord. So that's all you got to do sometimes, and you never know how that's going to turn out. But this is great, man. Anyway, it's great to see such activity going still. The same arguments as 2016 or 2017 or 2018, 29. Their arguments are always the same, man. And that still to this day always amazes me that they just bring up, they'll be talking about the moon and then they'll just switch to satellites. And then they'll like, oh, no. Coriolis. What about the Foucault pendulum? How do you explain that, man? And they're always, what do they call it? Just galloping, jumping around. And it's still the same, man, as it was in 2016. They cannot focus more than 5 minutes on one thing.
Yeah, Karma made a really good point. It's kind of like with Santa Claus. You tell them Santa's not real, and they're like, "What? But what about the
But what about the
reindeers?
presents?
What
What
about
about
the
the presents?
presents? What about the elves?
What about the
Like,
tree?
there's
What
all
about...
these things."
They wouldn't lie about all that. Come on. Everybody can't be in on this. Even, dude, there was this high level, I don't know if he was a physicist. I think he was a physicist. And he, I don't know, he was probably in his late 20s or something. Really, he's been in the physics world for a long time. And even he, man, after an hour and a half of talking about gravity and Coriolis and all this stuff, he broke down right before he bailed. He's like, well, why would they all be lying? Why would they all lie?
Yeah, once you get to that point, you're already through it. At that point,
And he's
yeah,
done, right?
yeah, he's done. The seed has been planted. Bomb has been planted.
Yep, seed was planted. It's, he's got great answers for stuff, but logically and provably, I love that word. Can you prove that, bro? That's it. Can you prove this curvature, man? Where is it? Well, he was even going off about like, well, you can do this in high school, man. You can send up a GoPro on a balloon. You can see the curvature. I was like, nah, you didn't go there. Really? High school? GoPro? Yeah, there's the curvature. And then he got presented with Neil deGrasse Tyson saying, nah, man, you don't get to see the curvature that high. Sorry.
Yeah, even Jeff Bezos ain't high enough for that shit. Do you have enough money? Do you have as much money as Jeff? Oh, you have more money than Jeff Bezos because he couldn't afford to go high enough.
Yeah, he can't afford to go 129,000 feet. No. So
Yeah,
anyway,
he
what a
went 63 miles, and according to Neil deGrasse Tyson, that's not high enough to see the curve. It's
yeah,
flat.
it's flat, and you know this is the top television physics guy in the world, man. One of them, him and Brian Cox or Brian, what the hell is his name? Is that his name? Yeah,
Yeah, that's his name.
Cox, Brian Cox, and you know that guy's just on fucking drugs completely. I think Neil's just.
Yeah.
I think Neil's just a pervert, but you know, what do I know? He did get busted for grabbing some ass on the set of one of his shows, and
Yeah,
had a
he was also accused of misconduct with some females.
yeah.
Yeah, and he's got a vest that speaks or many vests that speak volumes.
All right. Yeah, it's weird, huh? But he never. That shit went away so fast. It came and went so fast in the news.
Yeah.
That kind of freaked me out a little bit. I was like, really? Where'd it go? Never heard anything else about it after like a week. It was gone.
Yeah,
It was weird, man.
you see this all the time, though. If you really pay attention closely to the news, I like
Yeah, that's true.
trying to do that.
Like
You see
Hawaii,
things like
nobody's talking about Hawaii
yeah,
anymore.
exactly.
You know,
It
it's
gets
gone.
reported on a tiny bit, and then it's somewhere in the back of the newspaper or in the like page 14 or whatever.
Right.
If it,
Yeah.
and then it's a tiny little box that barely mentions it, and like it doesn't represent it well, and so that it leads people to have misconceptions about it, and like the title is especially misleading, so that they get extra confused.
Oh, that's it. Isn't that just the weirdest thing? Hey, I gotta grab my food here. Hold on one second. Hold on. I'm gonna mute for a second.
See, we got sexy concept or Lulu in here. Nice to see you around. Hi from Karma. Sad that your mic broke. I've been thinking about getting a new mic myself.
All right, I'm back. So yeah, the news cycle, man, gets so spun so fast now. I mean, we got earthquakes, floods, hurricanes. You know, forget Hawaii. Oh, that was 3 weeks ago. We can't talk about that now. We're on to something else.
I posted a video in the live stream text chat, and I think this speaks volume of what type of news we're getting. Two guys go to the
Yeah.
beach, they dig a hole, and
Oh,
then
they dig the hole, yeah.
and then on the news, some amateur wannabe, just like all the globe zealots, they're like, oh, well, I'm pretty sure this was caused by a meteor. And look at this rock. You can see
He's
by
holding
the
it.
yeah,
He's holding the rock.
yeah. They're literally
What a
retarded,
scam.
imagining things, and just
Yep.
trying to get credit because they got egos.
That was the best thing. I shared that with a bunch of people. I'm like, "You check this out." They're all like, "Are you kidding me? Really? They went for that?" Yeah, I'm like, "Yep." People were buying it. Ah, yep. That's the world we're in. I just make up something. People fall for it, man. Crazy.
Yeah, we were raised that way through the schooling system. It's like you gotta just accept what the teacher says, or you get failed. And so that's how that starts. So they already ingrain that into you when you're young. And then when you get older, then you're supposed to stop being a drone if you go that far into education, and then you're supposed to start critically thinking, but don't question the things that we have already established through the indoctrination. Just critically think about everything other than that.
Can I ask you
I hate to
something?
laugh, but yep. Go ahead.
Sure.
I've been you were talking about Hawaii. And
Yeah.
yeah, I lived in Lahaina for 18 years.
Right. You know that.
Yeah, so I'm very interested in the subject, right? So
Very.
I've been following it rather
Extremely.
closely with as
Yeah.
many, eyewitness testimonies on video that I can see. And I know that
Yep.
it's a huge land grab.
Yeah.
That's
But do
for
you know?
sure.
But do you know about the school buses?
Oh yeah, it might
Yep.
involve
Oh yeah.
child trafficking as well. You
Yeah.
never know.
It might.
There's a multiple. The attempt is to bring in a smart city.
Yep.
All right. So
Smart
all of
city.
that
Yeah.
said, now listen. I lived there for 18 years, and when
Yep.
I left in 2008, there was a sovereignty movement afoot from the natives there who want to abdicate. Who want to separate from the United States, right? So there's sort of a rebellious faction out there. Now, what I'm seeing is that many of the locals, many of the people who live there really know what's going on. And they realize quite quickly that they need to unify. And the question I have is, I don't know how closely you followed it, but whether there could be a civil war there from the locals.
It could start there. Yeah. America is very close to a civil war.
Yeah, that's what I think too. Because the people are just outraged,
Yeah. Americans better just vote for Trump. That's all I gotta say.
I don't know about Trump. I understand. There's a sort of a Trojan horse
I think you could be right, but
possibility there,
I think you could be right, but if you want to establish some sort of legitimacy to your rule, they need to present a good guy to the people.
Well, there were so many suspect things about his reign.
Oh,
I mean, he's the one
that's
who-
not the point. I'm not saying he is a good guy. I'm just saying
Yeah.
he's being played as a good guy because
He's-
they
yes,
always
he-
need someone to give you trust in the establishment. Because if you don't have a trust in the establishment, the
Then
whole
civil
system
war.
breaks down.
Right, and that he's there to prevent that.
Yeah, that's why it's
Well,
always two
boys-
steps backwards
yeah.
and then one step forward.
Right, 'cause
Biden sprinted backwards, and now Trump is going to take 2 steps forward, but that's not going to be as far forward as Biden took us backward.
Yeah. Well, either way they win.
Oh yeah, that's one of the reasons why I want more independents trying. Like I like Vivek more than Trump, but I just don't think he has a chance because they're playing Trump as a martyr.
Yeah, that's what they're doing. So
That's why.
he gets the sympathy support.
Yeah,
from-
that's why I want Vivek to get in there and just fire that bureaucratic state nonsense and just minimize the government so America can flourish again and he can be VP to Trump or something. You need people to actually get a little bit of sense of hope, so that freedom can blossom. Like, it's the home of the free.
No, I know. I don't want to be completely pessimistic, but I, they've got this really rigged pretty well, you know.
Yeah, they do. That's the real issue, and the only way to really solve it is bottom up. Real people
Yeah.
taking these positions from the leeches who want to drain the system, and then voluntarily voting to lower their salaries and not be greedy. It's not hard to see, but it's difficult to do because you're involved, and now you have all this extra money and you want to keep that money. My solution to all politics is just make the politicians and all those people live like the president, the senators should all live under the same conditions and the same salaries as the lowest income earner in the country. So if there's a bunch of homeless problem, stay at the homeless shelters, you fuckers. And then if you make them do that, all of a sudden there's not going to be any homeless. That'll be solved like this.
I know what you're saying. And you know, ideals like that are actually were built into the American political dream. You know, the Bill of Rights, the Constitution were some of the greatest humanitarian principles on which any country was founded. It was, you know, it's originally there already. One simply has to adhere to the original script.
Yeah, it's just gotten drowned with this bureaucratic state nonsense, and you need a little bit of reaping. The fields have grown, and they need to be reaped so that we can sow the seeds and grow again.
How is it where you are politically?
It's not much better. My system is extremely corrupt, and it's
Got a lot of parents fighting nasty.
yeah, we got normal people, parents who don't like it, but we got very corrupt government elements, and those elements are controlled through secret societies. It's
Not
very
so
hard to
secret
break that
anymore.
control because well, in my country, there's a lot of disillusion because all of the media is heavily controlled by the government, and there's a monopoly on everything else almost, and all of those guys who control the monopoly are also in the secret societies. Like, if you took Freemasons per capita, my country would probably be the highest.
Well, of course, they use the same formula.
Yeah, my country basically is a testing ground for America and follows America and the EU, or like we got puppets from the WHO. We got puppets who work for America. We got puppets who work for the UN, and they're all somehow in power, even though nobody likes them.
What country would that be?
Iceland.
Oh, I see.
I would love to see Hawaii separate and regain their kingdom.
Yeah.
Lahaina was the original capital of Hawaiian Kingdom.
Yeah, we have people who work for the WHO and want to give the autonomy of my country away to the WHO?
Well, our autonomy is being robbed from us around the world through sort of a overlay of what is Agenda 30, redistricting of the world, and the imposition of health and environmental rules and laws that were not voted for
Yep.
or agreed upon.
Yep.
Sort of rule by committee.
Yep. The only good part is there's a lot of people, like normal people, trying to fight this, and
Yes.
and even like educated people, people from all walks of life.
Yeah. They
And
recognize what's happening. People in the financial sector, the intelligent ones, realize the danger of CBDCs, for instance, and are forming a coalition against them.
yeah,
And
the
there's so
only like with the thing that was happening where they were trying to give away our independence, the only reason they didn't get away with it was because the people stood up and made enough of a ruckus that they were like, no, we don't want this, and they went out and protested, and they were like, oh shit, well, like, we're not going to start shooting people in the streets, so I guess this wasn't a good idea. Yeah.
yeah, it's just how far can they go, you know, in their totalitarian games. How far before the people actually have had enough? I don't know, because you know, as long as you have a job and place to live and food and some, you know, they're lying to you about what's going on in the world, so you're somewhat content with things. That's fine. But if the entire system goes down because of mismanagement, which is what, you know, greed always mismanages.
Yeah.
So they're inevitably going to fail. And so at some point, there will be a massive uprising.
It should be. It's just who's gonna control that, right? Like people talk about, oh, let's find the criminals and maybe do military tribunals and that kind of stuff. But who's gonna be doing the judge?
Stop paying taxes uniformly. It'll stop it completely.
Stop the what? The taxes?
If people stop paying taxes en masse, it will bring them to their knees.
No, it wouldn't.
Yes, it would.
Yeah, it's about the critical mass. If you don't have enough mass, they will just treat you like a criminal.
Yeah, then you're just the you know, insurgent.
Well, they might, in a desperate power grab, consider you as such regardless.
Well,
Trace, did you see what I posted in the admins? It's called "How the U.S. Stole Puerto Rico."
oh yeah.
So this is kind of like a small example of how evil these people are, and how, in many ways, they do so many different things to just control or eradicate the masses if they have to.
Absolutely. You know, before the Hawaii incident, I was on the fence about directed energy weapons, but I think I believe it now.
you know that there are two public directed energy stations in the United States, and
Yeah,
one
one's
of them is in
in Maui.
Arizona, and the other one is in Maui.
Yeah, I think on Haleakala, on the volcano. Yeah. It's no coincidence. And the fire left all the signs of a directed energy weapon. All the signs.
I think
So
people have seen this evil happening so many times, and that's probably why some people are waiting for a savior and a creator, like the
well, yeah,
creator
that's
coming
how
from down
I
from heaven, because there's
would
nothing
say.
else people can do because the evil is so crazy and so
No, and
so
if
powerful.
it were a single person, then he would be a target for assassination.
Yeah, that's what I think in the regular means, but it's just crazy how people can actually organize and still be eradicated.
The thing that I don't, if I could just make a point here, is why do these evil people still put in symbology or numbers, the dates, the same numbers? Like, could be some type of clue for us. So why are they still making
Well,
those
a lot of
things?
them,
You
I
know,
don't
put in
know.
666 or you know.
That's an occult fixation that they have.
It might have some
But for
use to for
example, in maybe
communications, but
many events happened in 9/11
certain
or something.
dates,
So
yeah, certain dates.
why? Because those things are making people wake up. You know.
Well, they choose those dates for different reasons. They all have a sort of esoteric meaning for them, and so they choose them very strategically in line with their beliefs. And they have to be, there's a sort of rule that I can see where they have to actually reveal what they're doing, sort of surreptitiously through entertainment.
Look at this. Hailed. What was it? His name was uh, Cornelius Rhodes. Heard of him? Cornelius Rhodes. He was in charge of some of the health system in Puerto Rico back then, when people were kind of like calling BS in the invaders and saying, "Hey, we're gonna be independent," blah blah blah, and the whole nation organized together
Mm-hmm.
and to, find the foreigners that were taking the land, taking the resources, and doing all this abuse. And this guy came in to do, take care of the health of the nation, whatever. And in
I
his
think
in one of his he wrote like uh that they have to come up with something to totally exterminate the population. And he wrote, "I have done my best to further the process of exterminating by killing off 8 and transplanting cancer into several more."
Jeez. Yeah, they're
So they were
ruthless.
injecting the population. They were passing this stuff to the population to eradicate them and to have control over. When people are sick, it's
Weak.
easier to just weak, sick, dependent.
Right. But still, it's that hundredth monkey. It's if you piss enough people off,
Yeah.
then and that's what they know, and that's why they want to survey everybody. They're that
But
nervous.
but I think there's still another variable that we don't take into account. We see the public side, but I think there's a freaking whole army of people out there that are just working on this shit. And anybody that tries to you know, oh, let's rise up, everybody, and they still have the whole army ready to fight as well.
Sure.
That's what I think.
To me, this is always like a threshold question. Like, what's the threshold to push the average person
Yeah.
to quote unquote rise up? And I think they know what that threshold is, and I think they keep people just above it. You know what I mean? Just above the threshold. They're too busy to running the rat race and, you know, trying to make ends meet paycheck to paycheck to devote any energy into any proactive effort to change their circumstance. But it's not bad enough to take up like arms or something, right?
That's right.
So they're stuck in this like little gap of like in between where they bounce back and forth. Like, you know, I got, you know, it's tax day, so now I'm mad and maybe I'll do something. But then the next week, you know, they hit a lottery ticket, so, you know, they feel a little bit better and now they don't want to take up freaking arms. And, you know, they just
Yeah,
keep
and
people
then
bouncing
it's
back in
weekend,
those states.
and then it's weekend, and they drink themselves drink all
Yeah.
their worries away and spend a bunch of their money, and then it's Monday again, and they have to barrel through it, and at the end of the month they're like, oh, I barely have enough. I don't have enough money to go out drinking. I have to like, oh, just sit at home, watch TV.
Yeah, it's like the Matrix and the cookie, right? Just eat this cookie. You'll feel a whole lot better.
That's
No,
not
I
going to
think
get your money up.
that's why Russian communism failed ultimately at the end, because they brought people to a point of poverty, such a point of poverty and complete failure to give them any kind of a bare minimum. The whole structure fell.
I think the problem with Russia, though, is that the country was rich, but their system was so messed up that they couldn't even realize
Well,
the
yeah,
wealth
because
that they
in
had.
communism, the wealth, well, supposedly communism is to share things equally, but ultimately the oligarchs always managed to be in control of the real wealth. So it was communism in name alone. But if you don't have any market incentive in the people, then ultimately you're going to fail, which is what happened. They couldn't keep up the facade, the economic facade, and then it.
Yeah, I agree.
Right. And so here we've got, I mean, there are incredible dilapidated cities happening all over America right now. So the infrastructure here is failing. So it's in some places it is at a critical mass. But for the most part, they can still kind of provide for their population. You know, they spend billions upon billions on welfare and social support for the very reason that they don't want the people to rebel.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
I don't
think
think very much of that actually trickles down, though, quite honestly. I think
Right.
they dump billions into social programs, and most of it gets eaten up in administration of the social program.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
A lot of homeless. I have a friend in New York who lived there 15 years. He says he's never seen it in such a state of decay.
Yeah, well, I live in Boston, so I see the same thing. Even though it was a lot worse during COVID than it is now, I don't know where they pushed everybody. At least they're not
Let's not talk
visible
about
now.
COVID, man.
The immigrants, you mean?
No, I'm talking about the homeless.
Oh, the
Like they
homeless.
were, yeah, during like the pandemic, they were all like in central Boston because like there was nobody around, right? So nobody policed like where they go, so the cops didn't want to interact with them because
Well,
they
let
know
me
that.
tell you, Indio, I go all around the area and I see them in Revere, in Chelsea, East Boston. They're everywhere. I mean, they're near the pharmacies. They're always near the pharmacies because they can buy needles, like insulin needles. Because I go to the pharmacies to get the needles, and I'm like in line with the drug addicts. I'm a drug addict too, you know, insulin, and they're
Well,
also like you see them like 10 of them at the door of the pharmacy, and then I go in the line buying the drugs, they're buying the needles. Yep.
Well, that's weird because they have a van that goes around and just like gives out crack pipes and insulin and needles. You've never seen it?
Yeah, but I've seen it, but I don't think they have enough of that for the amount of people doing this. It's like
Yeah.